Now they have digital, right? So
Okay.
inside the instrument, the precision at which it can measure how far
Yeah.
the thing is rotated, yeah, that's to the point to 0.05 frickin' arc minutes. Yeah, inside the instrument. But outside the instrument, right? How accurate can it actually measure an angle along some particular optical path, right? 100 feet, 150 feet, 1,000 meters, whatever, right?
Yeah.
That accuracy, how would they even test that?
Well, there you go, right?
Did they
So
test that like in a vacuum chamber somewhere? Like, are you kidding me? Like, how would they even test that?
nah,
I mean, you could do it
yeah,
with a bunch of mirrors, right? You could use shitloads of mirrors, right, and increase the optical path with a bunch of fucking mirrors. But I don't think they're doing that, right? And then you have like the collimation of the freaking lens, and then freaking index errors, and then there's that, and then there's like the precision at which you can measure level, right? How accurate is that?
yeah.
Because if you
Oh,
look in the surveying manuals, it says the horizontal level is 90 degrees from plumb at the point of the instrument. Literally at the point of the instrument. They say this in the geodetic surveying shit, right? When they teach geodetic, only at the point of the instrument. They don't
sure.
even claim that it's level out there in space past the instrument.
So if the instrument is uncalibrated, well, you're fucked.
Basically, if you're 5 feet past the instrument, that's not horizontal anymore. Like your horizontal line, 90 degrees from plumb, that's only valid at the point of the instrument. And if you go frickin' even 1 millimeter away from it, it's fucking not valid anymore. This is what they say. Right? Because they're actually not concerned, well, this topic, right? They're not actually trying to measure the shape of the earth. Trying to fucking measure roads. Like, how do I build a road? How do I build a building? Like, you know what I mean? How do I make a
Yeah,
map? And
yeah.
all this shit has to just be good enough for practical purposes. It's not freaking trying to form some idealized fucking earth ball, right? They're just trying to, like, we need to do shit in the world and like get on with our lives. So we're just trying to make useful things so we can do things, and that's it. But these Glovers take it one step further, that like they're actually doing something. We're measuring the figure of the earth. Yeah, some self-serving assholes wrote that down in a book somewhere. But if you look at their methods and their instruments and what they claim they did, it's a bunch of horseshit. Saying you measured the meridian arc in the fucking Ecuadorian jungle in the end of the 18th century. Bull fucking shit, bro. Y'all would have died of malaria. I'm serious,
Um,
man. You all would have died of malaria. I don't even know how you survey in a fucking rainforest. How would you even do that?
sure. Point. Yeah, the whole thing is just so fucking ridiculous, man. I'm very
And if you look at
tired.
the time, too, right? So it was like there was a race between nations, right? This is like kind of when nationalism really got its when it was starting off, right? So like the French people, the English people, all this nationalist idea. So they were doing it for God and country, right? So who's going to be first to measure the meridian arc? Is it going to be the English? Is it going to be the Dutch? Is it going to be the French? We did it first. We swear to God, we did it first. And if you look all over history, right, it's all over the place. These little, you know, we discovered it first, right? And then at the exact same time, it was some other person at the exact same time, just coincidentally, right? But we all recognize only one of those people. So like Newton and Leibniz, right? They both invented calculus at the exact same time. Yeah, bullshit, dude. They didn't know each other. They didn't talk to each other, but they invented the exact same thing at the exact same time. Come on, man. Same with
I,
like the discovery of it's either Uranus or Neptune. So the French discovered it and the English discovered it like it was separated by like a couple hours or something. How would they even know it was a couple hours back then, right? It's fucking in the 1800s, right? So they're both lying, right? Just trying to claim priority for national, national political reasons.
hmm, yeah, what a mess, man.
Well, think of the automobile. Like who invented the automobile? A German. Fuck, you wouldn't know that if you were in an American history class. You'd think that we invented it.
It was Ford, right?
No, it was the Germans, man. Like the automobile was invented in like the 1800s, man. By
No,
a
no, I know.
German guy.
Yeah, I heard you. I mean, if you were American, you would have
Oh
assumed it.
yeah, Henry Ford. Yeah, that's what they would say. Like that's kind of like how they taught us, and then like we like everything that's good in the world's invented by Americans, obviously, right? That's how it works.
Yeah, yeah.
And if I lived in England, everything good in the world would be invented by England. And if I lived in France, everything good in the world would be invented by France.
Yeah, what a mess. What a mess.
Actually, there was a clockwork powered automobile made by a German in 1649. Hans Hauch of Nuremberg built a clockwork driven carriage. You would have never thought that 1649 they actually had any kind of the automated carriage anywhere. Yeah, you never heard that.
Sonny, there's woodcut images are wood cuttings, right? So they would print in books using like woodcuts, and then they would press it on the paper or vellum or whatever of
Yeah,
rockets, bro. Rockets. People watching fucking rockets in like the 1400s.
crazy. Outrageous. So, weren't you talking about the international geodesic? What was that like survey? Is that what you're talking about earlier? The one they did in India or something, or was that more recent?
No, there was one like where they supposedly the French, so the first one to measure the arc of the meridian, which are like longitude lines,
Right.
by surveying in like freaking Ecuador or something. Like I
Yeah,
don't know why they chose that place out of all the other places.
I
Because
heard you
I think
talk.
they needed to be at the equator or something, and they were trying to prove whether it was prolate or oblate.
Mm-hmm.
Because some other French survey came to the conclusion that the Earth was prolate, right? That it was, you know, stretched like an egg
Right,
as
right.
opposed to a pear.
How weird that is, though, man, because the one that somebody kept quoting in here, I don't know which one it was. I think it was trigonometry, man, maybe, of the one in India where they used like, and I asked, like, what was the method? And he was like, clearly, he was, he stated that it was done with 100-foot long chain. And like, all you
Yeah, they
got to
used
do,
to use chains. Yeah, they used chains to measure distances.
yeah. So, like, okay, so how did they determine each elevation change? Like the earth could be like tilted or slanted or undulating. It could be anything.
Yeah, there's also like they got the problem with the Himalayas, so you got that problem. I don't know how good chains are going to work in the mountains.
Wow. Wow, man.
You know what I actually think what happened with that is, they hired a bunch of people and people just fucking, they're in the middle of they're like it's like the late 1800s. They're like in the middle of nowhere. They're freezing fucking cold, getting bit by mosquitoes. They just want to get the hell out of there. They're going to just write anything down. No one's
Yeah,
checking. Who's going to check? Someone else going to
exactly.
go out there in the middle of nowhere in freaking northern India and freaking check their figures?
Yeah, exactly. To recheck their work to make sure it's accurate. Like, exactly.
Anybody that's worked with people knows what people do, right? They just, fuck, dude, I just got to make this look good. I want to get the hell out of here. It's 5 o'clock on a Friday.
No kidding, man. I mean, people haven't changed that much since then. So, absolutely. So the globe believers are really in a bind because, I mean, well, we talk about this ad infinitum. It almost gets nauseating after a while because they literally just have nothing to go on. And so, like, we hear them all the time, and here they just make shit up as you go. Like, just pull a rabbit out of a hat, and that's good enough for globe proof. Like, I don't understand these people. How can they continue on like this? It's obviously just cognitive bias. That's what keeps them going. Did I cut out again?
No, no, you didn't cut out. I'm listening. Yeah, I'm looking up to see how many people were involved in the survey of India. It says only 700 people, but that might have just been like 700 people at a time. There's man, 700 people probably died.
No kidding. I mean, look at how long it took them to dig the Panama Canal, which is freaking ridiculous because probably for hundreds of years there was a place in El Salvador that went all the way through, basically, barring just maybe a couple of miles, where there was a waterway all the way from the East Coast going through Nicaragua and El Salvador all the way to the West Coast. But think about all the French and the British probably and the Americans that died trying to dig the Panama Canal.
Oh, we know like hundreds of that, like it
Yeah,
might have been hundreds of thousands. It was a
yeah, they,
ridiculous amount of people.
yeah, they gave it up, and they're in there using freaking steam powered tractors and shovels and shit. Like you had to stoke those things like every couple hours with new coal or new wood or whatever they were using, charcoal or whatever. Like, can you
Well, I
imagine?
mean, think about India though. Like, yeah, so it, the survey was done in 1802. I have a
Wow.
friend who went to India. He said it's like they're living in the Stone Age now. Okay, can you imagine what it was like in 1802?
Yeah, exactly.
And you're mapping like the whole country. You're mapping like I think they mapped like the north and south extent, and then east to west. They made like a triangulation network, but they're going through some like very rural places that are like nobody lives there. Like there ain't no running water. There ain't no like they're like rough camping, right? They're like camping in a
Yeah.
very rough part of the world where there's monsoons and poisonous freaking snakes and tigers and like you gotta be kidding me, man. Like
Yeah. Yeah. Just surviving in a place like that, period, at any level is like daunting. Yeah. Like every day is a survival. Like just,
exactly. Even if you have supplies, even if you have everything you need brought to you, it's still dude, there's so many things that can go wrong. Drinking the wrong water, not cooking your food completely, something getting in your food, poisonous fucking animal. Anybody who's been out in the goddamn wilderness, man, should know knows that like it ain't just like going out. So even if you bring your entire house with you into the freaking woods, it's still daunting. Like all this stuff doesn't really help you.
yeah. Like I've been through the Panama Canal on a small ship, a small boat, a 51-foot catch. And going through the canal, like just moving around in those kind of temperatures and humidity, just moving around in the daytime was like nearly impossible. You had to be at the bar because outside you couldn't last more than like 10 minutes of moving around and you were done for the day. Like that's how hot it was
I
there.
heard they do everything at night, like in like where they say the equator is, like in Thailand and all those places. They just do everything at night because you just can't do anything
Yeah,
during the day.
yeah.
Yeah. So
Unbelievable.
what the way it was explained to me is that like because the sun's like overhead all the time, it's like high noon all the time, all day long. It's fucking high noon basically.
Yeah, it's pretty rough, man. I'm telling you, because like any fresh food you have, like goes bad. Like as soon as you bring it into the air, in a matter of minutes, it's like gone. Like I've never experienced anything like that. And the size of the insects, like, is incredible. I mean, half-dollar size mosquitoes. I mean, this was commonplace there. You had to have these smoking, you had to have these rings of like certain kind of incense to keep the mosquitoes away because those things, if like I was fortunate, like I've traveled in Mexico before and got totally bit up with mosquitoes. But these mosquitoes in like Panama or off the coast of Nicaragua, like were freaking just giants. If you got bit by one of those, it made you sick.
Yeah. So I don't know what you call it. When the U.S. Army went to Panama, was that a war? Like what do they call that? Police action? fucking invasion. Well, a friend of mine, he is in the 10th Mountain Division, and he went to Panama for that little excursion. He was also in Somalia and Korea and a bunch of other fucking places. Someone I kind of grew up with. And
Right.
so he was in the field and he started getting sick. He started throwing up. So this is in Panama. He's throwing up and throwing up and throwing up. So after like throwing up for like 2 days, they're like, fucking medic, take him. So you take him, and then when they like cut off his shirt, dude, he has an electric caterpillar attached to his fucking body that had been shocking him for like 3 days.
Wow.
Yeah, so like made him like ridiculously sick. But because he didn't know it, right? So it's just like a mild shock. It's not really doing anything to you. It's just shocking you. It got under his shirt somehow. And he didn't fucking know it. Yeah, he had a nasty ass scar.
That's crazy. You know, there's probably insects there that they still haven't discovered that are not known by man. I mean, that's how dense the jungle's like. And we were on a ship, that's different. But when you're on land and you're in that environment, like there's all kinds of stuff that can take you out. Like you would be surprised. Even like the grasses and stuff. If you step on some of these grasses, they'll sting like, and they'll put little barbs under your skin that you can't get out. Other like you could scrape them off and shit like that. But like you have big problems out in nature.
I heard that like 80% of people that live on the equator are have parasites. There's some ridiculously high number. But yeah, so one thing about the Amazon rainforest I saw was that the soil, you can't really kind of grow shit in it because there's like no nutrients in the soil. And they said the reason for this is that anything that dies, it's fucking eaten so fast it doesn't have time to fucking decompose and even make it into the soil.
Wow.
It just gets devoured by freaking everything, insects, everything. Everything's like beast. There's something dead on the ground.
Yeah, that's why you don't have fossilized remains in places like that because
Oh,
it
think
deteriorates
about
so
that.
fast.
Yeah, man. That's a good point, man.
So a lot of these lost civilizations, like in the Americas, that are in Central and South America, like they're hidden by these jungles. So you don't know what was living there, but they find all these amazing things in there, like ancient figures of elephants and pipes made of clay of elephants, mastodons, and shit like this. So you can't really tell. Plus, you know, like our history has been wiped clean because of the Columbian invasion, whatever you want to, everything after Columbus. So they totally stripped America of all of its history, which is pretty much our history too.
I mean, yeah, I mean, but on the other hand, right, there could have been billions of people living there, and there's just like no, remains of them even left to even know they were there.
Yeah. So like fairly recently in the last 10 or 20 years, they're doing LIDAR, and they started doing LIDAR in the Guatemalan jungles. Now they found this one area of about 10 miles square. They found 60,000 edifices in 10 miles square, 60,000 structures with highways going in between them, like Roman built highways with these megalithic blocks, tunnels going under rivers and shit like this. Like there's so much we don't know about the history of the Americas. Like that's my favorite topic as of late. Pretty crazy. Because if you go back, just like most Americans, if you go back even just 3 generations or so, all of our history's gone. Like I don't know many Americans that know much beyond 3 or maybe 4 generations before that. It's a big blank spot. So we wouldn't know if we actually came from America and are actually Native Americans, or if we believed their story that we came from somewhere else like Europe. We would know the difference. So that's astounding to me. Yeah, I hear they're hiring Globers at the Superior Nut Company.
All right, I'm gonna check out for a little bit. I'll probably be back a bit later. Nice chat with you guys. See you around.
Later. Have a good one. I guess we ran all the Globers off because they had nothing to offer.
There's many other things, of course, Plato's known for, but this one stands out for me. All right. Early on, we didn't just think that maybe the stars were rotating around the Earth. We also thought that Earth was flat. All right. Very difficult thing to see. If you haven't traveled very far, this is the first guess perspective you might have, right? Of course, there's mountains. I'm not saying it's exactly flat, but if you model the world in your mind, it extends to the reaches of what you know of, right? As far as you've gone. And whenever you look out at the horizon, it pretty much looks flat. If you've ever been in the ocean, it looks really flat. The horizon looks exactly the same everywhere. If there's no clouds in the sky, it looks absolutely flat. In fact, let me tell a little story. I was in the middle of the ocean on a small 52-foot sloop. And in the middle of the night, if it's completely clear, which it mostly is, at least all the time I was crossing the ocean, at nighttime it gets really clear. And the stars get really, really, really bright, right? If you get away from light pollution near cities, then you can see the stars much more brightly than you can near cities. And when you're away from bright lights for a long time, 20 minutes or so, your eyes adapt to the darkness. So you can also, for that reason, see the stars to a much greater degree. The surprising thing for me, I hadn't expected this ahead of time, is that at nighttime, the stars are really, really bright above you, but below you, they're reflected, right? The ocean is often very calm at night. You're just barely moving along. And you can see stars below and stars above. It feels like you're floating in space, right? When you look around the boat, it feels like your boat is just floating in space. Now, our propeller was a fixed prop propeller, so it was spinning as we were being dragged forward, churning up the water a little bit. And there's throughout the whole central area of the ocean, it's warm enough to permanently have plankton. So whenever you mix oxygen into the water, it excites the plankton and they light up. They make a little green light for a short amount of time and then fade away. But our propeller had 3 prongs. And so behind us, if you look off the back of the boat, behind us, there's 3 streamers artistically following behind the boat, fading off in the distance. So it didn't just look like we were floating in space, 360 stars everywhere around, but there was a magical propeller of these 3 reaching out green arms that were extending us out in space. It was a really gorgeous thing to experience. If you ever get to, that's worth all the journey just alone, in my opinion. All right, so we had this perspective that the world, as far as we've seen, was flat. And people back then seriously debated. Sailors that wanted to go out had fears of traveling too far in the ocean, right? A genuine, deep-reaching fear. It wasn't a fear of a whale coming and swallowing the ship. That's a fear of monsters, sure. But if your model of the reality is this, then the ocean surely, eventually, is just a waterfall. It falls off the edge. And if you're a ship that doesn't have a very powerful engine, because everything was man-controlled, right? Man-powered or wind-powered, then you're probably just going to get sucked right off the end of that waterfall. If you get close enough to see it, your end is probably already sealed. Okay, so the idea of exploring out past where you've been came with a sense of terror when we had a model of the world that was like this. It was naturally terrifying to even extend yourself to see what was past what you already knew.
Yeah, propulsion laboratory, right? And what makes Jack Parsons very interesting is there's a few layers there. Number one, Jack Parsons had no formal education. He had nothing beyond grade 12 or high school. He had no university level education. And with that, he managed to develop theories that, as I just mentioned earlier, are still in use to this day by NASA. He literally, one day at about 18 or 19 years old, he read a paper back then, and I think it was 1930, 31. He read an article in the newspaper about rocket science, which was unheard of at that time. Rocket science was for Hollywood. It was out of the domain of the military. They weren't interested in it at that time. It was, it was a cartoon. It was entertainment. But he read an article that was actually published by a professor at the California Institute of Technology, Caltech. He literally walked in. Just one day, this 19, 20-year-old walked into Caltech, searched down the professor, and told the professor he was really intrigued with his work. And the professor, of course, was busy with other work, but he was really intrigued with Jack Parsons at that time and his knowledge. And long story short, he sent them on to somebody else. And now, another long story short, Jack Parsons not only became a frequent visitor or guest, shall I say, at Caltech, he became a faculty member. And that's without any higher education. He was given his own lab to do his own experiments. And of course, the experiments got limited explosions, so they had to move that offsite, and they funded his whole research in a desert and funded his lab there and gave him an entourage. And this is a man who basically walked in off the street, literally, right? Literally. And within a few years, he's not only a member of the faculty of Caltech, he has negotiations going on with the U.S. military to develop propulsion systems for their weapons, because World War II is coming up, right? But here's the other thing that I think makes it even more intriguing. This is why we never hear about him a lot. They have a dedication to him once a year. You know, they have a ceremony for him once a year at JPL. And it's always low key. It's never in the forefront. It's never out in the open. And NASA really shies away when it comes to talking about Jack Parsons, because Jack Parsons has another interesting background. Jack Parsons was a Satanist, and he was a devout follower of Aleister Crowley. And Aleister Crowley, for many of you out there will know, Aleister Crowley was very prominent in the political and entertainment scene back in the 1920s, 30s, 40s, and 50s in Britain. And he had a lot of followers. To give you some idea of the importance of Aleister Crowley is on the cover of the Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band by the Beatles. And he's also, I believe, that the guitars for Led Zeppelin, I think he owns one of the houses or one of the mansions that Aleister Crowley. Yeah. So very interesting. This is how I portrayed him in the book. He's a rocket scientist by day and an occultist by night. And that eventually led to his two worlds colliding, and it came to his demise. But there's some other interesting aspects to Jack Parsons that people don't know about. And it turns out that Jack Parsons had a close connection to Wernher von Braun. And this was in the 1930s, before World War II. And I want to emphasize that point, before World War II. So now you have a scientist connected to Caltech and also to the FBI, because the FBI had run security checks on him because he's now involved in military weaponry. So he was involved in that. And then we find out that he's an occultist. There's lots of letters written between him and Aleister Crowley. They never physically met, but they had a close correspondence. But he did meet Ron L. Hubbard, who went on to create the Church of Scientology. And we all know about the Church of Scientology and its influence with actors like Tom Hanks and Tom Cruise, and its influence in Hollywood and in politics. So that's the other side of Jack Parsons. And this explains in part why NASA is very shy about putting him out in front, when if it wasn't for Jack Parsons, you wouldn't have a space shuttle program.
keep telling us, well, it's not trivial to analyze these things because it's hard to figure out the path of light and what we're looking at, blah, 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 blah. Can you just get to the point? We're looking for a measurement of a curved ocean. Any confirmation that we live on the globe, please.
Right. How about
let me offer something else. How about
measuring horizontal angles between
no, man. No, we don't want that. No, fuck that. No. Exactly. Because that's not exactly what Heritage just said, bro. That's what we want. I don't want nothing else. Don't give us. Don't try to sell us on some other stuff. We want
You're not accepting that the method that you're using is insufficient and subject to an error. You're not accepting
because you are saying so because
errors or
because you're saying so.
or how those errors
No, because you're
influence that observation,
no,
and you're
bro.
not willing to accept any other kind of observation, and you want to stick to that.
Which other one?
Fallacious
There's no other
kind
one
of
other than direct.
observation.
Listen,
Well,
AK. There's
then
no other.
you
There's no
are going
other
to be
one
stuck
other
with
than.
an unfalsifiable worldview or an unconfirmable worldview.
There's no other one.
Because,
There's no other one. The only one that you
you're
have
using is evidently not sufficient.
but based on who? On you? Based on
No, based on the facts.
What facts,
Based on
bro?
what we
You didn't
know
bring up
about
any facts.
refraction, based on what we know about the air, how refraction depends
No. You don't know.
on
You
the
don't know
factors
about
of
refraction. You don't know.
conditions
Okay, so
in
what?
air,
No,
and-
what's
and
refraction?
What we know
What's
about
refraction?
what we know about geometry and
Hey,
plugging in the
what's
values
refraction?
that we're given
Dude.
for example, the radius of Earth.
What's
Based
refraction?
on that, we can calculate that what you're trying to do here is not sufficient.
What's refraction?
Refraction is the phenomenon of light changing direction when it changes either from upon coming onto a boundary from either from one medium to another, or within a single medium that changes.
No. You're not gonna catch. It's not. No, that's
That's a single medium that changes its
No,
optical density.
that's a
Yes.
violation of the law of non-contradiction, brother.
It is not.
Yes, it is.
Not.
It is not multiple.
It is not. Refraction.
It is not Listen, bro.
Gradient optics.
All right, I have to shut you up. Yeah, you can't say there's two things at once. It's not multiple and singular at the same time. No, sir. You're not gonna have it both ways. It's either one medium crossing a boundary to the next, or it's actually multiple mediums. You're gonna have to pick one of those, and I'm gonna have to ask you to pick one. It's not both. You're not getting away with that. Absolutely not. Either the air is multiple mediums or it's only one. You got only those two options right there. But you're going to have to choose. And that's the only thing I want you to do is choose from one of those. Which is it? One medium or multiple?
Gradient optics does exist.
You were just talking through the mute, weren't you?
You didn't hear a word you said.
No, I wasn't.
All right. So is the air one medium or multiple mediums?
What doesn't matter?
I want you to answer honestly right now. Is it one medium or
how is that relevant?
Answer the question. Is it one medium or multiple?
You can tell me how it's relevant.
It's because we're going to talk about Snell's law in just a moment. So answer the question.
No, we're not.
You're just going to refuse? You're just going to.
No, it's not relevant.
I can just answer the question, bro. Why are you so afraid?
Obviously, gas does not. Obviously, air does not form boundaries within itself, and therefore Snell's law does not apply. That does not.
All right then.
That does not
Yeah.
disprove. That does not disprove.
Yeah, it does.
That does not.
Yeah, it does.
That does
Yes,
not
it
disprove.
does.
That does not
Yes,
disprove
it
that
does.
light
Thank you very
undeniably
much,
reflects in
AK.
air.
Thank you. You just shellacked
Right,
yourself.
Mayhem. Can I ask you a question,
You
please?
shellacked yourself, bro.
Mayhem, I would like to ask you a question.
What?
All right.
What?
Are you suggesting that light does not refract in air?
Refract in air? What are you talking about, bro? What are you saying? Come on, give me the scoop.
Yes or no? Are you suggesting that light does not refract in
I'm
air?
not suggesting anything. I want to hear what you're on about.
Yes
What are
or
you
no?
talking about?
Are you suggesting that
I'm
light
not
does not
suggesting,
refract
dumbass.
in air?
I told you I'm not suggesting. I asked you the question if air is multiple mediums or one, and you just clarified it's only one.
Mayhem, yes or no?
I'm
Does
not.
light refract in air? Yes or no?
Bro, I'm not gonna tell you again. I didn't suggest shit. So for you,
Mayhem, yes or no? Does light refract in
I'm not
air?
gonna ask, bro. I didn't suggest shit. So
Mayhem, does light refract in air? Yes or no?
I didn't suggest it. So you better.
Never mind. That's irrelevant. If you suggested
Alright.
it or not, just give me an answer. Where do you stand?
I stand.
Does light refract in air? Yes or no? Give me a yes or no.
I'm standing right now where I understand that if you're gonna use Snell's law and invoke it, like you say,
Mayhem.
I'm laying it out for you, bro. That's what I'm doing. So with Snell's law, if you're saying that light is crossing two boundaries, two media, then you're gonna have it refract like the way it should. It's going to act in accordance to the understood law as the law of refraction, and you'd have the change between those two media, and you're going to see a difference in the exchange from the first media to the second, which is going to cause that visual change. It's going to look like something different is occurring. Like, for example, right? If you're saying that a straw goes in through a glass of water, well, once you do that, you're going to see that refraction, or the law of refraction, taking place, meaning that straw is going to look like, as it passes the boundary of water, like it shifts and moves into a different location, but it didn't really. It's just the optical view of it. So in that, when you see that take place, that's what you're going to see happening all the time. And that's how Snell's law, or refraction, as you so put it, would be operating, and light would be acting in accordance to that. So I didn't say anything outside of what I know to be true. However, that's it. I didn't suggest shit. This is exactly the way it works. You can look it up for yourself. And I truly know that's exactly what's understood for all humans everywhere. So there's nothing to debate here. It's exactly how Snell's law works. Refraction is in accordance to that understanding. And like you said, you just debunked yourself when you said it's not multiple mediums, it's one, and you're falling in line with the two. I don't know what beef you're on about. What are you saying now? 'Cause that's exactly what it is, though. Refraction that you keep in.
I never said anything that is in conflict with that. So,
Okay.
according to what you just laid out with how it works, which I agree with in itself, it's fine. Okay. Answer me this following question, please. Does light refract in air? Yes or no?
In air? What is the context?
No context.
Well, I mean, do you mean mirages? Do you mean does light mirage in air?
It has to go through. It has to go through a different medium. I just outlined it for you. Why are you trying to make another example out of the?
When you're saying, okay, just so that I completely understand you correctly, you said it has to go through a different medium in order to refract.
Yes.
Is it logically correct for me to then therefore conclude that you are saying no, light cannot refract in air itself?
Refraction does occur, but it uses the air, the medium of air, to go through another boundary, and then once it does enter another boundary,
just air without another medium.
You need another medium for it to refract, dude. So that's how. Listen, that's how fucking. That's how glasses work, bro.
Just to lead this to its logical conclusion.
Refracted lens, like that's what you need. You need a lens. That's how you.
All right, man. Just to lead this to its logical conclusion, if light needs another medium to refract, then light cannot refract in just air itself.
Yeah, you have other natural phenomena that occur in light, and it's not refraction that's taking place. So. If you're talking about like mirages and such like that, that is not like what you would consider refraction. It's considered, huh?
What is it then?
I think that's what you're going on about. You want to actually talk about that phenomena, the natural phenomena of like mirages, and
no, not necessarily with mirages, but we can also talk about that. What is the phenomenon of mirages then? How is that?
It's air turbulence, man. It's like the ambient air temperature affecting the viewer and distorting the viewer from seeing things in the far distance. And it's also what people commonly think that is considered refraction, and it's not.
How is it not? Okay, and it's not refraction because it's disturbance, it's turbulence?
Air turbulence.
He wants you to describe he wants you to make the argument of whatever refraction means under the comprehension that is in the globe fantasy. So he's trying to rail you to make an argument for him, and then he's gonna be like, "No, what you're saying is incorrect because
I'm just trying to understand here because
you're just playing games. Everybody knows you in here at Pasco. You're just playing games. Stop being dishonest, dude.
How air turbulence is this phenomenon for light in itself. I don't understand how this works.
You don't understand how this works. You've been under this argument for years and years, and you're just gonna play the fool now.
Maybe he thinks the horizon's a mirage.
Completely how this phenomenon is understood or
Go read about it. Go read about it.
Well, when I read about it, I'm going to read about refraction. So
but the refraction is only Snell's law, bro. There's no other derivative.
Correct.
No, you're incorrect. Okay, listen. If you want to disprove the law of refraction, then you better bring your fucking A game, because there is nothing out there that no one has except for these other anti-flat earthers that want to they want to talk about some guy who figured out there's a more advanced version of refraction and shit. There is not. There's only the law of refraction, which has been discovered by Snell's law. Dude, that everybody knows this. You guys are living in a fantasy world trying to conjure up some magical refraction, terrestrial refraction, as a matter of fact, that has 7/6 arc baked into the formula already, that presupposes a globe Earth. No, I'm not. Dude, I'm actually speaking to the point of why you want it to be true. You want terrestrial refraction to be true so that you can make your globe Earth fantasy reality. And it's not going to. It's never will be. Ever. I'm not gish galloping. I'm actually to the point. That's why you really want me to describe terrestrial refraction. It's not going to happen. That is that's just the wrong idea, first of all. You can't even think of refraction being that way, because they have a formula already input into this equation of terrestrial refraction, presupposing the Earth is a globe already with a R value in it. If you don't believe me, man, go look it up, and you're gonna see for yourself that in the values that are there, the formula, it's in there for refraction, and you're gonna be like, dude, we have the R value, and like, because you guys always do that. You always act like it's no big deal, and it's the big freaking deal. It's like, why is it in there? We don't even know if the Earth's a globe, and yet our value is baked into terrestrial refraction, like it's presupposed, like we already figured it out. We didn't figure it out. We're trying to figure out if it is refraction that's happening over a globe or not. How are we then putting it into the equation, bro? Like, you don't get that. That's what it's all about. This whole talk that you're trying to get to has all been about that. You're just trying to lay out terrestrial refraction as a true phenomenon, and it's not. Because first of all, you have to presuppose the Earth being a globe. And that is never going to happen because you don't have any direct measurement of Earth's curvature, which is what we told you from the beginning, which is what you stated you don't have. Bingo, bango, bongo.
I'm really sorry that you're so emotional about that, and that you
I know
refuse to take a logical to take an analysis of the matter to its logical conclusion on its own merit. I'm really sorry that you're not capable or willing to do that, and I'm sorry. I know that this is long-winded and a frustrating process to go through something like that, but I think many people that reach the same conclusions as you do, many people that make the similar realizations to ones that you have made, should go through that process. It would be beneficial. It would deepen your understanding, and it would.
What are you talking about? Master, you're just saying word salad, word after word after word that doesn't make any sense in context of the conversation.
I'm really sorry that your emotions are blocking.
You're condescendingly gish galloping, bro, but you don't have a leg to stand on. It is what it is.
Sure. If you refuse to listen, then yes, there is no leg to stand on. If you take away all the legs, if you take me out on the knee,
you don't have a leg. You have no standing. You have no argument, no standing. You don't even have a case. You're running away from your case and trying to have people in here make a case for you, so then you can take it apart.
Imagine talking about refraction all this time if you actually had globe measurements to talk about.
Exactly.
He's saying that you're taking the legs apart. He don't even have a leg to stand
by reflection, and it was refused.
Shut the fuck up.
He said he produced it. He said this is coming. We can take a sound clip of the guy saying he doesn't have the information earlier. For those of you just tuning in, he just said that earlier. I don't have the measurements. Now he's saying you wouldn't let me say it. What the fuck, dude?
You wouldn't let you say it. You waffled about everything else.
Master has been doing this for
he knows
years.
There's no measurements to talk about, so he waffled about literally everything else to obfuscate the point. Everybody sees it. Even the Globers in the chat saw it. So you're not helping your cause here.
Seriously, bro, just take a chill pill.
I'm all chill. It's all good. Flatwater, you wouldn't let me talk about it. Mayhem, you wouldn't let me talk about it. But I said...
I'm letting you talk right now. I'm letting you talk right now, and you're using your airtime to talk about this instead of the one thing we care about.
Measurement of curvature, bro.
Yeah, that's it.
What I said is that I don't have the results of those measurements, but I do have a method to bring to you.
Okay.
What is the method?
There's a claim? Okay, what is it?
Okay, so the claim is that if you take 3 different landmarks, right, and you measure the angle at each landmark horizontally between the other 2 landmarks. So
what's the can we get a distance though? We don't even know where you're at. Give us a distance, please.
If the landmarks have different elevations to each other, then that would not change the measurement. That would not change the angle. Okay.
So no claim.
So
okay.
When the statement is that if the vertical at all of those 3 locations are parallel to each other, then those 3 angles that we are measuring will add up to 180 degrees.
Over what distance? Degrees.
The area of the triangle that those 3 points are.
Right, on Earth, right. So if you're going to do this in reality, how big is this area? Is there a claim to reality yet?
Should be hundreds of square miles.
Hundreds of square miles? That's a tiny backyard in Arizona. What are you talking about?
Hundreds to thousands of square miles, yes.
Okay, great. So if we see 1,000 miles away, an object in linear path with the forward objects.
No.
10 that's 1,000 miles away is a lot more. I know, relax. I know, Princess, you're not letting me speak. I know, I just let you speak and you're you're going insane, bro. Listen, 1,000 miles flat, straight out is a lot more than 1,000 square miles actually here in front of me. 1,000 miles distance is a greater distance than 1,000 square miles here in front of me. That distance, 1,000 miles, that's halfway across from Mexico to Canada. 1,000 miles? Yeah, 2,000 miles is Mexico to Canada. So what's the claim? Yes, the mountains in Canada are linear with the mountains here. So we just get people just interrupting as usual. Okay. Yep. They can't handle anything else. Okay. So no claim. So when you have a claim, let us know, bro. Yeah, everything's linear. Anything else?
All right. So the statement that I was making is that if those if the verticals of those 3 landmarks are parallel to each other, then the angles that we measured, the horizontal angles add up to 180 degrees. Exactly. And then we have a statistical error, so what we would measure is a little bit under, a little bit over, but it would deviate around the 180s.
And how do we how do we then falsify this ball Earth? So then how do we falsify? What would we watch this? What would we have to see? What would we have to see to falsify it? There's just never going to be a claim. Yes, what would we have to see to falsify it? Can you just give us a claim? Thank you.
I would just like to finish what I was saying.
Over. You'll never get an answer. There is no claim. These people are nuts, bro. They're just going to talk forever. No, Mayhem was right. No, I just wanted to prove. No, Mickey was right. These people are nuts. Yeah. Okay.
If you just start talking when I'm in the middle of when I'm talking, then I won't be able to hear what you're saying. Please wait until I'm finished talking, and then you can say what you're saying and ask what you're asking. All right. So if the verticals at those 3 landmarks are not parallel though, and for example diverge from each other, then the Earth would be a globe, and the angles that we measure would not add up to 180.
You don't even know. Why would that necessarily
more than 180 degrees? So now I'm finished. It was not that long actually.
Why would that necessarily prove a globe? By the way, prove any other shape?
Pathetic.
Because it clearly differentiates between a flat Earth and a globe.
Let me finish.
If it's flat, the sum is 180.
The man asked you a question. What is your falsification criteria for your globe?
Well, in the method that I just described, it would be do the angles add up to 180 degrees exactly, or do they if they have to add up to more than 180 degrees if it is a globe, and even quantifiably how much?
Well, I don't even understand. You said you have 3 parallel lines erected at 3 different elevations. You're measuring what angle?
All right, so that's why it was so unfortunate that I got interrupted so often. You're having 3 landmarks. They are apart from each other by tens of miles. And you're measuring the horizontal angle at every landmark between the other 2 landmarks. So if they are on different elevations to each other, that does not change the angle, the horizontal angle between them, because you're basically taking a vertical at the landmark, at each landmark, and then just measure the angle on this intersection of the planes, of the vertical planes, basically.
You've never done this.
Sorry, what?
You've never done this, and you don't have a device
Indeed,
that
I
can
haven't. I have not claimed that I have done
measure
it.
angles.
I don't
That's
even
correct.
claim that I
That's
know
correct.
those
Good point. That's the point. Yeah, you not only have you never done this, you never will do anything. Probably. Gotta be honest with you.
Just
You don't have
ad hominem because you can't accept his argument.
Yeah, there is no argument. What's the argument? Go ahead. What's the argument again? Watch this. Restate his argument. Yeah, have a nice day.
Let me.
What's his argument? Objects are real? Go ahead. Let us know what his argument is. Oh, he left. Yeah, that was the argument. Him leaving. I guess that was supposed to be the argument.
Oh my gosh. Oh, these poor people.
So what's the argument? Leaves the chat. That says it
Bro,
all.
listen, this is like I come to a car. It's like me going to the car dealership, and then I want to talk about the Toyotas next door. I'm looking at this Dodge Ram, but I'm going to talk about the Toyotas, and I'm never going to tell you how I'm going to buy or drive anything. I just want to look at them and waste your time for 5 hours. Dear Lord, my goodness, these people.
Dude, AK is your name. I don't even understand. Can you just draw your diagram? I don't understand. Like the way you're describing it, I seriously don't understand.
All right. I can try to.
I don't know what you mean by
actually, I'm not going to go through the trouble of drawing it.
This could just be me being retarded, to be honest. But like, I just don't understand what you mean by measuring the horizontal angle.
Okay, so the horizontal angle just means like you set up for if you set up with a sextant, you measure a vertical angle, right? An elevation angle.
Yeah.
And you do the opposite of that. You flip basically it's not the same instrument that you would be using, right? But conceptually, if you flip the sextant on its side and then you measure angle side to side from one landmark to another, you aim at one landmark and put the arm of the sextant to the other landmark. That's the horizontal angle.
Okay, you're basically like saying like you're trying to measure the 180 in the center of like two lines in the center.
Well, there is
Yeah, so how do you know it shouldn't be 180?
I think Elijah, my bad. I think Elijah's trying to come in, but is Elijah trying to say something? I think he's low. Is he hot micing or no? I think he might be hot micing.
Which is interesting because you have to have a push to talk in this. So,
I don't need push to talk.
I was prompted that I have to have push to talk.
Yeah, that's fine.
Why are you complaining so much?
Wasn't this guy's whole premise that light doesn't go straight? So how the fuck is he going to do his experiment?
Well, light only refracts. Yeah.
Light refracts, so your measurements are off. That's why you're getting weird measurements, dummy.
But
no, his argument is that he doesn't have an argument. That's his argument.
Well, I can make arguments, but
Do you see
I'm
how
not,
easy you
I'm not
debunk
supporting
yourself?
something that I don't know, that I have not measured myself, and I don't know definitely which way of the facts sway.
That's great. Listen, do you see how easily you debunk your own self?
What did I debunk about myself?
No, the problem with your thing is that your primary argument initially is that you cannot take optical observations as some sort of indicator of reality because of celestial refraction, and now you want to use an optical to make a measurement of a degree. So you can't have it both ways.
Well,
that's a problem.
Yeah, you already told us
I
it's
see
not
what you
trivial
mean.
to figure out what light is doing. Hey, you already told us that it's not trivial to figure out what light is doing. You spent hours rambling about that. So how did you figure out what light was doing over these hundreds of miles where you're trying to measure angles?
That's the beauty of it.
Since that's a wash at the moment, why not just, how about this? Have you heard of the forced line experiment? Measurement.
Oh, yeah, I have.
Yeah. So with that, if someone actually executed that, would you then give up the globe?
What do you mean with give up the globe?
Meaning if it showed
giving up the globe would imply that I'm subscribing to it in the first place, right?
Okay. Would
Because
you accept
I
the
am
globe?
separating what I know and what I don't know?
Would you
and
accept
I'm
that
not
the
making
current
and not making a claim about knowledge
Sure,
of
that's
that?
fine.
I'm not doing that in the first place. So
Okay, that's fine. Let me finish my point then. I'm saying, so imagine if someone actually executed that in some fucking parallel universe where everyone got their shit together and actually did this. And the result was incommensurate with the globe, right? The current globe, with its current specifications and
The
diameter and
result was
whatnot.
concave, by the way.
Huh? What?
The result of forcing the line was concave.
No, I don't think anyone's done it yet. But imagine if that was done, right? All the variables controlled, done perfectly, and the result was still fast. There wasn't the convergence that you would expect. Would you then concede that the current globe with its current diameter, radius, has been falsified?
If it's soundly reasoned and evidenced that it isn't, then
Well, we're assuming that it's done correctly and there's no error.
What's the problem with that?
Okay, so that's all. My opinion, I think someone should do this. Some fucking billionaire. Fuck this shit.
Why are you on hypotheticals though?
All right, to address the fact that what I said is that it's not that you can't make observations and make physical conclusions from it. I'm just saying that you have to take into consideration that what you're using is optics, and then you have to take the path of light into consideration.
Sorry, mate.
Now, with what I proposed,
Hey, Timbo, you're coming in real quiet.
The
Can you get
a
your mic volume up a bit?
vertical change in position would not change the angle between the horizontal angle between the landmarks, and therefore the refraction that we're expecting in air, which is mainly an optical gradient vertically, would not affect the observation as much, which you can also easily verify by seeing that the different measurements over different ambient conditions vary much less and are much easier attributed to reading variances.
I really have no idea what he's trying to say.
He's talking about measuring angles off of straight lines. Is that right?
I think he wants 3 landmarks, one landmark in the center, measure the angles on both sides to make sure that it adds up to 180.
Straight lines, point to point?
Yes.
Sounds like you're going to need them for angles. Okay, so where's the more than 180 coming from?
That is the question, and that would.
Well, if they're straight lines, there is no more than 180. So, yeah, good question.
Well, the only way that it could happen is that the verticals for those on those 3 different locations are not parallel to each other; they diverge, and then the angles would not add up to 100.
Just talking fast isn't going to help you any. Listen, you just saying dumb shit isn't going to help you any. There's straight lines. 3 straight lines connected is a triangle, is it not?
Well, you're not actually physically connecting 3 straight lines.
Oh my god!
You're having 6 distinct sidings, and two form a pair where you measure an angle each time, and then you set up your measurement device perpendicular to vertical at each location separately. So if those three
I'm lost as well.
on those 3 locations are parallel to each other, then your 6 distinct sidings that measure 3 different angles will be in 3 parallel planes, and you can conflate them. You can merge them together into one plane. It will be congruent to that. And then you have 3 sidelines that connect each other. But
Just
if those
quick question, AK, on
verticals
that.
are not parallel to each other, then those 6 distinct sidings will be in 3 different distinct planes that are at an angle to each other. And then those different sidelines will not connect on straight lines. And that's why the angle can be higher than 180 if those 3 verticals are not parallel to each other.
What if you're on a concave part of the Earth and not on a convex part? How do you know?
Then the angle that you're measuring with this setup would be lower than 180 degrees.
Yeah, so do you have any examples of that too?
Well,
I personally don't.
Wait. As an observer, you have a horizontal line, right?
Eli, he said the word plane 4 times. Sort this out.
Yeah. So you go ahead, Adam. As a matter of fact, is this the first time you've spoken in here? Welcome, man.
Listened a number of times. I've been listening to AK. I understand what he's suggesting. He's talking about the difference between a triangle, 3 points on the surface of a sphere, and 3 points on the surface of a sphere will give you different imagined internal angles. Those 3 points on the surface of a sphere will be more than 180 degrees. That's just geometry. I agree. You got some demonstration of this? I mean, we can do it on Google Earth.
That's what we all been waiting for.
But have you got some demonstration of this? And if it is the thing that involved describing a number of planes, means all of the angles you take are off a flat linear surface, that's not really going to work as evidence. But can you demonstrate it in real world? I've been listening for a while, and
so it's not really going to work as evidence, despite it differentiating a globe and a flat Earth.
No, well, that's a secondary fault in your logic, isn't it? That the assumption that if the angle is different, it means that the causation is spherocism.
What else could cause it? When the angles consistently add
I
up
think the guys.
What could it mean?
Yeah, well, I think the guys brought you straight back to that earlier when you tried to say that, which was your earlier concession of refraction.
Well, okay, so
it's kind of a moot. It's a kind of a moot point, because if you're going to assume it, you need to demonstrate why. And the point I was going to ask you: have you got any real-world examples of these angles? We can all do it on a Google Earth and say, "Oh, look, the angles will be different." Have you got any real-world examples of this?
There is literature on supposed measurements of spherical excess. That's how it's called. And there's also some at the end, and at the end of the day, I realized that this is a highly contested results at the very right. And but what I can tell is that the horizontal position, like left to right, relative to the area of landmarks, they do not shift. So refraction cannot affect that to real variance, because what I can observe is the elevation angle, the height of something far in the distance. It might stretch, it might compress over different days and different conditions, right? And so refraction must affect that quite a bit. But where it's positioned left to right, that does not change.
That's not good in your world, is it?
No, it's just an observation.
No, I'm going to finish why. Yeah, I know. But you just go, excuse me, going to invoke refraction to bring things above the horizon. Fine if you think you're just looking over a hill. Of course you're not. You're looking over a ball. So as well as just falling away on the z-axis, away from you down, as well as doing that on all the other left to right positions, also falling away spherically in that way. For it to render in any way flat means there's different refraction, all the points to render equal horizon, doesn't it?
I did not actually propose that refraction.
I'm not presupposing anything. I'm suggesting the realization of what you suggested, what you stated as truth. Horizon then renders flat. They're going to be the same points, left to right. Do so on a spherical surface would require the levels of refraction, wouldn't it? I'm not saying it does, and it has it, because it doesn't.
I don't think I understand what you're saying.
Make that description of what you described as your observation of reality, that would be required if it was ball, wouldn't it?
What would be required? What would be required to observe what? If it was
levels of refraction for it to be able to render as equal left to right, yet the surface
Yeah.
you were observing was spherical.
If I can interject, levels of refraction, changing the image up and down changes your claim of plumb and therefore spherical excess.
Needs to change the total angle as well, doesn't it? Some things are at the extremity of your vision, more angular variance from your center point to there. Also, therefore, you have to imply that it would also curve things horizontal or perpendicular to horizontal as well. It'd align that as well, wouldn't it?
Perpendicular
Otherwise,
to horizontal, vertical. Yes, yes. That's that's the right direction would be expected to affect observations in cases.
the extremity of the claim, isn't it? On a ball.
Not just if we're on a ball, like the realization.
No. There's no need for
what we're
angular
observing, the variance
left
that
to
we're
right.
observing in reality, independent of whether it's a ball or not, it suggests that ambient conditions change the vertical positioning and stretching and compression that we see of things far in the distance by a lot, and the left to right position not.
Exactly, and if you're going to invoke compression or those other variants, they're still going to have to resolve realignment of perpendicular to the horizon. Doesn't exist on the surface that you're supposedly viewing over. So as well as doing all of those things, it has to correct vision from looking over a ball to making it look, because of refraction, like you're looking over a flat plane. Or, of course, you could just be looking over a flat plane and you don't need excuse. You can still include things like compression that you mentioned. Compression would still be wholly applicable. And when looking across a flat plane, angle of elevation, yeah, all of those things would be applicable. But what you don't need, the other apologetics that you don't want to discuss.
So he's overcomplicating it. Instead of going with the simplicity of the reality, he's overcomplicating it to make excuses for the fantasy.
I'm not trying to make any excuses or overcomplicate anything. I'm merely really trying to truly understand what correction and adjustment and why he's talking about and why they would be dictated. Like, I don't really understand
correction. There's no correction needed. We just see it. But if you described it in reality as you viewed it, equivalent left to right, that couldn't be the case on a ball. The corrections, the apologetics that we're asking for are actually to do with only when you're viewing it across a spherical surface, opposed to just seeing it.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
Come on, bro. He's speaking perfect, cohesive English.
Yeah, but I don't really understand how it all fits together. I'm sorry. Maybe I have some hang up here.
I also don't understand your visual setup anymore. I thought I did in the 180 degrees. I actually don't. I don't even understand it anymore. Could you just draw that? Like, literally just draw it.
Hey, I have a question for you.
He is correct there, guys. Not a point to argue there. That's just a.
I know, but I don't understand.
Geometric.
Hold on a second. If I take a basketball, just the top half of a basketball, and I glue 3 1-inch straws on it, and I can see the top of each one from each point, and I measure the angle to each one of those from all 3 spots, you're going to tell me those equal more than 180 degrees?
Depends how you measure it. When you measure
the
horizontal angle between them, yes, and that will add up to more.
You're wrong. I already did it. Equals 180 degrees.
Then you did not measure the horizontal angle. But how did you measure the angle?
This is where flat earthers can make themselves look arguing incorrect geometry. No, it will do that. Take these funky angles, which aren't straight lines, remember. You've got to put. How did you measure it? Did you put a bit of string over the top of your basketball? Did you generate a chord through
the now, I could see all 3 straws.
Dude, I'm explaining. Have some manners, please. I'm finished.
Okay, Adam. I said on the top, I could see the tops of all three from all three straws, meaning they were just on top of the basketball, all near each other. You could almost touch them with each other. That's how close. I didn't say they were on the other side and I had to draw a motherfucking cord through the ball. They were all visible, and you can see each one from the top of each one.
And how
Does
did
that
you
make
measure the
sense
angle
now?
between them?
Let me just go back to just differentiation. I don't know why we're sticking straws out the top of it. But if we just stick with the surface, which is what we're dealing with in reality, that's the important remember, isn't
Wrong,
it?
Adam. He was talking about monuments sticking up off of the surface into the air. And
Okay.
three straws sticking off the top of a basketball would be the exact same thing.
If he was on a ball, measurements would need adjustment, wouldn't they? If it was in direct alignment, of course there's going to need to be a change for angular adjustment, which I don't think he mentioned. I don't know if we need to get into that. I don't want you to say is that, no, the claim that 3 points on a surface take the supposed angles between those 3. That's what I'm saying. You can't make an angle between those 3 points. No straight lines. If you were to stick a bit of string over and measure the angles that the bits of string measure, those curved lines, and they would equal more than 180. But if we were to take it and treat each line and create it as a proper segment, cutting through it, then it would still equal 180. This is what pullers do. Is they bring in this kind of argument, distraction. It's useful for them to argue that, but fundamentally, it's got nothing to do with the argument.
Not distraction. It was a serious proposition to try and differentiate the Earth as a globe, that Earth, and see which way things sway in reality. And what you're actually physically doing is you're sighting, right? And then you're measuring a horizontal angle, and that is happening between actually when you're sighting, measuring azimuthal angle. It's actually an angle between two vertical planes.
Sorry, between what?
Between two vertical planes. So you have
planes. Two flat surfaces.
Two flat surfaces. They intersect at the plumb line at the each time. And those are
So my point is if you're claiming refraction, then those planes will be up and down, will be compressed towards each other or away from each other. And this changes your claim of spherical excess.
Vertical planes extend.
Well, why are you interrupting him? Come on, Master, don't interrupt. He was speaking. He was speaking. Go ahead and finish your point, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, so if you're not plumb, you can change your claim of spherical excess by leaning backwards or leaning forwards. You can make that triangle exceed or decrease 180 degrees on your imaginary ball.
Well, then no, you couldn't, because then you wouldn't be.
Yes, you could. It changes your horizontal.
An angle on a plane that is not perpendicular to vertical. That is perpendicular to leaning back or forwards. You need to stay perpendicular to vertical. You need to measure the angle horizontally.
Right, and if you're refracted, you're not horizontal.
That is the method. Now, if it's refracted,
you're measuring 3 lines of sight.
Sighting is refracted.
So you're measuring 3 lines of sight.
Your elevation angle to the target changes, then the onus it changes vertically. It doesn't change the horizontal position. Landmark.
Well, I still can't even visualize this entire thing, man. Why don't you just fucking drop a diagram? I may be retarded.
I can't be bothered. I'm tonight. Not tonight. Sorry.
It doesn't exist. Do you have any actual data? I'm familiar with the claim, but do you have any actual data that demonstrates?
Well, again, there's YouTuber.
No. I could say
he's doing it and demonstrating it, and then there's there's literature on spherical excess where this was supposedly measured. I did not do it.
Like he has diarrhea of the mouth or something.
That's not data. I would cite to you the triangulation of India. Proof these all internal angles all add up. Yeah. Could you cite to me something that supports what you're suggesting that this adjustment required? Easy to say you have to do it on the ball, and yes, you do. I wouldn't disagree with that argument. All of
I'll
these
just
things
go
are
ahead and
being
tell you
done
that
on
he
the
is
ball,
repeating.
and you do have to make the adjustment. I'd
He
like
is
you to
repeating
show
Jesse Gordon YouTube channel. That's all he's doing.
That's
Jesse
really
Gordon's
rude,
been in
dude.
here. We've already taken him down. He
Why does
just
that mean
keeps
I
on
can't
going.
finish the sentence?
Dude, I'm just telling you what he's repeating Jesse
No,
Gordon. Do we want to keep going over that one?
Obviously, I don't need to by your judgment. Shouldn't down to things. You're a mod, by the way.
All right, it
Right,
doesn't
please.
matter. Let's move on with it.
Yeah. So is there any demonstration that the Earth is flat?
Oh my god.
Yeah, plane
Everybody a
surveying.
crackerjack in here or something? Is that really how you do things? We just move on. You don't read.
No,
Adam,
bro. No, Adam. The thing is, no, Adam. The thing is, Adam. That Masto has been here for hours, and he brings like almost the same
I've got no
conclusion. No, they want to move on from Masto because he's been speaking for many hours. He's been speaking for many hours.
He had, but it was me that was speaking in the middle of just a polite summation. Yeah, I was interrupted. That's what I objected to.
Oh no, yeah, no, definitely not.
You guys had muted him. I'd noticed that a couple of times. Have to mute him. My objection was the fact that I was just slightly talking. Get talked over. I asked about it, and then I'm told, "Whoa, gone." So
No, it's saying I didn't say move on from the topic. I said move on from the argument between you and Radwin.
That wasn't my point of contention. My point was how I was rudely overspoken, and I bothered to say, "Come on." We'd all been overspeaking each other in the past, but we were a point of calm.
That's why I said move on from the argument between the two of you and get back to the Glober.
It wasn't an argument. It was a point of why.
Sorry, so somebody presented a demonstration that the Earth is flat. What was that?
Okay.
Somebody said something about planes. Does anyone want to represent that argument?
Yeah, why don't you check out the U.S. Coast Survey commissioned by Thomas Jefferson in the 1800s? It's all plane surveying. They used a plane table survey, which is like a theodolite attached to a drafting table. And they used horizontal control lines in order to establish their positions. And they create a network of triangles. And they did this before there was any ellipsoid datum to mathematically contort those triangles to. The date is 1806, and the guy who did it was a Swiss American named Ferdinand Hassler.
Ouch.
Yeah, the globe datum and surveying wasn't invented until about 30 years later. That was with the Bessel datum, and then after that was the Clark ellipsoid of 1866. So this preceded all of that.
Yes, Amish Earther, you made sense. I read your message.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate it.
Name's Amish Aeronaut now. Love it.
It's Amish something every day.
Do you have an
Adam
Amish beard,
Leith?
bro?
Adam Leith?
Yeah, it looks like it. I've been having a conversation in the side chat with Manufactotum Chad Z, but Chad Z's not in here. Manufactotum, you're in here. Again, it's about.
There is someone new that asked the question. Did he got a reply to the reply he got, or no? Someone was asking for
proof of the flat Earth, right? Someone said that.
So he just asked the question. Someone replied, and he's gone or something, or what's going on?
Seems that way.
I'm not sure, honestly.
Why did Adam leave? I was just trying to get back to the topic.
He didn't like Radwin yelling at him and interrupting him.
That happens.
Well, actually, Adam will be pretty good to destroy at Masto's argument, but we've been at Masto. He's just gonna be arguing and talking
Yeah,
nonsense.
and then we're going to repeat
the
what
whole
we've gone
night.
over for the last 2 hours.
I didn't want to hear a rebuttal about or a what do you call it? A summary of what we had talked about for the past 2 hours either.
I kind of want to hear more about this physical measurement and survey that was done in the 1800s.
Look it
Samuel
up then.
Rowbotham?
Google it.
It's not. It's Pacific. What is it? Trans-Pacific.
This was the U.S. Coast Survey. Started on the East Coast. If you go to our 24/7 Flat Earth Discord and then look at the channels and look under Geodesy, you'll see it there.
Gotcha.
Yep, I posted a bunch of stuff on it.
Uh, 1807.
Sounds about right. I think the first one was under deleted user, which was my old
Yeah.
account.
Yep. See it right here.
What do you want to know about it? Not you, Beasticles, but the other guy, the Aussie guy.
Oh, I don't know who asked about it. I'm just curious now.
I think it was that Aussie guy who comes in and hates flat earthers.
I was just interested about hearing about a physical measurement of a flat Earth.
Oh, you want to? Well, there's plenty of them.
A lot of them.
Which one do you want to know about?
They all measure flat.
Like for real, for real.
Do they
Yeah,
stand up to
everything
the
you
physical
do,
part?
everything
what?
you
Sorry?
you do practically. Go ahead.
Yeah, do they stand up to the practical and physical part?
What does
Yes.
that mean? That's a very bland, very kind of nothing statement, isn't it? Can you be a little bit more specific?
Well, there's people who survey now, don't they? And
Yeah.
they're measuring
Are you-
curvature. Are
No,
these
they
not
use planar
practical?
surveying. They use planar surveying, and then they wrap it around a ball. That's what they do.
Don't you know that, Cal? Don't you know that they do planar survey and then they wrap it around the globe like from a math field?
Yeah, and their devices will bake in the ball as they measure. Like they don't even have to think about doing that part. And their surveys are usually over such tiny swaths that it doesn't really matter. It's very insignificant, the difference between whether it's flat or curved. They just kind of put the curvature in there and they do these construction site surveys in order to assuage their troubled brains whenever they're looking for curvature everywhere and they can't find it.
Literally, there is no reason for them to do geodesic surveying other than to bring their Earth curve into sight. But like, if you look at plane surveying, it literally says plane surveying is a common method of calculating land composition and topography that involves considering a set expanse of land as a flat plane. This kind of land surveying works best for small areas of land in large part because the Earth is not actually flat. That's what they say.
That's said so that you wonder why when you do it over a longer range, you still get flat.
Right.
Do they though?
Yeah, they wrap it around a Clark spheroid. Measurements. I'll find the measurements. It was page 60 of the so-called survey.
Yeah, the Arc of the Parallel survey. I think it's also on
Yeah.
page 19 as well, and somewhere in the 20s. They describe the entire method. It's a mathematical operation. They take
Yeah,
flat
they-
triangles and they apply some really fancy math in
Yeah.
order. And they even said that they went through a selection process of choosing which ball and which dimensions that they thought
Yeah.
would work best.
And
Is
they
that
ended up with
still
the Clark's spheroid.
Does that still make it a physical measurement though?
And then they
No, it's
and then they added in, and then they actually give you the equation that they use from the 180-degree triangle that they measure. So it's not physical, no, it's a maths equation.
They
Conceptual.
start with a measurement, but then they pervert it.
Well, that's what the globe is, a perversion.
Yep. Just like in general, geocentrism worked perfectly fine for thousands of years. There's no justification for heliocentrism, like at all, other than to a power grab.
Well, not necessarily, because
Sure, we don't know.
geocentric is the ground, but the sky or the heavens above is not the ground. So you're saying geocentrism, you don't even know if the luminaries are heaven-centric or geocentric. We don't have an answer for that.
That's a good point.
I think they're heaven-centric. But if you say the universe is geocentric, then prove it.
Basically, they look at the angular displacement of the stars in the sky and the sun and the moon. And instead of saying that that's in the sky, they say the ground has angular displacement. That pretty much sums up all of Celestial Nav, as well as some of this geodesy nonsense.
What happened, Cal? You still holding
Ready to reverse that?
the globe?
What
Go
was
ahead,
that?
Cal. Are you gonna reply to what is being
I'm
said?
suddenly a flat earther. Sorry.
You asked about geodetic surveying somehow proving the globe, but it doesn't. So do you have a reply for that?
To the words "it doesn't." I don't know. Do you want me to say it does?
No, have you been listening to what the guy said or no? No, you haven't been listening.
You want me to repeat what he said? Is that what you want?
Go ahead, repeat what he said.
I won't be repeating what he said.
Okay.
Good job.
I said that they measure angular displacement in the sky, looking at the stars
I
and the
understood
sun
what
and the
you
moon.
said.
Okay.
I understood what you
I
said.
thought you wanted me to repeat it.
No, you're good. Someone else did.
All right, gotta go. Take care, everyone. Bye.
Later. So geodetic surveying disproved the globe. You heard that, Cal?
Yeah, it's quite a statement. I disagree with it, but it's quite a statement.
Because you brought it up like it's proof for the globe.
No, I didn't bring it up like it was proof of the globe. I was interested in a plane survey. That's all. Honestly, I was interested in a physical measurement.
Like the kind you don't have for the globe?
Yeah,
Interesting
like
double
this
standard.
guy's about to request from me. I just want to understand what a physical measurement is, honestly, because I've seen the stuff from the globe, and you guys say it's not a physical measurement. I just want to see what you accept as a physical measurement. That's all.
What stuff of the globe you seen? What stuff? Can you be more specific? You say you've seen the stuff from the globe. What stuff is that?
Aerial surveying of Australia, all the WAC maps. They seem to show, you know, the shape of Australia and where it is, correct distances.
Where's the curve come in?
Would you like me to talk about? What do you want me to talk about? I don't understand.
You guys never know what
you just
conversation you're having, huh?
All right.
Did you say Australia?
Yeah, Australia.
Why not Bolivia?
I wasn't familiar with Bolivia.
I'm familiar with Bolivia.
Okay.
Bolivia has the flat lake, Salt Lake, with 4,000 miles squared, changing in elevation 1 meter.
So there's nothing to refute the shape
So-
of the Bolivian salt flats. Is that what you're saying?
No, so how something 4,000 square miles could be flat in 1 meter, changing elevation?
Well,
and
it's
not,
like you.
It's not.
You don't
It's-
accept a physical measurement from me, and
Oh, you
I'm not
don't accept-
accepting you telling me
You don't
that
accept-
you've physically measured a salt flat. All right?
Okay, you don't accept this. That what you are saying, what we put with the black swan is showing 10 miles. They should be to drop 66, 20 meters, But you have here 44,000 square
I don't
miles. That is 6 times black swans of oil rigs, that Salt Lake. And, it should be 6 times bigger drop than on black swan. And look at the devil, it's only 1 meter.
Hello, and welcome to
Why not Bolivia? Why Australia? Does Earth is curving in a way that in Bolivia it's flat?
I don't know what to tell you, man.
I don't know.
I was just
I don't
talking
know.
about a physical measurement. That's all.
What time am I
It's like
speaking
me telling you that
about?
it's been physically measured. It's not really going to be accepted by you. Like I'm not accepting you telling me it's been measured flat. I want to hear about the physical measurement. That's all.
Physical
one in the
measure.
live- I've put one in the live stream for you.
Thank
There's
you.
One measurement. I've got another 100 if you want.
If you want to know your country, every elevation
a laser,
profile,
isn't
every
Aren't
elevation
you
profile.
assuming distances to places? Like, I thought it's a physical measurement.
I've read this idea and I'm going to articulate it back to you.
Yeah,
Well,
he
what's
just
interesting-
started yelling at me. He just started yelling at me as soon as I asked him what the article said. You can't ask me that.
What's interesting is in one breath you're saying that you can't use lasers to prove it, and then in the same article it says, well, actually, on the other hand, they used better lasers and then proved it was curved.
I've
So
read this idea.
which is it? You guys can use lasers, but we can't, or
He
how does that work?
just started yelling.
It depends on your
He just started yelling
conclusion.
at me
If your
as soon as I
conclusion is flat Earth, then you can't use lasers. If your conclusion is globe Earth without a defined, you can't mathematically define it. Just if you get a curve of some type, manner, shape, or form, then you can use lasers again. Because a laser has to curve. Duh.
Yeah, if you believe contrary to me, then you can't prove your position is true.
Yeah, if your conclusion. Oh, sorry, Jim. Go ahead.
Isn't that how you know that he read it and he knows what he says because he didn't?
Now
Yeah.
he's doing Hope Laughter in the text channel, saying that I'm running away somehow for asking him what his article said that he posted 5 times.
Right, you're running away asking him about what he's saying.
Here's my evidence. What's the evidence say? Oh, running away, are we?
Oh.
Oh, it's my friend. I'm in DMs with him. He's my friend in DMs.
Oh, wow.
I suppose running away from bigotry against what he is trying to argue. How about that?
We have a bromance. Hey, bro, come on, talk to me. Talk to me. This Jamesy. Come on, bro. Have like a bromance.
I read it too. You could tell I read it is because Russia would have told on me if I didn't read it.
And we're trying to run into your evidence. Put it in front of us so we can run into it.
We're dating, bro. It's the internet, bro. Come on.
And the discourse does not have to be like this, right? At least with someone like me, it does not have to become this.
I didn't realize I was on mute. I was
contentious,
laughing.
fury, condescension battle, right? If we would stop being immediately derogated and immediately denigrated with the most intense condescension and arrogance, we could have a chill discourse, even if we don't agree with any of the points that we said. At least we cordially executed the discourse to the end, but they won't allow that.
No, Gregory, when you do things like you say, oh, next caller, try again, right? That's condescending. You're condescending to people.
Yeah, in response to the derogation, right? I'm resisting the derogation. I don't
Turn the other
begin that
cheek,
way
turn the other
ever.
cheek.
There are multiple persons in here that can attest to me. I don't begin that way. I only match the condescension and hostility that is given to me.
Okay, I believe you.
Yeah, it was pretty reasonable. You've said you've got some evidence. We asked you what the evidence was, and you weren't able to tell us. Is that our fault?
Well, I think like if I said, oh, can I have a source, please? And someone said, okay, here's the source. And then I said, well, instead of reading it, I want you to recite it, right? I think that would be, let's say, a bit strange.
I said my rebuttal to your argument is, I have a rebuttal to your argument, so I know it's wrong. It's in this article. And you said, okay, what does the article say? If I can't tell you, it means I don't know.
Okay, so I did say that in the article that they go through some of the examples of people using the red laser test, and they explain why there's problems with it, including the refraction issue, right? And then yeah, so I reference basically what's in the article, and you say, well, no, I want you to read it out loud. I mean, I can do that for you. It's called a citation.
Yeah, and the thing you read out loud debunked your claim because it required multiple mediums and had a begging the question fallacy of the assumption of a globe to begin with. So is that all you're saying your article say?
That's not question begging. It's showing that there needs to be a control, right? You need to control your variables, because if it could be easily explained, like, oh well, this atmospheric issue is going to cause lasers to, have the result that it does, then you're going to have to sit there and say, well, then it doesn't actually prove that the Earth is flat or not curved. It could just be easily explained away by just the refraction.
Because all we know is that the laser is hitting the target where there's supposed to be an obstruction due to curvature. You're saying, no, there is still curvature, but you're not giving us any reasons how this can be the case. How's the laser hitting the target?
Well, I said, like I said, there's 2 instances in the third article which talk about 2 instances of of physicists disproving two examples. It's hard to explain, right? I'm gonna get you the two examples and the actual primary source of people actually looking into it, right?
Right. So what's the distance they're shooting the laser? What distance are they shooting?
1 second. I need to get the article back up because we closed it again.
And how do you know they're not cherry picking?
Well, that's true. I'm curious because you said something about Flat Earth Discord, right? And
Yes.
and it is true that both of these instances might not even be the ones that you reference in the Flat Earth Discord. So I don't know which ones you actually reference at all. I would love to look at them though.
Well, you're just type in discord.gg/flatearth and you'll find the Discord server.
But
And then there's all additional information sections alphabetized, and under L you'll find laser tests, and there's dozens.
Cyclone, if I for instance do a bit of research on your experiments, right? And I find out that almost all of them have a similar issue.
Well,
with
you still haven't told us what the issue is yet.
Well, refraction could be an issue.
Yeah,
for
but
instance.
we've been through your refraction thing. It didn't hold
people
up because it was not multiple mediums and it assumed the globe.
Well, and there's another issue, right? So if there's actually three issues, right? One, that they're
He's
doing
not
it
addressing
properly.
the multiple medium thing. I tried to
Sorry,
have you
can
address
explain
it
the multiple
earlier. You said
medium
you would
thing?
address it. It's in the citation you posted.
They
In
use
the
different
first
color.
article you posted.
But when you just
They
say
use different-
address the multiple medium thing, I don't know what you're saying. You have to
We
frame
already
it into
sort
a
of
sentence.
covered it, but you put it in the first link. It says it there. You read it out for us.
Yeah, but you have to frame it
Said
into
you
a
would address
sentence.
it.
I don't know. When you just say explain the multiple medium thing, I don't know what you're asking me.
Okay,
So is this
you
a
read about one
concession that
array of
refraction isn't an issue?
So I'll explain it to you. One medium is air. What's the other medium?
For instance, glass
There you
or
go.
a solid
So,
object.
There you go.
But in
Why
this
is that an
case,
issue? Why do I have to
actually,
explain
what-
that? That's what I'm
You
confused
said
by.
instance. So not applicable to the
said
laser
two-
tests then, which are just shooting through air.
Well, what
Yeah,
do you shoot a
there-
laser through? What do you shoot a laser through? Do you have it for your
Air.
Multiple mediums.
So the laser
Is it
tests
like how?
aren't
What
going into
instrument
glass.
do you use a laser with?
So they're not
Hot
going
air
into a
and
different
cold air.
medium.
It is the instrument.
It's just one medium.
Okay, well,
Hot air and cold air.
there's
So
yes, that could also be a part of it. But you got to remember that when you do this test over the sea, it's a lot more problematic than, let's say, if you do it over a city or a desert, right?
It's only problematic because they're not measuring any curvature,
Okay.
isn't it?
Well, someone invite me to the Flat Earth Discord, and I'll take a look at some of their.
Yeah,
their
someone
examples.
send the link.
W Cyclone.
It's in my bio. If you take a look at my
We're,
bio,
we're
you'll see.
partnered up anyway, so you can post the links in here.
Another thing too is like where they use different colors lasers. They use the blue, green, and red. That's all to control for refraction. Each light will refract a little bit differently. So if you can get them all roughly in the same spot, that means you've got the least amount of refraction going on.
I'll give you roles in the Flutter Discord, bro. I trust you.
Well, where's the Flat Earth link? The Discord group? Somebody said that's
DM Jamsey, I'll send you one. Actually, I'll post it in the chat in this politics chat.
okay. Thank you.
Discord.gg/flat earth.
Also, by the way, whoever said my voice quivers, I resent that. By the way, my voice does not quiver.
Well, don't make it quiver anymore.
It's not quivering. What the hell?
Hey, bro, are you actually going into the search engine and writing debunking flat earth proof? Is that what you're searching for? Because it looks like the stuff that you're posting is kind of like the debunking side of things. Is that what you're looking for?
No, I don't look for that. What I do find it interesting, though, and I'm not going to rehash it because I got muted twice for doing it, but just how, because I think the Cyclone mentioned that, it's just a concept, like you posit concepts to explain phenomena, but a concept is only as useful as it has explanatory power. And if a concept contradicts another phenomena we see, then its explanatory powers, is
Well, we're
bumped,
not
right?
dealing with concepts here, my man. We're dealing with the actual physical thing. Like I gave you the example before of the wine in my backyard. That's not a concept. You can actually drink it and have the experience. You wanting a representation of the wine it's not really required even. I'm not here to offer you that.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the idea
Well,
that
that's exactly what you're talking about.
So,
we're
for
talking
instance,
about concepts. We're talking about reality itself.
yeah, concepts were used to posit explanations for reality. That's what
Well,
they're
we
for,
can
right?
just go into reality itself and directly test it. So there's no need for a representation when you can have the real thing.
Well, it's just an explanation. It's not like it's
Well,
anything that, that
they're very low value. I would say things in reality like measuring or testing experiments. Those are way more have way more
An
value.
atom
than
is a concept,
explanations.
right?
Well, I don't see how that's relevant to the conversation, but I'm just trying to say that things like explanations are very low value compared to, say, something like a measurement. If I claim I'm
Yes, we
sexually
use measurements
involved,
to support
then explaining
theories,
things
right?
about it don't really help. What would lock it in is the actual measurement of that.
Yeah, I mean,
This epistemological dispute is becoming painful.
The point is that I was responding to what Cyclone said. I'm saying, like, okay, he mentioned that some of these representations are concepts, right? So I'd say, that's fine. If I say for you, for instance, okay, let's talk about two phenomena we see in the world, right? Look at them. We can observe seasons. We can observe time of day. But how can we reconcile those two issues together in some sort of wider sort of idea of how the world works? And if you can't even take two different phenomena and for them to relate to one another, then they're just useless, like, sort of responses. You have nothing you can't explain these things, right?
To you, you want an
So,
explanation. Well, we don't have to give you that. You just go into the field, like I said, and conduct tests, measurements.
So by that
Right,
logic,
it's
you'd
one thing
agree
to
with
posit.
us.
It's one thing to posit an explanation for a result that doesn't match your expectation, and it's another thing to actually demonstrate it. Sorry, I just wanted to get that in.
Yeah, so you'd agree that when we go out and try to measure the concept of curvature of a ball and we don't measure it, then that concept has very little value in reality.
But that experiment might not be useful, right, as well. But
Well, no, it's the curvature that we're trying to elucidate not being present that shows that as a concept it has no real world value.
So, for instance, well, that experiment might be problematic. But when you look at other things, for instance, like if all evidence, let's say, like when we look up in the sky, or like when we do experiments here on Earth, right, and they all point in a similar direction, that could only be explained, and they could all be tied together by that explanation, right?
You have to be
then
more
I think
specific.
that has more explanatory power, even if you don't believe.
And
in
that's what
things
we've
like
got. Everything
photographs.
points towards a flat surface and a motionless surface. That's what everything points towards.
Okay, can I ask you how would you account for not being able to see Polaris in the southern hemisphere, but being able to see not being able to see the Southern Cross in the northern hemisphere? Then,
Too far away from it.
if I was sitting on a tall building in England, right?
If you're under a different part of the sky, hold on. If you're under a different part of the sky, you would see a different part of the sky.
Sorry, what was the reply?
If you're under a different part of the sky, you'll see a different part of the sky.
But if I was in a tall building, right, and I could see all of the sky around me, right,
No, you
every
can't see
direction
all
I
of the
turn,
sky.
right, every
You
direction I
can't
turn, I
all
can
of
see
the
sky, right?
You can see a bit of the sky.
Cloudless night. I'm on a tall building. There's nothing blocking my view. I can turn a 360 degree.
But your eyes still have a limit, do they not?
Well, I could see skies in every single direction I turn, right? Stars in every direction I turn, right?
You don't see all of the sky. Do your eyes have a limit, or do they not have a limit?
Well, yeah, they're not perfect.
Okay, so you can't see all the sky then.
Right. The
Okay, but
nature
why-
of your perspective is limited. You
Why
are simply
would you,
unable to see everything.
So the response would be that when I'm in the northern hemisphere, like say in France or Morocco or somewhere like that, I just happen to be just out of reach. But if I go a few kilometers south of Morocco, suddenly my eyes are perfect. I can see both. I can see
No,
the
it's not
sun.
that the quality of your vision is improving. It's that you're in a better position for your eyes to actually perceive the object. Why is it the habit of globalists to presume that you and your field of vision stretches forever? Why?
This is
So the idea is that we can only see the Southern Cross from the Southern Hemisphere.
No, it's not an idea. It's a fact that your
we just can never get a direct question, a direct answer to a question. I just asked a question.
Well, it's a silly question, right? That's the problem.
So is
no, it's not a silly question. So you just arbitrarily handwave whatever questions you find trouble with,
Why do you
and
think
then
it's arbitrary?
intensify and maximize the derogation and condescension. So now I'm intensifying my hostility because I'm getting unnecessarily and unjustifiably disrespected for a valid question about your pattern of reasoning.
Okay, so I can see the Southern Cross.
We got to address this. You're putting forward a position that no one holds. Okay, nothing would change. This topic doesn't mean seeing a different Earth. So if you don't see the Southern Cross from where you are now, that wouldn't change ever. So you're the only one saying that you would see it. That's not our position. So please drop the straw man, please.
No, I agree that you're not saying that, but what?
Okay, well then stop trying. Your question is essentially silly. Then, if you're asking, well, how come I can't see all the stars at once? Why would you? You're the only one saying that you should. We're saying that if you learn tonight that the Earth isn't what you were told, it wouldn't change. It's the same Earth as you've always experienced, where you don't see all the stars. So that wouldn't change. So you shouldn't be here asking us, well, how come I can't see all of them? Well, why would you?
So I'll explain why you should be able to at least see.
Oh, you shouldn't. No, you shouldn't.
I'll explain why.
Arbitrary, unspecific quantity, right?
It's a straw man.
That arbitrary, unspecific quantity, that's supposed to be a sufficient argument?
It's just it boils down to a straw man, Brett. This is what the articles will say. Well, if it was different, we'd see all the stars, we'd see to China, that's just a complete straw man. No one here holds that position. You're the only one positing that would happen.
I'm not saying what you're saying. I'm saying what I expect to see, right? Not what you're saying.
Your expectation is a straw man.
Arbitrary, non-specific quantity.
If I could get my argument out, you
don't have to. It's just
it's already dead on arrival, my guy. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying.
Tell me what my argument is. Tell me what my.
We already told you. Again,
we should see this unspecified, vague quantity, right? That's not a specific objective premise. That's a insufficiently specific, vague premise that you're trying to assert in contradistinction to our position.
Correct. When we both go outside, Brett, you and I, even though we have different conclusions, we both experience and we're pointing at the same Earth. What you're doing is saying, well, if you were right, then it would be different. No, it's the same Earth. So if you're not seeing the Southern Cross from where you are now, that wouldn't change. So you shouldn't be positing that, oh no, your position should be that it would change. It's just a straw man. That on arrival,
okay. I'm not. A straw man would be if I was assuming your argument, which I'm not. Right.
That's what you are doing.
I'll tell you what my argument is. Right. When you're in the Southern Hemisphere, for instance, so you're about in Mauritania.
You're just going to steam that. You're just going to.
Let's say the Southern.
So if globe in hemisphere, explain.
No, I'm not.
Flat
Let me make the argument, Chris. Let me make the argument. So if you're in Mauritania or south of that, south of what we might consider the equator to be, you'll see all the way from the equator all the way down to the very southern tip of Argentina, for instance, you'll still see the Southern Cross. But if you go a few kilometers, so the distance between me going to Morocco and Mauritania is not that far, but the distance from me going from Mauritania to the southern tip of Argentina is very far, right? So why is that short distance? Like, it wouldn't make any sense to say that short distance is all the difference, right? Do you understand?
Why would the reality change? Why would it shift and morph into something else?
Oh, hold on. Let's just double check that we're not just being sold a story here. What observations are you referring to specifically? Could you post them in the chat?
Being able to see the Southern Cross from the Southern Hemisphere.
Yeah, okay. Could you post the observations with the GPS coordinates and the dates and the times and all that kind of stuff?
Well, this is where you're.
Okay, let me appeal to observation, right? If anyone in here is in the Southern Hemisphere, have you seen the Southern Cross?
Examples.
Has anyone seen the Southern Cross in the Northern Hemisphere?
Hold on. Before you move on, could you show us Could you show us the observations that you just referenced?
Yes, I'm alluding to it right now. Has anyone in the Northern Hemisphere ever seen the Southern Cross, or has anyone in the Southern Hemisphere seen the Polaris?
Do you think this website Earth Sky, are they in on the conspiracy? Because if Globetard,
Okay, I'm gonna reclude myself from the debate because this guy's just gonna ruin it. So I'll be right back.
Did you send the observation that you just claimed?
No, he couldn't. He just was trying to appeal for other people.
I'll do that.
Don't worry, Brett. We've already addressed this. Brother.
Wait, he's trying to. What do you mean? What's going on here?
So right here, look at this. Is Earth Sky would have to be in on the global or the flat Earth conspiracy? Because if Globetard, they told you the Southern Cross would not be viewable. He just said so. Past the equator, north of the equator. Right here, Earth Sky says you can see the Southern Cross all the way to Florida in Texas. 26 degrees north.
26 degrees, exactly. It's not representative of the southern celestial pole, quote unquote. It is not. It's not. That's a misconception.
Yeah, and that's the thing, because his Globetard wasn't exactly either A, it's not the globe the experts are presenting, or B, he doesn't really know what he's talking about. So then he had to try to strawman flat Earth into somehow like, hey, the stars work this way, if Globetard. And they don't.
See, even then, I mean, it's just, you can just ask them, okay, well, what observations are you talking about? They don't have any. Even if that were to be true.
They treat this like a pawn shop, and they try to bring these unvaluable ideas and try to sell them to us. It's like, well, that's not our position. You're saying that it would be a different Earth. That's no one's position but your own.
It's their
like
side.
Contrive this position about the flat Earth, which the flat Earther never told you. Stop.
Right. Yeah.
It's weird.
It's like really
CB not having the soundboard, by the way.
I know.
It's really weird too, because on their model they've got the guy, the Rumpus who says, if Globetard, you could see the back of your head if Globetard. And then the Globetard will tell you, how come I can't see the back of my head on the flat Earth? Like, dude, that's if Globetard you see the back of your head, not if flat Earth.
I never had that habit. I just never had this habit where I just instinctually it's almost like an involuntary intuition of the globalist to just like unselfconsciously presume that the field of your vision just stretches as far as the cosmos. Why? Like we've all like we look up at the sky and the plane takes off the ground and it's just going straight ahead, right? It disappears if it goes far enough away. There's nothing between us and the plane except the air, especially on like a clear day, right? There's no solid non-transparent object between me and the plane, but the plane flies away from me far enough and it vanishes. My God.
It's like, this is the best part too. It's like you tell them, hey, we're talking about the surface of the Earth. And they're like, certainly, let's talk about everything other than the surface of the Earth as a proof of the surface of the Earth. Look at that black hole. Look at the moon. Look at the sun. Look at the Southern Cross. Look at everything in the sky. Pay no attention to planetariums, mind you, but keep looking at the sky. And then anytime you look at the Earth, the flat Earth, and describe it as flat, suddenly that is a straw man. That's a red herring. Wow, dude.
Maybe not all of us, but some of us have seen footage of a very powerful and strong baseball batter hit the ball and it flies up and away, and we see it appearing smaller as it goes further away to the point that we cannot see it any longer.
May I say something?
Real quick. Smaller?
Oh, go ahead. Say something. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a high school experiment where you attach a GoPro to a fucking weather balloon and then you have a GPS tracking on the GoPro, and you launch the GoPro out, and you can see the curvature of the Earth before
Did you just Google
Oh
that?
my
the
god.
weather balloon explodes and the GoPro
Big
falls
GoPro.
to the ground.
Well, that's fine. And also, if that's true, then we should be able to go to the ground, measure it, and see if it matches what the GoPro shows. But unfortunately, when you do that, it doesn't match. So you can discard the GoPro footage. You can go test the Earth itself.
No, I mean, it's
Hold on.
physical footage of a device that
Yeah,
you
well,
know.
then you should be able to go.
Hold
into
on,
the
hold on.
field.
AI is trying to say something, replying to what you said earlier. You can't just keep spewing. Go ahead, AI.
Jesus.
I just wanted to ask if I'm clear.
Wow.
Okay,
From what?
fine, dude.
By the way, Creation Bear, when you say
on the
things,
mic, bro.
Creation Bear, when you say things
Yeah.
like it's a
Hey, brother, the floor being yielded to someone that wasn't your cue to speak, right? It's one thing when you're just generally interrupting, but if somebody says specifically, this is the person that's going to be allowed to speak, and that's not your name, that's usually the cue to not be the next person to speak. Okay, now that that's said, I just wanted to ask the other dude if I want to be clear on what he said. So, sending up a camera that's notorious for having a fisheye curved lens and producing curved images is somehow proving a curved globe. I don't understand. So maybe he can clarify.
I mean, no, a regular GoPro does not have a fisheye lens. And the thing is I'm a little bit interested in photography. So I know the difference between what a lens is. I know what an f-stop is. I know a lot about photography. No, sending up a regular GoPro, the same one that I take down when I go scuba diving. No,
But they
there's
are.
no the fisheye lens argument is absolutely incorrect. There's no fisheye lens on a regular GoPro.
But
And
they are wide.
you agree that there's such things as weather balloons, right?
They are wide, are they not? A GoPro's no wide angle, like wider than normal.
Not all GoPros, depending on which one you have.
Which one do you have?
So, which GoPro is not wide?
They're wide lens, but they're not fisheye lenses. Those are
Don't let him. Don't let him escape Radwin's question. Which one do you have?
I think I had a GoPro 5 when I actually did the experiment.
That one has a nice fisheye lens in it. I have one.
No, the one that I had does not have a fisheye lens. I know what a fisheye lens is, and I know how it changes, like the view.
I have that GoPro in my hand right now.
No,
it
it
has
was
that
a
lens in it.
regular. It was a regular camera.
Well, could we have this guy read what?
If the
what
conversation
crisis report
lies on the fact that every camera has some sort of like deception, and that's why you can argue flat Earth, then I can't beat that argument. I mean, it's honestly, I would say it's only.
Could you just read the text that was posted in the chat? Can you read that out?
I'm reading it.
The
Okay.
image.
In the interest of researching the middle ground, can we agree that when you said
No. The image. Let me just post it again, guys. Slow down on the chat. I'm just doing post it in this one.
the
Here.
balloon flight to stratosphere? Okay, let
No.
me see.
The image just posted, the latest one by Cyclone.
Yeah, weather balloon flight. Yeah, you can see that it's not.
No. In the text channel, the last
The
image.
screenshot that begins with "Does GoPro have fisheye lens?"
That's a GoPro Hero 3. Yeah, I think I had.
Can you read the text?
But like I returned it because like I'm not gonna lie, I'm a piece of shit.
You lied about even having it in the first place.
So the bit that's highlighted says the GoPro comes with the so-called fisheye lens.
Oh, dude.
No, let's see, but no, you see he has it on a pole, and yes, he has a specific lens, and he puts it in
Well, it says the GoPro. It says the GoPro comes with the fisheye lens.
No, yeah, because GoPros are pretty expensive. They
Well,
have,
you just said it
they
didn't
have
come with
a lot
one.
of different settings on them. So what he has is he has a pole, and he has he's turned on the fisheye lens to give that world view.
Turned on the fisheye lens, but the GoPro, that's
Yes,
what it
you can
has,
change.
the
You
fisheye
can
lens.
change your settings. No, you can change your settings on your camera, of course.
Okay. So the
Yeah,
GoPro
did you not know
comes
that?
with the so-called fisheye lens, which you just said it
No,
doesn't
it
have a
doesn't.
fisheye lens.
You can attach a specific fisheye lens to a GoPro, but otherwise you can change the video settings of your GoPro while you're recording. And when you do it like that on a pole, it makes it look weird.
Mm-hmm. So it curves
Yeah,
everything.
it's different than like putting a, like, for instance, the ones that when I go scuba diving, I have
And
a
they call
strap
bullshit on scuba
on my
diving.
helmet.
Yeah. So if we put that up on a balloon, like you said, then we would see a curve.
If you set it to the specifications to like distort the image, yes.
Well, we see at ground level that it's showing a curve there. So obviously, if we put it up on a balloon, it will show a curve. So that's not really good proof, is it?
You don't understand. You obviously don't understand how photography works with like having a pole and having a GoPro.
No, I'm not talking about having a pole. I'm talking about you saying put it up on a balloon, but you're gonna have distortion there, so it's not very good proof, is it?
No, all you do is you turn on a
Holy crap,
regular
brother.
GoPro, you strap it to a string, and you inflate the balloon with helium.
Okay,
Right,
great. So then once we finish that, then we can go into the field and then see if it matches what the GoPro shows, right? We don't just go off of pictures and videos, just stop there, right? Because then for the Bigfoot community, we got that, video and pictures. No, you have to go out and make sure that's validated. Let's go ahead, AI.
I don't want to harp on this point. I'm just very confused how a poll changes anything about the camera.
Right. That non sequitur premise.
So if you put a camera on a pole, it distorts the image in a different way than if you put it on a string. I don't get it.
No, the thing is the person that has the camera on a pole has a specific lens that makes it look
Right.
that
Yes,
way.
absolutely. Sure. So it has nothing to do with the pole.
No.
All right.
The oh my gosh.
You don't change the lenses.
I'm gonna
You don't change
get muted again, but like
Yeah, you don't change the lenses on the GoPro.
No, it's fine, dude. Just for the love of God, say these words in any form you wish. The pole doesn't affect the image.
No, the pole does not affect image. The pole affects
All
how
right.
the length. So, like, have you not seen those videos of people skiing and doing all that crazy shit with the
Yeah,
poles?
yeah, absolutely, brother. I
The
understand.
whole world. So, like, no, the lenses can obviously distort pictures.
That's a different effect setting on the GoPro. That's not the standard. You have to go super wide angle, and that is not normal. That's the ones you see in the balloon lifting off where the ground is all twisted. That's a super wide angle on the GoPro.
All right, so if we can't just go off the lens, then what you can go off of is maybe going into the field, my boy. So, pay attention. Did he leave? He left. I think he was off his helio though right now.
Bertha did leave. These dumb black glow birthers need to be.
Oh, bro! Holy dude!
Is that King? Was that King?
How did you identify him? I guess you heard him before.
Yeah, we've been talking to King on and on. He's one of the first guys who came into the room when we set it
Just
up.
made my heart skip. How do you identify him so quickly?
Yeah, dude, King, man, it's like which King are you? Nice King or bad King? You know, it's like come
No,
on.
that was. Had to look at the screen.
Yeah. It's like one day he'll be like really kind of open and want to talk about Flat Earth. The next day he's like, Flat Earth is the worst thing ever. You know, like burn them alive. You're like the Mad King from like whatever that sword that with all the different swords and stuff and the dragons. You know, like burn them.
Yep. Let me ask you this question, friends. How many axes does a photograph have?
It's a good question. I don't know. Let me look.
What did I spell that right?
What, like X, Y, and Z?
How many?
3?
Nope.
I see 5.
2. The correct answer is 2. Now, how many axes does reality have?
3.
3. So that means that an image must, of a necessity, display 3 axes with only 2 axes. So that means that at least 2 of the axes can only be displayed as 1 axis. That means you have combined information. So how can you tell if a curve is vertical or horizontal since they're both on the same axes?
Yep.
Yeah, reality has all of the axes. All of them. That's the answer.
Point is, it's not as simple as just saying, I see curved image, therefore curved object. It's just simply not that simple.
So why is it simple enough to say I see flat, therefore flat?
It's not what we're saying.
Because
it's the
there's a
opposite.
difference between a flat object and the curvature of a circle, the edge, or the curvature of a surface.
It's the opposite. It's like saying where if flat equals flat, flat can't also be not flat. It's a law of non-contradiction.
It's just a geometric logical fact as it concerns curvature. The curvature could be the edge of the circle or the surface of the sphere. That's not the same with flatness. Flatness is flatness. The edge is flat or the surface is flat.
Fuck was up?
Yes, because I just want to throw this out there just for your guys' consumption to think on. Right? So you guys may not be in the argumentative community of flat earth versus globe earth in the sense that you're any kind of pro or expert or veteran, right? But there are people who are that are globe proponents, right, who have big channels, who have recently come out as one of their arguments saying this, that if the earth was flat, the horizon would be curved at altitudes. So whether it's a globe or flat, you would see what appears to be a subtly curved horizon, and it would look flat on a local level when you're low to the ground. So that's problematic, because if both worldviews result in the exact same visual phenomenon when it comes to curvature impressions, right, that you receive and think, okay, that looks curved to me, let's say. If both result in the same thing, then how are you going to arbitrate between the two? Because that's the real key here. We're talking about how do you arbitrate between these two propositions about the interpretation of the phenomenal world. And I would submit to you that the most accurate way to do so would be with some type of direct measurement methodology, since optics seems to be in contention.
I would argue that it's probably better to do it through deduction.
What? Yeah, how? Think about it. Through deduction, you need proved premises.
Wait, induction? What's the one where you like do experiments?
Induction.
That's the one.
What? Induction is probabilistic. You can't reach certain conclusions. So that wouldn't be the best way. The best way would be one that reaches certain conclusions. So what you need is deductive logic with necessary logical form where the conclusion must follow from the premises if the premises are true. And then you need proved premises in the first instance to input into your logic string. Once you do so, you arrive at a necessary conclusion that must be the case. So for example, let's just put this out there, just for sake of argument. Let's just say, if, and that's proposition, no one has to take it personal, if the Earth measures flat, it can't be a globe, right? I think that's pretty agreeable. Now, keep in mind that's an if. You can agree with that statement without saying that otherwise, you know, it's if it's flat, right? I mean, that's a tautology. If it's flat, it's flat.
You mean like if the whole of the Earth measures flat?
Well, it's not about the whole thing. It's about the surface can only be doing one of two things. If you let me explain, In the same way that if you wanted to measure for curvature on the hood of your car, you don't have to measure the whole hood. You're just looking for deviation. So if there's any deviation, then it can't be flat, period. So there's no requirement to measure the whole thing. And just to be fair, on your side, just to be fair in your worldview, it's not that they measured the whole thing. They're claiming they had two cities like 500 miles apart, and they used sticks and shadows to measure the whole thing. So, let's not have double standards here, please.
So as it concerns math, including geometry,
No, my main concern is
that's a
measure.
language. That's a language. So you need logic in order to utilize language.
If AI is still here, that we let AI continue it and see where it goes.
Yeah, he was asking if I agreed with his premise.
Yep, you're still here, AI.
Oh yeah. So your contention was, well, what's the sample size? Is it sufficient?
That was my first contention, but that car the hood thing, that's fine. My other contention might be with measures.
Okay, well,
I didn't catch that.
Like
What?
the accuracy of it.
Yeah, the
or what?
methodology.
Oh, sure. Yeah, you need a sufficient methodology and a sufficient sample size necessary to the task.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Taking into account certain fundamental principles that you could use to extrapolate over greater distance. Like, for example, if you could measure the surface of water, right, to be flat and level, then according to the nature of the physics of water, that would prove that it's all flat and level, pretty much. Otherwise, you live on wibbly wobbly Earth, which would still disprove a globe either way.
Yeah. Yes. Is that it?
Sorry, well, do you have a clarifying question, or?
No, I agree, but again, I don't know that there's an experiment you could do that will give you that result, that perfect certainty.
Well, not a matter of experimentation; it's a matter of observation.
Well, no, observation is exactly why we have experimentation, because sometimes observations aren't definitive.
Did they do this for the globe?
It's not a matter of experimentation. You're not trying to ascertain what is the cause of an effect.
Okay.
You're trying to ascertain what is the geometric property of the given concrete particular.
Sure. What I'm saying is, I can't conceive of a way that you could perfectly test the flatness of the thing you're measuring the Earth against.
So we don't know that anything is flat.
Some things are flat.
So then there is a way, and you can conceive of a way to detect flatness.
Well, the things that we know are flat are usually very small compared to the Earth. That's where we get into trouble.
Oh, before you make that comparison, you would
what I
need
said still
measurements of
stands.
the Earth, my friend. So you can't be so quick to make that comparison to the quote size of the Earth if it's not been measured. So that's our whole point: is there are no measurements of that.
Okay.
You don't have any
Whatever the
sense
shape
of what
the
is
Earth,
more
we
or
can
less
say it's
likely
very,
to know.
very large in comparison to the things we know are flat.
You don't have any sense of what is more or less likely to know when you don't even know the facts about the Earth in the first place. You have to know the facts about the Earth in the first place in order to make the comparison of what is more or less likely for us humans to be privy to ascertain.
We know enough to know that it's very large compared to the things that we know are flat.
Okay, very large is vague and not mathematically specific.
It doesn't have to be specific for the statement that I just said to be true.
So then your premise is insufficiently specific, and therefore your argument fails.
This is what I'm talking about. The level of specificity that you're looking for, of precision, is impossible. You're setting
So then you
impossible
can't know your position to be true then.
I can.
No, given your premise, you couldn't know it to be true.
Wait, sorry, know what to be true?
You keep saying that you can't know the specific facts about the Earth. So if you can't get sufficient specificity, then you can't know that your position is true.
We can know some facts about the Earth.
Okay, you keep defying the critique, but I just refuted your position by your own premises.
Don't think you did. Say that again.
Right. You just told us you cannot get this specificity. So if you can't get this specificity,
of
you
flatness.
don't have sufficient specificity of the premises to prove that the Earth is what you believe it to be.
We don't have sufficient specificity of that flatness. It's one single
Wait,
color.
but here's the thing, though. It's a true dichotomy. I'll challenge you to do this. Take 30 seconds wherever you are, and just look around you at all the surfaces. I've got a couple.
said
Hold on a
observation
second.
is
Hold on.
Okay.
I just want to help you understand that there is a dichotomy for how surfaces can be. Okay, so
Yeah,
if you
no, I
if
agree
you
to that.
Okay, well, just go work with me here, right? So if you look around you, you'll notice that the surfaces only have two options. You've got surfaces that are rounded, like, say, my mouse here or my cup here next to me. They have surfaces that are curved. The contrary is you have the surfaces that are not curved, or AKA flat. So in terms of the surface of the Earth, it can only be doing one of those two things. So perfectness or specific, you need to be perfectly accurate. Well, like I said with the hood, if there's any deviation, then it can't be flat, period. So I think it's important to understand that there is a dichotomy here. The surface can only be doing one of those two things.
Well, kind of. I mean, if you're going to get into the weeds on this, any
It's not the
deviation would be like
weeds.
a mountain.
You're overcomplicating something that is
No.
not that complicated.
I was talking about a specific experiment of physically measuring the drop. What was proposed.
Let me give you another example. Okay, so like mountains, for example, that's not really curvature. So say like if you take like the floor, if you take a floor, and then you've got like a lion rug, a zebra rug, a bumpy rug, and you put those all down on the floor. Well, that doesn't make the floor curved, does it? It's just topography. So the mountain would be. No, hold on. Yes, it is. It's still, the floor is still flat. It's not, you putting the rug down doesn't change the surface of the floor, does it? That's just topography on top of the floor, right? So the mountain is the same thing. Bumpiness doesn't equate to curvature. It doesn't make the floor curved. Do you follow or do you agree?
Kind of, but if you're measuring the floor, then the
let's
carpet
just
doesn't
double
matter.
check then.
Hold on. Just before you go into this further, can I just quickly check? If you're asking about you can't conceive of how people are doing line of sight distance tests, if you join the server 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, we have all these channels at the bottom, all alphabetized. And if you look under L, you'll see laser tests and long distance observations. And there's hundreds of different tests that people are doing. So if you want to get an idea of how this curvature is being tested, you can look in those channels.
Right.
Yeah.
So the specific thing being proposed was to have some sort of a straight edge against which you could measure the fall off of the curve of the Earth. And I can't conceive of how you can make a straight edge that long.
Well, even like the article that someone posted earlier references a, let me just pull this up here. They're saying that they've got a test with lasers using a 4-kilometer long vacuum tube with laser beams running through them. So they've got some sort of straight edge, wouldn't you say? Or you disagree? This is the Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observer, LIGO, also known as LIGO. So, I mean, are you saying that you can't have a straight edge, or what is your position exactly?
I think once you get long enough, it becomes extraordinarily difficult to not prove, what's the word? Prove, I guess, the straightness of the object.
That isn't the point. That isn't the premise that we're trying to defend. We're not trying to prove that the Earth is absolutely ideally flat. There is no concrete particular
The Earth is flat.
that is like that.
No.
There is no concrete particular.
No,
Not
not
interrupt
what I said.
this. No, not interrupt this. Right?
You're
It's
not
a
talking
basic geometric dichotomy. And so the flatness of the topographical plane of the surface of the Earth is not absolutely flat with absolutely no undulations.
I didn't say
It
it
is
was.
generally topographically a plane, a level plane. That's the point.
That's fine. What
So
I
if
said
you
was-
don't detect curvature, right? So if you don't detect curvature, That means you're only detecting a level plane. Therefore, you have strongly indicated, given that there is no curvature of the topographical surface of the Earth, and we empirically detect it to be a level plane, it is therefore, as we empirically detect it, to be a level plane.
Strongly indicated is not a problem. I have no problem with strongly indicated. What was being proposed was not indicating, it was physically measuring against a straight edge. And what I was saying is that the straight edge...
That is an
against
instance of
which-
indication.
The straight edge against which you're trying to physically measure the curve or not curve, whatever the case may be, I don't know how you could prove flatness of that straight edge that you're using to measure straight or not straight.
A level tool.
A level
Either
tool, if
the
it's too
surface
long.
is level with the level tool or it's not.
I'm talking about the tool itself. How do we know
Are you saying this couldn't be
over
done
10
for
miles,
curvature?
over 10 miles that that tool is actually straight and that's not curving along the curve of the Earth?
Well, what if you can see that far? What if you can see
Your
one guy
incredulity
on the
is
other
no
side of the-
refutation of anything.
I'm not talking about
What if you
incredulity.
can-
Okay.
That's
how
what you
would
just expressed. You don't know. You're not
Well,
certain
sure,
and you don't
fine.
know.
Okay,
That's just your incredulity.
that's fine. That's absolutely fine. If there's a way
That's
to
all
do
it is. That's
great.
the end of the matter.
Well, what if
There's
I can
nothing.
see you? What if I can see you on the other side of a 10-mile lake?
That doesn't necessarily mean anything.
Well, it means that I've got line of sight to you.
Line of sight. So the only thing we ever see is light coming off of objects, right? And if that light can bend in some way, it could go
Oh.
around curves.
Wait, so why are you saying the light could be bending around a curve? Where's the curve that we're talking about?
Sorry. Then the light could curve. And if there is a curve, it could potentially bend around that curve.
But
and
why
give
would you
us
jump to that
illusions.
assumption?
I'm not,
What evidence
you
is
don't
there for
need
that
to
assumption?
assume. I'm saying, without assuming, we can't rule that out as an experimental induction, whatever the fuck.
But how would you? Well, you'd have to prove.
You don't
it.
have
It's
a
not about ruling
point.
it
What is
out.
your point
You'd have
right
to-
now?
No. Wait, you'd have
The
to
point is
prove
that the experiment doesn't actually demonstrate that
No,
there
no,
is
no.
no curve if light can curve.
Hold on. If I can see you on the other side of a 10-mile lake, it would be on you to prove that that person isn't really there. I don't have to prove you wrong if you say that guy's a mirage. That's on you to prove.
Yes.
Yeah?
But
How would you
if
prove
somebody
that?
calls, if somebody calls into question the methodology, then you have to prove that the
So-
methodology was sound.
Okay, but how would you prove that the person I'm seeing is a mirage?
Are you
How
dumb? Do
would
you
you
not know what a
prove
mirage
it?
is, dude?
But how would you prove that I'm not just seeing you because I'm seeing you?
You don't see me. We're in VC though.
Very funny.
So
the guy on the other side of a
ways to
10-mile lake.
demonstrate it, for example, is if if there's other
Oh, look,
elements
you're
of
talking
the
about
image
when you
that
see
are
people
distorted.
IRL. Or are you talking about my Discord? Like,
Who's gonna yield?
This guy, someone mute him if he's not going to shut up.
what did
I
I
already
do?
sent him down.
You're
He
interrupting
jumped in
a
the middle of the
conversation.
convo. Yeah, this isn't your standard bullshit chat. We're actually having some constructive conversation here. Destructive
Listen,
for the globe, maybe.
I'm literally trying to strike in conversation
So,
though.
if we're
Yeah,
seeing
but
the
there's
guy on
one
the
already
10
having
other,
one.
yeah, we're seeing
End
the
the
guy on the other side of the
conversation
10
too.
mile lake. Bro, shut up. So we're seeing a guy on the other side of a 10-mile lake.
Are you dumb?
So I'm saying, okay, I can see a guy on the other side of a 10-mile lake. Now you're saying he might not be actually, he might be below a curve.
Like dudes.
So what would the evidence for that be?
Well, some evidence, for example, might be other elements of that image that are distorted.
Damn, he got you there.
But I'm just seeing the guy. I'm not seeing any distortion.
But is he just floating in space, or is there?
No, I can just see his figure.
What's going on, guys?
What about a big ass?
And the rest of the image is not distorted?
Yeah.
I mean,
We
that
can
would
zoom in and see the guy.
Yeah, well, you could pose arguments either way and see which one in the end comes out more reasonable.
But you'd agree on paper that would support not the globe Earth, but a flat Earth, because we're not seeing an obstruction. We're seeing the guy.
Assuming that 10 miles is too far for you to actually see the person by the math, yeah.
Yeah. You can check that. If you go into Google and you type in curve calculator, you can type in 10 miles,
Yeah,
and it
exactly.
will show you what the hidden height should be. It should be about 50 feet below a curved surface. So this is what people are doing. And like I said, if you join the server 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, you can scroll down and see rooms full of these tests being done by all kinds of people all across the Earth.
And they
you
see
can do it
people,
yourself.
or they're
Yeah,
shooting
they see
lasers and
people,
hitting
they
a
shoot
target.
lasers, they hit targets, all kinds of things. So you can go and have a look at those, and you can do it where you live, because we're not saying to just believe us. We're saying go and understand the globe math and test it in reality, because what we're finding is that it doesn't match.
Well, so for example, like that example that I brought up earlier about the various shadows indicating multiple light sources. I mean, that to me seems pretty definitive.
I don't know.
Not really.
In measuring and observing no curvature over distances where they say there should be curvature, that's pretty definitive.
I mean,
because that's the
there's a
direct
standalone
measurement of the
thing,
thing in
yeah.
question. Yeah, but that's
It's
the
pretty questionable.
fundamental thing. It's the
Well,
fundamental
no, it's
thing
not the
because
fundamental
everything
thing.
else, it says, because every other argument, the satellites, the gravity, NASA, all assumes that curvature, which isn't
No,
there.
it doesn't.
Yes, it
So,
does.
for example, NASA and like there's an ISS video where
you assume that the
No,
ball,
no.
Earth is a ball with a radius of 3959. Yes.
No, I'm talking about inside the ISS, people floating around.
Requires an assumption of a ball with a radius of 3959 miles. Yes.
No,
The assumption.
No,
yes,
no,
it
no.
does.
So in order
If
to
you're talking about the
disprove-
ISS,
in order to disprove that, it requires an assumption that it's fake.
No,
Never seen it
it's
demonstrated
that's
that
not how
it's
it
fake.
works. It's called a burden of proof reversal fallacy. The claim is that this is happening. Look, you see them floating. That's your claim that you would have to prove, right? If you say unicorns exist, I don't have to disprove you. It's your claim to prove.
Okay,
And
I
obviously
say there's
we're
people
talking
floating
about-
out in space, and I
Yeah,
ask
that's
for
the
someone
claim
to
of
prove it.
unicorns being existing.
And I
If
ask for
that were
someone
true-
to prove it, and I
It's on
sorry,
you.
If that were
still
true-
talking. And I ask for someone to prove it, and they send me video footage of someone floating around in space.
How do you
And
verify
thus
it?
far, I have no reason to doubt it. Now
Can you
someone comes
verify
along
it?
and says, this is actually a hoax. It's actually faked.
So by that
Can you
line of
verify
logic,
it?
Narnia exists. By that line of logic, Narnia exists. So does
All right,
Middle
do I have
Earth.
to talk to this guy?
Yeah, you do, because this is an open forum, isn't it?
No. So by that
Yes.
logic, now someone has come along and said, this is actually fake. I'm going to ask them
It's
to
not. That's
demonstrate
called
that
a
it's
burden
fake.
of proof reversal
And I'm going
fallacy.
to ask you. I'm going to ask you how you verified it to be real in the first place. What would you say?
Quack, quack, quack.
Can you verify it to be real?
I mean, that's why Creation Barry is acknowledging this is a burden of proof reversal fallacy. You don't want to take up the burden of giving sound argumentation in defense of what you affirm to be true, because you're irritated that someone is not satisfied with just this supposed footage.
Yeah, you'd have
You have doubts about the supposed footage.
What's the big deal if the Earth is if people think it's round or flat? Like,
Well, let's not just divert away that fast.
no, you guys are about to argue for the next 30 minutes about bullshit.
Yeah,
Okay, then
This, to be
pipe
fair,
yourself
we've spoken
on
to
mute.
this guy
We
for a
can
little
continue with
while. We
someone
can maybe the guy that we're speaking to has been spoken to for a while today. So if there's other new people in who want to ask questions, we should give them a chance.
Fine. I don't want to interrupt. You guys go ahead. My bad.
They're not
So
interrupting. Heard this a million times, dude. You're not interrupting.
I just don't
Yeah.
understand what the implication is. Like, okay, like
Okay.
You wouldn't-
even if the Earth is flat, who cares?
Let him
Like,
finish.
You seem to care. I mean, you're here, so I mean.
interested. I
Hold
think
on.
I have my own opinions on
But
it,
it's
but I don't
it's a
want to insult
construction.
anybody.
It's a
But
construction of your world.
Just let him finish the sentence first.
I know what he's saying. But sure, fair enough. Finish it.
no, I was pretty much done. It's like, what's
Yeah.
the big deal?
Yeah. I get it. They're constructing a worldview for you. Yeah. They're defining what you stand on, what the place that you stand on is in, how it got here. How do you think the Earth got here?
Well, they explain electricity, and that's the reason we're on Discord communicating with each other. So you kind of got to believe in some of it, right?
Right,
No.
things that maybe that you can test, observe, quantify, and prove for yourself, sure, but you're not proving to yourself the shape of the Earth or how the Earth
Yeah, but
got
someone
here.
could sell me a set of tools and be lying to me. So
Yeah, exactly. So
They
you need
sold
to be
you.
discerning. So
so
you
I
need to
can't really
figure out.
test anything myself by that theory.
They sold you on a
Well,
story.
you being so hasty to reply back before he finishes any answer to you is not indicative that you really consider the answer given to you.
Yeah, I'm giving you a bit of context and things to think about. I mean, you're asking why would these people lie to us about where we live, what we're on, what our place is? I mean, they've essentially given you a religion, right? A creation story. They tell you that everything exploded out of nothing, right? The Big Bang, you've heard that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the Big Bang creates balls, but if Earth isn't a ball, then there's no Big Bang. Yeah.
Hey, so the story about the flying tin can around the Earth is going at about 17,500 miles per hour. Not only that, but it's in a decaying orbit around the Earth for about 20 years. There's a lot of grand claim that's stuck to that idea. So there's much more to actually say, hey, that's such a grand claim. How is anybody able to prove that? And somebody just says, well, science, duh. And that's it. That's the end of it. And apparently, it seems like we don't get much more than that in here. There's no mileage on that. So we were asking the question to get people to engage with their critical thinking. How is it possible that they're saying these allegations that this thing is doing something, and I have no way to provide any verification that it's doing that? None.
Okay. And also, just
I
to
struggle.
finish this point, sorry, just quickly. To the guy who was asking the question, have you heard the phrase "knowledge is power"?
Sure.
Do you agree with that?
Generally.
So, would you agree that the people who are telling us our situation, what we're supposed to be in, if they were telling us something that wasn't true, they would have superior knowledge to us?
With that line of thinking, yes.
Okay, so people who are looking for power might try to convince you of something that isn't true in order to have power over you.
What power
Right.
are they getting by telling me the world's around?
Well,
You're
just
asking
the
what
environment.
power do people get from lying? Why do people lie?
It's such an
Control, manipulation, money.
I think what you're
If they tell
you're
you-
saying is it's a bigger stepstone. If they get me to agree to a minor thing like this, and then they can control me from there. But
Well, yeah, they can tell you that meteors
Well, I
are
mean,
coming to hit
they
you.
could. I mean, yeah, they can tell you anything about that space, and you would believe it 100%. They could come out and tell you, like they have already, that they have found somewhat of a life on Mars and life on this planet, and you will immediately, without doubting it a single tiny bit, you'll be like, "Oh my god, that's so cool! Wow!"
can I be honest
So although-
with you? I feel like everyone that believes this thing has a fundamental distrust of other people. And I
Oh,
have
that's
distrust of
not.
other people, but I think
That's
this
not-
is this is such a small
We
thing.
don't need your
compared
psychoanalysis. That's okay.
I feel like that's a
Yeah,
cop
I'm
out,
with
though.
you.
That's a cop out.
Let's let Bambi continue. Just I'm trying to keep it on point.
I mean,
Perhaps
the whole
consider
point
my
is they
answer.
could literally tell you anything, and you will believe it without questioning it, and you have done it already. You will have done it.
No, I think
You'll think, "Oh, that
I
black
think that's
hole
you
thing was super
ascribing
fucking
things to
cool."
me and not asking me a single question about things that I care more about than this.
Okay, I'm sorry. So tell me, if they were to turn around and say that they've found our life on another planet like they already have, or what about the black hole? What's your opinion on all of that? Do you just immediately believe it, or does part of you actually doubt it? Think about it for a second.
I mean, both.
Both. So whenever they do tell you something, your automatic reaction has been like, "Oh, wait a minute. Is that true? Did that happen?"
I just,
I mean,
I
yeah,
don't get
kinda.
it.
Well, let me complete this
You're
answer.
basically
Consider
saying
this.
you don't believe in video evidence.
No, that's not what we're
No,
saying.
because I can go
Never
into
heard
the
anyone
okay,
say that.
so just to shut down the video evidence part. Okay, just to shut down the video evidence, I'm from Scotland, and we have this thing called a haggis, and it's this cute little fuzzy animal that roams about the mountains, and we kill it once a year and we eat it for our bun supper. That's fucking bullshit. But you go onto YouTube right now and you Google haggis, there will be little tiny videos of these tiny little creatures because it's a myth, it's a Scottish legend, and a lot of the rest of the world actually think that it might be true.
I thought
But I can show you a video of it.
Consider this. Since you asked about it, now I hope you demonstrate that you really want to critically consider the answer. Because the reason that this matters is that cosmology is a profound area of knowledge. And the truth about the cosmos has profound implications about its origin, its history, its purpose, its value, its destiny, including what is possible, including concerning life, including concerning how we ought to live. And so people believe cosmic paradigm A, and they at least believe that it implies this particular worldview, a theory of reality, a metaphysic, a theory of knowledge and epistemology, etc., all the basic subcategories of philosophy. Now, philosophy is unjustifiably derogated and neglected by many because upon examination, when you question them just for a couple of minutes, they do not know what it actually is. But philosophy is the endeavor to answer the questions that concern every area of knowledge. Right? And philosophy includes metaphysics, which includes the concern of cosmology. So that's the profound implications of cosmology. Right? So as it concerns cosmology and as it concerns the institutions which are responsible for teaching about cosmology. Who is that talking?
Sorry, Timbo, you're hot micing. Please continue, Greg.
Okay. As it concerns cosmology and the institutions responsible for teaching about them, if it is the case that the doctrine that they're teaching is not just containing this or that particular falsehood, but that it is fundamentally and radically contrary to what the cosmos truly is, then that at least, at best, implies a gross degree of incompetency in spite of their best efforts for the past several centuries, or worse, it implies a gross and atrocious conspiracy headed by those who are most knowledgeable and most powerful economically and politically, indicating that they have severely wicked intentions that are contrary to the well-being of the public whom they exercise jurisdiction and governance over. That's why it matters.
Well said, man. Hear, hear.
Yeah, well said. So do you understand, guy who asked the question? Did that answer something?
He left a while ago before you gave that explanation, unfortunately.
It was still worth it.
They're bad faith.
Also, just quickly, and I got to go in like 5 minutes, but I'm not convinced with that shifting of burden of proof thing. Like, I don't know that. So I've seen evidence for some of these clips being like wires or green screens, and they're not terribly compelling. Like, that's, to me, seems to be trying to prove a position that
Josie, what's up, guys?
been posited.
No, basically, bro.
Well, that's a subjective premise, not a specific objective premise in the critique.
Yeah, I'd say the NASA stuff doesn't look very compelling, and also the burden of proof is on the person claiming this footage shows men on the moon to prove that. It's not on us to disprove your video that you can't prove.
Correct. In the same way, Menu.
Agree to disagree.
Well, I don't think it's a really agree to disagree type of thing. Like, think of it like this way. Well, it's fine. Let me just give you an example. Like, you know, if I'm your neighbor and I claim I won the lottery, you say, well, I'm not sure if that's true. Who has the positive claim here? Who has the burden of proof? You or me?
In that case?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess he made the statement, so he would. But that's
right.
not
I would. Yeah.
Prove.
The point of it is whoever makes the claim in the first place. So as soon as you claim something, you have the burden of proof no matter what it is. You're making a claim. It is on you to prove it. So if you're claiming a video,
is false.
That's not the claim, right? That's you in my example. That's you saying, yeah, I don't believe that you won the lottery. That's not now a new claim where you now hold the burden of proof and it relinquishes me of my positive claim. It doesn't really work that way. It's even the same in like a court setting. If I'm the plaintiff and I charge you with, say, fraud, I have the burden of proof to show that those charges hold up.
So what's
I can't reverse the burden on you and say, no, you have to disprove what I'm saying.
Hey,
That's
Joby,
not how it
guys.
works. So
I understand that.
in this example, if they're claiming that they've got these men in this place, well, that's the claim. That's claiming you won the lottery. So you have to show that. Us saying that's not true isn't now a new claim.
Okay.
So I just want to help you understand that.
I get it. So in a court of law, there's different standards to which we prove things, right? So
I think it's a good setting. I think it's a pretty solid standard. I mean, like another good example is like
standard. What I'm saying is there's beyond a reasonable doubt. There's preponderance of evidence. There's what's the other one in civil cases? Maybe that
right, but you know what there isn't though is fallacious reasoning. You can't go to a judge and say a lot of the things that people say here. Oh well, Your Honor, my client is just stupid, or Your Honor, they just don't believe. Like those types of things wouldn't fly. So,
right, but
and also, also one thing is just
sticking to the specific. In a court of law, someone says we have video footage of this guy going into the bank and robbing it, and the other lawyer says, "Oh no, that's fake." Now, who has to prove what in a court of law?
Well, if you are the positive, if you're the plaintiff, you have the burden. If you're
not experiencing curvature.
So the only thing that's flat is Gaza. See what I did there.
That was very profound, you know.
Well, you know what they say now? They say that like, and when the reason why all those documents have flat, non-rotating Earth is just that it's easier to make calculations, for basic things, but that when they do things like when they target missiles in real life, then they do calculate for ocean and curvature. I don't know if it's true, but
not true.
That's what they say.
Happened. I missed the question. Sorry, I had a phone call.
It's just how you know how you were saying about how all the documents like the targeting for missiles and stuff, they always have these like at non-rotating Earth, right? It's true, but it's
No,
like,
not
what
always.
they
Not
say.
always. Not always. Go ahead though, but not always.
Oh, I was just heard from a debunker recently that they were saying that that's just because they need that to make basic calculations, but that when they're actually in the field, they calculate for those things or something along those lines. I don't know.
Oh, okay. So, well, you heard a story. That's a cool story, bro.
It's a story. Yeah, I know.
Cool. I mean, that's the whole point, right? I mean, that's the whole point. We have a bunch of stories versus the skeptics that don't believe in story. Everybody, I can always come up with a new story, bro, to tell you. I mean, I flew a dragon across the Grand Canyon, and the angel took the picture from me, and that's how I got my photography. And I guess some of these people will believe that. But then at least I go to some of these flat earthers and they go, no, that's not possible. I think you did this. And I go, okay, you got me. I took the picture from an airplane, you know. So the story will
so let
explain
me
the
ask
evidence.
Let me ask a question about this. So you think that they make the formula easy because they make planes for people to fly in, so who cares if it crashes into the ground? But in reality, when they fire a missile, they don't want to lose that $50,000 missile, so they calculate the curve into it. Is that what you're saying?
No, the idea is that, and again, I don't really necessarily believe this, but I'm just saying I've heard this response. That argument is that what they're saying is that they use that
story
kind of thing
again.
in academic settings. They use the flat non-rotating Earth in academic settings. in the lab. They don't use it in the field, and this includes for playing.
Aircraft footage to actually look at, but you know about some guy's story. I just kind of find it sus. I gotta be honest with you. Like, there's thousands of things we've been witnessing, artillery weapons. My M4, I shot a 120 millimeter cannon. I mean, everything we do in reality is reality. But if somebody gives you a story, now you're going around telling people about the story. Just kind of weird. I don't get it.
I'm asking you how you respond to
You're
these
asking me
arguments.
about a story? A story, I would say this is what we do in real life.
Just relax.
No, I'm
Can you
sorry
just
that you're
relax?
triggered. No, listen to you. You're getting upset and you keep talking about
You're getting
stories.
triggered.
No, listen to you. Listen to yourself. Here we go. Here we go. That's the point. So here's what I'm trying to get at is that in real life we do certain things, and that's how we prove how real life works. So if somebody tells you a story, shouldn't you be obligated to look into that if you're going to go repeating the story? It's just kind of weird.
I can answer you that. There is no.
He just can't say,
there
yeah,
is
you're
no-
right. Maybe he should be different and say, wow, that's a good idea. I should look into this. It's a
Yeah, I
story,
will-
bro. Yeah,
I
I'm
will
showing
look
real
into it,
footage.
though.
Yeah. Well, some of us have real footage and some of us have stories. And
Just
okay.
asking a question.
Yeah, but you keep. I know you keep repeating it. I know you keep doing this. You keep repeating this weird story. No, he didn't. He was commenting. No, he wasn't asking you anything. He's telling you the reality that, yeah, nobody experiences this. He was probably mocking you. So go ahead, just keep telling us stories then. You're just going to keep, okay, go ahead. Keep telling us some stories then. Sure.
The next question would be, I mean, how could I test that? How could I find out?
Yeah, I mean, that's the point. Yeah,
Can I-
here's
can
the
I-
point. Yeah, so who was this? Yeah, who was the first person that told you this? Because I guarantee you can't give me a name. That's going to be the first problem, is that you can't even tell me who told. Exactly. Exactly.
I don't know.
That's what. So somebody that you don't even know is telling you this stuff, and you're just going around repeating it. It's really weird, man. I don't get people. I know. So that's my point, is that not everybody, I know, look how upset you are. Not everybody just lives on the internet and goes repeating what other people on the internet say. We're trying to talk about reality. So yes, when somebody makes a claim about something from an unknown mysterious ghost person, that's not that important, bro. It sounds like it's your claim. It might be your claim, and you're just scared to admit that this is my claim.
They have a point in that.
Oh, who's they? Who are they? Okay, who are they? I'm sorry, who are we talking about? Okay, who is that? So who is this person? Wow, this is weird, bro. You gotta just stop hiding from reality. It's just you're hiding from your own emotions right now.
Listen, just relax.
Oh wow. Okay, listen. I'll let somebody else talk to you, man. I'll let somebody else talk to you. It's okay.
This idea. Just relax.
This is just really cringy, to be honest. It's really, bro. I'm not at that level. I'm not gonna do with the cringe weird stuff. I'm sorry. Sorry, man. I gotta go.
Oh, because when they bring that idea, right, that it's so. They're just academic.
How do you land a plane?
They're
How do you
academic,
land-
but they don't have a source or a name. Like what?
How do they land a
That's what I
plane
see,
if
that's
it's
what I see.
actually spinning?
How the fuck are they academic if you don't
that's
even know where
another
they're
question.
from?
That's another asking about this.
No, but you're making claims, but you don't even know who they are.
No, when the people make this.
You just said they were academic, but you don't know from like
Yeah,
what
like, when
person or what institute or what research bureau, like nothing.
People will pull out like these things. These
Dude, you're low energy, dude. You're low energy.
Oh, sorry.
I have you all the way up now, but I can't hear you, bro. You're all the way up on my end.
You're low energy.
People bring the argument. All these associations like NASA and military targeting papers that have been written. They bring out academic papers like that, so that it always says calculating using Earth. Very interesting.
Do you
I
know
agree.
what? I can
I
answer
agree,
to
I
you.
agree there's-
Military, who was in military, soldier, whatever was he didn't account on curvature and rotation ever. Who was in military? Who was in military?
I was in the military.
Did you account
And
on
whenever
that?
they trained us to do things as we would do them in real life. They never told us, hey, here's something that you don't actually do, but train for it anyway. It didn't happen. That was a waste of money.
Yeah, that will
Okay, so
every
did you
soldier.
do- did you
That
do-
will every soldier will tell you this. I never account on curvature and rotation. How is that possible? What? Yeah. Every soldier will tell you this. I never account on the curvature and the rotation. Yeah.
Except for Casper, the guy that's really never been in the military, that's an unknown person on the internet, who said that all of that's wrong, but we don't know who this person is, but it's very credible.
Man,
Just dismiss it.
you better not join
Everything
the
is wrong.
artillery. Right,
Yeah, everything is wrong.
Like, what the fuck?
Is this person drunk too? How many drunk people are here?
You was in military, man? You was in
Goodness.
military.
This shit just makes me laugh, dude. Like, this guy's
I
saying
was
no military personnel accounts for the curvature.
That's right,
of the
ever.
Earth
You was in
while
military, I was
targeting
right.
them.
I was
Absolutely
in
right.
military.
Absolutely.
I was in military.
Yep, exactly right. Yeah, if there's any evidence against that, so all you need is some evidence against that, guys, and we would love to see that. Best of luck. Hopefully, we can see that.
Literally.
But yeah, so in conclusion, the military says this, but there's some unknown guy that said, no, that's not true. Nah, crypto's favorite word, nah, is the answer. So this guy said, how do you explain the nah, crypto? He's saying nah to everything. So can you please explain, guys, what the nah is? Yeah.
Oh, I can probably explain it. I think probably the guy who's been in the military has got a better idea of what the military actually does than the 16-year-old on the internet. But that's just.
Well, I think it's like a maybe Casper the Friendly Ghost. We don't even know if this is a real person. I think it's a split personality that said nah.
Or
Planes don't fly without gravity.
What does that even mean? What does that even mean?
Or do they?
What does that mean? Come on, tell us what that means.
Wow.
I mean, saying "wow" isn't an explanation. What does that mean?
That's me. That was me. Go ahead.
Oh, fair enough. What does that mean? Planes don't fly without gravity. What does that mean?
What's that mean? What does that mean?
Yeah, what does it mean?
What do you mean? What does that mean?
I'm gonna sit down. Yep.
Really?
Yeah, really. What do you mean?
Well, I'm asking you what you meant. So I am not a mind reader. Perhaps you can elucidate.
Hallucinate?
No, elucidate.
I don't know what that word means.
It means
English is not my
elaborate.
first language.
It means elaborate. It's the same word.
Elaborate.
Yes.
Well, how do you think planes go forward?
Planes go forward because of gravity?
Well, yeah, to a certain extent they do.
What?
This is getting frightening. This is frightening. I hope you're recording this, guys.
Yeah,
I hope you're
I
recording this.
hope so.
Go ahead.
This is the first
Wow. I have never heard anything like. Is this the same guy that was talking about Casper earlier, or is this a different guy?
I'm not that guy. I'm actually
Okay.
not a flat earther.
No, I'm not either.
We can
Neither
tell.
was-
We can tell.
Yeah. Okay. My goodness. You guys continue. Okay.
Yeah, so, okay, fine. Tell me what gravity is.
Tell you what gravity is.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna fucking use words
Don't worry,
that I
the
don't
questions
need
will
to
get easier.
use on a daily basis. So, gravity
Only
is
today.
like. How do you explain gravity?
Well, I was hoping you would.
It's a force that pulls onto you
Leans forward
to bigger objects, I guess.
Okay, so you think that gravity is the effect, not the cause, right? So you're talking about
Yes,
what
it's
actually
a
happens.
effect. Yeah.
Okay, fine. So what you're effectively saying is that planes can only fly in the environment that we all agree on already. Well, yeah, I mean that's obvious. I don't know why you needed to say that.
Well, without it, it wouldn't fly. My point.
But that's a meaningless statement.
Well, it means it has to mean something to these.
But we
people.
all agree. We
no,
all
we
agree.
don't. That's the whole point. We don't. We don't.
Well, if you'd let me finish, then you'd actually know what I was stating that we agreed on, but you decided to talk over me. So
We
we all
don't
agree. You don't know what I'm talking about yet because you keep
Okay.
talking over me.
Say it. Say it.
Yeah,
Say it.
just stop
Say it.
talking.
Say it.
Just stop talking. Right.
Say it.
Stop talking.
Say it.
You're going on mute. Shut up, dickhead.
I was working on doing that.
Damn, someone got muted.
Yeah, he's obviously not here for a proper discussion. Anyone else?
I agree with what he's saying.
But that you don't agree? You don't know
You
what
guys
he
want me
said.
to finish what I was saying, or?
No,
I
not
want you to
really.
finish what you're
I
gonna say.
don't.
Oh, it's Ty again. Oh, hello, Ty. How you doing? You here to strawman people?
Are you gonna mute me here now too?
Only if you
Does
strawman
it
someone.
carry over from other channels?
No. If you
Okay,
strawman
good,
someone,
good.
you will get muted for for doing that though.
Okay, cool. Good thing I don't do that.
How do you
Well, you
guys
did,
think
but-
planes fly if you guys don't think gravity is involved?
Gravity.
We agree on the effect of gravity. So what he said doesn't mean anything in the context of this debate. That was the whole point.
Holy
Well, wait a minute. What is that? But you guys understand that gravity is involved in flying, right?
Things
You do
fall,
agree on
dude.
that.
Hey, guess what? Things fall, and they go up.
Yeah, we're
Why?
agreeing on the
does
effect
fly?
though. That's why I asked him what he thought gravity was, right? And then when he said, "Well, it's a force that pulls things down," well, then he's talking about the effect, which is that when you drop something, it falls. I mean, but that's not in contention anyway, so it's a meaningless statement.
Planes have to fall slowly, right? So you have to know how to fall slowly.
Right, but we don't disagree on the effect, so it's a meaningless statement.
So do you think planes are only flying through the air, or do you think that they gain enough lift to get into the air and then they let gravity bring them back down slowly?
I don't know how many times I can say the same thing. We agree on the effect, and so it wouldn't be any different.
Why wouldn't it be different?
Because we agree on the effect.
Things fall, dude.
So you do agree with it?
Yeah,
but that's why it's a meaningless statement.
Why is it meaningless? It doesn't have. It has
Because he wasn't talking about the cause; he was talking about the effect, which we agree on. This is so basic.
Like saying
Well, the
yes,
cause
yes.
is the mass of Earth.
Oh,
right. Well, if he was talking about the cause, then there's a discussion to be had. But he was talking about the effect, right? So when he made the statement, planes only fly because of the effect of gravity. Well, we agree on that because we agree on the effect. Like I've said that 6 times.
How does that change what he said before that?
It doesn't change anything. It's just that was the conversation being had.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't understand what you're asking now.
I mean, it sounded like you guys were arguing. I mean, you were in contention with what he was saying, but now you're saying that he was right because you asked him what is gravity?
Emoji in chat explains this topic.
You were like, what is gravity? Because there was a conversation. You were having a conversation, then you said, "What is gravity?" And go back. I want you to go back to before that. Since we agree on what gravity is, why were you?
No. That's not what I said. I didn't agree on what gravity is. I asked him whether he was talking about the effect or the cause.
So you didn't agree with gravity.
Oh my God!
Wait a minute. Were the Wright
what
brothers
difference does
having
it make?
discussion? Wait, were the Wright brothers having discussions about gravity?
Yeah, they were actually really importantly.
Einstein.
Thank you for
really
unmuting
importantly.
me. So,
how did those discussions go?
Gravity had a huge. They were like, "Hey, let's figure out how not to die from falling out of the sky after we get
to
up
answer your question, no, flat earthers don't.
What? Don't what?
Flat
Their
earthers
logic doesn't follow the gravity path.
What was weight to lift ratio? Is weight, the gravity.
No,
it's
but
literally
it's
in the
also
equation for flying.
Mass.
Space
For
time?
something to have gravity, it tends to have mass. Mass pulls things together. It turns into a sphere-like object. Same with Earth. So therefore,
Welcome to the outer space religion. There's
Are you
nothing else in
reading from a
existence
hymnal,
besides spheres, apparently.
There you go.
Oh, wow. Is everybody drunk today? I think the third
Yeah.
person in a row that's wasted.
Pretty
Dang.
much
Okay.
everything is sphere-like in space.
There you go. Okay. Well,
Man explained it everything. Close the server, man. I
well,
get it
that's.
now.
I mean, this is like a perpetual exorcism at this point. Like demons are just. Poof, there's another one.
I'm gonna bring.
What do you mean? There's another one. I'm literally on your side on
Another
this.
one.
I'm gonna bring another one out right now. Things fall, Earth is flat and stationary, and we breathe air from inside a contained environment. So now, what do you got to
Poles
say
are
about
whole
flying
round
airplanes?
for a reason.
Another one.
Another one.
DJ Khaled.
Why are things falling?
Yes, because
Because
that's down. Sorry, that's down. People knew things fall for thousands of years before any magical words to accompany an outer space religion. Just so you know. That's
Sea
right.
level.
Zara.
Sea level doesn't fall.
No, they knew
there
like
you go.
So
Interesting.
you think before that apple fell on his head, when people tripped, they actually floated?
Yeah.
Question,
Oh
what
my
if I
gosh.
drop? What if I
I mean, they
drop
could see
above
birds
the?
fly. They could see birds
Question.
flying.
Yeah, and they
Question for
land
the-
too. Yeah. Wow, it's
Yeah,
amazing.
but they wouldn't. They
explains how
wouldn't
they built
like
the pyramids.
right.
Yeah,
Instead,
Can
they
I
It
would
ask?
explains how they
glide
built the
downwards,
pyramids and how they
so they
built
could
like
see that like the bird was like
aqueducts.
controlling their descent downward, and so that there was
It's so easy to
control
build
over
pyramids if you don't have like
falling.
gravity. Like
If you
can
don't
just
believe it,
float-
bro.
you can
Damn
just
it.
float up there and place the bricks where you need
Like
them,
there's
and
a
then float back down
consistent
again.
speed.
Exactly. Oh, what's that speed?
9.8 meters per
Give you
second squared, I think, or
Give you
is it cubed? I
2,000.
can never
Give you
remember.
two. Let me know if you have any evidence at all. I'll give you $2,000 right now. Take your time.
What if I drop the?
That was
What
easy.
if
Talking
I
about
drop?
terminal velocity.
Can I ask you a
Yeah,
question?
go
What if I
find
drop?
your claim. Let me know when you drop something and that you get those averages from thousands of years ago. Yeah, I can't wait to see that math.
Plus, things
So
don't fall at the same
let's try
rate.
like this. What if I drop something above the Bolivian Salt Lake? What will happen? It will drop down.
So things can only fall at those certain numbers if you say the word gravity. Crypto. That's the
So
final
like you know the
page on
fossil
this.
record. So, like the fossil
the-
record is.
Whoa!
Like you
Yeah,
dig
from
down
the
and
flood of
So,
Noah.
like,
Yeah, the
all
flood of
the
Noah.
you can
Whoa,
see the
yeah,
layers of things
yes,
falling down.
Yes,
Things
the
fell
flood
down.
of
And
Noah.
then they
Yes,
got,
so water. It's called
and then more
hydrologic
things fell
sorting.
down on
Yeah.
top of that, and then they were sealed
Yeah,
in rock
yeah,
and fossilized.
yeah.
and
Did
then
they know
there's
about the
perfect.
word gravity? Did they know
Guys,
about the
you
word
want a
gravity to do
timer?
that?
Yeah, because
Jesus,
they can see
baseball.
the layers of
I
gravity,
can
like
read,
of all the
bro. This is
material.
another.
Boys,
There's no way this
what the
person's
fuck?
real. He said they had to know about the fossils knew about the word gravity, guys. I want you to know this. This is how
Well,
smart
yeah, I
this
mean, how else
atheist
are they
is.
layered? And how are they layered under,
Oh my
exact
gosh! Oh
timeline
my gosh, bro!
Yeah,
We're
why
dealing
aren't
with
there any
and perfectly
dinosaurs?
preserved
we
in
are dealing
stone?
with
They couldn't
AI
have been
bots.
layered
This is
like
not a
that.
this is not a
Do
real
you guys know what
person.
do you know what fossilization is?
Yes, they fossilize because they get buried in water rapidly. It's required for water. It's amazing. Isn't that nice?
for water.
Fossilization, yeah. Isn't that nice? It's
Wait,
happening today. Yeah, we can watch things
did you
fossilize
say
in
that-
water today.
Wait, things
You
fossilized
didn't know about
in
that?
water?
And all of
You
that
didn't
happened
know
before
this.
Newton.
They had no
Weird.
idea. Yeah,
Yeah, dude,
crazy.
you can go see a tank that was fossilized. I think from World War One.
That's not what
Things
fossilization
fossilized.
is.
Right
And
into a
mineralization is.
stone.
It's a replacement for the minerals. Yes, it is. You don't even know, bro. You can't even give an
Mineralization?
example, bro. You people believe in evolution. You can't even define adaptation in nature, bro. You're a normie. You believe in your television. We got it. Show
Adaptation?
us some evidence. Show us some.
So, I
Yeah,
mean,
give me an example of
adaptation would be
in
like
nature.
the
in nature.
yeah,
In
like-
nature. In nature.
well, what do you mean, like
in
trees
in nature.
and humans?
Oh, tree. No, that's the point. Yes, that's existence and creation. Can you show adaptation?
Yeah, so because
You're
things
just naming things.
before
You're
there
just
wasn't
naming things. Yeah,
we
that's a
breathe
story.
oxygen.
That's your
We
story. Yeah, that's
adapted
your
to the
story. I know.
oxygen
Oh, you have
on
the
the-
exact. I know. The trees knew the word oxygen, right?
So, like,
you
yeah,
have
there
to give an
wasn't
example. All you have to do is
everything
try
was-
to give an example. I'll give you $1,000 if you can just explain adaptation in nature. Just
Right.
try to explain
So,
adaptation in
when-
nature.
So like in the early
You got to get a definition first. So when you have a definition first, let me know, and then you can start to then go forward after you have a definition for adaptation. So let me know if you can find
adapting
that.
to your environment. Yeah,
Adaptation in biology. In biology, you got to look up the definition. When you can give an actual definition, let me know. Just get a definition first,
Like,
and then you
when
can explain
something
how it works.
when something's like
Is
adapted
this an
to its
actual
environment.
definition? Is this
so
out of your imagination, or is this a definition?
that's the definition.
This is just all of your imagination. Okay, go find me the citation and then bring it here. Let me know when you find that.
Hold on. I'll cite citation.
Take your time. Sure. Just let me know when you find a citation from any source at all that has any involvement with biology. You just have to be involved with biology. And then all you got to do is then explain an example of it.
How about National Geographic? Is that
Okay, so
biological enough?
this is going to be just the definition. So give us the definition first. Yep. Go ahead.
Biological definition. Adaptation. Evolutionary adaptation, or simply adaptation, is the adjustment of organisms to their environment in order to improve their chances at survival in that environment.
There you go. So all you got to do is show me an adjustment to the organism because of their environment in real time, actual evidence in nature, and you're done. We're good to go. Evolution's proved. Show the adjustment.
An adaptation. So for like birds, for example.
Yeah, show the adjustments in nature. All you got to do is show me. Now you have to show the evidence for adaptation in nature, the adjustment. Let's see the adjustments.
So, well, the birds' beaks are adjusted to the environment that they're in. So,
yeah, they already have that. Yep. So we need to see.
So, like,
right.
a bird
So you
of
have to
prey
have.
has, like,
right. Do you have an? Right. They already have that. You show any. Right. I know they already have. Do you show any adjustments? Remember the term in the definition is adjustments. Yes. You have to now show us then adjustments or a variation
well, there's
or
like,
a change. Yeah.
We have the bones. We have the bones of their like great grandparents.
I know, but that's not showing an adjustment. That's showing something that died a long time ago because it couldn't adapt. That's the opposite of adaptation, right? It died. So you got to show me that's something that lived because it made one example. No, it died because yes, exactly. So show me an example of something adjusting to stay alive.
Well,
that's all you got to do.
I mean, their grandbabies, the descendants of the thing that was adapted.
Okay, so you're saying staying the same as adjusting?
No, I'm talking about their next.
Okay.
You know that, like,
Right,
that
so they
animals
stayed the
don't
same.
like
Yes, they
actively.
stayed. Yes, so they stayed the same kind, the same breeding, the same gene pool. Where's the adjustments in biology? Yep. Where's the adjustments?
in biology. Well, so like their babies would have more like sharper talons, larger feet.
Right, where's the adjustments? We just need to see something change to get
Well,
into
we
the
see them
environment
in
better,
modern. So like the
Okay,
eagle
yeah,
is
that's not
like
flat So any
the eagle
adjustments?
is
Okay.
the adapted
So any
the predator that's
adjustments? Okay.
adapted to its
Okay,
environment.
cool.
Like its eyeballs
So
are 90%
as soon as you have, as soon as you have any evidence of adjustments at all, just let us know.
Right.
I
So
heard,
there used to
Take your
be.
time.
I heard if you
Go
put
ahead.
a
I understand
man,
what you're talking about.
I heard.
I know,
Wait,
dude, I know you don't understand evolution. It's normal.
I heard if you put the. I heard if you put the man one month under the water, he will start to adapt and he will become a fish.
Yeah, make some adjustments down there, right? Biological, yeah.
Yeah, because he will, he will, the man organism will start to resist, and he will say, and he will adapt to the of course water.
Right,
and during first 7 days, it will start to change. The hands will go. I don't know how, but it will.
Webbed. You were talking about it's going to make webbed. Oh, Waterworld, right? Kevin Costner in Waterworld. Remember he grew the webs on his fingers and stuff, I think?
Yeah.
That's adaptation. So we got adaptation in the movies. We just need to see it in reality, and then we can close it down. Yep.
So if you put the hand 1 hour in the water, you will see that between fingers you will start to get more skin.
I know. Listen, my fingers get wrinkly. Is that adaptation?
If you are in air, you will get wings, but you need to be more in air, like for at least 1 year.
Throw a rat against the wall, see if it gets wings and fly.
Well, I just have a question for the adaptation guy. Like, why do you think eagles have such really good eyesight?
Because there was fishing first time, and they came out and they said, "Oh, I want to go high, and I want wings." And he went to the mountain to fish, and he jumped and he started to fly first, and then with the wings, he got better eyes. That good?
That's not adaptation. Yeah,
That's
it's a
not
joke.
good.
It's not adaptation.
I think it's because the Eagle government invested really heavily in opticians, and now they all get free regular eye tests and stuff. It's really cool.
get my
60
my
years
hands
that
turn
Joe's been
wrinkly.
doing this, and I've still
I'm sorry.
giggle through every single. No, you're fine.
Is when I get wrinkly hands. I swim in my dad's pool for 10 hours one time. I got really wrinkly hands. Is that adaptation?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so the fact, so I know what just. So you're saying if I just have the same ability that already exists in my past generations, that's adaptation. Is that your final answer?
But now your children are all
If
going to have
what?
wrinkly
Well,
hands.
I just want an answer. Watch it.
sometimes
So
they
you're
did,
saying
and-
all the generations that had the previous ability as me, and that's adaptation. So if you're saying I already had the ability, and that's still adaptation, can't get an
What do you
answer.
mean? You already had the
Yeah,
ability.
okay.
Yes, you have the
Right, so you're
ability because of,
So
of,
no,
because
it was
of
new.
adaptation.
So if I'm a baby and then I move my arm, I'm a brand new baby. I moved my arm. That's also adaptation, right?
So like when you do the arm reflex where you
Wait,
stick
all
your
right,
arms
so,
out straight.
okay, so again, I'm gonna say, so I'm a brand new baby. I'm 2 seconds old, and I just moved my arm. That's adaptation, right?
Moving your arms. Well, no, just moving your arm isn't just moving your arm. You're like a baby.
Okay, so I moved my arm into water, and my hand turned, wrinkly 10 days later, and that's adaptation.
So not a baby. So like we have tons of adaptations. Like especially a baby.
Everything,
like
right?
they
That's
just,
the point. Is that there's no such thing as adaptation. If you notice, guys, everything that
What do you
you
mean?
do is called adaptation. That's the point. Is he
No,
admitted
it's
that
not.
you already have the. So you're saying that adaptation is I already had the ability to do it. That's what your final answer is.
No, I'm
We
saying
don't
we
have to
have lots
argue
of-
over the
no, I'm saying we
definition
have
of
lots of
adaptation.
adaptations that we.
Do you have one example of adaptation where I didn't already have the ability? Anything at all?
Well, you have all your adaptations when you're born.
There you go. No, I rest my case, guys. No adjustment, no
No
nothing new. There's no such thing. I rest my case.
What do you mean?
Amen. Baruch Hashem.
You've adjusted. Like
It's
you're
that easy.
adjusted slightly from your parents.
Yes, right. No, my parents had the exact same ability. Yep.
No, they're not. So, but this is where evolution
Yep.
comes in. Like
This has
you're
nothing
not,
to do
so
with
you have
evolution.
all
Yeah,
the
disproved
same.
evolution. There's no such thing as evolution. We
So
just
you're
disproved
missing the
adaptation.
point,
That's
though.
the
So,
point.
like,
No, you're missing
so
the
you
entire
have-
biological extrapolation of reality. I'm sorry, princess. You're dead wrong. This is reality, and
Don't
you don't even know
talk
your own
over
religion.
everybody.
Adaptation is
Stop
nothing but a
making an
figment
argument.
of your imagination, and you've been exposed.
let me
You
know
don't
when
even
you're
have
ready.
a claim. Right. If you
This
have
is
one
ad
claim for
hominem. This is
adaptation, you
ad
said you
hominem.
already have all these features.
okay.
It's that easy, guys. They don't even have a claim. Like I said, it's so easy. All
He
you got to
always
do
does
is ask
this.
them
He'll
for
just
an
never stop
example
talking,
of
right?
adaptation
He'll
in
never stop
nature, and they
talking.
will just tell you about things that already exist, depending on them already existing and already functioning. It's too easy. God bless. Baruch Hashem.
Misrepresents his opponent's views,
I'm not done.
and then he
I haven't
attacks those
finished
misrepresentations.
I haven't finished my explanation. Can I finish now?
Take it somewhere else then.
So it's fine. You can interrupt
Take
me
it
if you
somewhere
like.
else.
I'll just explain that
Get it
like
back on
having,
flat
like,
earth topic.
your,
There's no
having your
claim.
fingers, like having the
You've been
adaptation.
beaten. Flat earth topic.
Yep. If I break my finger, that's adaptation. I got it. Thanks. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, let's get back on topic. But let him finish his statement first, and then we can move on.
Yeah, let him respond at least, right? Don't just like misrepresent what he's saying.
Yeah. Let
Yeah,
Talon
again.
respond, and then one second, Space Go. Just let Talon respond, and then we. Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know why he was muted. He was trying to respond. Let
Thank
Talon
you.
respond,
Yeah,
and then we'll have
thank
to move on.
So when you are born with all your adaptations, you are born along with all of your generation that has all the adaptations. And so there's going to be a percentage of your generation that is going to benefit off of the adaptation that you have. And so whichever adaptation is the most beneficial for everyone, all of those humans are going to procreate and create more humans that then have that adaptation that's slightly different and better than the one that your generation had, because you guys all had that adaptation, but then a bunch of people that had the adaptation but it kind of sucked, like they ended up dying off. And so evolution is that slow nudge from generation to generation where you kind of look at it like copying a piece of paper. So if you take a picture and you copy it over and over and over again, it's going to change and like morph, and like that's how evolution works. But in real world, when you're changing each time, a certain percentage of people are going to benefit from that. So the environment kind of changes. So like the benefit, we don't want the environment to change too fast, because then it's harder to evolve. So that's where extinction comes in, is when the environment changes too fast and then something doesn't have the time to produce more young that will then adapt to that environment, and so then you go extinct, and so that's how that.
Wow.
That's how evolution.
Staying this
Okay,
so
let's
staying
go
the
back
same,
to topic then.
staying the same. Yep, perfect.
Yeah,
Excellent.
let's go back to topic
No, they
then. Let's
change
go
over
back to topic.
time.
Notice, hold on. Notice
Okay.
how after other guys
Let's
started
get back
ranting,
on topic then. Back to the flat Earth.
Thank you for letting me.
That was a
finish.
completely
So
reasonable
that was
definition. by the way.
perfectly enlightening. That shows we.
You know, we partnered with Google, for example. If you Google climate change, you will, at the top of your search, you will get all kinds of UN resources. We started this partnership when we were shocked to see that when we Googled climate change, we were getting incredibly distorted information right at the top. So we're becoming much more proactive. You know, we own the science, and we think that the world, you know, should know it, and the platforms themselves also do. But again, it's a huge challenge that I think all sectors of society need to be very active in.
Alrighty, MIDI HC. Yeah, that's a funny name. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server. Thank you. What brings you here? And be honest, what shape do you think the Earth is? I'm just here to troll.
The world is a stage, Shakespeare. You think you live on a fake sphere. There ain't no curvatures, ain't there. That means it's not an oblate pair. NASA's lying, it's obvious, yeah. Look at the bloopers of sloppiest. Like they're not even trying to fool half the audience, yet this will buy it up. You say you're woke, but it's diet, yeah. Want a debate, do not try it, yeah. Leave them unpacking and crying, yeah. Take out the rinse and then dry it, yeah. If you got proof, then provide it. You are VC verified, and either you're seeking the truth or you will just go into hiding. Give it me, debug FE, give it me, gravity, give it me, philosophy, give it me, pure comedy, give it me, debug FE, give it me, gravity, give it me, philosophy, give it me, pure comedy.
You gotta admit, sometimes this is just pure comedy. I mean, you know, don't get me wrong, we're looking for some evidence for this globe theory, but it's pretty funny.
Had to make a song for the Globers, they ain't even know what they told us. It got flight smacked in October. It didn't go as smooth as he hoped for. Earth don't move, didn't notice. Heart gone cold, get a froze. Need somewhere to cry, we got shoulders. Earth action can't move mountains, flat Earth move boulders. Kick 3 points, we got holders. Midwest when it be snowing. Better wake up, need the Folgers. Got the win in hand, no folding. Earth don't move, I told him. Global stay mad, head exploding. Hold up. Now Flat Earth got exposure. All we doing is exposing Globers. Get him, Sasha. Listen this. Andy and Crypto got fish and chips. Netflix and chillin' out with your chick. I told her the Earth is as flat as it gets. Once you go flat, you don't go back again. Bodie saw curve on me, left, right, hit him. Flat met the Glover, got Mac right and quit. Globe is all over by the sounds of it. It's a limp dick, just like Sally's bridge. Got them cold cuts, just to need a fridge. Flat Earth jab, get them needles quit. Platform, Hill House, you can clearly see it. Glover's gonna need to concede and quit. Evidence, but no, he ain't seen it. Dirty Globe, we cleaned them. Flat Earth laser, we beamed them. Shout out to Dave, this not a fakes. Yeah, Globers be slaves. Stay in them caves, homies got played. Yeah, space is okay. Yeah. Globers getting paid, stop the globe and press play. It's flat up in this place. Take my facts and I spray. He fell to his knees to the globe he prayed. CJ, Indio, Globers we got camera silly though. Probably flex make it a million. You goofy some X a million. Central, Martov. Globers we got camera silly though. Probably flex make it a million. You goofy some X a million. Flatty, Kiwi. Globers we got camera silly though. Probably flex make it a million. You goofy some X a million. T-Watt, Timbo. Globers we got camera silly though. Probably flex make it a million. You goofy some X a million. You know what I do at the end of the song? Shout out to all of my dogs, yeah. Yeah. And a special shout out to Lobby Squad, yeah. CB. Yeah.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to another exciting episode of the True Earth Debates. We are super excited to be joined by two wonderful guests. We have Dave Weiss from deep inside the rabbit hole, as well as Mr. Joel. We appreciate your guys' time. Let me go ahead and bring you into the show and get things rocking and rolling. Thank you all for joining us over on the YouTube and the Rockfin. We have quite a few legends over there as well. Can't shout you out, until you chat it up, but not everybody's comments makes it up. As you know, for those who have been here, for those who are new, that's just how it goes. So click the link in the description if you'd like to support not only myself, but tons of other content creators as well. So only one way to know, and that is to go. So let's go ahead, pull you guys in for just a second. Awesome. Welcome to the show, Dave. Thank you for joining us.
What's going on? This is going to be fun. And Joel, thanks for coming.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to it.
For those of you that are like, this guy looks familiar, let me just give you a quick rundown. Sean Hibbler and I had Joel on was it a year ago or how long ago?
Yeah, almost a year ago.
So a year ago. And first I want to apologize, Joel, for any comments in the chat that are mean. It's just we have a lot of passionate flat earthers.
Yeah, I know. I respect it.
And the way that we see your beliefs, people get fired up. So everybody, Joel is not a shill. He's not a troll. He believes what he's saying. And he's, we see the world completely different, but he's a good guy. And we're going to try to share some information and see who learns something tonight. Maybe it's us, maybe it's him, maybe we both learn something.
Hopefully it's both. Yeah.
Yeah. So I have a couple quick rules, and you're already off to a good start. You need to smile at least 3 times, and you need to crack at least 3 jokes. We're talking 2 or 3.
I'm sure we'll surpass both of those. It'll be fine.
All right, good, because you were very, very serious last time. Very serious.
Yeah, it was the first time. So.
All right, good. I'm happy to hear it. So,
all right.
Skylar, anything you want to start with to say, or we'll let Joel kick it off? And also, last time I did listen to our interview, and I had warned you that we were going to interrupt you a lot and talk a lot, and we sure did. We're going to try to not interrupt you too much today.
Likewise.
All right.
So you're Skylar? Sorry,
Yeah, it's all good. Joel, we just met, so it's nice to meet you. Thank you for giving your time and attention to this very important matter. I feel like the True Earth Debate is probably one of the most, it's starting to be the shoe on the other foot, right? But it was for a long time one of the most underrated but controversial conspiracies out there. So controversial that even the YouTube heads got pulled into Congress and said, well, what are you going to do about the conspiracy videos, the flat earth videos, and so on and so forth? And so now we have seen the results of that with a completely stacked deck as far as the search algorithms go. But neither here nor there. It's nice to meet you. I run the True Earth Debates. I'm also on Dave's team here. I believe we're on a stationary plane with topography over top. We actually build all of our useful data about the Earth off of a flat plane. We have the sea level. We have sonar mapping the oceans as flat. We have, as well as radar waves going over 10,000 miles. Lots of other evidences that seem to indicate that, there's no curvature in sight. So I'd like to go ahead and pass the floor over to you. What do you think is the biggest reason why you believe that you're on a spinning space rock?
The biggest reason?
Oh, hold on. Dave is muted.
Yeah, you're muted, Dave.
Yeah, hold on.
I do that once every show. Just Joel, we asked Joel to do them. Last time he said, I'm going to go do the math and I'm going to come back. And he came back and said, hey, I want to talk about these 3 things. And I agreed that we're going to talk about those, but then we're also going to talk about others. So Joel, you can answer that question right now if you want, or you can start wherever you want. I want to make this I want you to lead the conversation.
Well, in good faith of, I guess, following on from our last discussion, and this is sort of like a sequel, if you will. Like you said in the last interview, you guys hit on the inverse square law a lot, because I was bringing up math a lot, and you were like, well, if you like math so much, it doesn't really work out with, us being able to see Polaris. It's way too far, 433 light years. So I was like, okay, I wrote that down. I said, I'll do the math, and I did the math, and I wanted to share it with you guys, if that's fine.
Sure.
I wrote up the little paper here. It's only 4 pages. It's not crazy. It won't be. It's because it's a lot of diagrams. So like visuals.
I got it, but I have a question for you. How do we know that Polaris is 433 light years away? And I believe mainstream science is trying to decide if they need to subtract 100 light years from that number. So to me, in my world, the way I see it, it's a made up number.
Well, that's going to be off like spectroscopy and things like that, and chemical makeup and maturity of the star and things like that. So we can measure the type of light that's emanating off of it, and then we can basically figure out how far it is from that. That's one of the ways anyway. But right now we're kind of just giving the 433 light years somewhere in there as a given. So if it's all right if I went through this with you guys, it's not crazy or anything. The craziest part about this is unit conversions. That's it. Like converting light years to meters and things like that. So
I'm going to do my absolute best to not get mentally fatigued.
Okay, I'll try and go quickly. It shouldn't go too much longer than the intro.
Touche. There you go. It's one. You're good.
Alrighty. Can we see this? Is this seen?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So I wrote this. So I'll just sort of paraphrase through it. The question is, with the inverse square law, how are we able to see the North Star? Okay, Polaris. So the way that we kind of understand it, we have a point source of light like a star, and you can imagine that light emanating off of it, in sort of circles, like spheres coming off of it. So we're interested in the intensity of light at any distance from the center. And so we would have to know the surface area, the area of these spheres, of any one of these spheres, like however distance you want to know, which is going to be given by the radius. So in this case, the center's there, radius is the distance, and the surface area is the area around the sphere. So this is basic formula, like first grade math kind of stuff. So the inverse square law is basically this.
I think first grade is a bit. I definitely didn't learn this in first grade. I'll just say that.
Well, I just meant like formulas for like basic formulas, like volume, area, perimeter, surface area is one of those. Is what I meant. So 4 pi r squared. And so, all right. So this is kind of what's happening. So imagine these are the different spheres here, right? And so, like you were saying, Dave, the further away you get, so at 1 distance away, you have a certain intensity. Then you go 2 times as far away, you have a quarter of the intensity. And then 3 times as far away, you have a ninth, and so on and so forth. It's kind of, it's just a simple. And then this graph here kind of displays that relationship. You've got distance on this x-axis here, and then the intensity here. So you can see 2 times as far away, a quarter, 3 times, 4 times, and so on and so forth. So it gets dimmer, obviously, the further away that you get away. The big important part here to realize is that the further away you get, the less difference there is in brightness. So yes, it gets dimmer, but the amount that it gets dimmer is a lot less the further away you get. So the example I gave here, say you're like 10 times as far away, you'd see 100th of the brightness, or 0.01. Whereas if you're only 9 times as far away, you'd see 181st, or like 0.0123, which is only a difference of 0.0023. It's not that much of a difference if you're 9 times as far away or 10 times as far away. And the further away you get, again, like the less difference there's going to be between those brightnesses. Okay, so that's the big point here.
At what distance do we start to really notice that relationship?
Well, that's what I'm saying, that the more distance there is, the less you're going to notice that relationship. So, David, you're muted again. Sorry.
Thank you. That's 2. I'll do it one more time. So you're saying that something is a ridiculous distance, like 100 light years. Long before you get to that 100 light years, you're saying that the difference between like 20 light years and 50 light years isn't very much. It isn't as big of a difference as the first few steps. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Okay.
That's correct.
So something's 100 light years away. then can you see it at 200 light years, or it remains the same intensity at 200 and 300 and 400 light years? It goes to a point where it stops getting less. Is that what you're saying?
Well, sort of, yeah. So well, there's not going to be a point where it stops getting less, but because eventually, you know, obviously it's going to be past what you can see. It'll be too dim. So, but there's also nothing obstructing the light from getting to our eyes. Like, for example, in some of the stars in the core of the Milky Way here. Oh, it's this way. So a lot of these stars here, you know, they kind of just look like a haze at this point because they're really far. You can't see individual stars with your eyes, but you just sort of see this haze. So the light's still getting there, but you can't make out the stars themselves, the pinpricks, if you will.
Well, the only problem with that, just to interject for a moment, is that normally when you have something that's too far away to see that it's like pinpoint, right? When you zoom in on it, you're not going to be able to make it bigger, right? At least not with, not unless you have an intense, like a ridiculously intense amount of zoom, right? Most of the time, you would agree that you're not with like a camera. Right, you're not going to be able to zoom in on something that's 400 light years away. You know, if we're seeing a pinpoint source, right? Would you agree with that? That we're not going to be able to zoom in on that with a P900?
To a degree, yeah. Essentially, you can't just get a whole bunch of detail out of something unless you're closer to it. You know, so if you're really far away from something, you can only zoom in so much. So yeah, I agree with that.
Well, it's actually it's not just that, but it's also the actual size of the thing that you're talking about. So there's a point where you're pretty much only seeing a point source of light, and then there's almost no difference between 200 and 400 light years. It's basically the claim that you just made in the simplest terms, right? So if that's the case, then when you have a star that's 400 light years away and you're seeing the pinpoint source, zooming in on it a little bit is not going to bring that size back in, right? It's not going to get larger by zooming in on something that's okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's relatively accurate. Yeah.
Okay. So the problem is that we have tons of videos of people zooming in on stars and they get bigger every time. So, and that's what P900s.
That's a slightly separate subject. Let's go ahead and just finish this off, because the second part of this, I explained the concept, and now I plug the numbers in. Is essentially what's happening here. And then once we get through this, then we can have the discussion. All right. So I said let's try. Let's plug everything in. So there's a couple terms here. So what we were looking at here, when we're looking at like the area, this is like square meters, right? You have a meter here and a meter here, so it's square meters. That's actually going to be called the flux. So that's an astronomy term for it. And then luminosity is whatever the star's wattage is, output. So it's the same thing. The inverse square law is the same thing. We have luminosity here, and we're trying to get the flux. That's basically like if Earth was right here, you want to know how much light is sort of like at this sphere, at that distance away from the star. So that's the flux. So all we need to find is how bright the star is and how far away it is. So its estimated Polaris is 25,000 times brighter and 50 times larger than our sun. All right, these are estimates, but we know the luminosity of the sun is this. So I called it L Sol. So all you have to do is times that by 2,500, because it's 2,500 brighter. So we multiply that out, we get our luminosity. So this is the supposed wattage output of Polaris. So we have our L. And then here it's 431 light years I put here. You could say 433. It's going to be kind of negligible at this point.
Would you agree that this is all theoretical?
No, I wouldn't. A lot of these are hard numbers. So
which one would you say is the hard number?
Well, certainly the luminosity of the sun.
How did we get the luminosity of the sun?
You can measure it with spectrometers and with light measurements, essentially. Like you can measure how much light is hitting a sensor.
Okay, that's
Joel,
fair.
do you have any examples of anything that's twice as bright as the sun?
I mean, there's plenty of stars. Like
no,
stars.
No. When you look at a star, you can theorize that it's whatever number brighter than the sun. But do you have any examples around here of something brighter than the sun? Twice as bright.
The issue with that is the sun is giving off all wavelengths on the electromagnetic spectrum. So I could find something that's brighter in the visible spectrum, but not like on all wavelengths.
I find it hard to imagine something twice as bright as the sun, but let's just go 10 times as bright as the sun. 10 times as bright as the sun.
I don't think there's anything brighter than. I don't think there's anything even visibly brighter on the visible spectrum brighter than.
But let's just say 10 times. Let's just pretend that we can do something 10 times brighter, which is unfathomable to me. And you just carefully, because you're doing some equations. Equations are not empirical evidence. Saying this star is 25,000 times brighter than the sun, and you just roll it off like it's a fact, but you have zero evidence of that other than it has to be if you pre-assume space is real and stars are far.
Well, I also wanted to get
not necessarily, because there's neutron stars and there's very dim stars as well.
But I wanted clarification on are we talking about the sun's apparent brightness, like its visual brightness to us, or are we talking about its actual
actual brightness?
Okay, so how did we get that compared to its brightness to us?
We sent probes into it. So I know you don't believe that, but that's how we got that data. That's why it's.
Do you have any evidence of those probes going to the sun?
Yeah, you can look it up. I don't know what their names were.
You can look it up, and it's written by NASA. I believe
I think that was actually a Russian probe. Was the one that went to the sun.
Not Russian, China, Japan, NASA.
Well, you gotta.
We don't have to believe the story about Narnia.
No, you don't. That's what I'm saying. I could say these things happen, but it's kind of hard because I know you guys don't believe it, but that's what am I supposed to fall back on, I guess?
But that's kind of where our problem is that we're looking for what we can actually verify, and we're always having to rely on these stories from the accused, right? And so it's just not. I mean, it's really not very good optics for the globe model.
All right. Well, let's just continue. We got to find the distance now, right? So we only have 431 light years, but our flux measurement is supposed to be in watts per square meter. Okay, so we can't use light years. So I converted light years to meters, and then 401 light years is this many times that many meters, which are how many is in 1 light year. And so we get the amount of meters. This is how many meters away Polaris is. So now all we do is we plug that in, we get the luminosity of Polaris, and then we get the distance. All I did was plug those in. This is the luminosity and the distance, squared the distance, multiplied it by 4 pi, and then I divided them. And I got this really tiny number, right? So 4.61 times 10 to the negative 9th watts per meter squared, which is really small. That's this many zeros. The sun, for example, is 1400 watts per square meter. So that's in the positives, that's not in the positives. That's past the decimal point. That's 1400 watts per square meter. This is 0.00000, like really, really small. And so for a comparison, and by the way, the human eye, the lower limit is in the magnitude of 10 to the negative 10. So anything below 10 to the negative 10 our human eye wouldn't be able to pick up. And then another reference is one foot away from your average candle, which is how we get luminosity measurements as a standard. That's going to be 0.01576 watts per meter squared. So it's still pretty small. It's a small, it's a relatively faint light. So then I looked at all of these other stars. So we have Sirius, which is the brightest star in the sky. It's only 9 light years away. And that's still 10 to the negative 8th. And you can see that sort of relationship here of how they're not that different. It's because we have 10 to the negative 8th, negative 8th, negative 8th, and negative 9th. With all these different, Rigel, I never know how to say that, 773 light years away, and that's still negative 8, while Sirius is only 9, and it's still like negative 8. So you have a bunch of different variables in size and intensities. But you have Polaris at 431, and it's only at negative 9, and that's above our limit of being able to see the star. So with all the numbers, with the distance, and with the size, we would be able to see Polaris with the inverse square law, and that's essentially kind of how the numbers would work out. We can now have discussion about the sources of that stuff and all of that good stuff, but with the numbers that we purport to have now, it does work out. It's not against it.
So I'll throw something in, and then Scarlett, you can go. Everything that you're telling us is you're great at math, by the way. You're awesome, and great charts and everything. And I could actually show you a chart of an unknown island off of Japan, one of the 7,000 that they just found. And there's an amusement park there with the biggest roller coaster in the world. And I could show you the coordinates for that. I could show you how far it is. I could tell you the specs on the roller coaster, the G-forces. I could show you all of the building plans, everything all about it. And everything will add up no matter how you look at it, sideways, forward, reading it, upside down and backwards. Does that make that amusement park on that island real? Or is it just theoretical, right? So everything you're talking about is theoretical. You're pre-assuming that space is, infinite and expanding. You're pre-assuming that those lights in the sky are billions of miles away and 25,000 times brighter than the sun, to me, which is absolutely insane.
2,500.
2,500. Well, if it was twice as bright, that's still insane to me. And so this is just a quick quote. All of the theoretical work that has been done since the 1970s has not produced a single successful prediction, says Neil Turk, director of the Perimeter Institute of Theoretical Physics in Waterloo, Canada. That's pretty intense.
Well, what about all the theoretical work done before the 70s?
Like what?
Like general relativity.
I'm not a fan.
That's the big one.
Not a fan.
Yeah, so actually about to, there's a big discussion on upending general relativity amongst even mainstream physicists. It's actually, when you look at that coupled with Big Bang Theory and what they've been teaching in the mainstream schools, there's actually 16 predictions that the theory gets completely wrong. And the James Webb Telescope has actually only apparently furthered the mystery. I know for us, it's like a catch-22. We don't believe in the James Webb Telescope, right? So why are they, spinning these different narratives? I think it's for confusion. But in any case, even if the data is real, right, the data is not lining up for the expectations of general relativity. But again, that's kind of a different topic than the discussion of the stars. When we my main point was just because a majority of the last interview was saying how the inverse square, we shouldn't be able to see Polaris, and so at least with the numbers that we have, we would be able to.
So I mean, theoretical numbers. You're making a statement that
they're observations.
Hold on, you're not making an observation. You're making a statement.
I'm making
Hold on. That light, the light of a star will get dimmer and dimmer fast, and then it gets less dim and less dim, and then it just travels forever and stays at the same brightness. You have no evidence of that being real, and logically, it doesn't make any sense to me. But you have no way to prove that's real. That's just a theoretical statement that has to exist for your infinite solar system, infinite galaxy, and universe to exist.
I'm not sure that they're infinite. I'm not sure I believe it's infinite.
Well, expanding, very large, bigger than the flat Earth concept, if you will.
Sure, yeah, it's definitely bigger than that.
Right. So you're reaching to places that you can't verify. You can just read books and trust government agencies. They're very trustful entities, and you're not looking here on Earth where we can actually scientifically prove that we're not a globe. I mean, you want to believe that Polaris is 2,500 times brighter than the sun, which that's crazy. I mean, if that was the case, there's other stars that are probably 100,000 times brighter than the sun, or 1,000,000 times brighter, right?
Not a million. I don't think a million.
Okay, yeah, but
many magnitudes, yeah.
But these numbers that you're coming up with, but they all kind of look pretty much the same. And when we zoom in on them, they all
that's proof of the inverse square law to me. I think that's proof of the inverse square law that the further away
they all look the same. Everything just evens out.
Well, in our local celestial neighborhood, yes, but like once you get further out, like out to the middle of the galaxy and stuff, things look a little different. They get denser and they get closer together, and they get into you have nebulae and everything like that. So, and then you have other galaxies, and then you can zoom into and see specific stars in other galaxies.
Do you believe in the James Webb Telescope?
Well, yeah.
Okay. So the James Webb Telescope, it finds a spot called Lagrange point 2, and that's where the gravity of the sun and moon and the Earth, and it just finds that perfect spot. Okay.
That's a saddle point. Yeah.
So over the course of 6 months, the sun and the distance between the Earth and the sun change. I had all the numbers before, but as it changes, it would have to move like it's in a tractor beam. Okay, it would have to move, and it's moving like very fast in two different directions. Throughout the year, towards the sun and away from the sun. And you're just believing that tractor gravity is holding it in the perfect spot. Here's my question, though. If you watch the launch, did you watch the launch of the James Webb?
Yeah, I did.
And it was over Earth. Maybe this is that's not it. That's me making a James Webb image. Let me just find something here for a second.
You good?
Where is it? Here it is. I think this is it. So this is the launch. Let me just see if this is the video I want. And it's up in space. And then is it deploying here? All right. So it's the next one. See, this is it. So here it is, and they're showing us this beautiful curve of Earth. They always show us this beautiful curve of Earth. So it's ejected it here. Now, how many miles away from Earth is that? Is it 1 million miles away? It's not 1 million miles away. It's a couple hundred miles away.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Let's round up to 1,000. Let's say it's 1,000 miles away. Got a great shot of Earth. Somehow we can see through all the atmosphere and see the perfect edge of this. And here it goes out here, and it's going to deploy. Let me just jump forward. It's gonna and if you watch, the signal's breaking up here, and it's only 1,000 miles away, probably a lot less. And it's going away. It's already ejected from the rocket.
Yeah.
And I'm going forward, and it's out. It's now putting out its solar panel.
Right.
How does it go park itself 1 million miles away? What gets it to the Lagrange point?
Well, that's literally rocket science, man. I mean, that's orbital mechanics. They exceeded the escape velocity of the orbit, and so it was no longer within the.
So you're saying the rocket is in orbit and it pops the satellite out, and then that satellite knows to go 1 million miles away and park itself. Is that what you're saying?
No, not necessarily. It doesn't know to do. It's.
How does it get there? How does it get there?
I think you need to know that it's constantly correcting itself.
How does it correcting? Does it have engines on it?
No, it's got I don't know what the nozzles, pressure nozzles. I don't know what they're called.
So the satellite has pressure nozzles that are pushing against what? What are they pushing against?
You don't have to. It's not the pushing against. It's the fact that it's pushing something of itself out. So it's equal and opposite.
And what is it pushing out? What is it pushing out?
Pressure, air pressure.
Gas. It's pushing air out.
Gas.
So have you ever seen where we take a vacuum chamber and we put a little rocket and a fan and all sorts of stuff and nothing moves? We just light it and it won't. There's no propulsion. There's no pull. There's no push. We hang a feather in front of a fan and there's nothing. There's nothing. So we could argue that all day. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You're saying that this thing with where are the thrusters on here? If you take a look at it, I don't see.
I think I can actually see them right there. There's one at every corner. At every corner.
So those four are going to take it out of orbit and park it 1 million miles away. That is a faith. That is a religion.
I have another big question. Big one for
I
the
think
thrusters,
it's just math,
right? Well, I'd like to see you try to use math to get out of this one. So we know that there's something called back pressure. That's how all our pressurized systems work when we're dealing with gases, with the pumps, right? So we have atmospheric pressure pushing down. Without that, the gas will escape the pumps, right? So out in space, there is no back pressure. So what keeps the gas from escaping?
Gas from what?
The thrusters.
Well, they're nozzles. They open and close.
Yeah, but see, okay,
it's like it's a container. They're contained inside of the thing, and it pushes it out. And it's like if you were to blow in space, I guess. It doesn't mean it's just gonna deflate immediately.
Can I ask what right here? They're having this bad video feed. Is it going to get better as they get farther away from Earth? Are they going to be able to transmit some high-res pictures because they can't seem to transmit a picture here?
Well, I don't think the craft, the rocket, followed it. So, I'm not sure what you mean.
So the transmitter on the telescope is better than the one that's on the rocket. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
I'll go with that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think we could go ahead and move to the next thing I wanted to talk about, unless you guys had something.
No, we'll go to the next thing. And Skylar?
I still had one thing on the stars too, because my point on the fact that we can zoom in on all the stars and they all increase in visual size in the camera lens is evidence that they can't be at these varying distances of vast light years away.
So I'm not sure what footage you're talking about.
Amateur footage.
That's not just blurry.
There's hundreds.
Besides blurry.
But you could just call it. I mean, I understand that you can just call it blurry, but even the blur, right? It's getting bigger in size. Like that wouldn't happen. It's a point source of.
So I'd encourage you to take a similar camera, or to ask someone to do this. Take whatever camera that you did that with a star, and do it with like a different type of smaller dim light. Put it off in the distance in a dark area, and zoom into it, and it's gonna look the same because it's a blurred. It's so exactly how you described earlier.
So
remember how you were
well, when you do it here on Earth, the diameter of it is, or not the diameter, but the actual angular size of it is going to increase, right? Of the actual thing.
No, it's going to get blurry, like he's showing that. That's blurry.
That's blurry. Looks pretty sharp to me.
No, that's what happens when you sort of when your camera zooms in too much, that it's not able to actually process the light appropriately. So all it's getting is just a bunch of random protons.
You can see this with your naked eye. You can see this with your naked eye. You don't even need to zoom in to see Arcturus. You look at it on a clear night, and you can see this with your naked eye.
Well, yes, it sparkles. It twinkles because of the atmospheric distortion in the way.
The atmospheric distortion is doing
actually, if another interesting, an interesting way you can tell that, and I encourage people to try this as well. Look at Arcturus or Sirius or any other bright star when it's lower in the horizon, when it's near the ground, and then look at it again when it's straight overhead, and you'll notice a big difference in the distortion there, in the twinkle.
Absolutely. You're looking through the atmosphere; everything's distorted. Look at somebody, a quarter of a mile down the beach, and they're going to be all distorted. Yeah. But you look at something over your head, you're looking through less atmosphere. So just because you can distort things by looking across the thickest part of the air column doesn't mean that's what that doesn't mean anything, actually. But why doesn't this one look like Sirius? Look like Arcturus? This is Sirius. Why doesn't Sirius look like Arcturus? Why does every star have its own personality, focused or not?
That's a really good question, but that's kind of gets a little bit into spectroscopy, because they all have different chemical makes. Obviously, it also depends on the atmospheric conditions of the day, the camera you're using, so that top middle one, for example, is very clearly out of focus.
Absolutely, 100% agree. Let me ask you a question. They tell us that, we're looking at the star, we're looking up through all the layers of our atmosphere and all of the radiation belts and everything else, but we can tell what gas the star is made out of. How come they have never done an experiment here on Earth, like get a garbage can, fill it with whatever gas you want, put it a quarter of a mile down the street, and then get somebody with a spectroscopy instrument,
spectrometer.
Spectrometer, thank you, and have them tell you what gas is coming out of the can. No one's ever done that.
Well, that's okay. I think that's just because. So what spectroscopy is measuring is actually the wavelengths of light, and the different types of wavelengths of light will indicate different sort of gases.
So I have a challenge where we get a garbage can with a big bright light in the bottom of it. We fill it with a gas, and then we have somebody with a camera, let's say a mile down the road, half a mile, and they can tell me what gas it is. I'll point the light towards them. I'll pull the top off and let the gas escape with the light behind it. And you think that somebody can do that? It's never been done, right? They haven't tested these instruments here on Earth. And they just shoot them in space and go, oh yeah, well that's hydrogen, oxygen, and that's we can tell what that is. It's all, again, theoretical nonsense.
Well, the trash example is just that's not exactly what's happening. So
what you're saying is you could see the light and the gases in front of the light. I'm giving you a light with gases in front of the light. It doesn't have to be a garbage can. It could be a beaker. It could be whatever you want. We can put the gas in a beaker and put a light behind it. And you think you can tell me what gas is in that beaker?
So
I say you can't.
The thing is, it's heated. It's actual gas fusion. This is an actual active chemical reaction that's happening. That's the thing that's giving off the light. It's not just like a light with gas around it.
Where else do we see that? And where do we see that terrestrially to be able to make that comparison?
Well, it's only with stars. Those are the only stable fusion reactions. Unless you want to blow up an atomic bomb, because that's the one time that we have done fusion.
Let's pretend stars are real and that they're spewing out gases, and then we make a device here on Earth. We can look at it and tell you what it is. How did they adjust it? How did they set it so they can know that it's right? What proof do they have that they're right? What evidence is there that any of it is right?
Sorry, Dave. That was just a very general question. I'm not sure I got the.
When they take their instruments here, the spectroscopy. I can't. What's the word?
It's okay. Just spectroscopy. I have a hard time saying
the instrument itself.
Spectrometer.
Okay. So they're taking that and they're looking at a star in the sky that's burning off gas or whatever, and they can tell what it is. How did they calibrate it? If they never did it here on Earth, they're looking up at theoretical planets and stars, and they're telling you what gases are there. It is all complete and total theoretical science. None of it has been proven.
Not astronomically, like we haven't done it astronomically, but we know what types of light and chemicals give certain. We know the characteristics of certain chemicals, and how they fall on a spectrum. That was a close one.
Now you can't say it either. Good.
How they fall on the spectrum, right? So you'd be able to see the spikes in which chemical is what, and that's with most things. You can test that terrestrially, but then when we point it up at a star and we're sort of receiving information from that star, light, electromagnetic information, you can see where the peaks are. What
about all the gases in between that are here in our own atmosphere? It ignores those.
Well, that's why we have observatories that are actually outside of the Earth's atmosphere and things like that.
Like the self-driving parking James Webb Telescope.
Well, again, it's not completely self either. You're able to calculate pretty. Almost exactly, essentially, of where it's going to go and how fast and all of that. So it's very.
So you have no idea how it works. You just say somebody knows. The guy in a white lab coat and a bow tie knows.
Well, yeah, I don't know everything, but I know how orbital mechanics work and how things can sort of fall into orbit, fall out of orbit, velocity.
Theoretically.
Well,
yeah,
but
ahead,
I got to be honest. If we're just slapping theoretical onto everything,
hold on. No, we don't have to slap theoretical on things. We have things that are here on Earth that we're trying to measure. That are not theoretical, but go ahead, Skylar.
I was going to say, if you're going to say that, that's kind of a cop out. We can define what's theoretical and what's actually verifiable, right? So when we're saying, when you say the hard number is the sun brightness before, right? Again, the thing that made it the hard number was the probe, right? So we had to rely on the story from Narnia. In this case,
that's not the only thing, but that was just one example of one of the many ways we've measured the sun's brightness.
Okay, so I'm not trying to start a whole nother rabbit hole on the sun brightness when we already moved on. In any case, spectroscopy, when we're dealing with a spectrometer, right, there's obviously a big difference between pointing something up at the sky and looking at a light in the sky, right, versus actually having an enclosed environment, a lab, because most of the time when we're doing, from the experts in the field, spectroscopy is done in an enclosed environment. The spectrometer is all enclosed with known variables. So everything's known when they're attempting to analyze these chemicals. So again, we're invoking between millions, billions of miles, trillions of miles, right? Unfathomable distances. We're invoking consistent, unchanging mediums when we have no way to verify that whatsoever.
Well, the verifying is those observations. That is the verification, I guess. So I know you guys deny it, but that's the verification. Is you can take the same sorts of instruments and measure the same types of things, and you get those observations, then we get these numbers that we work off of.
So Aristophanes, with his sticks and shadows, he measured the length of the second shadow. Hold on a second. And he said, all right, the Earth's diameter is so-and-so. And then later, somebody said, the Earth's diameter is so-and-so. And if we took a stick and a shadow and we put them 5,000 miles or 500 miles apart, those measurements would actually equal the Earth. So you're self-reifying your space with space. You're using space as your proof of space when there's no proof of space.
It's also interesting how confident you are in spectroscopy when, the people at the top actually aren't that confident. They're like, yeah, there's tons of problems. There's tons of things that we're trying to weed out. And a lot of times we do end up with unexplained phenomena. So again, you're just kind of relying on the authorities, right? Because, I'm just like you. We were spoon-fed one model. But when you actually talk to the people who are doing the work, people like George Ellis, they admit that there's a range of models that can explain the observations, but cosmology is choosing them based on philosophical grounds.
Yeah, there was a lot there, but we're both sort of appealing to some sort of authority at some point. So
let's stop doing that. Do you have was there a third topic you want to bring up, or can we discuss something else?
I've only got through one so far.
Okay. All right. I thought that was two. Go ahead.
So the next
one, then maybe we can interject after that one.
The next one was this video that I got.
I do want to shout out Karen B with the super sticker. Appreciate the shout out and the support. It does help out the channel a ton. Be sure to, if you guys enjoy this kind of content, then definitely check out the GoFundMe. We're trying to make it to Flattoberfest. There's only one way to find out if I'm an AI or not, and that's to get me to Flattoberfest, where you have a chance to shake my hand.
That is true. Joel, I don't know if Skylar's real. He could be AI. We're trying to get him to Flattoberfest. You should come to, where do you live? You should come to Flattoberfest. It's in Las Vegas in October.
Oh, I'm in Ohio, so it's pretty far. If I was closer, maybe. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to this. I thought this was interesting for you guys to look at. So I'm sure you've seen stuff like this, but I guess the interesting thing of note is the direction that this was taken.
Okay.
So in April, I went to Australia to meet with my fiance, and we went to Kangaroo Island, and this was looking directly south. So I'm curious what sort of explanation that you guys might have for this sort of observation. Because obviously, like on the flat Earth, so this is kind of where I was looking out. That's the way that the angle was with the camera, and we see these stars rotating in a clockwise direction around, I think the rotation point's somewhere around here, right around in there. So that's technically, for me, that would be the celestial South Pole. So if you were to, on a globe, to extend the South Pole out and sort of...
is the Southern Cross in that picture?
Yes, it is. Yeah, it's right there.
Okay.
Yeah. So the Southern Cross is going around this way.
Yeah, so when you're dealing with the star rotations, first off, just for data's sake, right? Did you happen to have like a compass or any way to verify the direction that you were facing?
Yeah, I had a compass. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
awesome.
because we had to use the maps to drive there and we had to navigate there and everything. So, and we just looked out into the. I mean, if I zoomed into this map, this flat Earth map here, I would be standing on this edge of the island, looking this way. So, yeah.
Sure. I mean, the thing is, when it comes to the stars, there's multiple explanations that we can try to explain what's going on there. None of them in any way actually prove the shape of the Earth one way or the other. That's why, as Dave's famous for quoting, shape of the lights in the sky don't indicate the shape of the floor unless you beg the hell out of the question, as the globe does tend to do. So with the observation, I've actually been challenged with 3 points, right? You have somebody on each continent at the same time looking out apparently south, right? So there's a couple of issues. For one, I do understand that you have a map that you can use to navigate locally. However, when it comes to the larger scale, there's also something called magnetic declination there, when we actually tried to navigate using a globe back in the 1800s, we were wrong consistently. So we went back and we made all these corrections. And I say we, the British military did. So went out and made all these corrections, and now we have our ever fluctuating magnetic declination map that's almost impossible to predict more than a few years out. What predictions we do have are iffy at best, but we're still going to invoke that maybe we'll have a shift in a couple thousand years. This is actually going to determine how we navigate. However, the stars themselves are not going to be oriented based on the magnetic field, right? So how do we actually verify the direction that you're facing, literally like on the ground versus to the sky? Like, how do we know that you're actually facing south in relation to that map to then have to explain the phenomena?
Well, because I could see where we were through GPS, and you can see on the island, because so Kangaroo Island is an island, right? So we have to go out to the island, and it only has certain sides, and we were staying on one side of the island, and so obviously we could see that we were not on the other side, which was toward the north, and we knew that because when we took the ferry over to the island, we came off of a certain part of Australia, out of South Australia near Adelaide, and then we came onto Kangaroo Island, and we went towards to the left, and on either a globe Earth or a flat Earth map, you're still going on to one shore side of.
So long
the
story
island,
short, you use GPS, right?
No, because we could see. We drove 10 hours from Geelong, Australia, in Victoria near Melbourne, all the way over to South Australia.
If the circle was like 5 miles in diameter, you wouldn't even realize that you're making a big circle, right? That's why people get lost in the desert constantly. So I mean, to say that you know definitively the orientation that you are, based on like something like the GPS, or that we were just traveling and it didn't feel like we were turning left or right. That's not very definitive, right?
Well, there was no inaccuracies. I mean, there was nothing to say that we were wrong, and we never.
Well, if it was backwards, let's just for a moment, and I know that we're going into conspiracy land, right? We make no bones about it. There's a conspiracy, right? If there was a conspiracy and we're dealing with something that is a projection from reality, I mean, why wouldn't they make it accurate, right? People would figure it out immediately if the maps weren't adding up. But I would add that people actually aren't navigating using a globe Earth, right? They're actually navigating using flat maps. Most commonly, the Mercator projection, 99% of maps are flat. There's only one map that's not, and that's a globe, and it's not even really used for navigation, right? When it was, it failed, and they had to invoke a changing magnetic field.
Okay, but this is kind of hard to discuss, because I feel like it's so like point blank. Like even if the maps were distorted or the GPS got me to the wrong location, I was still on a certain, like I could see the coast. I was on the beaches, and you could see the consistency with that, with satellite imagery, with GPS, with maps, with compass. I mean, it was all, there's nothing wrong with it, I guess.
Joel, so first, when navigators are using compasses, they're in the south. The farther south they are, the more out of sync they are. They find themselves 20, 30 miles a day off, according to their compass. So what NASA has done is they've taken all those data points and they've programmed them into GPS. Anybody can use GPS, but nobody is allowed to see the source code, because if we saw the source code, we'd say, whoa, why are they making all these adjustments? So you have no idea what direction you're facing down there, but let's pretend you are facing south. That we don't even know if the southern stars are a reflection of the northern stars. We don't know what they are. We don't know what stars are. We don't know anything about them, and their motions have nothing to do with the ground that we stand on. Can you admit, if we're on a ball, that there's physical curvature?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So if I'm on and wherever you are, let's just say it's the top of the ball. Okay. So I'm here on an airplane, and I'm looking at it's a perfectly clear day. I'm on the runway, and I could see stars on the horizon. So I'm looking this way, and I see stars right on the horizon. Right.
Yeah. Right.
So I'm in Germany, and I'm going to fly to Brazil. So I'm flying down over the ball. And when I get down here, those stars that were on the horizon are now over my head, right?
Well, it depends. It depends, like how much the Earth is rotated in that point. But yeah.
Well, the Earth is rotating this way, not this way. So I'm going from the north, right? The stars on the horizon. If I stayed there, and the Earth is rotating, those stars are going to stay there.
That's right.
If I go down, those stars should be on the top. So I want to show you a video that a pilot gave to us, and this is from Germany to Brazil, and it's a time lapse. And if you look at the stars, they're not rising up. You would think that they would rise up, but they're just the only time they move.
Yeah, that's an awesome example of him going along with the Earth's rotation.
No, so this is what Google Earth says that flight should look like, right?
Yeah,
Google Earth says
Google Earth isn't rotating actively.
it doesn't matter. The rotation, the east-west rotation, has nothing to do with north-south navigation. The stars, as he's diving over the Earth, these stars should go up. So this is reality versus Google Earth that is simulating what we're supposed to see on a ball. There's a problem. There's a big problem there. This is what it should be. These stars should just be rising up as you're diving over the ball. Whether it's spinning or not spinning has zero. Now, if you hold on, if you were flying east or west on the equator and you had something on the horizon, yeah, you're flying towards it. It's going to go up or down slower, but north south has nothing to do with the spin of the Earth.
Wait, you said he's going from north to south? Are you saying he's going to north to south in that?
Yep, north
video?
to south. Yep.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
why
where
you
did
see
he
the
fly
stars
from?
rotating this way.
Yeah, where was he flying from?
From Germany to Brazil, I believe, or somewhere. Germany for somewhere down there, down below the equator.
Okay.
Okay.
Trying to think.
And you can think. Here's one. Think about it, and maybe not. Right
I just think, Dave, that the answer is the Earth's rotation, and so to say that has nothing to do with it, that's just dismissing the main reason that would happen.
Well, let's look at the Earth's rotation. You got a plane here in the north. Let's call that Germany, and they want to fly here. Okay, right? But the Earth is spinning, and by the time he gets here is now over here. So he has a choice. He could kind of keep correcting to the left, and chase it all the way over. Or he could say, you know what? I want to go here, so I'm going to fly this way because by the time I get there, here will be there. Okay? No one ever does that. Airplanes pick their location. They say it's that way, and they head in a straight line and go that way directly to the location. Okay? If the Earth was spinning, you got a problem, right? But the spin of the Earth, you gotta model it out. The spin of the Earth, east and west, have nothing to do with that observation.
Yeah, let me show you guys something. All right, so before you dog on this program, I need to tell you that it's extremely reliable because I've used it most nights.
Goes off of azimuth measurements.
Well, no, it does have an azimuthal grid, but no, it doesn't just purely go off of azimuthal. So this is close to where I was in Australia, so you can kind of see the same thing that was in the video.
Was the ground curved like that where you were? Did it swoop up like that?
No, obviously, like if you zoom out all the way, like it's going to be, it's just a matter of point of view. So really, it was probably closer to something like this. Because it was a wide angle lens, but otherwise, the reason I had to do that because otherwise you couldn't see enough of the screen. But the point is, this is looking directly south. That's right towards the South Pole, and I want you guys to notice the specific stars that we have here. We have the LMC, which is the Large Magellanic Cloud. We have the SMC, the Small Magellanic Cloud, and in terms of the Milky Way, you have the core there, and then up here you've got where's Polaris? There's Polaris. There's a Crux.
So we're not even.
Okay.
But we're not even really looking at the sky here.
No, but if you went to the same location and looked up, this is exactly what you would see. So this is a reliable software program or software.
So let me just before you finish that point. If I put you in a planetarium and it showed you those same stars in the same locations, would that mean anything?
Well,
would that mean the Earth is a globe?
Well, so sort of, because
so the planetarium proves the Earth is a globe. because you're on a
No,
floor in a planetarium. You're looking at lights in the sky that are 50 feet away from you, and you think that they're trillions of light years. Go ahead.
Dave, I need you to be charitable with me here a little bit, because what I'm saying is, if what you see in the planetarium is the exact same thing as what you see in real life, then it's reliable. It's not just because you see it in the planetarium. Okay, this is just what I can use, because obviously I can't take you guys outside to look up. But this is, so in the southern hemisphere, we have, that's the southern celestial pole right there. So all the stars, you're on the bottom of the globe in Australia, and you're looking down towards the downwards from the Earth, from a right side up Earth anyway. And then here we have where I am, and you can see totally different stars. You could see, so this is the literal opposite side of the Milky Way, because the other part was down here. You were looking through there. So this is what I see every night where I live, and they're actually rotating counterclockwise around a different point. These are different. You didn't see Cassiopeia, you don't see M31, you don't see, the Big Dipper, you don't see Ursa Minor, you don't see any of these. And this is looking directly north, right? Because that's the North Star, and all of the stars rotate around the North Star. So you have the southern hemisphere where it rotates counterclockwise, and we have all of these constellations. They're beautiful and whatnot. I'm sure we could all agree with that. But they're totally different stars than are over here. Totally different.
So if I may,
different directions.
Explain that with a phenomena that's not the Earth actually curving, right? And just to narrow it down, right?
Well, that's the point. Yeah.
Of course, Joel. Your claim right now is that the way that the stars are moving, right, and the way that they appear to be curving around the Earth, right, is evidence of the Earth curving, basically.
Not the Earth. It's evidence, because if you were on a globe and you were looking out from that globe, you would expect to see certain things. So if if you're on the North Pole, you look straight up, you could see the stars rotating directly above you, and you wouldn't be able to see the southern hemisphere. And so, when I took the flight down, I went from Dallas, Texas, down to Melbourne straight, and I got footage of a night lapse of the stars like moving, similar to how that pilot did, except I was looking out the side of the airplane, and I can see the stars literally shifting orientation in the sky as I was crossing the equator and stuff.
Okay, so let me simplify it even further then. In your worldview, is perspective an actual thing? Like, do things get displaced in relation to the viewer based on how far they are in their relative position, right? So in other words, even if we're dealing with a flat plane, right, if something is moving level parallel overhead optically to the observer, would it not appear to drop? Or would it still appear to drop because of perspective?
Like in terms of something getting further away from you, that's like has a certain height, and the further away you get, sort of like looks like it's
two parallel planes.
Yeah. You can see that with train tracks. Sure. Yeah, the distance.
So what if the stars were close and local, and you're flying underneath a low sky? You would see the stars curving over you as you go by. They would drop down lower. They'd be high above the plane as you're flying, right? And the reason that you see different stars is simply because the stars are so close. If you and I were in a room with 10-foot high ceilings, and there's recessed lighting, and they're in all different patterns. Look, there's a starfish, and there's a bull, and there's a cow. And I say, hey, Joel, walk 5 miles. We're going to expand the room to 10 miles wide. You go 5 miles down, walk there. So I wait, a little while, and I can't see you anymore because my vision has brought the ceiling to the floor, and you are too small for me to see. So I call it, and I yell, and my voice spreads out like light spreads out, and you can't hear me. So I call you on your cell phone, and I say, Joel, are there still lights above your head? You'd be like, yeah. I see a horse and a dog, and I'm like, well, what happened to the cow and the bull? Well, I can't see those. Okay, you can't see the stars that I'm under. I can't see the stars that you're under, and we're just 5 miles apart with in a small room with no atmosphere causing issues, just perspective. So that's why you can't see the same stars from the south, because they're too far away. Problem is, on a globe Earth, there's a physical horizon. So on a globe Earth, if you use globe math, you love math. There's a certain distance, which is the max distance you can see. Never, ever can you see farther. Only if conditions like waves on the water or density of the air could you see less. You can never see farther because there's a physical horizon. On a flat Earth, our horizon is very optical. And depending on weather conditions, we can see farther than we should be able to see. So, you know, a 6 foot tall person standing at the edge of perfectly calm water on a perfectly calm day, a perfectly clear day, should only be able to see the surface of the water for 3 miles, according to your math. Okay, there's a 6 foot drop in 3 miles, according to the Pythagorean theorem. Okay, so I shouldn't be able to see the surface of the water, but we can see the surface of the water for magnitudes farther than that. We can see things magnitudes farther, right? But globers like to say, well, I can't see that mountain. I can't see that mountain, therefore the Earth is a globe. And then we break out a infrared lens, and all of a sudden we're like, oh, we can see that mountain with infrared. And infrared, and the only thing they have is screaming refraction, but infrared even cuts down refraction, right? Without an infrared, you see a blue sky, right? But we can see this mountain with infrared. And infrared, if it's refracted up, it should be even less, but we can see all of this mountain except the lower part because the atmospheric density. So we can see too far because the horizon is a theoretical limit of your vision, okay? It's not a physical horizon.
Yeah, but what about the rotation? Because that's specifically the
rotation.
So the rotation
of
so the rotation is a so this is something that I've actually been trying to send you something, Dave, for the background because I can't share my screen while I'm streaming. Otherwise, I'd pull up the visual for you. But we actually
where are you sending it?
Well, no, it's just too big to send. So I've tried to send it in my email, but it wasn't working. But anyway, in any case, Walter Bislin actually did us a favor on this and actually modeled out what the stars would kind of look like on a flat plane. They did use arbitrary stars, so it's not like you can see specific constellations or anything like that, but it basically just shows the general position of where the stars were and then what it appears to be optically to the observer. The reason why this happens is there's a huge discrepancy or a miscommunication in what we're actually dealing with. So we're dealing with measurements in our visual field. Right, we're dealing with things that are very far away, and there's a big assumption that everything is in Euclidean geometry. We assume this because for a lot of things it tends to work. But if you Google it right now and you look up the geometry for visual space, you'll actually see that there's not a set model for it. So, oh, good. They've got it pulled up right there. Perfect. So there's actually not a set model for what the geometry we should expect to see in visual space is. And there is now evidence coming out that we are seeing a hyperbolic geometry as our visual space. So in other words, spherical geometry. There's something known as the Alley experiments. There's a paper that is referenced that I also sent Dave a quote from. Then this would explain the spherical nature of what we're seeing. As far as the rotation goes, it's an optical phenomenon. So it's literally an optical phenomenon. You would have an optical convergence point at the furthest point away from the center point of rotation. Because again, the further out that things get, the more they're going to tend to converge. So the things that are rotating above you are obviously going to, if you're over the equator, actually, it's going to appear more straight. And then as you get further away, it's going to optically converge again as you look out. So this is just one of the explanations. Another explanation is that there's literally 4 different optical rotations, which is very possible if you just think of it as like gears, right? You have one rotation in the center and then 4 opposite parts of rotation coming off of that. So, but before I even attempt to explain any of that and get into the bottom of what's happening, I like to start with first principles, which is why I had asked you, how do we even verify the general position of where we're looking definitively, right? There's the quote right there. Euclidean geometry widely accepted as the model for our physical space. However, there's not a consistent model. There is evidence that our eyes work to make pictures and images of the physical space using a hyperbolic model. And this is obviously what we're basing our measurements off of. So I'm wondering what you would say to that. And if this is true, where is this accounted for in the mathematics that you present?
Well, there was a lot there. I got some stuff down. It certainly wasn't any simple sort of a message that you just gave there. So you're talking about non-Euclidean geometry,
right?
Okay, and how that relates to our sort of more hyperbolic perception. But you mentioned how, so for example, if you're on the equator and you're on a globe, you would expect the stars in the sky to sort of barrel over from you have the north here, the south here, they barrel over you just the same way. If you turn it right side up and you're on the North Pole, the stars would just rotate around that top point. And if you're in the South Pole in Antarctica, you look up, it would be the same thing, but with different stars. So, but my question is, what about the different stars? I mean, they're completely different, and you can watch as you traverse the globe, the different stars as you.
So that's actually so that issue was actually solved before the rotation issue was even solved, right? So what happens is, because our visual space is curved, the things that are further away are obviously going to be dipping down. So what ends up happening is these stars, the stars that are over, let's say, the northern hemisphere, as you drift over the equator, you're going to start to see both of them, because again, the closer you get to something, the more it's going to rise up to your perspective. The further away, the more something's going to fall. So as you move away from the northern hemisphere, those stars are going to fall to the horizon and become invisible to you. And then the stars that were invisible to you, that you moved closer to, are now going to be visible to you. Long story short, let's pretend you're in a big warehouse with lights over top. You're simply underneath one set of lights.
Yeah. You're 5 miles away in the same room. We look up, we see the different stars. Now, as you walk towards me, you can't see the stars that you left behind, and you start to see the stars that I'm seeing. You're on the north side of the room, on the south side of the room. Okay? So it's the same thing. What's that?
How low are these stars to be?
We don't know. We don't claim. But you know. I know how low they're 25 trillion miles away. I just made that up, right? But your theoretical, ideas of where the stars are scientifically impossible, if you ask me. Our stars are very close. I don't know how far they are, but I don't think they're thousands of miles away or millions of miles away. I don't know. I'm not going to make a claim. I like looking at things here on Earth that we can actually measure.
This is just a question. I'm saying, so if you were to measure and work out the math of how far something would have to be to go a certain distance away from it to where it looks like it goes down.
Well, here's the problem.
You've seen mathematically.
Well, you've seen the orthographic view of the flat earthers say the sun's 3,000 miles up, and with the size that they say the Earth is, the sun would never set. Well, I don't think it's 3,000 miles up, but even if it was, they're not taking into effect that somebody standing under it, it's directly above them at X height. And now somebody farther away, it doesn't stay at X height. It gets lower already just due to perspective. And then they go farther away, it appears lower and lower. Okay. Phuket Ward, you don't know who he is, but he recently did a video on it. And it's really, it's how perspective works. People, they don't teach perspective in school, because if they did, people would be like, wait a minute, this doesn't work out. We don't live on a crazy globe. I want to get back to, you're talking about seeing the stars and stuff. The stars, we can't prove what they are. We don't know what gases they are. We don't know how far they are. The brightness is 2,500 times brighter than the sun. That's a made up story.
Well, that's only one star, though. There's different ones that have different.
If you told me something was 1.5 times as bright as the sun, I'd have a hard time believing it. Okay, because the sun, because no, you have no examples of anything brighter than the sun. Let's say, they could do something in a lab, and they say it's 10,000 times brighter than the sun. Show me something twice as bright as the sun. They've never ever done it. But instead of looking up at these lights in the sky, let's just come back down to Earth for a minute. You said earlier, you agree there's a physical horizon. You agree that there is curvature of the Earth. Do you know anyone in history, or have you ever measured the curve of the Earth?
To the second question, no. To the first, I would say yes. But
like who? Well, and the other one is axial rotation. Do you know anyone in history that measured axial rotation? And can you tell me how?
Axial rotation? What do you mean by that? Like
the Earth spinning on an axis. The Earth spins on an axis.
What do you mean measure that?
How do you prove the Earth is spinning? But without looking at the lights in the sky.
what do you think would be a satisfactory answer for you?
The Earth isn't spinning.
No. I meant to test it. If we were to have a test of that, it's rotating.
If the Earth
what
was
would that look
spinning or curved, you'd be able to measure curvature. So let's look at this. Okay, so when you're down low, that thickest part of the atmosphere, you can't see 100 miles. Okay, because the atmosphere just becomes too thick, right? But the higher up you are, the air is thinner, clear, less pollution, less moisture, and you can see farther. Here's an observation from a mountaintop.
Oh, yeah, I watched that video. Yeah,
you watched it. So,
Yeah.
what is your explanation on why we can see these mountains? We can see all of them in the right places and everything. The tops of these mountains should be over 40 miles below the curve. Now you can say, well, the curvature calculator is wrong. It's a parabola. You can say whatever you want. Oh, it's the hump. It's the Sagitta. Okay, only 20 miles. The tops of these mountains, which is nonsense, should be 20 miles below the curve, but we can see them. What is your answer for that other than refraction?
I'd have to look into that. I can't just like.
You know what? You would be the first one with a scientific belief system that is willing to look in it, because mainstream science won't look into it. No one will look into it. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I could look. Well, we got that down for next time. Then
there you go. Come up with an explanation on how we can see all of these mountaintops.
Okay. Yeah, I will.
All right. Beautiful.
I like how you assume on faith that the curvature calculations are just going to work out. It's all going to work out. Those
I
mountains
never
are
said
fine.
I'm good. Okay, but Skylar, you've got to like give me. I mean, how would you work it out then? I guess like
There's an Earth curvature
what method
calculator,
would you use?
right? So I would simply find the height of the mountains, right? I'd get the distance of the observer here, 700 miles, the height, and then I would plug those numbers into probably the Walter Bislin Earth curvature calculator. And then I would invoke standard refraction just to be a good sport, right? And then, I would see what figures it give me, and then I would compare it. When you do compare it, it says that there's like 80 miles of curvature that's supposed to be there. Those mountains are not 80 miles high. So these are the things that to us, seem to falsify the model that everybody just keeps insisting on with hypothetical, celestial proof.
Well, I think celestial is strong because again, if we are on a globe in space, you should be able to look away from it and be able to predict what you would see.
But
is what I'm saying.
But the whole thing with the assumption of Euclidean geometry being shattered doesn't shift or make you want to relook into way that we're doing.
I don't think
these
it's shattered.
calculations.
I mean, obviously they just said there's alternatives and there's different like ways to mathematics, like the difference between radial.
No, well, so
like
when I say
radians
shattered, right? I mean, I don't know how it could get more shattered than well, they nicely did it, right? They said the assumption of Euclidean space is wrong. And we have evidence that we are building our space in hyperbolic geometry. So I'm not sure how we wouldn't consider that shattered.
I actually think that's actually referring to like math, like tensor calculus and like general relativity, because that's using Euclidean geometry, and they were sort of criticizing.
So this all was done as a result of the ALI experiments, were terrestrial experiments, right? So we're not dealing, when they did this observation, they weren't even using celestial observations, right? So this can happen in the small scale, which is, again, this is the kind of stuff that we like to go on when you say that, well, yeah, both sides are taking something on faith. Kind of, at least our side, we have the ability to go and verify the terrestrial examples, whereas your side, we have to take on faith that this entity, NASA, started by Project Paperclip, Nazis, admittedly, sent probes out and gave us back the correct data.
Yeah, I mean, but I guess, because then I just ask, like, and then like, what is this thing? What is this? And then what are these?
Well, could you accept that we don't know, and that maybe the people claiming to know are just trying to get a leg up of credibility? Or that maybe you've been misled information-wise, and that the people who are actually doing the work on the ground don't claim to know these things, right? They claim that this is a theory that could explain the phenomena, but it's a work in progress, and it's surface level at best, right? It doesn't even begin to explain the deeper phenomena. Like, you can't explain what gravity is. You can't explain quantum mechanics.
We can see other galaxies, though, is what I'm saying.
Joel, you see lights in the sky that somebody told you is another galaxy.
No. Well, you could see the shape. Like you can see.
You can see a shape that somebody told you is another. Like, did you take that picture behind you? Where's that picture from?
Yeah, I got it. Yes, I took this picture.
You took that with your camera?
With my GoPro, yeah, right here.
Your GoPro took that picture of the sky?
Yes.
That's a good picture. Good job.
Thank you.
You're taking pictures of lights in the sky that are not hundreds of trillions of miles away. They're close. They're close. But to assume that, that's a disc shape and it's kind of fuzzy, therefore it's 100 billion stars with a trillion planets, right? To believe that's just a belief, right? So here's the example I'm looking for. Okay. Is this the sun or the moon?
I can't tell. Probably the moon.
Is it a sphere? Is it a sphere?
I also can't tell.
Okay, that's right. And guess what? It's only about a quarter of a mile away. And as we bring it closer, you see that it's a train and it's not even a sphere. Okay. It's got rectangular lights on it, right? It's got orange lights. It's got different color lights, but you saw a sphere at a quarter of a mile away. But you think that you can see a light in the sky 100 trillion light years away and tell me what it is? You couldn't even tell that this is a train with 8 different colored lights of different shapes that are not even touching each other. It looks like a sphere. It's how we see.
But what about things that are shaped like what we call galaxies?
They're shaped like what we call, you know what? An egg is shaped like a galaxy. I don't think there's 100 trillion stars in my fried egg in the morning. Okay. It's shaped like a galaxy. It should be. It should have 100 trillion stars in it, and it should be amazing. I bet if I took a really close up picture of it, I could send it to NASA, and they'd be like, "Wow, you discovered a new galaxy."
Yeah. Oh, I mean, okay. Just I don't know.
I'll take an okay. I'll take an okay. That's all you need. That's all you need to give me.
Yeah. I just I wouldn't really know how to respond to that.
But here, I think I made a good point. You couldn't tell what shape this was, what it was, or anything at a quarter of a mile away. You think that you can tell what something that looks like? They say, "Hey, a galaxy is this shape." Okay, you think that you can tell what that is? You were told what it is, and therefore anything that's that shape, you believe it because that's what you were told. There's zero evidence for anything that you have brought up today. It is all theoretical. And getting back to the spectroscopy experiment, I want someone to do a I can't say the word, spectroscopy experiment. You get a vial. We should be able to get a beaker full of whatever gas, put a bright light behind it, set it on fire, whatever you want, and somebody a quarter of a mile away we should be able to tell them what it is.
That's not how spectroscopy works, though. That's not.
How does it work? we already went over this. We
already went over that. But
okay,
so let me just one more example, and then we can start
go for
it. Shutting it off. But so this is the same program. I've seen these things myself, so I'm not like just showing you gibberish that I haven't seen myself. First of all, I'm sure you've heard the Andromeda Galaxy. That's our nearest galaxy. It's quite large. It's huge. I've seen it. You can see the shape.
I can make that in Canva right now.
What's that?
I said I can make that in Canva right now.
Yeah, but I'm not. You can't say this is fake, Skylar. This is real. I've seen it. This isn't like some made up. We have pictures of. You can go outside with a telescope right now with a DSLR camera, put a star tracker on this, and take a picture of it. So this isn't like some just made up thing.
You said that we could put a star tracker
in the sky.
How is it that we're keeping up with this other galaxy, right? That's definitely not within our galaxy when we're whipping through space over 1 million miles per second.
Well, because space is really big. So here's another one. So here's the Whirlpool Galaxy. I've seen this one too. You can see the shape. You can see the smaller galaxy here. It looks like it's kind of sucking it in. It's really cool. And then here's another one that I've seen, the Triangulum Galaxy.
Skylar, what if there was a book that said that these are spiraling lights that were just a couple hundred miles away? And that's what you were taught. Now, if I showed you all these and told you that there were galaxies trillions of miles away that with hundreds of billions of stars that are bigger than... But my point is, you could defend either one of them with an equal amount of evidence, which is zero.
I'm saying... so
try not to do a spit take.
It's sort of like what you're calling it. It's just a matter of it's like semantics of what you want to say that it is. And then, of course, this would be our galaxy that we're inside of, so we're inside, that's the center of it. And you can kind of look away from it. So this is our Milky Way, obviously, and any of us could see that.
It's not obvious because you were told that. You're assuming.
No. I'm saying that this is all stuff that you can go out and see yourself, and that you can take pictures of.
But you couldn't tell what a train light was, right? It's a cool story, bro. It's a cool story. So you have zero proof of it. You were told that it's a galaxy. You were told that it's trillions of miles away. You were told it's 2,000, or you figured out on your own that it has to be 2,500 times brighter than the sun. These are all things that you have zero evidence of. Zero.
But wouldn't the evidence be the observation, like looking at it?
The observation, but as I said before, if you were taught in school that these galaxies were actually energetic sources of spiraling light that are, a couple hundred miles away, that would be your story.
Well, hey,
and then
there's
another one. There's another one.
There was something. One of the biggest debates in astronomy was actually this exact point. When we believed that the Milky Way was the entire universe, and we didn't believe there was other galaxies. We didn't even know what a galaxy was. And so, where'd he go?
I'm still here.
I'm here.
Right back.
Okay. So the point was it was called the Great Debate. You can look it up. Where it was Andromeda, that first one that I showed you. They were saying, "Oh, that's actually not a nebula." They thought it was a nebula, and turns out, well, Hubble discovered that it was a galaxy, and you can look up how he did that. But
so they changed their story. They literally just changed their story.
Well, I think better term would be updated their story, but
that would be impossible to catch them in any kind of like.
Right.
How can you falsify the model if you're just going to change it whenever you get narrowed down?
It wasn't falsified. It was added because they didn't deny that the Milky Way existed. They just said
kind of like refraction. Kind of like refraction was added to save Earth curvature.
Well, you and I both know that refraction is a thing. Like you can see how refraction works.
Refraction never brings anything up that's gone. It can move things that are in your visual range, but it doesn't bring things back from when they're completely hidden and keep them there over 24 hours.
I'm just saying refraction itself is a thing.
Refraction, but that doesn't explain the observations. For example, the famous shot across Lake Michigan of Chicago, there's a time lapse, 24 hours with different weather coming through day and night, and the buildings never move 1 inch. They're just there the whole time. And we proved that they're not refraction because a couple of our guys got in a boat and watched it and went across the lake, and it should have disappeared at one point because they're getting closer to it. The refraction should change, and it never changed. We proved that it's not refraction.
But all I'm saying is with the Great Debate, it wasn't falsified and like debunked. It was just added onto. They're like, oh, I guess the universe is way bigger than we thought it was.
Well, that's again theoretical nonsense. You believe that this is a giant star manufacturing factory where there's dust and gas in space. Another scientific impossibility that is collapsing upon itself and spitting out stars like ping pong balls. Okay, that's what you believe, right? This is a nebula that produces stars.
Yeah, that's the pillars of creation. Yeah.
So cool story, bro. It's a cool story. It's not even a cool story. It's ridiculous. Okay, how do you have gas and dust in space?
Well, that's I think we probably won't get into that topic here. But
when you say things like, my issue is when you say things like, well, the observations are the evidence, right? Do you know that we changed the distance to the sun like over 7 times in modern history?
Yeah, probably. Okay. We updated it. I think we got more refined.
Do you know why that's significant? Do you know how much they changed it by, first off? Like, do you know how much they changed it from?
No.
1,000 miles was the first predicted distance. So they have...
Who did that?
I can't remember the exact names of everybody who did the predictions. But in any case, we end up now, obviously, with our figure of 93 million miles. You admitted yourself that, they probably changed it to update it, right? So here's the issue. We base a very important unit of measuring all these other distances off of our perceived distance to the sun, which was the astronomical unit. It's also how we defined our speed of light, right? We simply define it as constant. We think that the sun is so far, and then we measure differences in angle. So it's pretty funny that we don't actually have in my opinion, a real measurement, a direct measurement of light. It's an inferred measurement. But in any case, the AU was changed 7 times, which means that the units to all the other stars were changed several times. And now, I mean, this point was kind of breezed over when Dave brought it up. The North Star, they're talking about give or take, right? That means they could give it 100 million or 100 more
light years.
Yeah, 100 more light years, or take 100 light years away. That's a 200 light year discrepancy. And we're going to sit here and pretend that that's not going to have anything to do with the other predicted distances, when we know that several other predictions were made about the distances to other galaxies and other stars based on where our projected distance of the North Star was. It's a house of cards.
Joel, the mainstream science, if you don't agree with them, you don't get published. So mainstream science tells us it's 93 million miles away. But during one of the recent solar eclipses, a bunch of truthful, honest, researching amateur astronomers said, "Hey, they did the math, and there's something wrong. The eclipse doesn't work. The sun has to be farther." And I forget the number, but it was significantly farther. And so all of these chat groups, these articles started popping up, and then they all disappeared. Inside of a couple days, bam, you can't find any of them. It was completely squashed off the internet. And wait a minute. There's something wrong with the eclipse and the shadows and everything. It didn't line up. And that was just squashed, and nobody heard about it.
That's interesting.
It is interesting. So I got an okay and an interesting.
Would you be able to acknowledge that, again, this is why I say it's theoretical at best. I'm not saying that the theory can't work, right? It very well could, but we can acknowledge that the observations on their face are not proof of themselves. In fact, you even stating that is a literal begging the question, or also known as a reification logical fallacy. If an argument is logically fallacious, then that means it's not good support for that claim. Not necessarily that your claim is wrong, but just that argument is not a good argument for that claim. So when all of your arguments pretty much are like that, it's flat earther fuel.
No, I don't think all of my arguments have been like that. Not all of them, but yeah, it is a. What'd you say the specific name of that fallacy was?
Reification.
Reification. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, it's hard. It's. I could scrub through this whole video and watch it back, and I'm sure all three of us has made plenty of logical fallacies in the stuff we said. So it's kind of really, really hard to avoid. But yes, and to your point, it doesn't necessarily make it valid. So I guess it is a sort of pleading the question or begging the question. But I guess that. If I acknowledge that, I also like if you guys could maybe acknowledge that if on a globe model, those celestial movements would make sense if it was a globe.
Which one specifically?
The rotation, the celestial rotation.
Sure.
It would make sense on a globe.
Yeah, I'd give you that.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, I think this was productive. It was very involved, very in depth.
There was a third question I wanted to ask you. The one was axial rotation. No one's ever measured it. The curvature, no one's ever measured it. And high pressure next to no pressure. Have you ever seen or heard of a test in a lab or in nature that can have high pressure next to low pressure without a physical barrier in any orientation?
Hold on. Is the question high? So the question's high pressure next to low pressure.
Yeah, without a physical barrier.
Hold on. Let me see. I'll write this one down too. I mean, but the thing is, when you start talking about these things, you have to start using things like Boyle's law and fluid mechanics and all this stuff that is mathematical, So it's hard because when I sort of like start responding,
I don't look at it that way. Math is not empirical evidence.
But when you're talking about these concepts, the way that we understand how things interact, how things high pressure and low pressure, why it goes.
Here's an experiment you can do. Get a cube, a box that you can suck all the air out of, right? And carry it around with you. Let's say it has a little trap door that can be opened on the side, on the top, on the or the bottom, right? Is there any place, any altitude, any place in this world where you could open that and it wouldn't equalize instantly?
Not that I'm aware of.
So how do we have a high pressure atmosphere next to space, which is no pressure, not even low pressure, no pressure, like insane?
Well,
right?
you know my answer to that.
Gravity, right? So you've seen the train car that they suck the air out of and it collapses upon itself,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
How come?
I think we've all seen those videos now.
If you did it the other way, you agree that it would explode, right?
Yes, yeah. If we put
So how do we have spacecrafts made out of aluminum? How's the ISS up there, which has high pressure in a no pressure, not even low pressure? How come it doesn't explode? Because the vacuum chamber we have here on Earth has walls 10 feet thick out of steel and concrete.
David, the hard part is because then you have to start quantifying, okay, how much pressure is in here, how much pressure is out here. So you start getting numbers, and then you have to start using mathematical relationships to describe why something would or would not
Forget
happen.
that. Show me in reality.
So that's what I'm saying, Dave.
Listen,
I'm saying
Google
it's
Earth.
hard.
Google Earth showed you using math how the stars should rotate. Reality shows you something else. That pilot didn't use any numbers. He filmed reality, but Google Earth used mathematical equations and numbers and everything, and it worked perfectly for a globe. But reality. So show me in reality. Don't show me in Narnia math, right? Show me in reality. Take a box of vacuum, find a place where you can open up in any orientation that little window, and it won't equalize. And the answer is you can't. Nowhere. Not in Death Valley, not at the top of Mount Everest. Nowhere. It'll equalize instantly. That shows you that we are not on a globe. We're not on a globe. I don't believe space is a vacuum.
But
okay?
So if I was to show you what pressure was in a spacecraft, for example, and how maybe it wouldn't overcome the structural integrity of the outside of it.
Let me interrupt. All right. Go on YouTube and search vacuum chamber. Okay, they explode. Anything you put in there explodes. When they put a soda in there, it explodes. Okay, when you open up a soda can, it equalizes instantly. Right? Get a vacuum chamber and put something in it and suck the air out. It's going to explode. Okay, it's going to explode. Right? But the space station, no problem. That their seals work perfectly. Everything works years and years and years. They run around in gorilla suits up there. They got a meteorite, a meteorite, a mini meteorite, put a little hole in it, and they fixed it with duct tape and gum. Okay? They're mocking us, Joel, and you're buying into all of it. Okay? Listen, you are a super book smart guy. You're a nice guy. You're super book smart, but your book is Narnia. You're literally living in Narnia.
I'm not sure how I could respond to that.
Because you know what? Narnia is kind of a nice place. It's kind of fun there, I heard.
Yeah, I would agree. But
I wouldn't know though.
No, of course not.
Well, what do you make of the? I mean, I know it's one thing to say that we just disagree with your beliefs, right? I mean, that's one thing. But what about when you have the people, I won't even call them the so-called elite, but like some of the people who have come out with some of these theories, like Kepler, saying that we need to, was it Kepler or Hubble, that said that we must avoid the unique position in the universe at all costs. Such a position is unwelcomed and would only be accepted as a last result, as a last-ditch effort to explain a phenomenon. In other words, what he's saying is we will make up anything, literally anything, including magic bendy light, in order to save a model that will mean that we can explain away some certain observations. Observations, of course, that we're not moving, that we're at the center. And believe it or not, observations that we are, in fact, not curving. Again, those would be radar. We have radar propagation over 10,000 miles, and it apparently operates in the manual off a line of sight, meaning you point and shoot where you think the target would be. There's no calculation for bouncing it off of the ionosphere. And we even have radio waves that go over the 100 megahertz broadband, which means it goes through the ionosphere. We have clocked those at over 2,500 miles. These observations alone, by themselves, destroy the curvature claimed by the globe. And so we don't have good evidence of its curving. We have evidence that it's flat. We have no, as you even admitted, no evidence for the celestial model that doesn't beg the question. So there's no.
When did I admit that? Oh, that doesn't beg the question.
Right. Reify. That's why you don't know how to answer when you say, when we accuse you of living in Narnia, right?
Yeah,
Because
right. But that you just, I granted it to you when you just said that, because you said we have observations of this stuff happening.
Right.
So you were you doing the same thing, but I gave you that because, you know, you can't always avoid that. It's a very particular fallacy that's one of the hardest to avoid, besides like the fallacy or something like that. But, you know. So
Sure.
you
Well,
said
we
the same. I need to say that you made the same claim. We have these observations as evidence for the flat Earth, and that's kind of almost exactly what I was saying.
But the
with
difference would be
celestial
between, and I could give it to you that that's a reification, right? Because just because it shoots as if it's flat doesn't necessarily mean that it's flat, right? It just can hint at that, right? So I would give you that.
Yeah.
But the difference between our observations would be, again, that we can recreate ours here on the ground. The things that prove out your observations demonstrably are probes, NASA, again, and everything that relies on the accused or reifies the issue.
Well, what about astrophotographers, like amateur astrophotographers?
They take pictures of the sky. What about them?
Well, I mean, because they use a lot of these theories and methods, and they use these star trackers, and they use.
So what they use, so the only thing that you need to know in order to be an astrophotographer really is the cycles, obviously, of the celestial bodies, but then also you just need to know how much they move in a day, which is about 1 degree per hour. So, I mean, as long as you know that, I mean, you don't have to do advanced these calculations, this assumption, right, that you have to know the layout of the cosmos as NASA and the mainstream presents it in order to take pictures of the things up there. It's actually ridiculous when you look into it. It's not even claimed that that's the case.
Joel, what happens when you go back and you decide to look at that mountain, that 700-mile mountain thing, and you can't come up with an explanation that works on the globe? What would you do? What are you going to do then?
Well, that's hard because it's very hard for me to just not accept no explanation. So I mean, I feel like I would keep trying. And
here's the thing: that observation, although it's not easy for anybody, but anybody could go there and do it themselves, right? It's not that we don't have to go to space.
You could do everything I showed you yourself too.
No, you can't. You're looking at things that you can't tell. Right? If I didn't move that train forward, you can do all sorts of measurements, and you could say that light was 250,000 miles away when it was only 1/4 of a mile away. And you could say it's spherical, but when it wasn't spherical, you can say anything. That's not, this is something we're viewing, a terrestrial object that we know where it is. We know how high it is. We can go measure it from another terrestrial place. We're not looking into Narnia. You're looking at Narnia.
Well, things like Jupiter's moons, for example, like you could watch.
Can I call them the light that we call Jupiter? The little lights that are near it.
Yes, I know, okay. Dave, but we're trying to be charitable to each other's positions here. So you can. Jupiter rotates once every 90 minutes, which is insane to me. But you could watch it rotate. I mean, it's such a big planet, but it's rotating so quickly, and you could watch its moons in a telescope rotating around the planet through the night.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
So things like that.
Ask you a question. Jupiter, what's Jupiter made out of?
Yes.
Spectroscopy should tell you. It's made out of helium and hydrogen.
Not necessarily, because it's not emitting light. It's a failed star.
So what? But it's not. It's like 98% hydrogen and helium. I heard.
Yeah. Well,
is that right?
I don't know.
Spectroscopy should tell us. It's right here. We're not looking at it. It's not trillions of light years away, or millions of miles and millions of light years. It's right here. So the spectroscope. I'm trying to say both words at the same time. It should be able to tell us what Jupiter is. It should be able to tell us what Jupiter is. Okay. So mainstream science says that it's correct me if I'm wrong, Skylar, it's helium and hydrogen. Is that right? Am I right on that?
That sounds right. Yeah.
I don't remember.
So helium and hydrogen kind of defy gravity here on Earth. They also tell us that Jupiter has more gravity than all of the other planets combined. How much helium and hydrogen does it take to create more gravity than all of the planets combined?
A lot. Quite a bit.
And so more of something that's lighter than air. It doesn't make any sense. And then if you were on Jupiter,
that's lighter
bright,
than oxygen and nitrogen. But yeah,
how NASA says that from Jupiter the sun would be very small. It would be like a quarter of the size. It'd be like a large star.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So you have to believe if you're on Jupiter and it's a gassy surface, I wouldn't call that very reflective. I'd call it kind of light absorbing surface. And the sun is really small and it's far away. You have to believe that faraway sun is lighting up the gases, reflecting off of them back to us. And it wasn't yesterday, but the last time I saw Jupiter in the sky, it's the brightest thing in the sky next to the moon. Okay. Yeah. So how is that light getting intensified, reflecting off of that non-reflective surface, traveling millions of miles back to my eye, not getting any dimmer, getting brighter? How is that possible? How come when I look at a rock on the ground at noon that's much closer to the sun and much more reflective than a gassy ball, how come it's not shining bright in my eyes? Because I'm right next to it. Okay. It's not as bright. When you look at Jupiter in the sky, it's as bright as the sun. It's just smaller. It's a light. It's as bright as the sun. It's just smaller. Right. But I should be able to look at a rock on the ground and it should be brighter than Jupiter, but it's not. It's not.
Make God great again says Flurfers just don't know how time traveling eyesight works. Obviously, Dave, we probably should just pack it up, call it a day.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. I don't understand. It's not getting brighter.
Let me ask you a question.
It's just reflecting the light off of.
Is the light reflecting off of this blinding you right now?
No, it's not. Sun reflecting off of it.
Should. Now, if the sun was over there,
outside,
hold on. Yeah. If I was outside and the sun was over there, it would still just look like this. And this is actually I'm pretty fucking bright in here. Okay. The sun reflecting off of this, you can just see it. It's not a light. You look up at Jupiter, it's a light, right? But you have to believe that a distant sun, a smaller sun, is reflecting off of a non-reflective surface, traveling millions of miles to my eye through my atmosphere, and I could see it as bright as the sun. I'm sorry, you're not thinking if you're believing that's what that is. The only reason that you're defending it is because it has to be that way, because that's the way it is.
Well, I just don't think that position that you're describing is accurate. Because
all right, explain to me how we see Jupiter as bright as the sun. Well, it's a bright light in the sky. It's bright light in the sky.
It's not nearly as bright as the sun.
Okay, but it's brighter than any star. It's bright. It's literally a light in the sky. How is it lit up? Explain to me how it's lit up.
Well, because it's reflecting what's showing behind your screen there.
It's reflecting the sun.
Yeah.
Okay, so how come when I look at a rock, I'm standing next to a boulder here on Earth that's a smooth boulder and it's kind of reflective? How come it's not as bright as like Jupiter is bright? It's literally like a small piece of the sun. It's like a small piece of the sun.
You know how big Jupiter is.
So you're not explaining how
I'm saying
that light's intensifying.
Well, no, it's not intensifying. What I'm saying is you have a massive, massive planet, a planet.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because the sun. Hold on. Let me just finish this point. They say the sun's 400 times bigger than the moon and 400 times farther. Therefore, it's the same size. So if I look at a rock that's this big and I'm 5 feet from it, okay, well, Jupiter is so far away that it looks smaller than that. It doesn't matter. I'm right next to this. The sun is shining on it. It should be blinding me, but it's not. And the sun is closer to this, right? It should be blinding me. That argument alone completely destroys the light in the sky being a gassy ball planet that they tell us.
What are you seeing?
Look at it. As Skylar said before, I don't know. I think it's something to do with creation. I think we're all part of this living system, and those lights in the sky are part of this system. That's why astrology is what the real elite use, and astronomy is for the masses to keep them believing in space.
Well, I certainly don't believe in astrology, but
well, that's of course because you believe in astronomy, which is complete and total hypothetical BS with being nice.
Yeah, but like so Venus, for example, is much brighter than Jupiter. I'm sure you've seen Venus in the morning when it's.
I have. I saw Venus last night. It was right next to Mars, and it was also very bright. Now Venus, you could kind of argue it's closer to the sun and it's reflecting, but Jupiter makes no sense. Jupiter makes no sense.
Well, it kind of because you can't see like Neptune or Uranus with your naked. Well,
because again. Because they're not what they say, right? They're not what they say.
But then what are they? I guess if I were to accept, okay, they're not planets, then what am I supposed to do?
That's not.
I guess what
listen,
do you do
I don't know. I'm not responsible for coming up with the answer when you don't know what something is. I don't have to come up with a replacement model. But if we look at Jupiter, hold on a second. This is what I want to show you. This is from this is from NASA, right? Why isn't it so bright? How did they get it? Did they turn the aperture down?
I would need to know the exact source for that. I don't know.
Actually, I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. That's a pond with ducks.
Nice.
That's not what I was doing.
That's good. Yeah.
Come on. I said you have to have a joke. Okay.
Yeah, that's funny.
All right.
It's even funny because
that's real,
here's Jupiter that NASA has. I'm trying to find the one. Oh yeah. So this is a space probe that took a picture of Jupiter. How did they get? What did they have, a solar filter on there? Because Jupiter.
What did you say took that picture?
This is from NASA, from some Voyager or whatever. Took this 2014 and 2016.
So it was a passing by.
Yeah, but again, you have to believe that this is real, and none of the clouds changed over 2 years. Every cloud is exactly the same.
Are we just going to breeze over how those look literally identical to the little miniature
That's what we're talking
Jupiter?
About. The one I just showed.
Yeah, it's identical, and these stuff like this, and Jupiter's not the only one. They have one of the moon too. I've heard that from.
Well, Skylar, they use this picture to make that model. Come on, it's not the other way around. That's crazy.
I do think you're right. I do think I don't know. I'd have to look at exactly. I'd have to see what they said about those images specifically to see.
I'll tell you what they said. They found out that Jupiter has a magnetic core because they filmed the Northern Lights.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Come on. Now let me ask a question. Did I put this in there, or did NASA put this in here? Do you know? Can you prove either way?
No, I don't know.
Okay, but
that's what
when
I'm saying. I'd have to look at it myself.
So if I put it in there, did I do a good job?
Sure.
Really? That's good. That's believable. So if NASA put it in there, then it has to be real. Do you see the bias that you have?
Not. See how I'm not just accepting it though. Like I'd have to see.
I appreciate that.
You can see. Both of you can go and look at Jupiter, and it looks just like that. Is what I'm saying.
It looks just like this. This is the new picture of Jupiter that NASA just gave us. All right. You believe these are paintings.
It actually doesn't look like what you're talking about unless you use some digital imaging and rendering with it, right? You're not going to get Jupiter.
No, that's not true. You can see it.
You can see some blurry. You can see some blurry bands and a little. I'll give you. You can see a little spot and some blurry bands, but nothing to the detail of what NASA's claiming.
Well, with a legitimate telescope, you can with a big Dobsonian 12-inch telescope. It's just purely optics. It just has two mirrors, right? Three mirrors.
Joel.
And it can look like that. You can see it's not just blurry bands. You can see the detail and the red dot and everything.
So Joel, if you do the research and see that the 2014, 2016 photos are both claimed to be from NASA and all of the clouds are the same, what will you do? What's your excuse? What will you say?
Well, I'd have to see what they say about it.
Let's say they say these are two separate pictures. The second one showed that there's Northern Lights. Okay. What will you do? Because you now have evidence that they're lying because all the clouds are the same. When they show us this, the clouds don't say the same. This is just over a couple of days. Okay. Right. The clouds are moving right? But they showed us 2 years apart. The clouds are the same. So I'm not saying that, you have to do your own research. When you find out that that is both official from NASA, can you completely say NASA's a complete and total fraud and throw out everything they've ever given you? Or are you going to make it?
Well, I wouldn't go to that extreme because that would be a slippery slope fallacy, which I'm sure you're aware of, Skylar.
But it's
you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
But it's the burden of positive claims and letting things pass through the lens of empirical of what can be empirically verified and what can't, right? We keep having to, on the Globe side, rely on the story from people who came admittedly from Project Paperclip. If you don't know anything about that, you should definitely look into it.
No,
I
know about it.
Yeah, it wasn't just America, though. That's actually what people don't understand. It was America, China, Russia. It was all the big countries took the Nazi scientists and then you employed them in their own scientific programs, not just the space program, right? So for us to just blindly agree that, okay, what they're giving us is factual when they do show us like horrible footage like this, like you can make stuff like that super easy today, and all you need is a little bit of theater magic to do it back in the day, right? If you take in even 1 year of stagecraft, then a lot of the magic of NASA just kind of falls away.
Yeah, I think again, well, I take things on a case by case basis. So like, I'll look into the mountain things. I looked into the inverse square law thing. I'll look into the high pressure versus low pressure thing, and then I'll look into the 2014. So did you make those images, or
no? Those are from straight off of NASA's website.
So you didn't make those. Okay. So yeah, I'll look at those and I'll see what they say about them, and then I'll also reference those against other amateur images that we have. But yeah, no, Skylar, I did need to make sure that you understood that we can see Jupiter with a significant amount of detail just with.
So yes, let me point that out. Yes, you can. And Jupiter is actually a train with 8 different lights on it. Okay. I mean, you don't know what Jupiter is. You can see it. It doesn't mean it's millions of miles away, that it's a giant gas ball made of helium that has more gravity than all of the other fictional planets. Okay, you're believing a story and using it to reify your belief. Basically.
Yeah, I guess in general, but doesn't mean the story is necessarily false, I guess. So we all accept a narrative perspective of reality ontologically.
Okay,
so
quick question.
You have to start somewhere.
Quick question about Jupiter for clarification. The method that you use to get the clear picture of that, is that similar to the method that you use to also get the clear pictures of Neptune? Where you have to allow so much photons to come in to build out the picture, and so it doesn't give it
long
to you.
Exposure.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't give it to you instantaneously, right?
No, I'm saying with a big enough telescope, if you're getting a picture, it's different. But if you're using a telescope for direct observation with your own eyeballs, or even directly into a camera, you can see a significant amount of detail, like Dave said.
So I mean, I guess
you can also see its moons around it.
I can agree. I'll even give you the moons. I've actually seen amateur photographers with cameras take pictures of the moon. So I'm not saying that you can't see that. Again, I was talking the insane detail that you're seeing between the different colors in the clouds. Like that only comes from NASA. And any time that I've ever seen anything like that from any amateur was because they had the long exposure. They had it digitally rendering through a computer. And in my mind, there's no way to verify that the program, the software, is not actually just building the image of what it is expecting to see.
I mean, I'm sure you could do it yourself and try it. I have an astrophotographer friend who took it up in New Mexico, and he's
like
done it himself.
Build the software from scratch and everything, huh?
Well, I don't think the software's biased. It only takes in what you puts out what you put in, I guess. It's not going to do something so off, where it just flips from one image to another. You have to meticulously yourself hand.
Well, if I was at the top and I wanted people to believe in this thing, I could potentially put out a program that just gives people the proper, quote, correct images of what they're supposed to see. You wouldn't expect it to be off because it's programmed to be right. But I'm not a coder. I wouldn't,
Hey, Dave, I think is one of those things that that's put in there. I think one of those. So those are actual objects. I think that it's using, right? At least that software. It's using actual images of things, is it not?
It's using it's all CGI, all of it. It's using CGI images of CGI images. Okay.
Oh, I see.
You believe that they're all real.
Oh, I can't really tell through the.
No,
through the
I
thing.
once
I was just
once
curious.
took the deep star field that they did a time lapse, of a piece of the sky the size of a grain of rice, and they saw like 1 million galaxies. You know what I'm talking about, right?
10,000 galaxies. Yeah.
Yeah, 10,000 galaxies. I took that and I put it into my film editor, and I zoomed all the way in on the smallest area I could, and then I did the effect where it just starts panning out slowly, and I made like a 30-second video of it just panning across, and the stars are going, and then I posted it. So it looked like it was from NASA. And I got into a week-long argument with Globers saying that, no, it's real, and telling me how they did it and everything. And then finally, when I revealed it, they all went silent on me. So
it's kind of funny because on Facebook, I'll call out, there's a lot of space. Well, this probably sounds funny coming from me, but there's a lot of legitimately fake space stuff that comes out, and I'm always the first guy to comment that, and everyone's like, oh my gosh, it's so beautiful. I'm like, wow. It's like, no, this isn't real for X, Y, and Z reasons. And
You're halfway there. It's a huge niche that's actually muddying the waters quite a bit.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate for, I think, both of us, honestly.
Well, we're not the ones with the. Honestly, it's not so much of a problem for us because we don't have the positive claim, right? We're not claiming that the Earth is a curving, spinning, wobbling, tilting space ball. Which, I mean, we didn't even get into, since you brought up rotation was brought up briefly. I mean, we didn't even get into all the different wobbles that the Earth has been experiencing over the last several years that they've predicted or is somehow required for the model to work, including
we could get into that next time.
Yeah, for sure.
So I want to bring up one thing. They have Earth-based telescopes here that take these deep field images, and when they took the deep field image, they said that the telescope is mounted on a cement block that's 10 feet thick, a huge cement block, and it's perfectly leveled or whatever. And the operator during this 10-hour exposure has to walk around in socks because the vibration of his shoes could ruin the entire exposure. Right? You've seen the documentaries on that, yes?
I didn't watch the documentary.
Yeah.
Yes.
So they talk about that, but then you have to say, well, while he's worrying about the vibration of his feet, the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. It's orbiting at 66,000 miles an hour. It's chasing the sun at 500,000 miles an hour, and the entire galaxy is moving sideways at millions of miles per hour. And how does the tiny vibration from his foot make a difference? And then you look at the Hubble telescope does these long images too. It's doing everything that the Earth is doing. Also, it's traveling 17,000 miles an hour around the Earth while the Earth is going around the sun. So it's moving in 5 different directions at once, and it's able to hold itself steady on a grain of rice-sized piece of the sky to take a deep field image for hours and hours. I'm sorry, that's a religion. That's a ridiculous story.
Well, what's the explanation that you've heard for that?
The explanation is it's fake. There is no Hubble telescope.
What is the explanation?
They won't address it. They don't address it.
Oh, no one's addressed that with you?
No one will address it. I know exactly what they're saying.
Next time too.
I know exactly what they're saying.
Yeah, so that's what I'm
perfectly,
asking.
Or it's perfectly orbiting around the Earth. It's perfectly matching the spin of the Earth, the orbit of the Earth, the speeding up and the slowing down of the Earth. I mean, it's insane.
So I guess the question is, why would I don't want to get into this now. We could do that next time because that's another whole topic. So what just like Earth's rotation, I guess we could get into that next time.
Well, you can, but no one's ever measured it. Okay, no one's ever.
No, I'm saying an explanation of why you wouldn't feel it and like how that all would work, like the mechanics of that.
Well, that's the thing. Like you can explain away the observations literally all day.
Yeah, but
long.
what's the counter explanation? I guess like what's wrong with the explanation?
Well, here's the thing. It's explaining why we don't experience any movement. I don't need to explain like a problem with that. It's explaining away an observation. The observation is that we aren't moving, but your side wants to invoke that we in fact are. So in order for that, you have to beg the question and create a mechanism for that. We have no need to do that because we're not asserting that we're moving.
Yes, but you are asserting that it doesn't make the explanation doesn't make sense, and what I'm asking is, what about the explanation doesn't make sense? But that's what I would like to get into probably in a future podcast, because it has been 2 hours. If you guys
All right,
didn't
Joel.
realize.
Any final comments?
No, I mean, I think it was fun. We touched a lot on a bunch of different things. A lot more than I think I expected, but I think it's fine. I think it was a fluid conversation. We were never bickering or like kind of.
If you had to pick your one best proof the Earth is a globe, what can you pick one? Or
I would say the celestial movements. Yeah,
the movements of the lights in the sky that don't
well,
make any
you could
sense.
call them lights in the sky, but you know.
Yeah, you can call them stars that trillions of miles away.
You guys did
infinite
acknowledge
brightness.
that it did make sense on a globe if the globe is real.
No, we acknowledge that some of the movements could make sense, but we wouldn't be able to observe them because we would all be dead. All right. And you're I'm going to think about it because it's amazing that light gets dimmer and dimmer and dimmer and dimmer until it just gets to that dim point and then it just goes forever. It's amazing.
Well, why
Amazing.
would you expect otherwise, I guess? Like what?
Because light spreads out and it keeps spreading out until it's so dim that you can't see it. And that happens very quickly.
Well, yeah, until your eyes can't see it, but it's still there. Like,
Well, we can still, so how we think stars that are hundreds of trillions of miles away?
Hundreds of, so like in a galaxy or something?
No, like stars in our solar system.
Stars
100 billion miles away, whatever. We can see other galaxies that are 200, as you said, 200 light years, right?
Andromeda is 2 million light years away. 2.4.
2 million light years. How many miles is that, dude?
Well, so I guess what's stopping those photons from that galaxy of coming to Earth?
They're not nothing. They spread out. They spread out. They spread out. They spread out. They like this intensity of light here, 10 feet away, it has to spread out and fill this much area, and then 20 feet away, it has to spread out and fill a bigger area, and it becomes less and less and less.
Right, but it doesn't become non-existent. I guess it doesn't go. It doesn't.
It just goes forever, and you can see things trillions of light years away.
But what's wrong with that? Like what? You know,
it's because it makes no sense. That's why.
Why doesn't it make sense?
No, here's what doesn't. This is what doesn't make sense.
How big can you blow up a balloon before the plastic's gone? Can I blow it up forever? Because the balloon's going to get thinner and thinner and thinner. But in your world, after it gets to 10 feet wide, it can go to 1,000 feet wide and 1,000 miles wide, right? At 1,000 miles wide, you couldn't find the surface of the balloon because it would be gone. Just like light, just like sound.
If the
what were you going to say, Skylar?
If the photons are spreading apart, then at what point are the photons so spread apart that there's not a photon to hit your eye?
If it's not that it's because of the nature of light that's hard to answer, because you got to think of like just rays of spherical light coming off of something.
Is light photons? Is light photons?
Yes.
If there was no photons hitting us, thered be no light, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, so you have a surface of a star, and it has X number of photons on it, and as that expands, those photons that are all side by side, they're all touching each other. They get more and more spread out, exponentially spread out. Okay. At what point will a photon completely miss Earth?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Not far at all. Do the math, and you'll see that it's not far at all.
What I was going to say is I think it would have to be a pretty far distance, and I think the math would reflect that.
Like what, 100,000 miles?
The problem, Dave, and I say this with charity and respect, but even if I did do the math, it's almost a waste of time. And you know why? Because once I present the math to you, it's like there's nothing I can,
Math is not empirical evidence. Math is not empirical evidence.
Yeah.
Let's try to keep our feet on the ground.
It's not charitable to say do the math when you won't.
Well, I'm saying if you do the math, it won't work out because the photons are become too far apart. Okay,
well, that's what you said about the inverse square law, and it did work out.
Well, no, it worked out in math. All right, you're right. It doesn't work. Let's just stay here on Earth. Explain the observation away of the mountaintops. There's no curvature calculator. Even the worst Globee Pro calculator puts the tops of those mountains 20 miles below the curve.
No, I'll look into it. I'll see.
Okay.
Whoever this other Joel guy was, you seem to want him to check
Oh my
it
God,
out.
we had,
so-
it was yeah, there was two Joels, and it was crazy. It was crazy.
That was funny. But
All right.
all right, yeah.
Thanks, Ben.
Yeah, absolutely. It was
All
been
right.
fun. Nice to meet you, Skylar.
Yeah, Joel,
It's a
thanks for
pleasure.
coming on. It was very nice to meet you. Just to let you know, if you ever want to dip your feet in this again, I do an open panel usually tonight at 10 p.m., but we did this instead. So I was definitely happy to change it up a bit, give the audience a little something different. And I know
What's
that,
your YouTube? You got YouTube? I'm
Yep,
assuming?
Troubling Tribune.
Oh, it's just troubling. Okay, cool. All right.
Yep, simple.
Well, awesome. Yeah, I hopefully it was sort of productive. You know, it's swapping perspectives and whatnot, and giving our sides, and that's what we were here to do. So,
absolutely.
All right.
Hope you guys enjoyed it.
If the Globies, anti-flat earthers, could be as nice as you, well, life would be amazing. Life
I
is
agree.
amazing.
Certainly,
It'd be
agree.
more
And
amazing.
that's Dave. That's why I told you I even started doing this in the first place, seeing how you were treated.
The
So-
problem is
All
that
right.
there's anti-flat earthers that will literally make just bad, bogus arguments that now genuine people digging through this stuff have to then peer through. And unfortunately, it can be kind of easy to fall into the bad information. So,
Well, that's on both sides, I think, for sure.
Absolutely.
So,
on any side, you're going to have misinformation, as it will. So, always important to do your own research.
It's getting worse. Yeah, I agree. I'm a strong proponent of that. So, alrighty, guys. Well, you have a blessed night. I actually like your shirt, Dave. That's actually kind of cool.
Thanks. You can say something on the back, does it? Anything on the back?
No. That's...
You can find that on my new T-shirt shop on the flatearthpodcast.com. Hit the shop.
Oh, you made that shirt. Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
I have a whole bunch of new shirts and new printer. They're much higher quality printing, and they're awesome. So check out the shop, everybody. It's also on your app in the shopping cart button.
Nice.
All right.
Alrighty, guys.
Everybody
Yeah.
go check in your app, and if you don't have it yet, you're definitely going to want to go to the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app by Blue Water Bay and use your referral code Tribune so they know the Tribune sent you.
Yeah.
Nice.
Also glad that we were all able to avoid the ad hominem fallacies. That's always nice in any kind of disagreement.
We almost poisoned the well a few times, but I think we did a pretty good job.
Yes, I agree. So anybody who's wanting to comment or whatever, like I ask that you just please, be respectful of everybody.
The chat was actually pretty was okay. Flat
Okay,
earthers
it
are
was
some of
okay.
the they could be quite passionate. They become passionate, and I used to do it too. So sometimes I do too.
Alrighty, guys. Well, you have a blessed night.
Alrighty.
We'll do
If
it
you want to
again.
check out the outro, we're gonna play some an epic outro on our way out. So for you guys just joining us, if you want to stay for just a moment, it'd be absolutely awesome. Dave, did you have anything else that you wanted to add on before we call it a show?
No, that's it. I'm good. Thanks.
Awesome, man. All right, you guys have a wonderful night. I will see you on the other side. Peace.
Peace out.
All righty, guys. What an awesome conversation that we just got to have there. Let's move it on over back to where the heck is the theme page? There we go. Perfect. Awesome, man. Joel does indeed love space, but we definitely liked having him on. Great conversations. Hopefully we can have him on again and continue on. Maybe go for a trilogy of sorts, if you will. But while we go ahead and wrap it up, I do want to shout out just a couple people over in the Rockfin side as well as the YouTube. Been doing a lot of work, keeping it real busy. We got 25 legends over there supporting on Rockfin. There is a link in the description if you guys would like to subscribe if you have an account already, or if you don't, what better time to go and check it out, right? There's tons of content creators out there doing some great work. There is Jaronism, Karen B, Mark Sargent, myself, Mellow Dome, and many, many more. So if you want to know, you really got to go. But to shout out just a couple people, we got Willie, Nanny, Lord Byron, much love, as well as Fishhead Montana and Lord Byron, Roger Meadows. Alrighty. Lots of back and forth. I'm not going to try to scroll through the whole thing. John Osborne. Awesome. If I missed anybody, I'm the you are still appreciated. All right, let's head on over to the YouTube. All right, many thanks, Skylar. This was a great stream. Thank you, Benny Boy. It was a lot of fun doing this. We got Jesse Palmer, True Niece, Singeman, Lord Racer, Dither. It's hard to pronounce Dither, so you just naturally want to say Dirt because of all the anti-flat earthers out there. I do apologize. We also have JK, Jess Palmer, Sovereign Soul, Unchained Mind, Dr. Law. How is it that you are not a member? That's crazy. We have Justin Johnson just giving out tons of memberships. Absolute legend, putting the entire tribe on his back. We got Chillin', Joshua, Sarles, Thrash, List, Smith, Bill Wheel. By the way, we also have a members-only stream coming tomorrow night at 10 p.m. We are doing an Ask Me Anything, and I will be joined by my lovely wife, Miss Tribune. So it'll be a nice chance to get to know us a little bit better. Only have the members chat and members-only viewing to avoid the trolls. But we do appreciate everybody being a part of that. So if you want to join up, now would be a great time. Also get your absolutely sick emojis. We got the Mind Murked emoji and the True Earth Cosmology. There's many, many more. As you know, one way to know, and that's to go. Sign up today. Rob Glow, much love. Mellow, awesome. Rob Glow and Mellow. Martin Haley. We got Shifty Eyes, Shady, Donald Piaskic. Welcome to True Earth. Awesome. Sunglasses emoji. Miss Tribune, what is up? I can't pronounce that. Earthica Stashi. Probably butchered that. Sorry. Joshua Sarles again. Justin Johnson. What is up? It's twice. That's super funny. You guys are awesome, man. All right. JK, I want to see a flat beard on Dave Weiss. How many votes did we get in for that? How many threes did we have in the chat for Dave Weiss growing out a beard? That'd be pretty interesting to see. All right. So if I am missing anybody, again, I do apologize, but there's so much back and forth. So it is what it is. We are going to go ahead and get things closed on out, but it is taking me just a minute to find what I'm looking for. Where? All right, guys. Much love to all the supporters, all the love, all the thoughts and prayers. We do appreciate it. And I will be seeing you guys either later tonight, right? For Witsit's got a show going on. We'll be in the chat. We may join the panel. Who knows? We'll see what goes down. And then we will also see everybody tomorrow night for the members-only stream. It's going to be awesome. But until then, I wish everybody a wonderful night, morning, evening, regardless of where you're at on the plane. And I'll see you then. Peace.
lies throughout the news. They manufacture opinions and form all of your views. Everything we think we know is actually opposite of the truth. But what do you do when reality's fraudulent? The whole system is rigged, it's an illusion of choice. You can keep screaming and yelling, end up losing your voice. What's the point? What's the point? That's what I ask sometimes. Roll a joint, smoke that joint, and then I smash some rhymes. I'm still a slave, but that boy overdose is hard to control. How far will he go? Much further than you possibly know. ODD TV, I've been doing this. I have to get deep, because half of you are asleep, the other half are just sheep. Wakey, wakey, wake the fuck up, man. I'm really sick of this. They rub the truth all up in our faces and it's ridiculous. They always keep the odds stacked against us and we can't seem to win. After seeing all the things I've seen, I'll never sleep again.
Everything is a lie. Slave till the day you die. World full of boogeymen. I'll never sleep again. Rules that you must obey. Can't seem to get away. It's making my head spin. I'll never sleep again.
Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Never sleep again. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Never sleep again. We live in a prison cube, ruled over by the hexagon. Nothing but witchcraft and black magic spells in your lexicon. Search till the day you're dead and gone. There's gotta be some way out of here. Looking up at the sky, just watching chemical clouds appear. They got these toxic heavy metals filling up your body. You're a zombie, unaware that you serve the Illuminati. Man, how's your head feel after taking that red pill? When you learn the truth, it's scary. You can barely stand still. The Matrix is a computer-generated dreamland. Most certainly you're a worker bee for the queen, man. They lie to us about outer space and the earth is flat. They're killing us with the food they sell us. What's worse than that? You may wake up, but that doesn't mean the world's gonna change. It can stress you out, make you depressed, or fill you up with rage. We're in a cage, the whole world is nothing but a stage. And we're almost there, so be prepared for the coming age.
Everything is a lie. Slave till the day you die. World full of boogeymen. I'll never sleep again. Rules that you must obey. Can't seem to get away. It's making my head spin. I'll never sleep again.
Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Never sleep again. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Never sleep again.
Everything is a lie.
Everything, man.
Slave till the day you die.
There's no escaping it.
World full of boogeymen.
They live.
I'll never sleep again.
I'm in insomnia.
Rules that you must obey.
Obey, obey, obey.
Can't seem to get away.
No, I can't get away.
It's making my head spin.
It's not the world spinning.
I'll never sleep again.
Never, ever, ever.
Chemicals in the sky.
What the hell are they spraying, man?
Nobody wonders why.
Those are just clouds, bro.
Organelles in my skin.
This can't be happening.
I'll never sleep again.
I can't do it.
Things are not what they seem.
Everything is opposite.
Wish it was all a dream.
I'm wide awake, though.
When will this madness end?
It's not looking good.
I'll never sleep again.
It's just not possible.
Got 2 in the chat, not a measurement. 1 in the chat, if it is a measurement. Because he's asking, right? Oh, so if we drive from point A to point B, that's a measurement, right? We need an answer for him. So what do you guys think? Twos in the chat. All right, so we got 2 twos in the chat. So the flat earthers don't agree. We got 3 twos. So no, we don't agree. 4 twos. No, that's not a measurement. How about that?
I mean, you kind of strawmanned it a little bit, right?
I don't think
The
so.
two's
You
average.
said you go from point A to
That's
point
you
B.
it.
Is
You
that
want
a
me to
measure?
point out the strawman? Can I point out the strawman?
Sure.
May I? All right. So the strawman is, I didn't just say drive from one location to one other. I said to also calculate the distance you're using, such as if you have like a meter that's at 0, so you can calculate
If
the
you don't
distance.
have a measurement of
You
circumference,
have like,
then how do you
you're
get that
measuring,
measurement?
you're measuring.
You actually haven't, bro, because that's what you said. You said, "Is this a measurement?" The answer is no.
Has been driven, then I've measured 1,000 kilometers, right? No.
No.
So a distance is not measured. That's interesting because distances are important for measuring.
No one's saying that there's no distance between those two things. It's just that when you get in your car and then drive from point A to point B, I don't think I personally would consider that you measuring something. You did mention, well, what will you calculate?
Well, wait a second. Technically, if you have an odometer on your car, and you test the odometer to make sure that the distance around the wheel and all that can add up, I guess you could measure the actual linear distance you went. But would that give you a number that you could actually use in an equation to come up with an answer for something for science? I think that's the real question here, isn't it?
Perhaps, yeah. Until like, what are we measuring as well? I mean, is this a hypothetical where we just like drive on a perfect?
Well, I was just saying, like the way he's putting it. I mean, there's no sense in saying no, it's not true. You know what I'm saying? Like parts of what he's saying does have is you know what I mean? Like you get what I'm coming from, right?
I do. I get what you're saying. I'm just challenging the fact that, well, let's be realistic. Even if
Well, yeah, of course. But I'm saying I think he does have a point. I mean, where his mindset is. You know what I'm saying? Like
maybe
there's nothing wrong with that, of course.
Maybe hypothetically, right? It's because it's just like when folks say, "Well, just go straight." It works on paper, but not all things that hypothetically work on paper, just like calculations, work in reality, right?
Well, I think the thing that we have to try to remember here is that like let's say you buy a piece of land or whatever, okay? Let's say there's a physical place, there's a tree somewhere, okay? Now we can all go visit that tree based on following a map, right? Okay? But it doesn't really matter where in space that place is. We know it's solid, it's not moving, it doesn't just disappear and reappear somewhere else. We know that if we go to that spot, it doesn't matter whether you've measured it, we just know it's still there, right? Like we know New York City is in the place where they've told us it is, right? And if we travel there, even if we don't even measure our way there, we can still go there and say, "Oh, look, here's New York City. We found it," right? See what I'm saying? Things are there. The measurement really doesn't make any difference because when you get there, it's still in the same spot. You know what I'm saying? Now, if we had things that moved, if we were talking about moving forces, like let's say the Earth is rotating, that's a completely different argument. It has absolutely nothing to do with this particular argument. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, we got you. I got you personally. I'm just saying,
And on top of that, when he's asking me to like provide like direct measurements of the curvature of the Earth, the size of the Earth, and therefore to measure its curvature, you would have to be big enough to measure it, and you can't be that big.
Hold
Sorry,
on. Stop the show.
You're
well, no, that's
term compared to Earth.
Say that to begin with.
Never.
Why do people always deny reality? Come on, man.
You guys always go into it with this default like you already know. Listen to what you said, right? We haven't established what size the Earth is yet. That hasn't been measured. But you're like, "Oh, well, it's this big, so you have to do X, Y, and Z." Well, again, that has yet to be established, the size. It's not like anyone's measured anything. Again, your example is like get in a car and just drive over there. Okay, well, if you really think about that, you're not really able to drive in like a way where you could measure the Earth like that. Because why? You're gonna have to turn left and turn right and go this way and go that way and maybe go a roundabout and stuff like that, right? So that I don't think that's really a good way of measuring things. I get hypothetically your example, like, well, if you do 10 paces west, I get that, but that's not really what.
All right, and also.
Example.
Also, I would have to say that, like, when I'm speaking, you do cut me off, but when you speak, you have the full liberty of not being cut off. That's not very fair, my friend. You need to stop, like, fucking muting me
It
all
may
the
not
time.
be fair, but when you're arguing
That's
something
not-
on the
that's not
internet, you have to expect a certain amount of, like,
honest.
you know,
That's not honest.
you know,
And like Rookie
Come on, dude.
Monster was saying earlier, you can use reference points such as the sun, other objects, and stuff like that, distances, and use those measurements for proper calculations. Even if at
But
the end you're
those I
using
object.
calculations,
I
if
gotta
you
object because I'm sorry, but I
Here,
just said
I'm
you take these things as default already known. That's my issue. You're like, well, we can use all these measurements. Not anything has been measured. You need a foundation first. Oh, well, we already know the distance of the sun. How? Well, we already know the size of the earth, though. How? Well, we know this other thing already. How do you know that? Well, we just know already this other thing. You see the problem? Nothing actually has been established. Well, how did you come to that knowledge? Oh, we just already knew it. Like, that's not really helpful.
sorry, but like you're committing a lot of fallacies there, my friend.
You know, life isn't a debate, bro. You have to prove things to yourself by looking for the answers. You know, that's how you become knowledgeable and wise, is you go out and you seek out the truth of things, and you
Look,
find it out
if I
so that
take
you
a
know the
look,
truth of it, not just assume it.
if I take a ruler and measure, let's say, the 30 centimeters, did I measure 30 centimeters with my ruler? Are you telling me that my ruler is inaccurate and just based off pure assumptions,
Yeah, I'm
and that
pretty sure that's
30
exactly
centimeters
what.
is not 30 centimeters?
Yeah, that's
Is that
correct.
what
That's,
you're like kind of arguing here? That we
yeah.
can't measure anything because
Yeah.
all our measurement tools are fake?
Yep, I'm saying
Well,
exactly that.
depends
All
on if you're
measurements
talking about philosophy.
rulers are fake, centimeters are fake. Yep, that's exactly what I spent the last 10 minutes detailing. That you can't measure anything. A ruler is fake. All the numbers on there, they're lying to you. Yep. If that's what you took away, NPC,
Nothing
I don't know
you can
if you're in the
measure
right
is
place.
real.
I don't know if you're in the right place. If that's your takeaway, is that flat earthers are saying measurements are fake. We're calling you out because you don't even have anything measured.
Do you have anything measured?
You don't. That's the whole point.
Do you?
Yeah, we do.
Okay, what are your measurements?
Well, not of a curved earth.
What's your measurement that Earth is not curved?
So look at this, folks. Let's take a listen here. Notice how he's going to
Technically, you
start.
don't need a measurement because the horizon is level and flat. It's pretty simple, bro.
Yeah, we don't even. Yeah, measurement. What do you need a measurement for? We just calculated it, bro. We stood on the beach, then we laid down.
If it didn't work, we wouldn't have like, you know, we wouldn't be able to travel around on this whatever we're on, right? Like, think about it. Things are just how they are. It doesn't really matter how you assume it in your mind. That's just a conception. Do you understand that? That's philosophical. It's not physical. We're talking about the physical aspects of something, and you should be able to measure it. And no matter how big something is, if it has a curve to it, you should be able to measure that at some point. And we've got measurements where we try to take calculations and try to take measurements at certain distances, and it doesn't match up with what they're telling us. So somebody's telling us a lie. Either somebody's lying to us, or we're seeing the information wrong. But you're never bringing us the answer to that question. You're always just telling us that we're wrong, and you're pointing at another thing that you can't prove that makes that right. And that's not how you figure stuff out. That's not how science decides what caused something. Do you understand?
Sheesh. Homeboy cooking. Nicely done. But
Now,
yeah,
if we're talking about, if we're going to talk about like psychologically, then that's a completely different argument, right? Because psychologically, people that are wrong will and absolutely do every day argue with crap that doesn't make any sense to try to defend their argument because they don't have an argument, right? Everybody knows this happens, right? But life isn't a debate, bro. It's not about whether it's a fallacy. The point is that when you start looking at all this evidence and you start trying to figure it out and measure it and put it all together on some kind of a map or try to form this thing in your mind of an idea of what the earth is, it doesn't give you enough information. That's what we're trying to say. Okay, we're saying that it doesn't match the information. The stuff doesn't look right. So let's go and find out what it really is instead of arguing about, well, they already figured it out. Because I don't think they did. I think they assumed, and they assumed more, and then they assumed some more. And they got lucky, and then when they aren't lucky, they just change math, and they just weave it differently. And that's what somebody that's wrong would do. So it's a natural response. It's not hard to understand that when somebody says something and it's wrong, and it turns out they get caught in some kind of argument where it makes them look like they're wrong and they're being deliberately deceiving, right? They don't want that to happen because then that makes them a liar, right? And once people, taint you as a liar, then they don't want to listen to what you have to say. So if you're a scientist, that's exactly what you're going to defend, right? So why would you even go into this with an aspect of debating it when you don't even have enough evidence or information to fucking actually prove what did it? Nobody does. That's what we're trying to say. We're trying to say there isn't enough evidence. It's not out there, and it doesn't make any sense when you do put it together. So show us something that makes that reality, makes this physical, that we can look at it and measure and go, okay, this is exactly where the curve is. But you can't do that, and that's why we're upset with you, because you're not bringing us the evidence. Bring it, dude. Bring it. Show us. Where did you measure the curve of it?
Satisfied with the evidence. The curvature of a circle or sphere is measured by
Would
its
you be
radius.
satisfied if I told you my fish that I caught yesterday was longer than yours, but I couldn't show you on a ruler how it was longer? Would you just trust me? No. You'd want me to measure that fish, wouldn't you? Because if that was what we were basing the win of the damn contest of, you'd want me to measure that fish, right?
And when it comes to the curvature, it's measured by the radius.
Holy shit.
You know
You don't have a radius. If you want to get that smoke out, you can get it back. You don't have a radius. And if you were going to say that you do, well, you're going to need a measurement for that.
And you can't measure that because it's an assumption. It's so dumb. It's like you don't understand the differences between scientists and how they can react with each other. It's like you go into these little denial things where you read something and someone tells you, oh, this is evidence against them. And then you run over here and you start talking about it like as if you even knew what the hell is going on, bro. It's really obvious.
I mean, bro, really? Your last sentence was, did you know that a circle means it has a radius? No shit. That's what we're challenging you to go get measurements for, bro. That's how you would know if the Earth is a sphere or not. Well, you would have to have a specific
If it was a line, if it was a line with the segments on it, you could measure the distance from one to the other, right? But when it's a circle, then what do? You have to find the center, then you measure from the inside to the outside, and then or you can measure the distance all the way around. But that's just a mathematical thing to figure out things, to understand things. It's not an exact science. The exact science is when you come down and you engineer it, right? And then you put that from your mind into reality by building those physical parts to put together to make that thing, right? That's completely different from what you're saying.
No, because you can calculate the radius from the circumference or the diameter. In the case of Erasmus,
those have to be established first. See, we already called you out on this, NPC. Well, we just already know this other thing. No, you definitely don't. Go ahead, Jedi. Please cook this dude. Well, we know the circumference already.
Yeah.
No, you don't. Sorry, Jedi. Go ahead.
No, I just jumped in, man. It's not fair that I jump in straight away.
Oh, well, he's just saying, like, well, how do you know the radius? Well, we know the circumference. Well, how do you know the circumference? Well, we knew the diameter. How do you know the diameter? Oh, well, we knew the radius. Well, you see the problem here? Something has to be done first to establish these things, NPC.
Yeah, his argument keeps shifting back and forth because he doesn't seem to have an answer for it either. So, yeah.
He's right. You're right, Rookie. He's like, well, you calculated. Oh, no, we measured it. Okay, how? Well, we calculated it.
But that's what we're trying to say is that if you don't have an answer for it, then you need to figure it out, right? Then we're not. Somebody's wrong here, so we need to figure out what's going on.
Okay,
what's up,
how about
guys?
this? Take an airplane and travel the whole distance of the world. You have the circumference right there. Boom. That's a measurement.
We just covered how it's not.
It is.
Hold on, what did you do?
What if the wind was blowing you in one direction or the other? Then how would you know that you weren't measuring some extra wind that was
Now
blowing?
you're special pleading, my friend.
Special pleading. You don't even know what the fuck that means. Hey, what's up,
Okay,
Jedi?
whatever. The whole chat disagrees with you. That's not a measurement. 2's in the chat means going from point A to point B.
The whole
Ain't measured
chat is
shit.
flat earthers, so I mean, I can understand.
Well, I mean, there is that argument that, just because everybody in the room agrees doesn't mean that it's true either. But I mean, the problem is we're not claiming anything. We're just claiming that your stuff, the stuff that they're feeding us, doesn't make any sense, and we're asking you to show us how it does make sense, and you can't do it. And that's the problem. See, this is the thing: is you're having the same trouble that we did, and this is why we're arguing that we don't believe it. Why would we want to believe something that doesn't fit together right? You know what I'm saying? It just doesn't make sense to me.
All right, so how long we been going with this guy, CB?
Hour maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe an hour.
Oh, Jedi, did you go in on him yet?
Oh no, I've only just jumped in, mate. I've only been here like 2 minutes.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I muted him
mean-
for a reason. So if
my
anybody
bad.
muted him, unmuted him, I muted him for a reason. So I
Sorry.
just wanted to get something out of the air. Then I'll unmute him right now. But yeah, if you wanted to, I don't know if you wanted to talk to this guy Jedi, because since you just got here. NPC, well, actually, I started first, and then CB, and then I guess Rookie was in there.
Yeah. For context, we've just been chasing his tail for the last 30 minutes because he was like, well, you can definitely verify 100% the Earth is a sphere. So we've been trying to get that out of him, twist his arm for the last, I don't know, half hour to try to get those answers out. But
Well, actually, mostly what he's been doing is claiming that his mathematical assumptions are actually measurements. I think that's really what the argument is here.
Yeah. All right. So, well, he's pretty much caught up, I think. All right. There you go, NPC.
All right to be biased. Good job on the
I'm not-
bias, guys.
Nah, I'm not gay.
All right,
And
brilliant.
dishonesty at the same time, man.
Awesome
Bias
stuff,
and
brilliant.
dishonesty.
What can I do to verify that the surface of the Earth is curved? To start there.
I mean, you can try and make certain measurements by taking
How?
reference points, just like the sun, other stars, other things, and
Okay,
using
how?
these distances, using information and actual science that you probably can't understand.
All right, you're being
To
very ambiguous at
determine
the moment,
to
my
determine
friend.
the circumference of Earth,
My friend.
and then get its radius, and then
Okay.
measure it.
That's very ambiguous. Can you be more specific, please? What can I do to verify that the surface of the Earth is curved? You said stars and planets and distances and
I
very
mean, no
ambiguous
matter what
shit.
I say, you dismiss it. If I bring you up the double sunset argument again, you're just going to mute and like mock me or blah 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 instead of trying to understand it. Actually, so
Like I
yeah,
said,
no matter
my
what I'm
friend,
going to
2
bring up,
seconds
you're
again
just going
before
to try
you
and
ramble
fucking
on. Before
straw
you
man
ramble
it.
on, dude. Before you ramble on, I've only just joined the chat. I asked you once. You gave me nothing. You gave me very ambiguous word salad. I've given you the opportunity again. You've just said, I'll fucking deny it. How about you try and give it to me and see what happens? So let's
All
start
right.
again. What can I do to verify that the surface of the Earth is curved? Don't give me more bullshit, mate. Come on.
Do the double sunset experiment, and then
Double sunset
use the
experiment.
measurements from the experiment, such as the position of the sun from the 2 angles that you're using to make your double sunset experiment. You use the mathematics with that, and you get the circumference of Earth. And using the circumference of Earth, you then get the radius. Dude. But of course, yeah,
Right.
you're just going to
So,
say that that's
excuse
wrong,
me,
it doesn't work,
excuse me,
it's fake, blah, blah, blah. You just dismissed it already with your
excuse me,
Mario
excuse
Bros soundboard.
fucking excuse me,
Congrats.
sunshine. So, you've just said the double sunset experiment. You're going to have to be more specific. What's that? Does that come from Princeton?
It doesn't come from Princeton or whatever. That doesn't really matter at all.
Okay,
But
how
I
do
mean,
I do it?
you could, like I said earlier, they
How
just
do I do it?
laughed when I said laying flat on the belly on the beach and then standing up because they didn't want to listen to the rest of that. Because when you're laying flat on your belly, you have to measure the sunset you have. And when you're standing up, you have to measure the angle that you have again, and you have to compare those with the triangle. Do you know Pythagorean theory? You use that to get the circumference. It's that simple.
I didn't understand that word. Did you say triangle?
Yes, because if you stand up and flat on the belly and have 2 sunsets from those, you have a square triangle where you can use Pythagorean theory.
How the
Yeah, of
fuck
course.
do you have a triangle and a
You told
curved
me to
surface?
try you, that you won't pre-mock and pre-dismiss, and
I
look at
haven't
you
done
doing
anything
that.
yet. I'm trying to ask you a fucking
Yeah,
question.
looks like I was right, man. Thanks for proving me
I'm
right.
trying to ask you a question, you very excitable little child. What the fuck?
What was the
Question.
soundboard then? What was the
That's
soundboard?
not my fucking soundboard.
All right,
Fuck me, pay attention. How the fuck do you have an angle on a curved line? What the fuck are you talking about, mate?
What do you mean by a curved line?
The surface of the Earth, which you said is curved. You
Okay,
said
yeah,
measure angles. How do you have an angle off of a curved line? How'd you do that?
Okay, do you understand how big Earth is?
You don't. We're trying to establish that.
So when you see towards the horizon, you see, even if there would be the slightest curve. I mean, there's a
What's the
slight curve,
horizon?
yeah.
What's the
Slight,
horizon?
very slight curve.
What's the
It's
horizon?
so slight that it's not
What's
going to
the
affect your measurements
horizon?
at all.
Very excitable little child. What's the horizon?
The horizon is the furthest point you can see with your eyes. Eyes that are, by the way, flawed.
Okay, so if I used a camera or a telescope, would horizon be in different location?
Perhaps.
Perhaps. If I stood up or jumped up or climbed a tree, would the horizon be further away?
Not the horizon, but the objects you're reference pointing, yes.
So
Well,
if
not further
so
away,
how
but you
can
mean you would have a
if they
different
jump
angle
up?
of view. You see,
So,
you would have a
idiot.
different angle of view.
Idiot. So the
If you're looking at
horizon,
an object at the
so the
horizon, such
horizon
as the sun,
wouldn't change.
listen.
I'm trying to ask you a fucking question, you idiot. You've said something I don't agree with. So with altitude, would the horizon change location?
Angle. To
Pardon?
view that thing at the horizon. At the bottom of your horizon, you see it on an angle from the highest vantage point. That is your triangle. You use both angles, the one when you were low and the one you were high. So you have a height here, and you have a line all the way to your horizon, and then you have this diagonal line from your vantage point, your eyes at the height, towards the object that you're looking at. That's your square triangle. Pythagorean theory applies after that, and then you can use that to get the circumference of Earth. It's
Dave,
that simple.
how the fuck do you get a square triangle or any angles or straight lines on a curved surface?
Do I have to send you a visual? Do I have the image prints? I'm going to send you a visual at this point.
You're going to have to give me something that I can verify, mate. And at the moment, you were just saying a load of bullshit.
Like I'm going to show you this, how you can get this square triangle.
Okay. You have fun doing that.
I have a question. I just have one question. What type of pie is Pythagorean? Is that cherry? Jubilees? I don't know.
But ain't fucking apple pie.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacey's. It's good food in space.
Hey, you got to be on point with that soundboard, man. I'll tell you what. Yeah,
What I don't like what you're about to do, NPC, is you're doing this thing where you're pretending like flat earthers don't understand you.
Hey, so NPC, real quick, is it true that you think that we're just like ants on a beach ball? And if you do think that, can you explain that?
There's a difference between me and you also, guys. I am able to speak with you with a form of respect, while you have absolute zero respect towards me.
Oh.
So
I think I've been respectful
right
towards you. I
there.
don't know what you're talking about.
Dude, like, well, I mean, do you need a shoulder to cry on? Like, I don't
Is that
know.
all you got, though? I mean, is that all you got, that you're getting ganged up on and that we're picking on you, even though you came in here to argue with us?
Pointed out that like I'm debating honestly.
Shut up.
I'm
Fucking
just
hell.
pointing that out.
Tag it.
Okay. What's the horizon? Tell me that again. That was funny. What's the horizon, NPC?
Does he have you turned down? I mean,
No, he's ignoring you.
I know he can hear you.
He's Googling shit. Hold on, you got to give him a second to Google his worldview, guys. He's
No,
trying to
I think
figure
I think he's emailing McToon to get information, probably.
He's like, dude, I need help.
Back up. I need backup.
These damn flat earthers are getting me again, man. I need help.
And we got Captain Save-A-Hole's going to come in here. We got a few of them. They're probably listening.
Captain Save-A-Globe.
He's Googling, these flat earthers don't understand me when I speak English. How do I get them to understand me more? Like, bro,
You know what I don't understand is why don't they ever take it all the way and go to the college professor and actually get the college professor to argue and show him what we're asking for, right? Like that's where it went with me. That's how I got it. Was I started going and asking the right people and they weren't giving me enough answers, and I'm like, wait a minute, so you don't really know? And I'm like, wow, that's interesting.
And we got to think about it too, man. It's a high level thinking when you say, you know what? when we start to really analyze what the Earth is, all we have to do is get down on our bellies and then look at the horizon and then stand up. And there you have it, folks. The Earth is a globe. Oh, and by the way, let me add an addendum to that because I didn't finish. So the next thing you got to do is lie back down again, and then you'll see that it confirms that the Earth is a globe. Dude, that's what you sound like, NPC. And then you wonder why what we're doing now. Like, come on, man, let's get real here. You offered nothing. You're just, that you're in here. Come on, stop playing
Just
around,
because
man.
you're not
You don't really
satisfied
think
with
like that, do
answers
you?
doesn't mean I offer nothing, dude. You're just not
You don't really,
satisfied because
NPC.
you don't get
really
them.
think that way, do you?
Would you be satisfied if we had the same arguments?
You
Come on.
sound like
Bro.
you're trolling, bro.
He
to be
said you
honest.
don't get it. Bro, I just told you. It's not a lack of understanding on the flat earthers' part. You can't sit there and pretend what you're saying is so difficult to understand.
Yeah, and it's
And
not deep either. It ain't deep, bro. It's
you
just
ain't deep. One more thing, dude. It's like NPC. That's why I named you that. Your name was something crazy before. Maybe we can just change it back to Perfect Storm or whatever. But your number, your contestant number 30,000, bro. So we can't sit here and pretend like you're the first person to ever say this. And the flat earthers, they've never heard this before. They definitely don't understand. Like, bro, the last 2,000 people before you said the exact same thing. It's not a lack of understanding on the flat earthers' part. It's a lack of like cowbell on your part.
Hayes, right?
he was just talking right through you, CB. Sounded like.
You ain't got no meat on that sandwich, man. It's all bread and lettuce or some shit.
Well,
you
I'm
know?
not biased, at least.
Yeah, you are. The
I'm
flat
not
earthers
biased.
have already considered both positions. You are biased.
I mean, my position has rational explanations. Yours doesn't.
Rational. Get the fuck out of here. You're rational.
We've
There
asked
no
you to
rational
rationalize your
problems that
worldview.
bit you in your arse, man.
We've
the
asked you
moon
to
a sphere?
rationalize your worldview at every
Hey,
angle,
is
and
the-
it's
is the
always
moon a sphere?
substantiated by something that you already claim to know. And then we ask you, well, how do you know that? Oh, well, we just know this other thing. Well, how did you know that? Oh, well, we just already knew the original thing I claimed I knew that I didn't know.
Do you even know our position?
Ooh.
Get him, Flatsy. I gotta get going, so I want to listen to you. Get him.
Also, how did you get to the top of the mountain? No, you're not gonna go like step by step and like climb the mountain. You have to go at the top instantly. You can't explain how you went to the top, not how
No,
you climbed
answer
it.
what Flatsy has to tell. Dude, why don't you, Jedi, get him? This fucking guy doesn't answer any question. Just answer the question.
Do you guys even answer mine?
Well, I've asked you 5 and you haven't answered 1 yet.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So what's the horizon?
I mean, that's a pretty basic question, my friend. Why are you
Answer
asking me
it
that?
then, basically.
What's the horizon to you? Because I mean, no matter what I'm gonna say, you're probably gonna use your own definition. So
I
use your own
want
fucking.
you to explain to me with words that a 5-year-old can understand what the horizon is. Can you do that for me, please, Sunshine? No. Can you not use words of a 5-year-old? Can you not explain to me what the horizon is, being as it's in your experiment, quote unquote?
What do you mean?
What's the fucking horizon?
The farthest point you can see with your eyes? No.
Okay, so like I said earlier, if I use a telescope or high-powered zoom camera, the horizon will change around, right? You're very slow, aren't you? Yes or no?
Stupid. But like, just like the line.
Why don't you just say? Why don't you just say what's honest?
Here to meet there,
Why don't
the
you just
farthest
be
point you can
honest?
see where
Why
those
don't you
would
just be
appear
honest?
to meet, they don't
Why don't
actually
you
meet.
be honest?
Spoiler
Why don't you
alert.
just be honest? Why don't you just be honest? I'm not trying to make you say anything. I'm trying to understand what you say with regards to sitting down and standing up and sunsets. Now, the horizon is very poignant in this thing, being as it's said to be the curve of the Earth or the limitation of how far you can fucking see. it appears to me that according to you, it is not the curvature of the Earth because the horizon will move around, which is going to be a huge fucking problem for your sunset experiments when we start going through that in a minute. Because that is going behind physical obstruction, you fucking idiot.
No, that has
No,
nothing to do with it.
It's
That
not.
has absolutely nothing to do with it. And
What, the
also,
horizon?
the horizon is just the line to which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet.
Why didn't you say that the first time?
Curvature.
Whoa, hold on. Why didn't you say that the first time when Jedi asked you?
Oh. Looks like I was right on what a horizon is.
No, you actually weren't.
Well, the issue is that if you're claiming that the horizon is something that's optical, that means that you're foregoing any claims of it physically obstructing anything.
Like your sunset?
Uh-oh.
Or your boats.
There's nothing obstructing the sunset, dude. The sun is not like hiding behind buildings here. The sun sets as the Earth spins.
Sorry, the sun sets behind what as the Earth spins?
The sun is not in Earth's atmosphere.
No shit. So what happens at a sunset? Why can't I see the sun anymore?
The Earth turns, right? And so the face that was facing the sun is no longer facing the sun.
Okay.
And so you on that face, you will see the sun descending towards the east as this Earth spins. And that's exactly what we see on a sunset.
Wrong way. It rises from the east. Sets in the
Rises
west.
from the east. So yeah, okay, I might be wrong with my east and west there.
Yeah,
not
you are.
cardinally
But why
perfect.
can't I see?
I'll get
So
that.
why can't I answer the question, dumb fuck?
I know
Why
what I'm talking about still.
Not really. Why can't I see the sun anymore when it goes down? What's in the way?
Nothing's in the way. In fact, the Earth is actually in the way.
Nothing's in the way.
the-
The Earth actually in the way.
Okay. If you're on a sphere, the other face of the sphere is in the way of the sun.
What? Would you like to try a third question and be contradicting yourself within your fucking answer, you idiot? Would you like to do that?
Get him again, Jedi. That was great.
So is it or is it not the Earth that is obstructing our view to the sun? You said yes and no.
Well, I would just ask him, like, what's happening when I look at the horizon and I see only half of the sun? What's blocking it?
Yeah, what's happening there?
When you are on the surface of the Earth that is away from the sun, the part.
No, that wasn't my question.
Answer the question.
Okay, do you know how
My
a sphere
question
works?
you're not answering my question. See, my question was if you're looking at the horizon and you see half of the sun, right, which happens during a sunset or whatever, what is obstructing the bottom half of the sun?
The sphere, the side of Earth that faces the sun.
Okay. So now the horizon is. We're back to the horizon being something that physically obstructs things from our view, right? But that doesn't really work since you already said that it's just something apparent, optical. So which is it apparent and optical, or is it physical and obstructing?
Now you're literally being dishonest, my friend.
No, that's you.
Don't
That's
try
you.
and lie.
You're the one with the double position.
Don't lie. You contradicted yourself twice. We're trying two things. One, for you to observe your own contradiction and be honest. And two, well, we'll get to number fucking two. What's the horizon? Is it physical or is it optical? Which one?
Optical.
Okay, so not physical obstruction. When you gave the last answers, we can't see the second half of that sun because it's physically blocked by the sphere of the Earth.
Okay, if you're on a side of the sphere, okay, there's two sides to the sphere. Are we correct on that? Yeah, side A and side B.
I think they just dragged you like by your short hairs there. We already addressed this, so restating your position, it's already been shredded up.
I mean, no, you're not even letting me finish my position. You're like muting me after two words. I say two words, you mute me. So you didn't even understand shit of what I'm saying. You didn't even hear half the shit I said, dude.
Do you know the law of non-contradiction?
Yeah, that's the funny thing. We did hear what you said. You
Are you getting
contradict.
angry now?
Anyways,
The
I'm
law
gonna
of
get
non-contradiction means that
side A faces the sun. Side B faces away from the sun. What blocks the view from someone on side B from seeing the sun? It is side A. Now, if you turn that a little bit, you can have half the sun appear at the horizon from side B, but still side A is facing the sun.
Okay, cool. So in this case, the horizon would be physically obstructing the sun, correct?
It's not the horizon, no. It's the whole Earth, the side of Earth facing the sun. That's what
Yeah.
obstructing
So
your
when you
view
see
from the
half,
sun.
so when you're looking at a sunset and you see half of the fucking sun above the horizon.
Okay, draw a dot on a sphere and light the
Oh,
sphere
for
with a
fuck's
light.
sake, dude!
So that
Come on.
We
Draw a
already
dot
told,
on a sphere, really?
we already told you, NBC. We understand your position. I don't think you're. I don't.
He doesn't understand his own position.
Yeah, I'm gonna get the clip where you said, "Well, it's not obstructed. It's obstructed.
Draw a dot.
It's not the horizon. Okay, the sun's disappearing behind the horizon, but it's not the horizon." Like you're trying to. Are you figuring this out on the fly?
But the horizon isn't Earth, right? It's a line between the surface and the sky, but the surface isn't the Earth,
yeah,
obviously.
you guys just twist everything that's said to make it look different.
Not really.
No, not really. We just waited. Dude, we've just waited for you to open your mouth, and you've displayed yourself to be an idiot every time you've opened your mouth. That's us not putting words into your mouth. That's us listening to the shit that comes out of your mouth. You said this shit. You contradicted yourself. That's not our problem. That's your fault.
Actually, I said shit that's consistent.
What, when you contradicted yourself?
I didn't contradict myself. You just twist everything I say.
Oh, great. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna listen to it on blast for the whole panel. Then, so I'm gonna mute up.
No, I'm done, John. You
And
guys
we're
don't
gonna-
listen to what I say,
we're
so
gonna-
it's okay. Plus, you're just going to mute me at the middle of my argument, just to straw man it because you're going to like
Well,
omit the.
it's a good thing you're recorded, so we don't have to straw man you. We can just directly address what you said verbatim. Why don't we just do that? So give me 30 seconds, and we'll get the clip of you contradicting yourself painfully.
I just point out, dude, that this is going to go a lot easier if you try to be a little less emotional.
Oh. Yeah, my suggestion is you do a lot of research before you come and argue with people that you think don't know what they're talking about.
the law of non.
And then for the flat earthers too, a homeboy gives me some Arwen vibes. Although I'm a big fan of Arwen, but it's kind of funny. He's like our Globey Arwen. Shout out to Arwen though.
Wait, the question, I know what I'm talking about still. Not really. Why can't I see the sun anymore when it goes down? What's in the way?
Nothing's in the way.
Oh, okay, that's one part of it. Oh, let me get the rest. Nothing's in the way, right? Hold on. Oh yeah, I should have just let it play. Hold on one sec. This is great.
I can't see the sun anymore when it goes down. What's in the way?
Nothing's in the way. In fact, the Earth is actually in the way.
Something's in the way. Yeah, well, it's nothing. Something, but nothing's in the way. Well done.
I love how he's like, but I know what I'm talking about though. And Jedi's like, not really.
The question, I know what I'm talking about still. Not really. Why can't I see the sun anymore when it goes down? What's in the way?
Nothing's in the way. In fact, the Earth is actually in the way.
I don't know why did he give us two answers at the same time? I don't understand.
Oh, now you guys don't understand context, and you don't understand my English. Yeah. Oh, that's what it is. Flat earthers just don't understand words now. That makes sense. Let's listen to it one more time.
Talking about still.
Language barrier.
see the sun anymore when it goes down. What's in the way?
Nothing's in the way. In fact, the Earth is actually in the way.
Oh man, you flat earthers just aren't listening to me properly, and you didn't hear me correctly. I mean,
Maybe you just said your words wrong.
maybe one more time for shits and giggles, or what?
But still,
Not really. Why can't I see the sun when it goes down? What's in the way?
nothing's in the way. In fact, the Earth is actually in the way.
Oh Lord, should we continue or what? Like, man, now he's gonna try to weasel.
Nah, I
out.
want to get this reaction.
All right. Or what is in the way? Technically, there's nothing between the Earth and the sun. Buildings and mountains are not blocking your view, although you said that the sun was behind the buildings. All Earth, although is in your way, is in the way of your perception. The side facing the sun can see the sun, and the side facing. So, how many sides of a sphere are there?
Technically one, but you can take two sides when you have a lit sphere. You can have the unlit side and the lit side.
Okay, all right, we lit. All right, cool, cool. I mean, but you see the problem here, right? Like, oh, nothing's blocking. It's actually behind the buildings. Oh, wait, no, it's actually behind the Earth, which is actually not the horizon, but
As I just explained it. There's nothing blocking the sun from Earth, like, as a whole. But what's blocking your perception is the fact that the side facing the sun is on the other side facing the sun. Therefore, you're on the side of the sun that can't see the sun, or can only half see the sun until you're on the side that cannot completely see the sun. There's a big difference in context here. So, yes, play on the words all you want, mock them, do whatever you want. I understand the context, and if you don't, well, that's
oh, well, we understand it better than you. That's how we're teaching you. But let's go back to Martot's question. When we see the sunset, right? And I see half of the sun. What is blocking the sun? Why can't I see that sun? What is
Nothing is blocking the sun. The only thing blocking anything is your view. Your view is blocked by the Earth, but nothing's blocking the sun. The sun's not blocked. The sun's lighting the entire side of the Earth that is lit.
You just contradicted yourself there yet again.
No, I just explained the difference between the sun not being blocked by an object between Earth and the sun, while the difference of your perception being blocked. It's not the sun being blocked, it's your perception being blocked. It's a big...
I think you gotta, I don't know, take 5 deep breaths, man. All right, let's do this together. Deep breath in. What's between you and the sun? The Earth. If you see a half sunset, then the Earth is the thing blocking the sun, apparently. But you keep saying over and over, nothing's blocking it. Oh, but the Earth is in the way. You see the problem? Sounds like
I know you're not going to understand again, but nothing...
It's not a lack of understanding on the flat earthers' part. We actually know the globe better than you. That's why we're essentially teaching it to you now. The horizons claim to be the curve of the earth, but you're like, no, that's not true. The sun doesn't go behind the horizon. It's just
a double standard.
Yeah, we know the globe, man. You
Now
don't.
you're twisting and lying again, because when we talked about the horizon, I clearly stated that it's the limit of your perception.
Which was wrong. Wait, which was wrong because that doesn't match what you read out via definition afterwards, which was correct. And then you try to say, well, I was right all along. And you just repeated the wrong thing. So let's go back to Martot's question. What is the sun being blocked by if I'm seeing like half of a sunset?
The horizon is not the curvature, man. So I don't know why you're saying that I said that. I didn't say that.
Yeah.
It's the limit of your perception.
That's the embarrassing part. That's what you're supposed to say, man.
Also, when it comes to what's blocking the sun, nothing's blocking the sun. Something's blocking your perception, but not the sun. You see the difference? Your perception being blocked and the sun being blocked. There's two different things that we're talking
What's
about
blocking
here.
the
So the
perception then?
sun's not being blocked, but your
Cowbell.
perception is being blocked. There's a
Yes. What's that
difference
then?
there.
What's that then? Our perception is being blocked by what?
Your perception is being blocked by the other side of the planet that is being lit by the sun currently.
So the curve of the Earth, then.
So if you're on a planet that's facing a star and you're on the other side of that
We get it.
side, like
You don't have to restate your incorrect position. We're trying to help you out here, man.
nothing's in the way. In fact, the Earth is actually in the way. Like seriously.
So is the Earth in the way, blocking your view, or?
I guess you don't understand, right? You have a lit sphere. You have a face facing the light and a face not facing the light. So
Lord
your
help.
question is,
We don't have questions.
not facing from the sun. Simply put, what's preventing you from seeing the sun is the fact that you're on the side facing away from the sun.
How about this? The sunlight isn't able to reach you. Would that also prevent you from seeing the sun?
What?
If the sunlight does not reach you, does that also prevent you from seeing the sun?
That should, yes.
Okay. So
that should, yes. And
when I don't see the sun, when I don't, yeah, okay,
right?
cool. So when I don't see the sun, couldn't it just be that there's too much air in between me and wherever the sun
Can
is?
you see the sun at night? Can you see the sun at night? Why can't
Why
you
would
see
I?
the sun at night?
Why would I? You know what night is, right?
Yeah, night is basically you're on the
Yeah,
side
when
of
you
the
don't
Earth
when
that
you
is
don't see
facing
the sun
away
in the
from
sky,
the
that's
sun.
night. Yeah, when you don't see the sun, that's night. Cool. And I'm trying to determine if the sun is being blocked by the Earth is the only valid explanation for not being able to see the sun, and I don't think it is.
That's not the context that I was saying it in. I literally just explained.
Why are you
that
so
if you're
emotional,
on
dude?
the
Dude,
you're
calm
on
down.
the
Take
side
a
of the
walk and come
sphere
back or
that's
something.
facing away from the sun.
Holy, this is painful. So on a globe, you have someone on one side and someone's on the other. And those two people can't see each other, not because the Earth's in the way, but their perception's blocking their own views of seeing each other. I mean, I don't know why you feel the need to explain a position that, number one, we all understand a lot better than you. So you don't need to restate anything. We're basically trying to help you out at this point, because you're saying a bunch of things that are not correct or consistent with the claimed globe idea.
I don't know. He just sounds too emotional to even like be able to listen to what we have to say.
I would agree. Let's take some deep breaths. You want to take a walk or something?
If you take 20,000 miles, yes, you will have curvature blocking you because there's 20,000 miles and the curvature will be significant enough. Do that with 3,000 miles and you will not be affected by curvature at all.
Really, that's weird because like I have this.
1,000 miles, you will not be able to see
I wasn't
20,000 miles.
Sir, I wasn't finished talking. Thanks. That's actually really weird because they have this formula for predicting the horizon distance, right? Were you aware of that, or?
And okay, give me that formula.
Sure, it's 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's it.
Okay.
So what this comes down to is that if I'm, say, at the beach, the horizon is supposed to be, according to this prediction, somewhere 1 mile, 3 miles in between there, depending on my height, right? Whether I'm standing right at the water or I'm swimming in the water, it's going to change a little because obviously the observer height will change.
Don't think
So that's it. So you were talking about 3,000 miles and not being able to see any curve or whatever, but they're predicting
I'm not talking
that
about
the
not seeing
horizon.
the curve. I'm saying if you're looking 20 miles ahead, you will see the other.
They're predicting that at the beach you should only be able to see about 3 miles. That's their prediction. So I don't see why you need 3,000 miles when 3 miles is enough.
Actually, 3 miles will not present enough curvature to block your view. No.
That's their prediction. Yes. If you want me to post a math for you, I can do that. Maybe you can take a look at that and stop embarrassing yourself.
Yeah, we're gonna have to stop the show on that one, NPC. We're gonna have to address that one. Because now you're getting into BYOB territory where now you've got your own globe that you made up. You brought your own globe to the party. Well, you can keep that. Leave that globe at the door because we already know what the globe claims are, and you're not really aligning yourself with those claims. So you're like, oh well, 3 miles. That's not where the curve is. Well, now we have to address that. So what we're gonna have to do here is, we're in 24/7. I keep thinking we're apologetics. It's called How the Horizon Works. Let's see. Let me just get this clip and we'll take a listen together. And you can tell us, friend, whether you agree or disagree with this gentleman here in this clip, because he's going to tell you basically what we just told you. And he's not a flat earther. So let's take a listen. 60 seconds.
Hi, I'm Josh Clark, and this is Brain Stuff, and I'm here to answer a very pressing question. Have you ever been standing at the edge of water, say like an ocean, and looked out on the horizon and said, I wonder exactly how far away that horizon is? You know, where the sky meets the sea, that's the horizon. Well, it turns out because the Earth is curved that it depends on where you're standing and how far above water you're standing. Let's say that you are in the water, right? And you're up to, say, your eyes are about 8 inches above the water surface. Well, again, remember the Earth is curved, and despite the ocean seeming flat, they actually curve themselves, which if you've ever really looked at the horizon, it kind of goes like this a little bit, which is pretty cool. But it also goes like this, right? So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky meets the ocean as far as you can tell. If you're standing up above water and you're like I am about 6 feet tall, that means your eyes are about 5.5 feet above the water's edge, which means that you're about 3 miles away from the horizon. Isn't that amazing? Going from 8 inches above water, 5.5 feet above water, is the distance between 2 miles between you and the horizon.
Uh-oh. Let's get a quick reaction from NBC. Go ahead.
So you mean basically from 3 miles, you can see basically an inch of curvature. That's not going to block your view.
That's not what he said.
Yeah, you just completely missed the point, right? So let me summarize it for you real quick. If you're 6 foot height at the beach, you should have a horizon at 3 miles that is blocking everything from your view that is beyond 3 miles. Get it? Because 3 miles would be where the hump is, where the physical obstruction of the Earth starts blocking stuff from your view.
Will anyone post it in the chat?
Post what?
An image.
Well, how about you take a look at the formula I posted first?
I'm going to post an image to someone who will post it in the chat only.
Now, we're not talking about images at the moment. We're talking about formulas and horizon distance.
Okay, but that's just calculations, right? It's not measurements.
Really?
Well, yeah. It's actually a prediction, a calculation that the globe makes based on the radius and observer height. The problem is that when we go outside to check this, it's wrong.
Just straight off Google, from the ground, a human's vision range is up to 3 miles until the horizon line.
Yes, that is the limit of the perception, though. Not the
You're
limit
just-
the curvature will block your view.
Let's be honest.
That is their exact claim. Yes, that's their claim. The thing you're saying that it's not, that's what they're claiming. Right? Because that's what's blocking the bottom of boats, right? The surface of the Earth.
If you're honest enough, you'll at least post this in the chat.
You're not even being honest with yourself, man. That's why we have to teach you things. So you're feeling like you need to teach us. Like you're getting this whole thing wrong. The reason why you can't see past the horizon is because it's be the curve of the Earth. So when you turn around and say no, it's not the curve of the Earth. Well, now you sound like a flat earther.
Hey, dude. In what I just sent to Effie Jedi, if he posts it, there is a perfect to scale representation of what 3,000 kilometers and its curvature would look like on a 40,000 kilometer sphere, with 2 skyscrapers also on that the picture.
Oh, this should be good. This should be good.
All right, Jedi, you go on that, but like, what reality should look like, based compared to what it does look like.
Oh, there is a comparison. Go
Huh?
ahead, post it. Look at it.
But what is this a rebuttal to, that you can see past 3 miles, or what are you? What is
You
your?
want to post Bear or someone else?
What is your argument?
I mean, it's a picture that has arguments in it, yes, but
If it's a to scale representation, that's not a picture.
I mean, yes, a to scale representation can be done on a picture, yes.
So it's a picture of the Earth.
I mean, I could send you the pictures and videos of when I made a sphere out of the representation. Yes, I could do that too.
What is your argument,
I could
bro?
post all visual representations I made through this. Yes.
But what is your argument? What are you fighting against here?
He made his own globe.
Yeah, that's right. You do have your own globe, don't you?
That's not a own globe. I'm just using the official size of the Earth that is used, which is 40,000
Yeah,
kilometers.
so are we. So are we, and that's
Alright,
where we get the
so-
prediction from horizon
Okay, so
distance
I'm
from.
using 40,000 kilometers here for my globe Earth.
As a circumference.
40,000
Sure.
kilometers. I'm not
Yeah,
I'm not changing that number. I'm using the same number everyone's using here. 40,000
sure.
kilometers. And then I'm dividing this 40,000 kilometer circle by 13 partitions, 13 partitions being 3,000 kilometers on its own. And I have 2 skyscrapers on one of these partitions, on both edges of them, and you see that there's barely any curvature blocking any view in, etc.
Hold on. So
And
you're saying hold on. So you're saying that you have 2 skyscrapers at 3,000 miles and there's no curvature blocking it.
Look at the image that I posted at 55 minutes past the hour.
And there's a second one, which is the circle I was talking about, which is to scale with 40,000 kilometers.
You know,
I'm sorry. Really quickly, you said this was a to scale image, right?
Do you know what to scale means?
Yeah, I know what it means. How tall are those buildings?
Okay, the top part is made by flat earthers.
No.
That's
How
debunked. That's
how
wrong.
tall are
The
those
bottom
buildings?
part is what you're see. The bottom part is the right representation. The upper part is a misrepresentation from flat earthers.
Both of these are complete. No, both of these are completely incoherent.
Skyscrapers are like 600 kilometers high, something like that, even 1,000 kilometers high. Whereas even on my to scale representation, I do have, let's say, very large skyscrapers, and if
Yeah,
you
they're still a
made
couple
them
hundred
smaller,
miles.
They would still be to level. You see,
No, I
would still
wouldn't.
be to level.
But dude,
if make them
you need to look at the actual formulas for like horizon distance and obscured height at distance and all this, because a skyscraper should be gone at like 30, 40, 50 miles. You shouldn't be able to see a skyscraper at 3,000 miles. That's absolute insanity, and that would actually debunk the globe.
Well, if you look
So-
at the portion of curvature here, the curvature that we have from my circle, it's not
That's
really
a-
absurd because that's a
it's a
3,000 mile
cartoon.
distance. And guess what?
That's a cartoon.
Yeah, we need the actual math and data. So that's building height, distance, and then the formulas for horizon distance, obscured hidden height, etc. That's what we need, not some picture that you drew in MS Paint, for fuck's sake.
To scale my ass. We just went over how you don't have measurements for anything to reference a scale anyway. We're not going to go off of your little cartoon here. That's crazy.
Oh, he came in trying to double down on Eratosthenes. So
Classic. And one thing to highlight, folks, flat earthers don't make that top image, bro. I've been in the flat earth for a long time. You're not going to find a flat earther presenting that as like, oh, well, this is their globe. Like, that's not a flat earthers don't make shit like that. At least from my understanding. We don't think the earth is curved. So anyway. You got something else, man? Because about an hour and a half ago, we could verify the earth to be a sphere. We haven't got to that just yet. to scale.
It is to scale.
You don't have reference to scale.
I do have reference. 40,000 divided by 13. I have a circle
When I say you don't have reference, I mean you need measurements to determine whether that's really
in slices. Okay. I don't think you understand how a scale works. I don't think you understand how a scale works.
Yeah, that's because you're not that intelligent. You think we don't understand basic things. That's cool, but it's not really helpful to the discussion, right? And if that is actually what you think, then why the fuck are you here trying to explain it to us?
Yeah, you're in the wrong place if you think that, oh, well, these flat earthers have never heard of the globe before. Like, we understand it better than you. That's why we're calling you out. So it's not a lack of understanding on the flat earthers' part. I think you're the one who might lack some understanding here, friend. So you don't have a reference to scale because there's no measurements to refer to.
Not even letting me post a reference to scale.
Because there's nothing to post. You don't have measurements.
Oh, really? There's nothing to post? What about my...
Should have posted those measurements probably, I don't know, an hour and a half ago when we requested them for the first time.
Saying.
So you don't have any measurements.
How about you post my circle, which is to scale?
You don't have a reference to scale.
Yes, it is a very good reference. Do you know how scales in mathematics work? You draw a circle.
You're arguing with emotion, not logic. Or data.
The fact that I'm challenging your reference to scale would probably highlight the fact that I do understand scale. So if you wanted to maybe counter what I'm saying, you would just post measurements of the globe to say, well, here's the reference. Here's our measurements. That's why I understand scale and you don't. I know my height as a human being. And if I wanted to scale that up or scale it down, I could, right? Well, you don't have measurements of the globe to then refer to some sort of scale to either compare or scale it up or scale it down for your little cartoon here. You're gonna need some measurements first to then start referring to, well, we got it to scale. So go get the measurements then. Or we can just rip the Band-Aid off and tell you they don't exist.
So you're basically saying that if I draw a circle and define this circle by 40,000 kilometers, and I slice it in two, I do not have a to-scale 20,000 kilometers on each side?
You haven't determined, where are you getting the 40,000 from? Because that hasn't been established.
We have established already that 40,000 kilometers is the general size of Earth, whether flat or globe, right?
No, hell no. No. You want to ask that again?
Okay, well, if your flat Earth isn't 40,000 kilometers for the whole thing, all right. But if I'm using a circle defining 40,000 kilometers and slicing it into 13 portions.
You get that part. I'm challenging the fact that before you even get to the 40,000 part, we have to get that.
Portion is 3,000.
We're not going to just pull those numbers out of our asshole. We have to go and determine, well, 40,000, why that? Obviously, your circle has to have a size. So
now we have to go back to how we get the circumference of the Earth. But to get the circumference of the Earth, I don't believe in the sun positions and stuff like that and the mathematics and calculations. So fuck that, yeah.
Really, what it actually is I think you just auto believe that these are default positions and there's no need to even ask questions like, do we have the actual position of the sun to then make statements based off of this? What it isn't is flat earthers just calling things fake. We're addressing things face value. If you say, well, Eratosthenes measured the earth, well, let's take a fine-tooth comb and go through it to find out whether that's true or not. What you're doing is just, well, it's automatically all true. Don't even ask questions. Why would we do that? So we're going to need those measurements, man. Sorry, there's no way around it.
It's okay to ask questions, but when you're asking measurements for things that you either can't measure or don't need to be measured,
which you said have already been verified and measured.
yes.
So now it's
using the method
how it can't be measured and don't need to measure it. What changed?
Measured using methods that you're not satisfied with because
That has to do with I'm not setting any parameters for you. You have to measure it the way I say. I would just like some measurements to begin with. That would be nice.
if you want a specific measurement, position of the sun, measure the shadow it casts. Repeat that every day and do that on 2 locations. You'll have measurements.
Can we address that?
But of course, that's not enough for you.
Let's address it because obviously we don't just take things. Oh, there's no need to even address anything. You just got to auto believe Eratosthenes. Can we actually go through it and find out if this is valid or not? Or for you, it's a default, automatically true. Don't even ask questions. Is that really your position?
It's okay to go through it, but if you're going to be denying things and like cherry picking, but that's not actually.
Let's not deny anything then. Let's actually go through it.
That's wrong, man.
Okay, well, let's not deny anything. Let's go through it and find out.
Yeah, let's go through it.
All right. So let's start with step 1. You're saying the measurement of the Earth. Let's be specific. So that we're going to go off of whatever measurement you think exists. So what would that measurement be that we can address?
I mean, you can measure it with the shadows, a sundial, anything shadows and the sun together. You can pretty much take measurements of that. The double beach sunset experiment, which you again mock and laugh at, but fail to understand the mathematics at which to give you an actual circumference of the planet you're living on.
You're not going to let us address things specifically, or we're just going to do this whole like coping. You guys don't believe me.
I don't care if you guys don't believe me. That's not my point there. I mean, you guys don't believe me. That's fine. But I mean, none of you. I mean, you yourself are probably making a better effort than the others to actually try and understand me and get to something, which I appreciate, and we're probably going to get somewhere because of that. But the others, they weren't like that at all.
I actually think they're more like me than you think. But anyway, let's just go through it. So give us a measurement, and then let's go through the method and make sure that the methodology is valid. So you can whatever you want to start with.
Can someone post that like little circle I was talking about because it contains measurements and so on? Maybe not from the real world, but you can compare them with real world measurements after that. That's not a problem. So
measurements not from the real world? What?
Let's draw a circle and then make measurements on that circle. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
We're on Discord here. I'm going to go on a boat and do celestial navigation from my apartment. Come on, dude. Thank you for posting the circle. Now.
Well, if you were a real glober, you would actually go out there and make real measurements.
Again, this is just representing what the curvature would look like on a 40,000 kilometer.
We're imagining
that. NPC, hold on. I gotta. You're gonna have to make me pass the mic. I'm gonna blow a fuse if you keep doing this thing where you're like, let me tell you what a globe would be like, as if no one here understands what a sphere or a circle or the nature of a circular object. Stop pretending like we don't know what a sphere is, man.
Okay, can we just agree that if that circle there is 40,000 kilometers circumference, that each portion, the 13 divided portions of it, are 3,000 kilometers on the surface? Can we agree on that?
We don't have any issue with the math. The math is mathing, all right? But the problem is we have to determine those numbers, essentially. I would say you just pulled out of thin air or out of your rear end. We have to determine this.
Fine. I haven't give you the real world measurements. That's fair. But can we still focus and consider this before moving to that? Because, I mean, you can't just skip this.
Bro! We know
you're imagining.
Just like you do. You're like, but I need to know if 2 + 2 is 4 first before I measure this 2x4. We know the math works. Now we need to go and find out whether it matches reality. Stop presuming that we don't understand a globe. Well, do you understand that a globe, if you broke it down into 4 parts, 25% each, like, dude, we understand that part. Now we have to go and determine, is this matching reality? Measurements from the real world, like Zetetic called out for. Ryan in the chat, how did you get the value of 40,000? That's the whole point, bro. We don't
if
need a
I
cartoon of
apply
a circle
this,
to explain how it
okay,
would work. I understand that. Now we need the
okay,
actual meat, the freaking.
yes,
We need the cowbell now.
yeah. So how do we apply this with the real world to verify it? Right. That's good. Well asked. So what you need to do basically is you run the experiment. Let's say you choose that 3,000 mile distance, 3,000 kilometer distance, and you check if it's actually possible.
Stop.
If the distances match from the views.
Stop. You just jumped. We don't even have a foundation yet. You're like, well, let's just pick 3,000. We're not gonna just pick random numbers. You have to need measurements. No, that's not how this is gonna work. We need to go and measure the real world. Okay, we're not gonna just randomly pick. Let's just pick 3,000 and then go from that. Choose a distance. No. So we need something in reality that we can go and do to measure the surface of the earth to determine what it is. So we're not going to just quote choose 3,000, whatever the hell that means.
Okay, well, I mean, you could walk the distance, I guess.
We keep saying the distance as if that's a default thing we already know. We have to determine or establish what is the size of the earth. How has that been established? Let's not go into it assuming, number one, it's already a sphere and already has a known size. Those things are both unknown. So we actually have to go out into the field to do something to determine whether those things are true or not. For you, they're just default automatically true. And they don't really, for you, you're saying, well, I don't even need to measure, which is crazy. But we're trying to help you understand that you're going to need to measure to have these values.
Yeah. So when it comes to needing to measure and etc., do you need like it to be measurable by one individual person and that every individual person must be able to do it on themselves alone? Or would you accept that, let's say, a collective of people that can work together and use technologies to get these measurements?
Feel free to set yourself up with whatever conditions you feel most comfortable with. But now we're just
multiple people using technologies to.
All right, bro. Let's just get it, because the point is we need to get to how do we get that value. Well, is it okay if we all hold hands and do it? Do whatever you want. We just need the measurements now.
Not what I'm asking. I'm asking, is it okay if
Stop asking and start just getting the measurements. People in the chat are getting pissed off, right? How do you get the value of 40,000? You need to measure before you assume. How do you get the value of 40,000? Before you start explaining, how did you get the value of 40,000? How? What technology is okay? We need to know how we're getting
from the double sunset experiment, because I did that one myself. So I got those values from the double sunset experiment that you all modeled.
Well, now what you said is what we could do is go through it with a fine-tooth comb just to double check the methodology. So let's do that. So let's start with.
I did mention that anyone could do the same double sunset experiment and do the same calculation.
Let's do it together. Let's start with step one. So let's start with step one. Because we're gonna go through it with a fine-tooth comb and make sure it's valid, right? When it's not, we're just gonna accept it because you say so, right? So what's the step one for the methodology? And are we measuring the earth right now? Is that what we're doing?
I mean, if you want to take in all the factors, we're gonna be here for fucking weeks. So we should try to keep things more simple. But I mean, I do get that we should also try and commit to as many factors as possible. But we should find a balance here, because I mean, if you're gonna ask me to calculate with using the sun, but then you have to prove to me that my calculation that the distance that the light takes to take the time it takes for the light to reach me is accurate, well then I have to explain that and explain how the other thing. So you see, we have to not go through that kind of rabbit hole either.
Well, what we're also not going to do is
I can tell you that like we could use technology to determine how much time it takes for the light to reach us from the sun. And
bro, you're waffling.
Theoretically, what the sun.
You're waffling like crazy. We're supposed to measure the earth to determine these values that you said. Well, let's just pick 3,000. Well, okay. Well, where do we get 3,000 from? Let's just get to it, man. You're wasting time.
Hey, like CV, let me ask you this. Hold on, NPC. Let me ask you this, all right? Like, if you told me that you were a size 12 shoe
Move the goalpost.
If you told no, you told me you were a size 12 shoe and you never measured your foot, how would you know you're a size 12 shoe?
Shadows. Just calculate. Just lay down on the beach.
Just calculate. Just draw a shoe size, and that's it. That's what it is, dude.
That's what
If
I
you,
mean.
if you take a shoe and then draw it into like 13 sections, and then each section actually mathematically, so that's how it works. Just break it into 13 sections, and then you don't even need to measure it.
You see the absurdity of that, NPC. Like if you want to measure something, measure it.
Hello? Can we stay on
Measure it.
target?
Hello, we're waiting for
Measure
the measurements. Yeah, go now, get measurements. That's what we need.
That's not fair, man. You guys keep moving the goalposts and asking me multiple questions on multiple subjects.
The same question we've been waffling around and tap dancing around for, I don't know, what is it now, chat? Let's see, 208. It's now been 7 minutes of people asking you for the exact same thing. 7 minutes. How many times has JPR in the chat asked the same question? How do you get the value of 40,000? We probably asked that for now, probably closer to 10 minutes. So
Those
hurry
straw
up.
men. Can I clarify those things so you stop using the straw man? When I talked about the circle and the 3,000 kilometers, etc., it was about another subject, about the curvature of the Earth, to show that it would take even 3,000 kilometers and you would still see at that distance if you'd have the telescope too. Okay, that was the argument for that. It has nothing to do with how do you calculate the Earth's radius. Now, how do you calculate the Earth's radius? You can use the sun to do that. And that's why I mentioned the light distance from the sun, because you need to know how far the sun is to have proper calculations. So, yeah, I'm actually trying to give you the right steps to consider the right things to measure and calculate to get to the Earth's circumference. But you're all going all over the place and cherry picking one word and one thing and then that and then. But the circle didn't have anything to do with that. So what?
How do you know the distance to the sun?
How do you know the distance of the sun? Exactly. Yeah. You calculate the time it takes for the light of the sun to reach Earth. See,
how do you know that?
You have the speed of light. It's a constant.
How do you know that? How do you know the distance to the sun?
Oh my God. So you're telling me that humans and scientists have never tested light at all and don't know anything about light, and we don't.
I didn't hear him say that.
How do you calculate the one-way speed of light?
That uses lights and dark technology is made by people that don't even know how.
All right, hold on a second. Hold on. You can calculate the circumference of the average.
We don't
You can calculate the average circumference of the equator. Flat or globe. This doesn't prove your side.
It's on it.
How do you know the speed of light?
You don't realize.
I'm not the scientist that discovered everything that there is about light, but I can understand things, and I can understand there is a speed
So
of
just
light.
say I don't know. So just say I don't know.
You realize, NPC, you're just talking while muted. No one's hearing you because you're not having a conversation with people. You're just rumpusing the shit out of
And
everyone.
that forms a circumference at the equator. This doesn't prove anything about the shape.
Guys, keep being dishonest, I guess.
We're not being dishonest.
Yourselves and to me and to others.
No one's being dishonest.
So how did they measure the circumference of the Earth?
Kind of getting into, yeah.
How did they measure the circumference of the Earth?
I mean, so we can't agree on a constant speed of light?
That hasn't been determined yet. Again, these things aren't
been determined yet. Okay.
Sir, you gotta keep this in mind. For you, what we don't do for you is just assume our position as default, and you must accept it because we accept it. We have to make an argument for your position. When you keep saying like, oh, so you just don't automatically accept what I'm saying as true? No, that's the whole point. You have to back up or make a case for your position. Saying, oh, well, you deny? That's not an argument.
So scientifically, there is a consensus between the whole entire scientific community, which of course you're going to strawman as just fake. They have a speed of light constant.
Brother, does anyone want to hear this garbage? That's an appeal to a consensus fallacy. That's not evidence for the thing you're
Constant,
claiming,
and their calculations are right. And if I read their paper,
dude.
so do I need to go look up
NPC, you're talking to yourself right now, Storm. You're talking to yourself right now, dude. No one's hearing you.
Why is he even talking about the speed of light?
He's
Do I
talking
need to
about the speed
read
of
a
light from the
paper
sun to
on
Earth.
how to figure out the light speed? Really? Out loud?
Again, you would be doing this for your own
And you guys
benefit.
can't look that up yourselves? I mean, maybe if you look up the speed of light and how to get it, I mean, you're probably going to get a very
Storm,
straightforward
you're
answer, better
talking
than
to
what I can say.
yourself. You're just talking to yourself, okay? You've been challenged because we do understand it. We don't need to go read a paper. That would be for your benefit. Now, one more time.
Okay, so we can agree that there is the speed of light.
We don't agree on shit yet because you haven't established anything. You just move the
Okay,
goalposts
I'm
back
establishing
to
the
back.
speed of light. You use the speed of light times 8 minutes, you have 90 million miles. What's the problem?
What's been established?
How do you know that? What did you do to measure that?
The time it takes for light to reach us, 8 minutes.
How do
at
you
the
know
speed of
that?
light.
Did you
That's 90
assume?
million miles. It's simple.
Did you
If you're going 100 miles
assume it?
per hour and you drive for an hour, you will have done 100 miles.
Okay. So did you go to the sun and measure the two-way speed of light? Because you can't measure the one-way speed of light. So did you measure the two-way speed of light from the sun to the earth and back to the sun? It's fucking dumb, dude.
Did you go to the sun and turn on a flashlight and we waited till it got here? Is that how we measured it? You went to the sun?
So you're basically saying that we do not have technologies?
No, you know what? No one's saying any of those words. Pretty sure you just said those words. I think what we're doing is we're holding you accountable to the words that you said. Right? Oh, we already know these things. Well, how do you know? Gotta Well, figure out you how to don't call know? these guys, man. Well, how do you know, friend?
That was hilarious. Sorry, you don't agree that we have
Jedi-
technology waves. That's fucking funny, man. What the fuck?
This all started with the circumference of the Earth being 40,000 kilometers, and we asked how did they measure it, and that's literally what this whole conversation has been about. It's how do they measure the circumference of the Earth?
And just want to get in. You know, pretty sure I called it when I was like, "Well, we just already know this other thing." Oh, well, how do you know that? Well, we already know this other thing. Well, how did you know that? Well, we just already know this other thing. You see what I'm saying? When we start to go through your methodology, it ain't really valid because it's all based upon, well, we just already knew previously. And this confirms we were accurate all along. I don't think so. You don't have a leg to stand on. You don't
It's a
have
classic spiral, though.
So somehow we've got onto the distance to the sun. Awesome.
Oh yeah, because he wanted to talk about sticks and shadows, and that we knew the distance to the sun based off of the speed of light. That's how we know the distance to the sun.
No.
Fucking retarded.
No.
How is that retarded?
Where does that 8 minute? Where does that 8 minutes come from?
Okay.
Where's that 8
If you're
minutes?
going
Come from?
300,000 kilometers a second,
Where's the 8
and it
minutes
takes
come
you
from?
8 minutes
We
to
get
reach
that,
destination.
brother. We get that part. Now, how do you? What at Jedi? Can you ask your question again?
Where's the 8 minutes come from?
How'd they get 8 minutes, NPC?
I just said, if you're traveling at 300,000 kilometers a second,
We understand math, dude. Stop trying to teach us math. So if you're driving at 60 miles per hour and you drive for 1 hour, like we get that part. You haven't explained now how you got 8 minutes from the sun to the earth.
I mean, do you want me to make it easier for you?
you can measure the redshift of the light of the stars, by the way.
Stop the
And
cap.
another way, you can also use other known stellar objects in the same
Other
neighborhood
stuff
and
now.
do
Why are you
parallax
talking about other stuff?
measurements
Dude,
and take
why are you
them 6
talking about
months
other
apart
stuff?
as Earth orbits the
Why other
sun.
stuff?
And yes, you will have your measurements.
Okay, so how did
But
you
no,
get 8
that's
minutes?
not
So
satisfying for you, right?
Why
That's not
8
enough,
minutes?
right?
Where does this arbitrary 8 minutes come from? Why 8 minutes? Why not 25 minutes?
Second x 90 million miles. 8 minutes. That's
so
simple.
90 million miles. So how did you get the 90 million miles then? Was it because of 8 minutes?
Yes,
How
we
did
can
you get-
also do the reverse equation.
I want to know how you got the distance to the sun. You said
Measure
8
fucking
minutes. Hold
light.
on. We can measure light. Okay, so it takes 8 minutes for the light to get here from the sun that's 93 million miles away. Okay, so how did you get the 93 million miles?
Yeah.
Okay.
What else did we automatically knew previous to that?
The distance of the sun alone? All right. Without using light? Sure.
No, I don't
Here
want you
at
to start
Venus.
changing.
Okay.
No, dude, I
No.
don't want
You
you to
measure
start
the
changing
distance from
goalposts.
Earth
I
to
want you to
Venus.
keep to the
You measure
goalposts.
the distance from Earth to Venus. And then
Stop. Jedi,
Oh.
please go.
Stop moving the goalposts. I just want you to answer the things that I'm asking you.
You
That's all.
don't even care to hear the answer.
You're
That's
talking to yourself, NPC. You're literally talking to yourself. You're not having a conversation with anyone here. You're talking to yourself. When you ask a question and answer it on your own, you'll be like, I'll give you evidence, but you wouldn't believe it, right? Yeah, you wouldn't. So I'm just gonna, you're talking to yourself, dude. Jedi has a question for you. Listen
Yes,
and
I do.
answer the question.
How did you get the 93 million miles?
How did they get the 93 million miles? Ask them.
Oh, okay. I thought this was your fucking claim. I thought you knew about this. I thought this was to somehow.
I do,
prove-
but everything I say you don't take. So I'm
No,
gonna
because I want you
tell
to
you
back
do
it
your
up.
own
I
research
don't.
on this one
I
because
don't understand why you keep
no matter
talking.
what
This isn't a
you
conversation.
don't understand what I'm saying.
I don't
You're
understand.
talking to yourself again.
Fuck.
You're talking to yourself again, NPC. Stay focused here. There's other people in this panel who would love to speak with you and not just listen to you provide verbal diarrhea from the mouth to yourself. Okay? When we're not just not liking what you're saying. When you say, "Well, I know this," and we say, "How do you know that?" Well, you go, "Well, I already knew this other thing." All we're going to do is ask you how you knew that other thing. Then you say, "Well, I just knew already this other thing." You see the problem here? We're looking for
Yes,
where
I
you
mentioned-
originally established
I
this knowledge.
mentioned this problem earlier, actually, when I was saying, look, you're going to ask me to explain to you the size of the Earth and how I get to that, but for that I need to explain the other measurements that I'm getting. You're going to ask me how I get that, how I get that, how I
You
get that,
need
how
a
I get that.
foundation.
And
Yeah, you need a foundation to build upon. Right now, you don't have one.
to the how do you get that and understand that you can get that from
still
what you already
You're still talking to yourself again. You've been muted this whole time. Okay, NPC, listen. Please listen, right? We want to have a conversation with you. Stop talking to yourself.
Okay.
Well, of course, we're going to ask you for
a real way to measure the fucking curvature of the Earth? Use GPS systems and satellites. Oh, of course, NASA and all space agencies are fake, so I don't.
There we go. Why is he answering his own fucking
talking to
questions?
yourself again, dude.
Why
It's
do
weird.
you do this? Think about this. Why is it every single time you make a statement, at the end of your statement, you'll feel so insecure that you have to poison the well? Why do you do that? You always have to
Because-
come with some narky fucking comment at the end.
I wouldn't
saying,
have to poison.
"Well,
I do
why are
admit
you
that there's a little bit of well poisoning,
I
but I
don't
wouldn't have to
understand
poison.
why you're talking. It's just showing insecurity. Every single time that you start talking, it's insecure because you don't want to listen to what's being said to you. Fucking weird behavior, man.
It is. It is. Just take a few deep breaths, man. Like genuinely. I think Ethergris wants to chime in as well.
I was really just going to say, good afternoon, gentlemen. I hope all is well, but it was a bit noisy when I first stopped in.
What's up, Mr. Chris? Long time.
Doing good. Staying blessed. Anyway, y'all go your combo. Don't let me interrupt.
Gotta hit him with my basket of loose cables analogy. You essentially just have a basket with a bunch of wires, USBs, box chargers, mount, all bunch of technology and cords and things, right? So what we can do is some of those things will connect, right? This USB might plug into this and that might plug into that. The issue is that whole basket doesn't have any power. Nothing has any power, even though the things in the basket will connect. So what you're doing is you're essentially just connecting things within the basket, but you don't have any power to any of this stuff. What we're trying to do is get you to plug your whatever your original thing is into the wall so you actually have some power to now connect these other things. Or if you want to build a house, you need a foundation to lay it upon, and then you build atop that. Okay, you don't start with like, well, I know the color of like the baby's room when you don't have any foundation. There's no wood, there's nothing built yet. You need a foundation first. You even said, well, we know the speed of light, or the distance is 8 minutes, because the distance of the sun is 90 million miles. It's like, wait, so how do you know that? Oh, you're
and all the hype that goes with it. I think it's hilarious what we do on a Friday and how it's reacted to when Nathan and the crew come in. It's epic, like.
Sorry, can you say that again?
Like with it going the way it's gone over the years, it's brought things like, you know, characters to people, like Nathan Oakley's character or Quantum Erasing or Quantum's character. You know, the zero tolerance, complete old school master will rip you to shreds in absolute seconds. And what we do on a Friday, like when we let Nathan and the crew in, I think it's brilliant. It's because afterwards, when he goes away, there's actually a period of shock. There's a period of silence from a lot of people. And obviously, yeah, the haters come out the woodwork and we deal with them. But it gets the message out in a different way. And we don't have to be the nasty-tempered, argumentative one that's pulling people up for, you know, the way that they go about things. Nathan's got that. And I really like that. Go for it, bro. Go on. As long as you're not too nasty or direct about their personal character or whatever. Do it, dude. If they want to mess with you and get the lash, then that's fine. It lets me be the happy-go-lucky guy in the corner laughing about it all for a start.
Right, yeah. I mean, I do kind of miss his some of his old arguments, you know, the old debates he used to get into. He doesn't seem to want to bother with that anymore. And I can probably understand why, but because he just has this focus on, you know, earth measuring flat. And kudos to him for just wanting to go straight to, like, pointing out to people that, no, you and everybody else, and you know, in all fields of navigation, even astronomy, like all the fields, they're using horizontal, using flat, you know, as a basis for measurement. Like, it's measuring flat, you idiots, you know, like you're not using it like it's a ball, like it's not what you're doing, you know, which it's just perfect, you know. But he just seems hyper focused on that and doesn't want to, like, deal with all the other old questions he used to, which really, you know, we got some great content from that.
Yeah, some of the old stuff when he went in depth. Like Nathan's on R1, if you can get him in the right mood, and he'll start talking in depth about stuff that he knows. Phenomenal knowledge base, like, and great conversation too. You know, you're not just talking about nothing, you're actually going into the depths of things, how it came about and stuff, how it's been implied across society, and we've adopted it as reality and stuff. Like, really, really good content. But now he's just like, straight away, like you say, he mirrors it directly back on them. No, you're an idiot for believing this. And I like that. I do. Because that's what I mean about them coming in angry for us being so stupid that we think Earth's flat. You know, and he's actually pointing out, no, you're such an idiot for thinking that we think Earth's flat when it's actually used in the first place. Yeah, it's. I like his approach, I do. But like you, there's a lot of other stuff that isn't done anymore. Maybe it goes on a little bit on his server and I'm not seeing it as much. It could be that. But yeah, it's not exactly what it used to be. Could be again, though. I'd like to fire up the arena and get Nathan and QE and Gem Panda and get everybody in and see where it all goes. I would love to do that. All of them, Ranty, Soundly, everybody. Kosho. Bring them all in, man.
I can say Root. Root, he's on another level. He just go in Jampanda and be in there by himself. Well, that one time, we went together the last time we went. Yeah, he kind of like, demolish all of them.
Yeah.
Big Root. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And
Yep.
the other thing about Roots is because of his accent, he's treated differently in Gems. You'll notice that as well. Like if anybody goes in that's not English or British, they can get a very hard time over it in places like Gems. But Root commands a conversation with the way he's so legible in English, in his English accent as well. And it's quite impressive. Yeah, Jin does that in there too. But I know what you mean about Roots. Roots has got a really, really confident way. He just moves everyone aside, shuts everyone down, and gets on with it. It's great.
Yeah. Maybe you're probably right because the way he acts in this, and they kind of like, give him a pass. I mean, I went with him a bunch of time, and this time before, Jampanda was just yelling, screaming off the top of his lung over and over again at Root and me. Yeah, that was way before his channel got banned.
Yeah. I used to worry about him because he got so angry and so animated. And I don't think he's got full health initially, but I always worried about him because he got himself into such a tizzy, bro. So angry he gets.
I know, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of sad.
There's been a few of us over the years that have gotten like that, and I genuinely worry about, coronaries and embolisms and little veins popping on the side of your forehead.
Yeah, definitely a good idea. Try and keep the blood pressure a bit lower.
Yeah. But again, I'll say shout out to Gem Panda for doing what he's done all over the years. He's provided a home-based camp for the other side. For a lot of the angry people, they really like to go and hang out at Gems, and that's fine, that's cool. That's great. If he's done what he's done over the years, whatever, all he's done is helped move the word of flat earth out to more and more people, really.
Yeah. I mean, Japan, like I told him before when I went in there with Root, a while back, I told him, man, I don't remember exactly what I said, but I said something. He's a pimp. Everybody else a hoes. There's a bunch of hoes in there because he pimping them hoes, and he actually get money, just to have that place open.
Yep.
Right, and he felt proud about it when I gave him, maybe I did give him a compliment, but then I call everybody else just a bunch of followers, right? And nobody dared to speak. I think because they scared Jampana so bad, right? And at the same time, that place is a business if you actually think about it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and the reason why I call him out on that part because he started talking about guys, we are halfway of paying the bills, so he treat this like a business. It's because if Flat is gone by tomorrow, he's not making no more money. If the globe's gone by tomorrow, he's not making no more money either. So
Yes, sir. Yep.
in a sense, he has to keep that going. He has to keep that rage. He has to convince himself. He has to keep the conversation and discussion on. It's because if one of the other's gone, then no more money to be made. No more followers.
Yeah,
Yep.
no more Tim Panda, no more socialization with people that he's known for years. It's a whole demographic, but it's a major part of Jem's life. And again, possibly down to health issues, that this is the way his life path's gone. But yeah, it does financially help the guy a lot, and he is running it, like you say, as a commerce. There's money changes hands between them in there. Like, I think they fund each other for their projects that they try to do, and no fault to them if that's what they want to do. But yeah, you're right. To him, it's a business, bro. It's a commerce, and if Flat Earth goes away, he kind of goes away. It takes something away from him, a big thing away from him.
Yep. Yeah, it's pretty funny if you actually think about it. So even even he knows that there's no evidence, there's no concrete evidence that we live on a spinning ball. He still has to convince himself that there is, right, or there are proof out there, right? But he just can't show it, and he has to convince the people around him the same thing, his followers. That's why I call him a pimp and all of them a bunch of hoes, because he pimping them.
Yeah.
And I said that in front of everybody that
Yeah.
day, and Root was there too, and it was kind of fun to say it, because all those people, they just sit there and take it, for a flat
Mhm.
earther that come out of nowhere and call them a bunch of hoes, and Japan as a pimp. So
But you'll find so there's some flat earthers that kind of doing the same thing, right? Like old dude just said, like about there being. He said something about there's still being like a debate. It reminded me of that. Like, it's like there's still, it hasn't been refuted. There's
Yeah.
still this option open, right? Well, look what flat earthers such as like Dave Weiss do, right? They kind of present it like, hey, this is like maybe, what if it was like this?
Uh-huh.
And while that can have a good effect on people that like aren't feeling sort of pressured about it, it's just presented in a way that, like, okay, I'd never thought about it like that. Yeah, you got to make a good point or right, whatever, but they're walking away with still wanting, like, and still like leaning towards globe. And I think that there's some flat earthers that maintain that kind of image, right, because it's popular, and they don't go into the real deep, like, proofs. Don't really debate a lot with people. They just get interviewed, right, and do a presentation, and then answer questions, maybe a couple of questions that the host wants to ask them, right? And it's like a very neutral sort of come where it's like, well, so it's intriguing, but like not convincing.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
We've seen,
But then you look at.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
No. I see what you're saying, brother. We seen pretty good amount of flat earthers do that. So yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's players
Well,
on
it's
every
not.
side of the stage. Like, yeah,
Look at.
it's a commerce for Dave as well. I'll agree with that completely, bro. You know, it's you can buy cups and T-shirts and stuff from him, and he's quite happy being the media personality. But I think it's needed in a sense. Like we need Gem Panda
Yeah.
to have his stream and his fundy sources in a lot of ways. Like if nobody made Flat Earth cups and T-shirts or like put stuff together like Dave does, then somebody else would. If it wasn't Dave, somebody else. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Sean's doing. Is it Sean? Who's the guy that's doing all the celestial stuff? He's putting all this together as well. Not Sean. Keep forgetting his name. I'll come back to me. But like, yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah. Whatever. Shane.
Shane. Yes, thank you. Yeah, you know, but I don't think Shane's going down the commercial route. You know, like you can buy Quantum Eraser a coffee all he likes, all you want, bro. And the same with Nathan. Like if we want to fund this thing in any either side of it or whatever way, yeah, we can do that. But I don't know. I think it kind of has to be there. Like somebody has to do it, or somebody would do it if nobody did. But
Just
it
think.
lends,
Yeah.
lends space for others to do different things. I think it brings argument, though. It definitely does.
Yeah, it just seems like Nathan, people like Nathan, sort of like are pushed to the back because they are hitting the nerve. They are
Yeah.
like they are presenting like the best arguments, and you know all that. You know, like it's not such a fanfare show. You know, like there's not like it's.
Aye, I know what you mean. Yeah, I do know what you mean. The
Yeah, like you said, have its benefits being like a gateway. That's going to be people's first, introduction to flat Earth, and I suppose they can later learn that hey, not every flat Earth isn't just like everybody follows what Dave Weiss says or Eric DeBay or ODD. Yeah.
But yeah, I would agree that there's other voices out there that we could do with. I don't know. It would be nice if Dave DITRH would maybe do an interview with some. If we could put something together with some of the people that you and I know would be phenomenal at this. And I'm not going to start naming names and calling people out, but you know who we mean. You know who we've got in the server who can really talk about stuff. I would love to see that more. You know, some forums with some of the actual people that we know can slice and dice full on. I would like to see some of that. I know that some of the people that are quiet are like the ones that should be talking. Maybe they don't want to talk all the time. Maybe they don't want to come forward all the time. Maybe they don't want the commercialism. I can understand that completely. But it'd be nice to hear them on that level, bro. It really would.
Might actually be a really good idea. You just gave me an awesome idea, man. Yeah. Like, could use one of the other VCs or even the live stream. Yeah, because it does get quiet a lot, and do like a interview style, like with just the one person, like write out a bunch of questions, sit down and like interview them, like a podcast, and then we can get it off Helio, and put it in a separate channel, like views with people that we interact with pretty much daily or regularly, or that maybe maybe that we do know are like aces in certain topics, don't talk much too, like, and then just have a announcement in the server somewhere saying, like, if you want to be interviewed,
if you want to talk to, it would be nice if it could be like, right, who would you like to talk to and what would you like to talk about, or what would you like to talk about? Here's a series of people that would be willing to come forward and do an hour set or an hour piece or whatever. That'd be kind of cool. Forum with so and so. Yeah, I think that'd be great. And again, on the
Yeah, it'd be
podcast
good to,
level,
like,
it's another format. It's a format that the TikTok generation seem to like. Little set pieces. They can maybe stretch to an hour if it's maybe one or two people talking, I think.
yeah, absolutely, yeah. There's a lot of people out there that are on Spotify and shit, and they have found us through Spotify. There was quite, particularly unusually, right? Like I don't know if it's unusual or not, but there was a lot of South Americans finding us on Spotify.
Yeah.
Yeah. They said they ran out of content on Spotify. There wasn't, it was just seemed to end, and it was like, wait, I want to hear more. So they joined the server.
Cool. Yeah, see, I mean, that's the thing. That's technology, because Spotify is the thing that you hold up and you listen to music and stuff, isn't it?
That's right. Yeah.
You key it's like, what's this that's playing, and then it takes you places and gives you links. And that's a thing that the younger generation use, obviously. Then.
There's a lot of platforms like that. There's, well, man, like there's cities of people like walking, jogging, like sleeping, going to sleep, listening to podcasts. That's all they want to do is just listen to podcasts.
Yeah. India's got
Takes
quite a
their
good
mind off the
collection.
dreariness of reality.
India's got a good collection of podcasts. And I'm sure it was Helio that used to do some, and Miggy was doing some as well. He was doing a podcast format thing too, with a panel of 2 or 3 people, or certain folk would come in and talk about stuff. I think he's trying to get that up and running again. But yeah, like all of these things, I've noticed the numbers as well. The numbers are actually starting to creep up. We had an issue with numbers. I still need to speak to admin and find out what's going on. But the numbers are actually starting to gain again properly now, I think. For a long time, I think it was bots. We were getting the word out to a lot of bots, but I think we're actually getting curious minds coming in now again. The more of that, the merrier. Yeah, you nailed it when you said about sleeping, because it's one of the things that I'll do to unwind. Is I used to put on science seminars late at night on the television to unwind and just listen to it as I was going to sleep. And eventually that sort of transferred into the podcast thing. Or now I'll find a decent argument on a Flat Earth forum that I can nod off to on YouTube, so I don't have to moderate it. But yeah, there's a lot of people do actually like to wind down just listening to a normal, quiet, legible conversation about something intelligent they don't quite understand. And if we were to do things on Coriolis or gravity or radius of Earth, how it all came about, or heliocentric set pieces, and build a catalogue from it, I think that'd be phenomenal.
For sure, yeah. Titles like "Is the Earth really moving?" Yeah.
Yeah, it does, because it goes into things that people don't know. They don't know about Airy or why it was classed as a failure, and then it leads into Michelson Morley or Sagnac, and
I was just thinking,
gyros. It could lead so far, and then next week's section, ring laser gyros. We'll cover that then. You can break it up into discernible chunks that are usable, instead of it being a rambling conversation that goes on for 5 minutes, maybe half an hour, gets interrupted with trolls. Take all that out of it. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. Like I'm sure that Larry would love like an hour to sit there and just get all of that stuff about the cosmological crisis out, into one sort of like solid hour, being asked questions about it, and then just like his response uninterrupted. You know what I mean? Like he'd probably love that.
Absolutely. And to be honest, bro, Well, but the man deserves that. He deserves that from us. Like any of the talkers who know about any subjects deserve that from us instead of being interrupted. You know, there's a lot of abilities that the servers have, and yeah, they do deserve that from us. And to be able to like, it's also, I'll like ping friends, or I'll send a live stream and I'll say, listen from such and such a time. To be able to just send them a segment with Larry talking about gravity and why it's just all nonsense. Oh yeah, I'm all for that.
Yeah, man. Like it could even be like a bit of an event, like where we do that. Everybody has to freaking shut up, like it was when like with like ladies' night or whatever.
Yeah.
It was only a set, certain amount of people that were allowed to talk. And then we give them that hour, and then just open the floor up and say, "All right, any questions, comments?" What was just the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
If you didn't sit there and take notes or remember a particular part of it that you wanted to address, you're too bad.
Yeah. It's, I'm all for it, dude. Yeah. We'll start putting something together and we'll make it happen one way or another. Why the hell not? Like, if we don't start doing things, then someone else will. Or it might just not happen as quick. But yeah, let's do it. Why not?
Kimbo's sort of been putting forth that idea too, like that the week, somebody do like a presentation. He's noticing that people have some pretty good presentation styles, like Box Ops and other people, where they'll lay it out step by step, posting the relevant sources and citations and information and graphics that go along with it. Like Box Ops could do probably do like a proper presentation, like, and he basically does. I mean, but if he was given that space and time to do something uninterrupted like that as well, that's a good idea too.
Yeah, definitely, dude. Definitely. If we do this right, it'll be a framework for like future flarefers to just access the system and do their thing. They'll be like, hey, like all the Brenner stuff that we've got on the main server. Like if we could get that guy to come in and do forums on his stuff, like or Amish to do like little bits on the Brenner stuff as well. Like things like that. That's it. People coming to it new thinking, well, I know about this. I could do that. They might be a bit unsure about the podcast side of it or whatever, or older ones, especially like John, like Godrockin, or me, or Sonny, or any of us old duffers that ain't too technologically minded, but we do know a little about certain things. Coming to this in the future, if that's in place, yeah, that's a massive resource, man.
Sure. Yep. Even just like asking people like a bit about their story. Like Kembo asked me, and he gave me the stage, man. Kembo asked me about a bit about my FE journey, and I was just like, okay, yep. Like,
No, that was good, bro. I enjoy it. I love it. I love to hear everybody's testimony. Yeah, I do. I think it's amazing, like, because we got away from the brainwash, we got away from a belief system, and came to realization that we don't know shit. It's okay not to know shit, but we know it's not a spinning globe, right?
Yeah, bro.
We know it's not a spinning
Absolutely.
globe, right?
See, I think Kembo would be a great podcast host.
Absolutely. I'll second that. Yeah, all day long.
Thank you. I think you guys gave me a little bit too much credits. I think I can tell story when I start talking about being Cambodia with them with pigs and chicken and cattle.
No, bro, you've got the demeanour for it, and you remember like the early days. I know you keep saying that you're not OG, bro, but you're more OG than you know. You know, like in the early days, we were just a bunch of dudes, and like new people coming to this, and I was one of them. I ended up in tears talking to all you guys about where I'd come from and what I believed in, and like why it had to be what I thought it was and stuff like that. And that's a very, very special thing, and it really, really is. And you've got all the demeanour to let people do that, Kembo, and it's just stunning. It really is, man. It's worth its weight in gold, like it really is. And some people ridicule it, but I think it's got a very special place, and it's worth recording. It really, really is, for posterity, for future generations. And it's not that I'm trying to put us on pedestals for future generations, but if we don't record who we are or why we are or where we're from, then, it leaves a gap, I think, in a lot of ways.
Right. You're right. Yeah. Well, somebody gonna have to take over and also trying to teach the next generation. You're right. So I'm a little younger than you, I suppose. I'm assuming so. We're trying to learn as much as possible, right? And spread the word. Trying to wake people up as much as possible. So we are the next generation. But yeah, the first time I heard you was in 24/7. I thought you were Dell.
Everybody does. Well, most folk do. Depends what mood I'm in and what accent I'm talking in, or what words I'm using.
Right, yeah. If you're probably when you're relaxed at the pub talking with your buddies, you're probably like less like you're probably more relaxed with your speech, and I probably would be like, "What did he just say?" No,
Yeah.
you're much more legible than Dell. Like I can't understand what he says. I wish there was subtitles.
To be honest, so do I. I think all languages should be subtitled, because the things that we say, like there's someone out there going, "What the hell did he just say?" Whether it's doesn't matter where you're from. It's like what the fuck was that?
Oh, dude, if you don't understand Dell, then you can't expect us to understand him.
Right. It's really accentuated.
Well, yeah, but well, good on his part. He actually went out there and done so many interviews with people off the street, of college campus, and a lot of time they were clueless because he kind of put them in a spot, but not in a sense of trying to embarrass them or anything. It's just like, look, be honest, just be honest, right? And a lot of time they can't even answer. They drop their guards down. This is the reason why a lot of time, if these so-called anti-flat earthers, if they not anti-flat earthers, and you actually catch them just like Dell does it at the university or the college campus, right? I think most of them will drop their guard down and just be honest with ourselves, right? But that's not the case,
It's a different thing face to face, though.
right?
Very, very different thing face to face. Even when you look at Dell, there's a monster walking towards you, going, "Excuse me, would you like to talk about Earth?" Yeah.
You got those scrawny little, you know, like first year university students coming out the door, and he's this big burly freaking looking Scot staring at you. Is this Florida flat? You know? Oh yeah. That's flat. I swear.
Yes, Mister. Whatever you say, Mister. Yes, Mister. Yes. Yeah. But no, I love anyone that goes out and does the street activism thing. Like the boys that went down and, you know, Nathan and the crew that went out last summer. I'm hoping that they're going out again in the sun soon, because that's great to see them out there.
Who's that? Nathan Thompson.
No, Nathan Oakley.
Oh, really?
He had a bit of a roadshow last summer. Him and a few other people were out. And who else was out there? Jem Panda turned up at one of the events.
Oh, yeah, I think I saw that. Yeah. He's talking to.
There was a load of them just dropped in.
The chemist. Adam Meakin.
Yeah, that's
Meakin.
it. Yeah, Adam is
Sorry,
the
talking
roadshow,
to Jem Panda.
Yeah.
He looks nothing like what I thought with it when I heard, like, all those years. I don't know why I envisioned this, you know, like, I don't know, clerical style, like, you know, like almost like a businessman person. And I said he was like, oh my god, he's a hippie.
Yeah.
He put his face on camera one day on the show, and I was like, holy shit. That I did not expect him to look like that at all.
Yep. I'm trying to think who the other boys that dropped in. Who was the? Oh God, my memory's terrible today. All the boys came in from Liverpool and all the other places and dropped in on that roadshow. Like, that was great to see them all. I think even what's his name, the boxer, he was there as well. He turned up.
Oh yeah, what's I can't remember his name.
Changed his name about 3 times, but yeah, I still remember him as the boxer.
You're talking about the British guy?
Yes.
Yeah. He actually, like, got his ass handed to him on Nathan's show as a Glober. Like, he is someone who actually, like, went to Nathan's, like, and thought he was going to have it all over him, and went away with his tail between his legs and came back and said, you fucking asshole, you got me. Like, you got me thinking about this shit. And now he's like, he's you know, he's for flat Earth.
Yeah, that was the old Nathan when he used to take things apart and pull your psyche apart right in front of you. That's what happened to him. Yeah, and he gave up after that. He was totally honest, and he came forward and he said, "No, I can't say that Earth's a globe anymore. I just can't." Yeah.
I mean, I seen him before. You know, I seen him here and there back in 2017, 2018. I didn't know who he really was till I joined the 24/7. And then, you know, finally somebody posted a video and I saw him, like, oh, I seen that guy before. Nathan Oakley. I seen him way back, but I didn't know who he was. But yeah. But sometimes I don't know, certain approach I don't, you know, of course, everybody have their favorites, you know, who can speak about flat earth better than others, you know. But sometimes I think if we going a little too hard, right, you know, these so-called you know, top dog flat earthers or whatever, I think sometimes when we go too hard, people don't care. They don't care if flat earth is true or not. They would just, you know what, I don't care, I'm still gonna believe in the globe because you know, certain you know, flat earth individual don't know how to speak to people, and sometimes I would disagree with that, you know.
Yeah, it's
You
too
know,
big. If you go too hard, it becomes about the argument, bro.
Yeah. You know, Nathan was on like a pretty popular TV show in England
Mm-hmm. Yep.
back in the day. Yeah, he got an interview and it made the papers. It made his local paper, I'm pretty sure. So he got a little bit of exposure back in the day, but like that was back before he like does what he does now, you know, like and has been doing for the last 4 years. So imagine if he got that spot now, what he'd say. You know?
Did he do it on the flat
Oh my
Earth
God.
or the spherical Earth?
Oh, it was on Flat Earth back then.
So Nathan did it on the flat Earth. Okay, got it.
Yeah. At the point at that point, he was a flat earther. Yeah. Boomdog. Welcome to the room, bro.
Dude, it's a good thing that Nathan didn't do it on the spherical Earth, because that'd been fucked up.
Well, in a sense, I suppose he did. Aye.
Could you
everyone
imagine?
else he did.
Could you imagine if Nathan tried to pull that off on a round Earth, like a ball? That'd be crazy.
He would still be a ball believer then if he did. But to everyone else, yeah, dude, yeah, it was a ball. What's your take on all this, Boomdog? What brings you to Flat Earth on a Sunday?
Define Sunday.
Well, the day after Saturday, usually.
Take your time. Take your time.
Tomorrow would be back to work day.
So your definition of Sunday is back to work day. Okay.
No, tomorrow's tomorrow's Monday, so it must be Sunday.
If you say so.
My bins get collected today, so it must be a Sunday.
Dude,
Either way,
whatever day you think it is, okay, whatever.
So what brings you to a Flat Earth room on this particular day? Are you flat curious? Are you globe proud? What brings you here, bro?
I think the real question is, why are you asking me in the first place?
Because I haven't spoken to you before, and I just realised you joined the room, and we're kind of social like that.
Mm-hmm. Continue.
So what brings you to the room, my friend?
Continue.
Ed, what brings you to the room? Are you flat curious or are you globe proud?
What brought you to this room?
Usually conversation, hopefully with new people. Although good friends are always a...
Well, I'm a new person, so that's why you came to the room. You just answered your own question.
Yeah, I know what brought me, but what brought you?
Nothing brought me here. I just decided to join. I
Good for you.
I made a conscious decision to join the VC. Nothing
Well done,
brought
sir.
me. There is no third power that brought me here. I just decided. Get it?
Epic. No chariot of the ether brought you here. That's marvellous. Do you know much about Flat Earth?
I know all the things about flat Earth.
Oh.
I know that flat Earth is flat.
Why is it flat?
You tell me, man. You were here
I
first.
thought you knew. You just said you knew, so tell us.
Who's us? We're the only two people talking, dude.
No, there's like...
Oh, there's a bunch of us here, but we don't want to interrupt.
Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
go for it.
gracious.
Well,
My
you said
goodness.
that you know a lot about flat Earth,
I
so
know
yeah,
all the
tell us
things
all about
about.
it. Sure, tell us all
No,
about it, bro.
incorrect. I didn't say I knew anything about flat earthers. I said I know all the things about flat Earth.
Yeah, sure, tell us all about it.
And he didn't ask me about flat earthers. He asked me about flat Earth. Just to make that perfectly clear.
Yeah, yeah. Tell us about flat Earth then, dude.
So don't try to change the subject from flat Earth to flat earthers.
Did
Are we
we?
good?
Don't think
No,
we
no,
did.
no, 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 nobody trying to change the subject, bro. Nobody trying to change the subject. So yeah,
Well,
stick to whatever you want to talk
that
about.
sounded kind of shady.
What do you mean sound kind of shady?
I just told you why it sounded shady. You tried to move it from flat Earth to flat earthers.
Oh,
Dude,
maybe that's
wise
not
on
what
this
I
shit.
meant.
I totally get it.
Maybe that's not what I meant. But if that's how
Or
you took
maybe it
my
was.
apology,
That's kind of sus.
listen. If that's how you took it, my apology. So are you happy now? You want to go back to the subject?
Apology accepted.
Okay, all right. So we on the same page now.
Assuming you don't try to pull that bullshit on me again, yes.
You know what? I want to go back to the YouTube. I'll be back.
All right, take care.
So what do you know about flat Earth, Boomdog?
Oh, dude, you got the link to the YouTube bot, bro?
Somewhere, bro. Yeah. Which one are we on?
We'll stick it in the side chat. Just fucking send it to him.
That's what I'm going to do. But we've got two YouTube streams, bro. I don't know which one. I'll stick them both in, though.
It's fucking 2024. You guys don't know how to send each other links?
No, I'm practically a boomer.
Hey, take
I'm one of
take
those
it easy,
Gen
doggy.
Xers, bro.
Take it easy, bro. It's not even that serious. Take it easy. Take it easy.
Dude, I'm totally chill.
Oh no, yeah, okay, yeah.
I can't believe it's
Yeah, but I'm just saying, take it
2024
easy, bro.
and
Take
you
it
haven't
easy.
figured out how this shit
You ain't
works
that tough
yet.
though. You're not that tough. You acting like a tough guy right now. So just take it easy, my friend. Take it easy. It's not even that serious, bro.
I'm not a tough
Yeah,
guy.
it's not even that serious. Take it easy. Just sit your
I'm,
ass down a
I'm
little
not
bit.
a tough guy.
Yeah, you sound like a tough guy.
I'm literally on Discord.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Exactly.
Talking to other people on Discord
Yeah,
how to
exactly.
send a
So
fucking
sit down,
link.
chill, relax a little bit.
Yeah, this is not like an MMA fight. You
Yeah,
get
I'm
it?
pretty sure. Yeah, you be. Yeah, I don't know how would you do in the MMA?
I would not fare well in an MMA fight.
Yep.
We're just talking about how to send links over the
Exactly.
internet in
Exactly.
2024.
That's why I say chill, relax. It's not even that serious, bro. Yep, relax.
Okay.
You're not
Okay.
that tough.
I'm totally chill.
Yep. Oh, dude, did you find the link, bro?
Yeah, I found it. I linked it. I'm just waiting on my phone catching up, and by the time it gets to the right room, I'll be able to post it.
All right, brother.
Politics and
Well,
religion.
when you find it, just send it to me. Thank you.
It's on its way, bro. It's almost on its way. Come on, phone. Go in there. I don't want to join that. No, I don't want to look at this. The hell is it with technology? I'm trying to do one thing and it's
Nobody is forcing you to look at it or join it, dude. It's totally chill.
there you go. That's one of them.
Oh, or join or look at it. Your choice. Hello, new flat earther. How you doing?
hanging in there.
Well, I can tell you what's going on in here. Like, the old school flat earthers are trying to figure out how to, like, click on a link and play a video game. It's getting serious.
Yeah, we're catching up with technology. Today, technology, tomorrow, the globe.
Welcome to 2024.
Yeah, 2024. People are still believing that we on a spinning water ball in a vacuum of space, and we came from monkeys.
At the same time, no less.
Is that maybe why they act like monkeys? Because they think they are?
It's one thing if you think that you're like on a spinning ball and you don't fly off. But if you think that you're a monkey that doesn't fly off, that's off the charts, man. Don't ask us. We're the smart ones. Ask the spinning monkeys. Because we know what's really going on. We got this.
Don't know about having got this. I'm sending links to all the wrong places.
Dude, send me some of those links. I want to go down all the wrong places. I want to check this shit out.
Your name is on the list, sir. I shall get to you presently.
Yeah, take your time. No rush.
Right, finally, that's both our live streams in the text chats. Who else wants to be in?
I don't see anybody live streaming on Discord.
No.
The bot.
YouTube.
The bot doing it for you? Man,
Yeah.
that's cool.
Welcome to 2024, bro.
I know, right?
Had you been here 8 years ago, you would have seen the same thing.
You think the bots were around 8 years ago? Apparently not a lot has changed. Okay. Take your time. Think it through.
Jesus Christ, it's you, 42 ounce. No wonder you're talking to me like you're talking to me. How's it going, man?
Guilty as charged. It's me.
How's it going?
Don't ask me. Ask the bot from 8 years ago.
Yeah.
Get it?
This is the guy, right? Occasionally I'll click on somebody that I don't recognize them. I don't know them. I don't share many servers with them, right? But I'll share a friend, and it's this 42 ounce guy. And I'm like, who the heck is this guy?
Every single fucking time. Every time. Right?
Shady motherfucker. I've been trying to get you on our main server for ages, you bam pot. Right, I'll send you a link. You better join it or I'm coming to find you.
I doubt it.
Where is it?
Let me know when you knock on my door. I want to see this happen.
Right. There, link sent, door knocked. Click the link. If you need voice perms in there, let me know and we'll get you voice perms.
I understand that the link has been sent, but I am not hearing anybody knock on my door.
The digital knock.
No.
It's an ethereal knock. It's a wake up knock.
I don't know what that means.
You sit very quietly, you'll hear that there's somebody in the back of your head tapping.
People send me
away at the
links.
back of your mind.
people send me links all the time on Discord, but nobody ever knocks on my door. So I've already figured this part out. You're not actually going to come to my house and knock on my door. I already know what's going on.
If I'm ever in your part of Earth, dude, I'll most
Yeah,
certainly not
that's
be-
what everyone says. That's what everyone says. And nobody ever comes to my part.
I know, bro. I'm the same. I'm sitting in Scotland.
Right,
and
you
I'm
get
still
it, you
waiting.
get it, you get it.
There's been one of you. One of you actually came and knocked on my door, and he stayed here for a wee while.
Well, that happened to you, but it's never happened to me.
I'll give it time.
And probably the reason he knocked on your door is because you gave him your address, and he actually came over physically in person.
Well,
Just
yeah.
guessing. Yeah,
Yeah.
just guessing. It's a wild guess, I know.
It's out there. Yep.
Right.
Hello, Angels. How's it going?
Otherwise, he wouldn't have come over and knocked.
No.
Angel's back.
Look who's back. Back again.
In a good mood, Angels.
Angel's back. Tell a friend.
It's like, dude, there's two words here. There's flat and earth. Which one do you think means outer space? And he just spirals out of control.
Which one means sphere?
My answer is neither.
Yeah, it's like he wants to talk about
sphere?
everything. Oh, go ahead, I'll do.
I was going to say, which one means sphere, Angels?
He wants to talk about everything other than the surface of the earth as his proof of the surface of the earth. Like everything else in the whole universe, everything other than the actual physical surface of the earth. That's
Well,
everything.
you guys locked my other account, so I won't be in here because this is just my morning account.
Well, how many
I don't know
accounts do you
who-
have, Angel?
Who locked
I
you?
I have several things that I do. I don't evade. I do work.
Well,
Different
Evade.
devices, different things. I got mixers. I can put
Well-
one room in another room. I can do tons of things. You guys
Well,
have
Angel,
no idea.
Is Angel part of your work, like making another account so you can talk to people on 24/7 letter?
No, you
Who
look. I
locked
could explain
you?
it. I could explain it to you, but you guys don't seem ready to receive information. Which
No one
isn't-
cares what you have to say.
No,
dude.
You guys are just. I don't understand why a man would need more than one pair of pants.
Wait. More
What the
than
fuck
one
does
pair?
a pair of pants have to do with multiple Discord accounts?
Well, when you're a genius like me, Discord accounts are different than just what they are to you.
But I'm not a genius like you. I'm just like a regular dude.
So you can't. You're so Dunning Kruger. You don't even know enough to listen. You just go. Blah, 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 blah.
Dude,
He's trying to say that he's very
dangerous.
posh. He's very posh, and one of his Discord accounts is for his work purposes. The other one is for his friends, and the other one is for being naughty and
No,
going like the den.
it's for the way. It's for the way you operate. It's like when you use a telescope, you look in the right end. You don't stick it in your soup and use it as a spoon.
Yeah, you got one for pants too, huh?
Damn, that's where we've been going wrong.
How many telescopes do you have?
You use a telescope as a spoon. That's your guys' problem.
I've never used
Okay, you guys, hold on. We gotta figure out.
That is my problem.
Who locked your other account? Because if it's the right or wrong person,
I don't know. I don't know. Somebody who will ask Blackout, and he says, "No, we can't do nothing about it." And I said, "Okay, let him solve." Somebody got butt hurt.
I have never had any of my accounts locked by anybody. I just have one account on Discord, and I just fucking hop around and talk on Discord.
Yeah, because you're functional.
Yeah, no. If you come across people and you tell them things they don't like, sometimes they get all butthurt and mute you.
Well,
They
yeah,
do.
I get
In fact, what I did to get muted is, I'll tell you what I did to get muted. I offered to come back every day and push the idea forward. They didn't like that. They just wanted to deal with it once and shoot you.
You offered
Yeah,
to
I
do
offered.
this?
Yep, 1,000 days. This is probably day 10. You guys have already ruined 2.
1,000 days. 10 days.
1,000 days, yes, and we will find the answers.
Wait,
You
I'm just
offered a whole
gonna
bunch of
mute you for that
questions.
offer.
You guys coming back for 1,000 days? I don't think so.
Yeah,
I have,
you offer a lot of questions. So
I have
awesome.
yeah,
I have
you guys
one
took it
Discord
as a, you guys
account.
took it as a
Sometimes I
threat.
get
You guys
muted,
took it as a
sometimes I don't.
threat, and you muted me.
I'm gonna
Okay.
mute you just for saying that.
So who? What?
You
What
guys
account?
have your fun. Go ahead and mute each other. Whatever.
What account?
Muted.
I'm not seeing
No,
anyone
no,
lock your account.
no.
Which
Go-
one can't you join on?
It's my main computer. This is my phone in the morning, right? And I also use this when I'm in the car or stuff like that. But I have it with the phone. It's like all this communication shit is all hooked up a certain way. And then I got two PC accounts. One's hooked to a GitHub account, so I can share shit with people. Okay,
Spoken like
and
a
I can
true
also
flat
pop one
earther. I
room into.
get it.
There's probably about 10 things I can do that you can't do. Okay.
Okay,
Go back to the pants thing, the 2 pairs of pants thing.
No, hold on. We're gonna try to figure this out here. So
I was just explaining how to pull my zipper up, but you couldn't recognize it.
Okay, so which account? I have not seen anything in the log about that you're supposed to be locked, so I can just unlock it. Which one is it?
Which log are you looking at?
The one that we, anytime someone locks somebody, we have a spot that we post.
All you gotta do is look for angels, and you'll find it.
What if there's more than one log? You ever think about that?
No, like there's only the one.
Like, have you ever thought about this idea that there could be more than one log? Like, the mods can alter the log that you're looking at. You think you're mod A, right? And he's mod B. And you guys both think you're looking at the same log. But what's actually happening is these two mods are looking at logs that are modded by the mods.
So it's like modception.
Has this never crossed your mind?
Is it modception?
Is it Angel Meta?
I'm just asking you whether or not this has ever crossed your mind, or if this is the first time this has ever crossed your mind.
You've sufficiently blown our minds.
Dude, you like chased him away.
I'm just asking whether or not that has ever crossed any of your guys' minds. Just a question.
Yes, it has. We've had issues in the past with mods or admin messing with mod logs, bro.
So the answer is yes.
Yes.
This has crossed your guys' minds.
Yes.
Well, then what are you guys fussing about? You already know this is already happening.
Well, we're not fussing about it, but it's protocol to not have more than one account active. And if someone needs 2 accounts active, we have to moderate it and sort it out. That's
Together.
what being a mod is.
Yeah, they can have any number of accounts they want, but the thing is, a person gets room locked, not an account.
Yeah.
So what I looked at the log.
You guys work it out amongst yourselves. I'm just chilling out.
I'm sure you'll come to understand it someday. You might even be a mod when you're a big boy yourself someday.
Maybe, who knows? Or maybe I just prefer to be the kid, the stoner in the bleachers, who's just like watching the fucking show from above. I don't know. Or maybe I could be that dumbass that like actually gets into that fucking flat earth bullshit. And not even aware that the mods are doing this shit in the background. Who knows, man? I could be anybody. Who fucking knows?
So Boomdog, have you joined our server yet? Have you joined the main 24/7 Flat Earth server yet? Can I stop annoying you about it?
Nope.
Well, I need to keep annoying you about it. Come on, man. It's been years.
Dude,
Join the thing.
keep a close eye on me. You do you.
That's I'm doing, me, mate. It makes it easier for conversation. If we're talking about stuff, bro, there's a huge database in there. It's all broken down into A to Z. And it makes it easier for people, if they're in here listening to us talk, if you can reference it. That's my only issue. I'm not trying to get our server numbers
Am
up.
I a
I'm not trying to
person?
steal people. Sorry?
Am I a person? Will it make it easier for me too?
Yes, sir. Yes, it will.
Okay. I'll keep it in mind.
Thank you. Thank you. That'll do. I'll stop bugging you then. Who's Ayn Rand's Bane? Why are you Ayn Rand's Bane?
What?
Why are you Ayn Rand's Bane?
Why am I? What do you mean? Why? Like why I chose the name?
Well, yeah, well, like, why are you the Bane of Ayn Rand?
Because I think Ayn Rand's ideas are dog shit.
Ah, interesting. And who's Ayn Rand then?
She's like a libertarian thinker. She's pretty well known among libertarians.
Cool. Good on you, Lloyd. Stand up for your ideals, dude. Don't let the mouthy ones take over everything and ruin it all.
I'm not a libertarian myself, but I think I was a conservative, then went libertarian, and now I'm more of a social democrat.
No. Stand up for your viewpoints. That's what I think. Well, and if you learn somewhere along the way that they're not right or you're wrong and you want to change
Dude,
them,
you found somebody to
so
get
be it,
along
you know what I
with.
mean? You got to stand up for them. I agree with that.
Well, no, I do. I do stand up for them. I do speak my mind. I do it. I try to do it as respectful as possible, but yeah, I do stand up for my beliefs.
Like a flat Earth by any chance?
No, I'm not flat earther one bit.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Yep, it's definitely Sunday. The bins have just been collected. I know it's Sunday.
Oh wait, old dude, are you Welsh or Scottish?
Scottish.
Scottish. Okay.
Terrible. Welsh accents are hard to
Is
do.
Scotland part of the flat Earth or like the ball?
Totally, bro. Totally.
Well, according to the flat Earth, every country and every land is flat on a flat disk.
Yep.
So what's the positive evidence for flat Earth? Is that you guys use God for that? Is that what you use?
No. The positive evidence for flat Earth is the fact that the globe doesn't fit when you apply it. It's supposed to curve and drop away.
That's not positive evidence. That's something against it. You got to give your model, not what model doesn't fit, but how does your model fit? And you'd have to.
Yeah. You have to. It's not about proving a negative. It's not we have to prove to you that the flat Earth does not work. You have to prove to us that the flat Earth does work.
Okay, so there's no.
Well, you also have to have a good reason to believe it's flat. Like it could be triangular. You don't know. So why is it flat?
We treat it as a flat and stationary plane. Celestial navigation is actually based on a flat stationary plane.
Well,
where
that's
else
scale.
would you like me to go?
You're talking about scale. A lot of times scale works because the Earth is huge, man. It's freaking huge. You have no
If
idea.
you want to talk about scale, then that invokes curvature over distance, and that's not measurable anywhere.
Well, you could say it's not. You could say it is, but why do you believe it's flat? Is that because of God? Because I think if somebody believes in God, that would be a powerful reason why they think the Earth's flat. I've heard it before.
No.
That's not a reason at all? That doesn't factor into it at all?
I didn't believe in God when I came to it, dude.
Oh, okay, that's fair. That's fair. Does God reinforce your belief in
Nope.
flat Earth? No.
Nope.
Okay. Because other people they do. That's fine.
Yeah,
So
some
you
people
basically
see it as
you got no
purely
reason.
religious. Yeah.
You've got no reason to believe that the Earth's flat, and other people say it's because of God.
I've got no reason to believe Earth's flat. I've got
Or
other than the
round,
fact
flat
that I've
or round.
tested
You've
it.
got no reason to believe it's flat or round.
Other than the fact that I've
It's
tested it and it doesn't
24/7,
actually
man.
curve.
Fucking
I've
7
got
days a week,
physical.
24 hours a day.
I've got physical evidence to say that Earth's not curving. That Earth's
I
actually
got
flat.
physical evidence. Physical evidence is round. It's called satellite communications.
That's mathematics implied on a story, bro.
That's called you and me speaking right now while I'm out in the woods. with no
Satellites
motor.
are ground towers and undersea cables, dude.
No,
I got a
no.
question.
I'm out in the Earth. There's no cell towers. I am buying Elon Musk Starlink. That's how I'm talking to you right now.
Well, okay, so it's a balloon then. You're talking via a
No.
satellite.
I watched them and I actually seen them go over the sky. I thought it was UFOs.
I
but
didn't
no,
buy
everybody was
anything.
reporting.
I just paid for a subscription, like with the Wi-Fi and shit.
It's they're satellites, dude. They come around in a regular pattern. You can measure them. They're predictable. That fit the model. Of a globe. Now, if you can find a model where those flit going on a flat Earth, I'd be interested. But I don't know how you're going to get your gravity to work. It's going to be interesting. You're going to have to use balloons, and Elon Musk didn't use balloons.
Even if Elon Musk did use balloons, would that have worked?
Would you like to see a projection of the ISS over a flat Earth?
Yeah, I want to see all the things.
Well, I've linked you to our server in DMs.
Show me the balloons.
I've linked you to our server in DMs. We've got a massive section on
Stick
satellites.
in the side chat. Let's.
But I'm gonna put something in the side chat, dude. Yeah.
Cool. It
But
doesn't have to be a secret. You don't have to DM it to me. Just stick it in the side chat.
How do you explain that?
Well,
I don't want any flat Earth stuff DM'd.
Terabytes of info in the side chats. You know that's kind of impossible. But if you click
Well,
the
if there's
link,
something I want, yeah, I'd want it in my DM.
I can
Flat
post
Earth
stuff.
stuff,
I can post stuff in the side chat.
I can post stuff, but I can't put terabytes worth in there.
I'll
That's
just
why I
say
give you
hi.
the server link.
Like, see,
Oh.
I just go hi.
Well, that's
I'm
a
in the
good
side
point.
chat.
That's a good point.
Like, old dude.
Anybody can do this.
I never even thought about that. That's something I don't know. You can send a whole lot more in DMs, I assume. I never thought about that. I don't send people stuff.
Angels, hold on. Old dude, I got a question for you. Since you say
Alright,
you're a
cool.
photographer, okay, you're in Scotland. Okay, right now it's what 11 o'clock right now, almost.
Yes.
How do you know it's 11
how do
o'clock
you
in
account for
Scotland?
that the fact that it's
do you
11
know
that
How do you know what time it is over there?
Yeah.
Clever,
no,
eh?
not that. No, hold on, I wanted
They have a
different
flat
question.
model, apparently.
I wanted a different question. How do you explain the fact that in South Africa right now, because I think that's the longitudinal equivalent, roughly, right? Would you say or no? Right? Yeah, South
Okay.
Africa. Why is it? Why is
The
it? Why is it
longitudinal equivalent of what?
Why is
Right,
it the same time but different stars?
No, but I can't. I mean, it's the same time, but like in the southern hemisphere. Well, according to the world, the globe.
How do you know what
model.
time it is in South Africa?
Yeah, I asked them for their model. They won't produce it. They say our
Hold on,
model
let me
is
finish.
yours
Hold on,
doesn't work.
Let me just interrogate him. Let me just try to interrogate him.
Okay. Well, that's what he said. He says our model is yours doesn't
Oh
work.
shit! This is an interrogation. Oh my goodness.
Yes,
No.
yes.
Okay.
It's not interrogation. I'm trying to. more of a dialogue, but okay.
You said interrogate.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
someone's getting arrested. Something's getting arrested, right?
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's 5 a.m. I'm in Central Time, but
How do you know?
He's already answered. He's already answered this question. You know.
How do you
right?
know it's 5 in the morning?
It's a model. It's a model that they used, and they used the sun.
Are you in South Africa? How do you know it's 5 in the morning where you're at? Are you
They
in
use the
Scotland?
sun. They use the sun and its orbit. Yeah.
Wait, Angel, hold on.
It's not perfect, by the way. They have to adjust the orbit because it's not perfect.
winter, or how do you explain that it's almost winter, or it was fall in the South Africa? How do you explain it's winter and right now people are reporting it's winter?
How do you explain that
tilts,
it's almost 6 in the morning where you're at?
Yeah, exactly. The Earth tilts. That's how. They got an answer for everything. The thing they don't have is a model of how it all works. They just want to point fingers at us and say,
Well,
"Oh,
no. I
yours
know. I
don't
want to
work."
ask old dude. I would ask old
They
dude
say
like,
yours doesn't work because you can't see it
hold
all.
on.
You
Bro,
you
let's
don't
not
have a
talk
string
about
long enough to measure it. You can't tell me.
Whenever
Angel.
somebody says don't ask questions, that's sus.
Angels.
If I'm not allowed to ask questions, the conversation is over.
My string's
right?
too short. I'm sorry, my string's too short.
Angels. Let's try to do this in good faith. Let's try to do this in good faith.
Okay, let's do space junk then. Let's get off the curvature because you obviously can't see anything. Let's do the space junk because we can look at that. We can follow the paper trail, but that's work. You guys don't want to do work. You just want to dilly daddle.
Okay. All right. We get it. All right. I understand, Angels. Let's try to. I'm gonna ask old dude. How do you? Okay, in South Africa, how do you explain the fact that it's the beginning of winter in South Africa right now?
Because the sun is in a transit nearer the North Pole, which is more over me.
Well, you want the flat Earth one or the round Earth? Because I got the round Earth. Which one did you
No
want?
one's asking Angels anything.
Oh, I thought
okay?
you said angels. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, he said
Just
old
put
dude.
yourself on mute.
He said old dude.
No one cares what you have to say, not even you.
Yeah. Also, so
Well, now
how do
everybody
you-
should know he's lying because he just lied, and I can prove it because I care what I think.
What if you're lying? What if you don't care what you think and you're bullshitting? What about that?
Yeah, don't distract. Like he's trying to. His whole goal here is to try to beg for attention, and then get the room to talk about something. That
What
he
if you're
wants to
lying?
talk about.
What if you're lying about his intentions? What if you're full of shit too?
Yeah, then you can leave.
What if you're all
Okay.
full of shit?
Then, like, take care. Have a good life.
What if the Earth is a ball, even though you're all full of shit? What about that?
All right, so let's get back on topic. It was I remember Rand, right? Ayn Rand.
Yeah.
Okay, you had something. You had a question about something.
Yeah. No. I was saying how since it's the fact that right now in South Africa, because you're the equivalent in Britain, right? You're the to the globe model. The reason that it's almost summer.
Question
or
not
the
answered.
end of
What if
spring.
you're all full of shit and the globe is a globe? Anyway, like
Well-
what if you guys are all liars and the Earth is a sphere? What about that?
Well, I think he didn't understand that those two are mutually exclusive. They're not mutually exclusive, but
Exactly. That's my point.
Yeah.
What if you guys
Yeah,
are
you
all
can-
full of shit and the Earth is round and a globe?
I could be all
What
full
if
of shit and
what if a whole bunch of people can bullshit on Discord and it makes no fucking difference because the Earth is a sphere anyway? What about that?
well, that's probably true from my perspective, but okay.
Probably true? Oh, so it's about probability. Okay.
No, not probability. Okay. I'm being nice here. I'm being nice here. I'm trying to be nice and charitable, but I really think it's for sure. I think personally, flat Earth is bullshit. But I think.
What if it's possible?
Wait, hold on.
that the
I'm
Earth
saying
is flat.
Hold on.
What if it's possible?
Wait,
that
what
the
is
Earth
this? You're lying. Hold
flat?
on. Solar terms.
Doesn't matter how many people bullshit on Discord. If everybody on Discord is lying, it doesn't matter. Like
Well, okay, but
reality
I'm
exists
trying to
outside
look.
of
I'm
people
trying to
bullshitting
have
on Discord. Does that make
boom
sense?
dog. I'm actually
I'm
trying
just,
to like.
I'm just pitching that one out there. I'm not trying to create a fuss.
Okay, I agree with you. But I'm just trying to be nice and charitable. Okay. But my I'm trying to talk in good faith. Now back to the topic. Okay, so do you believe in the flat Earth model that the sun? I know you have a flat disk, right? And you have the not the hemispheres. I don't know what the term you guys use call. It's like there's north.
Okay, how about this? Right? Let's try to get.
You don't
a
know the
full,
terms that we use?
Try to get a full, complete thought pattern. Okay. Right now, it's a complete hot mess. You really don't know what flat Earth is. You don't know what the globe is. And you're asking some questions that you don't really understand what answer you're even looking for. So let's take a step back.
I thought this channel was a joke the whole fucking time.
So take a step back and just try to formulate what exactly you're looking for in the question that will get you exactly the answer you're looking for.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm a little bit ADHD. I'm sorry. I'll try to be as clear as possible. I apologize. So first question: does the sun on the flat disk, does it go west to east around the flat disk of the Earth in your model, or like how does that work? Or does it go in a circle around the flat disk on the edge? Like how does that work?
Yeah, exactly as you see it. That's exactly how it works.
And we don't claim a flat disk either.
I think he just put that in for just Earth.
Who's we?
So you exactly as you see the sun, write down all your observations, and that's exactly how I see the sun, or any other flat earther sees the sun too. No flat earther is going to add in it's a giant ball of gas 93 million miles away. That's the part you added in that you have yet to explain, prove, or demonstrate.
Oh, so then what is the sun then, according to your
exactly
model?
what you see it as.
It's a ball of hydrogen and helium.
So so you're saying the sun is a lot closer to the Earth than 93 million miles away?
No, see it exactly as you see it. I'm not adding anything, not taking away anything. Exactly as you see the sun is exactly the same way flat earthers see it.
I don't
all
look at the sun, it hurts my eyeballs.
Right. So it's a fireball.
I tried
in
to
the
look
sky.
at the
Got it.
sun. I was like,
There you go. Now, if you want to know more about the sun, then there's a sun server you could go to, or a sun channel, or make your own channel. Drop down. And,
We're not talking about a Discord VC, man. We're talking about
what?
the sun. We're not talking about a Discord VC.
Because
We're talking about the sun, right? I don't even know.
Well, no, but
Who's we?
that's inherently linked to the flat Earth model. You have to explain
How-
what the
why?
sun is and how it works.
How's that? Walk me through that logic. If I'm talking about the Earth, the surface of
the
the
way
Earth,
the sun works.
how is the sun?
The way the sun
actually
works
the
is
surface of the Earth?
hydrogen fuses into helium and it emits radiation and light.
Yeah,
That's how it
it's I know how the sun works. It's nuclear,
Okay.
stellar nucleosynthesis.
Right.
Yeah, I know. So what evidence is what's your main key evidence of the flat Earth model?
The evidence is that the sunlight reaches us on Earth. That is the evidence that the sun emits radiation and light. Like if you go out when it's sunny, you see the radiation and light emitting, and when it's nighttime, you don't. That's the evidence. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but that's a very simplistic explanation. Like there's a deeper, and in the globe model.
Can you get any more simplistic than that? How much more simple do you want me to make it?
Well, no, I'm not simple. I want you to explain it.
I just did. I just did. How much more? How much more do you want me to dumb it down for you, man?
No, I want you. I don't want you to dumb it down. I want you to smart it up.
You want me to simplify it more than I have already simplified it?
No, I don't want you to simplify. I want you to smart it up, not dumb
Tell
it
you
down.
what,
Smart it up.
Do you want me to explain it for you, Anne?
So you want me to walk you through how nuclear fusion works? Okay.
Not how nuclear fusion works. I want to understand.
I'm
how
trying
you
to smart it up, man. That's how the hydrogen turns into helium, and that's how the light is irradiated from the sun.
No, I understand that. No, you're missing the. Okay. How do you explain the seasons with the flat Earth model?
I'm not.
I'll explain to you, bro, because I'm actually a flat earther. The person that you've been talking to isn't. He's a bit of a larper. So seasons on the flat earth, my friend. The sun circles closer around north in the summertime for the north, and it moves out on its transit and circles more over the south in the winter for us in the north. It gives them the summertime down in Australia. That's the picture in the chat, is the sun's analemma across the course of a year. It seems to move in and up. Now, we're not saying that it moves in perfect circles or perfect concentric circles. It's not fully mapped to do this. If you click the link that I've given you in the set in your DM, it'll take you to our server, and you can scroll down and you can see there's a whole section on seasons. There's as much resources as you want to look through, research, basically, at your leisure, at your pace, bro. But feel free to ask questions, but understand that people like the dude that was just talking, they're here for a laugh. They're not necessarily here as flat earthers. They can't quite help themselves but interject and try and tell you stuff that's not necessarily true. So be sure that you're talking to a flat earther when you're actually asking questions about flat earth.
Well, look, I think, me personally, I don't want to get into it, but me personally, I think you guys are completely wrong. But I'll talk with you respectfully and try to actually invest.
Yeah, the problem is you can't say that because you don't know what we think. Because as shown by, then you've got questions, not answers. So what you're in here is a logical break with reality. You have a contradiction that you have to square, not me. Your worldview is irrational and illogical.
Well, no, I can explain the sun, the earth, everything with the globe model. I can explain it.
Then now you have to explain why you would ask then. If you already know something, why did you ask?
Well, no, because I'm asking because I want to understand how you view things.
But you also said that you've adjudicated what we know as wrong. And you don't understand, and you use this ignorance to draw a conclusion. Your worldview is irrational. Your simple behavior patterns are irrational. You're not thinking with a rational, reasoned mind. You're thinking with some other metric that you refuse to explain or take questions on.
Well, no, I've watched some videos on YouTube with some flat Earth debates. I've actually watched some videos, and I think the evidence is more compelling for a globe Earth model. But I want to understand it directly from the source. Your flat Earth model.
There you go. So you don't understand it. You have a lack of understanding, and you have understanding at the same time. Your worldview is simply not rational. You're not a logical, rational thinker. You've got some emotional attachment to this topic, some ego-driven worldview that you're not using any sort of framework that is testable.
Well, I trust the.
I trust there it is.
Method.
You got some framework of trust. Just a wave a magic wand. You trust this. You don't trust that. You trust that. And this is
I trust the scientific
community.
I trust the scientific community based on
then
the fact
go
that
ahead. Just trust whoever you want to trust, whoever you don't want to trust. Go right ahead. And you can do that. But at least you know that your worldview is not based on some sort of empiricism. It's based on a magic wand that you wave. You have yet to present this evidence, and what you have presented is a deeply illogical and inconsistent worldview based on a lack of understanding, ignorance. You use ignorance to advocate for trust. This is irrational,
but okay.
illogical worldview. It's kind of like everything that's wrong with humanity showcased and crescendoed in you.
Okay, good for you. But if you like to ask me questions how I can explain the seasons and everything, I could easily do that.
No one cares what you have to say.
Okay.
Well, the thing is, we know your explanation on the seasons, bro. That's why we're able to imply it against what we're told. And, you know, it's not that we just think Earth's flat. We've actually been out and tested for drop over distance. So the fact that that's not there, the fact that there's no physical Earth curve, well, it kind of undermines all of heliocentrism and the whole spinning around the globe and being tilted at different angles to the globe to cause globe seasons. So that's why we can say we don't necessarily have a model because we can't really map the whole thing physically. So we're not just going to replace one story that doesn't work with another one that's, partly wrong or whatever. We can only go on what we know. And what we know is that heliocentrism in the globe, the dimensions of the globe, don't fit in reality. It's not used in reality. It's only implied through maths and what they call geodetics. Going to be brave and unmute you, Boomdog. Don't be weird. I'll tell you the exact reason that you got server muted, Boomdog, was because what you were doing is technically gatekeeping. The gentleman was asking questions about flat Earth, and you were jumping in with a pile of nonsense about the globe every time, bro. No offence to you, but it's not why we're here. We don't mind a laugh and stuff like that, but we like to get back to the point and back to the questions on the table. And that's why I went quiet earlier on when everybody was over talking everyone else and trying to talk for me. I'll not get involved with that stuff. You can sort all that out on your own.
No, I totally get it. I'm the only one who got red mic'd. There's a whole bunch of people in here. I'm the only person that's been red mic'd the whole time.
Yeah,
it's
you're
almost
also
like
the
it's
person
almost
who
like
was
you guys are
really
singling me
trying
out.
to keep any actual discussion from happening. You're the one who was gatekeeping. That's why you're the one who was red mic'd.
Okay, I'll just shut the fuck up then. Go ahead.
Don't need to shut up, dude. It's just room protocol. If it was you that was coming and somebody was getting in the way of our conversation with you or your conversation with us, they would have been red mic'd. It's not necessarily a singling out as to you. It's sort of just the process that we play by, in a sense. No harm, no foul, bro. Not personal. Good morning, Lou. How's it going?
Pretty good. Just having my coffee.
Cool.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
What's everyone's plan today?
More coffee.
Nice, nice. I got an interview today. Finally landed an interview.
You're really quiet, Sneaky. I missed what you said.
I said that I landed an interview today. Sorry, my headphone is really bad.
It's not your fault. I've got a kettle boiling in the background as well, bro. You got the link?
Background?
You got the link through YouTube? Did you say?
No, he said
No.
he got it. He landed an interview today. For what? What kind of job are you going for?
Oh, right,
Just
cool.
just a car wash. Nothing special.
Well, good luck with it, bro.
All you got to do is show up
Yeah,
every
thank
day, and
you.
you got that job nailed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did that with fucking excuse my language, but McDonald's. For 6 months. I put up with them for 6 months. So I think I can do anything if I did McDonald's for that long.
You quit McDonald's to go to work for a car wash?
No, I quit McDonald's and it was kind of like a in the heat of the moment type of thing. So I didn't really like have a plan.
No judgment. This is weird.
I mean, to me, not really. I'm just trying
What's
to
so
get
weird
back
about
on
it?
my feet.
Like why would you miss out on the opportunity of being a career McDonald's employee? Like, is getting out of McDonald's as soon as possible is a great career move anytime.
Maybe he likes washing cars better than making hamburgers. I totally get it.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what that had to do with the conversation, but okay.
Well, the conversation was about you quitting McDonald's to get an interview with a car wash.
No, I quit McDonald's, didn't know what to do, and then later on found the car wash.
Gotcha. So you quit making hamburgers because you don't like making hamburgers or French fries or whatever.
That's not what I even did, actually.
Oh, were you like a manager or something?
No.
What'd
I
you
was
do? What'd you do
mistreated
at
by the
McDonald's?
manager.
What did you do at McDonald's? Did you make hamburgers? What'd you do?
Look, it's besides the point. It didn't matter what he did at McDonald's. He didn't like his job at McDonald's, so he quit.
Right.
I didn't like the people.
Right. So, but what if the people are applying for the car wash too? Like, what if they hate it too? What if you wind up with the same people that you were working at McDonald's and you're like, oh shit, now I'm working at a car wash with the same group of fucking assholes?
Well,
What if he
now I
just
know.
Did this ever cross your mind?
To make some money?
What has crossed my mind is the fact that I'm not always going to be with a group of assholes, and now I know how to properly handle dealing with a group of assholes.
Well, if that's the case, you can just get the job at McDonald's again, at a different McDonald's, and with your new skill set, it's like, hey, wait a second. It doesn't matter if it's the same people or not. You could actually work at the same place with your new mentality and go, hey, wait a second. You know, it's not about the assholes. It's about the way I interact with these people. Correct?
Yeah.
Well, then why'd you quit in the first place? Why are you taking an interview at a car wash when you can go right back to McDonald's with your new skill set in your brain and just, dude, I can just go right back to McDonald's, do the same thing again, only this time I get it.
Now, is there anything wrong with learning a new skill set?
Nothing at all. I'm just wondering why you're interviewing for a
Bro,
fucking
what the
car
fuck
wash
is this
position.
conversation? Like, seriously.
I just don't understand. Why would you go through the trouble of going through an
what the
interview
extra fuck?
for a car wash when you can just go back to McDonald's knowing what you know now and just be like, hey, man, I could just go back.
All right, since you don't
Does that make sense?
understand, since you can't even understand simple a simple, intelligent conversation. I'm gonna
I
caveman this
I
down
beg
for
for it.
you.
I swear to God, I
I'm gonna
Legitimately
caveman this down
very
for you.
self-conscious.
Okay.
Thank you for not answering my question. Cool.
No, you know, you even just said you said a
Yeah,
simple,
you just
intelligent conversation. He's
you
not
just
understanding a simple small talk conversation. This
yeah.
isn't even an intelligent one. He doesn't know how to
So
follow along with small talk and to be cordial in having a conversation. Period.
bro, the EQ.
so
Look,
I'm
I'm
gonna
losing brain
answer.
cells
I'm
from the
gonna
lack of
answer his
EQ.
question right now. I'm gonna answer his question right now as simple as I can. Me want new job. Does that help?
Oh my God, what the fuck? No, but
I
I'm
think it.
saying,
I think it sunk
swear to
in.
God,
I think
bro,
it sunk in.
This
Comedian,
do you
I
at the car
get
wash? At the
losing
car
brain
wash,
cells from the
do you
lack
get
of
tips?
EQ.
Do you get tips at the car wash?
I'm unsure. I'm unsure. I have the interview today, so I'm gonna learn everything about it today.
Is it like a kind of hand wash kind of deal, or you just
No, it's the one where you like wave them in or whatever.
You just push the button and spray the thing.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, they're
Well,
just gonna kind of teach
that's
me. I
easier
guess.
than making French fries. I totally get it.
Wait, Boomdog, like, bro, do you have any EQ, my dude? Like, do you have any emotional quotient whatsoever?
What the fuck is an emotional quotient?
Someone
It's
with
like
no.
IQ. It's like IQ, but with emotions instead of.
I don't know what that means.
It means you have street smarts or really good social skills. It's your level amount of ability to
Apparently
read
not,
people,
because I'm
understand people,
bullshitting with you
body
guys on
language.
Discord. If I had any EQ, would I be talking to you guys on Discord? Balls
Yeah,
in your
you're
court.
obviously a troll.
The
I'm
ball's in
just
your
gonna
court.
mute you since you're a
It's
troll.
autistic now.
No, he's just a fucking troll.
and that's the EQ for equivalent of
Wow.
every single thing that anybody says. That's how his
I never
how
called
he
anybody a troll, and apparently I'm low EQ. Okay,
dude,
got it.
you're low everything, man. You come in here just to disrupt and to keep discourse from happening.
The only thing high is his energy. That's it. Maybe.
It doesn't even matter what the topic is. You obviously are triggered about flat Earth. You came in to try to disrupt that conversation, but even just having a simple conversation about somebody's entry level job, like you're doing the same shit. You do not want discourse to happen. You do not want a conversation to happen. So you'll probably end up on the red mic again. That's just my prediction.
Well, why are you talking to me about this? Where does that put you on the EQ scale?
Trying to help you to understand what's going on in here because you
Why-
clearly don't have a fucking clue.
Why are you trying to convince a low EQ person? I mean, do you think my EQ will raise if you talk to me about this? Is that what you think?
No, I'm hoping you take a cue and just shut the fuck up because you sound like a fucking moron.
That's the. Oh. Oh man, you just made my day, Lunatic. You just made my day.
How obvious do you have to fucking make it? Everybody in here wants you to shut the fuck up.
Anyway, Schmeedy, are you like young or like I don't want to ask or
I'm 22.
or 20?
So
Oh, okay, nice.
I'm young, but I feel like I'm a little bit behind schedule.
Are you in
I guess
college?
you could say. No, I'm not.
Okay. Do you plan on going to college?
If I ever get the money for the college that I want to go to, yes.
I would still try to get your associates if you have a community college. If
Yeah.
you try to get your associates, bro, like for real.
Yeah.
I'm still in college. I'm like a 5th year, so I kind of fucked
Oh,
up
really?
one of the years. I kind of, partied too
Yeah.
hard, but
Do you have your masters yet?
I don't. Look,
You're like 1 year
you know
away,
what?
dude.
You know what? You know what? You're right. I should go to masters, and the masters would be
6 years. 6 years, masters. You got this, man. 1 more year to go.
No, you know what my master should be in? And telling you how to shut the fuck up.
You should get a master's in EQ.
A master's in masturbation.
Something you probably already know well about, based on how you're
Come
talking.
on. We all jerk off. Let's be real.
Nah,
Alright.
have
a good day, guys. Except you, Boondog.
Don't try to play like only some of us masturbate. Come on, dude. Get real.
Wow.
That wasn't hard to predict.
Yeah, that was a matter of time, wasn't it?
I'm laughing so hard because I'm legit losing brain cells. I'm being serious.
It's cool, bro.
See, this is what flat Earth does. That's what flat Earth will do to you. This guy's brain just fell out of his head based on.
Wait, why are you assuming that the brain was even there?
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, bro. Well, welcome to the forums. This is what goes on. This is the nonsense that we get, and especially at the weekend, it's fun around here. And I was going to say, by the way, yeah, career in McDonald's could be interesting, man. But yeah, I've worked as a car valeter. I'm a fully trained car detailer, I suppose you would call it. And yeah, it's a good one to have under your belt. Enjoy your career path wherever it takes you, mate. It's for fun.
Yeah, I mean, just flagging somebody in at a car wash is, I mean, hey, you got to do something, right? But yeah, like you were just saying, as far as doing like full car details and stuff, like there's some really good money to be made in knowing how to take care of a car and clean it up real nice and getting all those little nooks and crannies. You start working for some rich people with really fancy cars and doing a good job on that, you can make big bucks freaking just washing their car once a week, it doesn't sound glamorous, but it can pay pretty damn good. Like I did siding on a house where their 18-year-old son is detailing cars. He does 2 per day and charges $400 per freaking car. He's making 18 years old. He's making $800 a day detailing cars at home.
Yeah, OCD. If you're OCD at all, dude, you will make a fortune cleaning cars. And you'll end up cleaning the best cars. And there's people even watch, like there's guys go out and detail cars on YouTube, and there's people watch them do it. They get a following. Yeah. Learn any trade you want, learn any skill you want. There's nothing wrong with learning any or every skill you want or working in any industry. It shouldn't define you.
Oh man. Look, I know Boondog is completely muted, but look, if y'all are up to it, I want to have a troll off with Boondog so I could roast the fuck out of him, please.
No.
Yeah,
Like
another
you don't
another
understand. I'm like a
channel.
master. I'm like I don't troll because like I kind of grew out of it. But if I can really troll. Like I swear to God I can. But I
Go
don't do it
to
anymore.
Angel's channel and do that.
Yeah, I mean, if it gets really slow, maybe that would be fun to do. But yeah, I would definitely put my vote in for returning him back to Red Mike as soon as possible.
No. Yeah, if you don't want to put him back on, I understand that part. No, yeah. I understand that part. But like, oh my God, like, you understand? Like, I think I felt my meninges hurt.
No, I mean, with him being muted is a good opportunity if you do want to discuss the flat Earth and any questions that you have and all of that, like all the stuff that this room is actually designed for. You started to have it. He was disrupting. Let's get back to that.
Bro, what the fuck? Okay, this woman, damn, she's beyond help. No, she's texting me some oh my God. I was talking to this woman the other day on another server. Like she's like really super Catholic. I'm an ex-Catholic. But like she's texting me, like we went to this channel talking about like, and this guy was talking about some racial shit. I'm like reactionary, and she's like, "What the fuck?" Like she God damn. Anyway, but yeah, wait. So is the will you send me? Wait, hold on, old dude. You sent me a picture of that. It's a psyop. Like there's outer space. Okay, so it's just the Earth, and just that's all that exists.
Yeah, actually, sorry, if old dude, I know he addressed you, but if you don't mind, this is something that I like to address. Like, people, before they come and actually ask questions of flat earthers about what they actually believe, they often have like this other idea in their head already that we have to kind of correct, because that's what's part of the psyop, is like the disinformation about flat earth and flat earthers and what flat earth beliefs are and a flat earth model is and all of this stuff. Like, you can't just take flat earth is not a flat disc in a heliocentric space. Like, it's not we don't believe in outer space and a solar system in the same way that heliocentrism does. It's more of a geocentric idea when it comes to the planetary motions and stuff like that. But more than that, we think of the Earth is the floor to existence. Okay, like, so the Earth, for lack of a better term, might as well be the universe, like the floor to the universe. And whatever it is that's in the sky that's above your head, whether you're talking about clouds or you're talking about the sun or the moon or you're talking about planets, they're literally above the flat Earth, making their motions, some kind of a circuit above it. So it's not that we're like there's no underside to the floor, at least not for any, nothing that we could talk about really. I mean, we have, there's no way of getting some a perspective from outside of existence.
Wait, so you're saying Earth is all that is to the universe? That's it?
Earth is your baseline. It's the floor of what exists.
Okay. So well, you're saying that's all you know exists. There could be something outside of the Earth.
Well, it would be similar to it's just kind of like the same question that in the more classical, like the heliocentric universe, where how they claim that space is expanding. Well, what is it expanding into? What happens when you get there? Can you fall off of it? It's all of the same questions, except for you guys, you've pushed it out so ridiculously far that it's a non-issue. It doesn't matter because it's so far away. You don't even have to think about it. Well, that's kind of the same thing when it comes to flat Earth. People like to ask, well, where's the edge? Like, what happens when I get there? Can I fall off of it? Well, nobody's been there. Nobody's, we both believe that there's a limit. There's some kind of edge, but and for both of us, it doesn't matter because nobody's been there.
Really? Nobody's been there, huh? Man hasn't circumvented the globe with airplanes 30,000 million bajillion times, right? No.
What circumnavigation is done all the time going east to west, but not north to south. And circumnavigation literally is just a circle around a central point. So like a circle around north is a circumnavigation.
That's not what circumnavigate means, but man hasn't gone all the way around the world, right, with airplanes.
What does it mean then?
Right.
If I'm wrong, correct me. What does it mean?
The circumnavigate means to go around the circle of something. It doesn't mean a flat. It means whatever
You just
it is.
said the
It's a
same
globe,
thing I said.
It
You
doesn't
just said
matter
the
if
same
it's a
thing.
globe. No, you said
A circular path, right?
You're implying that it's a flat disc and you're going around the
I
perimeter.
literally said
That's
we
not
don't
what
talk about a flat
circumvent
disc.
specifically means. Okay, so but this idea that man hasn't gone around the world at the equator and above it and below it in airplanes and ships for the last 500 years.
I didn't say that either. I literally said that we
I
do
didn't say you
that
did.
all the time.
I'm saying that it's absurd if you think we haven't. I'm saying.
No, I literally said it happens all the time and that it's a circle around north.
No. Yeah, see, that's not true. See, man has gone around the Earth.
It's true whether you believe in a flat
Because
Earth or a
it's not
globe.
that man hasn't gone around a disc with a wall around it somewhere that nobody's ever seen. That's not what it is. It's not like there's some border, some edge that we can't get to. What's out there? We can't see anymore, but we can't go to the left any. The airplane just won't turn that way. I mean, come on, you got to be nuts.
First of
Are
all,
you
now you're getting into the voices. You're clearly triggered. You jumped into a conversation I was having with somebody else.
This is where the
You
crazy
do not
people
want
go.
you don't want this information being out there. You don't want somebody to have the understanding from the perspective of a flat earther. You're strawmanning the points that I've made. You're misrepresenting them on purpose, probably. Either that or your brain won't allow you to freaking understand what's being said. You're probably not listening. You got to have your listening ears on.
He ran away as soon as I muted him.
This is the way people act, like flat earthers start having a cordial conversation with anybody, and these people get triggered. They have to jump in and just spaz the fuck out. They have to act ridiculous, straw man flat earthers, scattergun, Gish Gallop, and all kinds of points that are non sequitur to the conversation at hand, and then just try to talk over you so that the conversation cannot be had. They do not want flat earthers having a voice with anybody.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, very emotional, that man. So, Ben, do you have some more questions for Lou about what he was just talking about?
No, I think I got the gist of it. But on a side note, though, do you guys believe in evolution or no?
That's one of those things you'd have to kind of talk to people on an individual basis. Typically, most flat earthers would say, at least most flat earthers would say no. Like we don't believe in evolution, at least that we don't think that we're all related to bananas and amoebas, you know, like um the evolution debate is a whole another topic. I mean, because some people would say like dog breeding is evolution, you know, like, oh, this one has brown spots and this one doesn't. That's evolution. No, it's not. And so like,
Well, selective breeding is sort of evolution, though.
and see, whole nother topic.
But
yeah, I'm not older. Yeah, I'm not related to a monkey fish frog, you know, like.
Apparently, we all share cow DNA. Moo.
we don't share cow DNA. It's just we have similar DNA bases.
Yeah, that's a clever claim that everything has DNA and all gene structure has similar patterns, and ours is only a few numbers away from being this or that. Yeah.
Wait,
Cool,
DNA bullshit?
There's
No,
something to it. There is something to it, dude, but not, and they're implying more than they know.
Yeah, no, look, DNA is a real thing. But does it prove what they try to claim about this primordial soup or abiogenesis and like how all life got here? You know, they take a lot of liberty in trying to call it science when there's nothing scientific about it, because you can't, like, it's literally just like assumptions about how things might have worked that can't really be tested. You know, it's one thing, you know, to say like people. It's easy to say, you know, people share a lot of characteristics with chimps, and you could imagine in your head that maybe somewhere down the line we were, you know, what do they call it? Like there was a common link, and then we were like like a same species, right? Like it's easy to contemplate such an idea. There's no real evidence to prove such a thing. Like there's no, it's just theoretical. But the story, when you keep going down that line, then all life everywhere was all one thing at one time in some primordial ooze. And before there was even that, they say that rocks, you know, silica had to somehow like bring rise to DNA and code and life. Like that's and you can take that back even farther. This is all part of the Big Bang theory too. That's probably one of the biggest reasons why most flat earthers don't jump on board with that whole story, is because well there's lots of reasons, but we clearly obviously don't believe in the Big Bang as, you know, creation.
Wait, you? Well, I would say, yeah. If you guys don't believe in space, then you guys definitely don't believe in the Big Bang.
Right. Well, and actually, and when the whole not believing in space needs to be prefaced, it usually gets kind of just glazed over as space isn't real, and people then they insert all kinds of things about that, like space is just three-dimensional space. Like your room has, you know, a length and a width and a height, you know, like that.
Well, what people mean by space is
like, that is a space. Yeah, outer space is it's like this idea where, you know, there's what we know, there's what we experience and what can be tested on. There's what's physical here on Earth, but at some point the rules change, and you go off into this fantasy land about like what happens when you're no longer in this reality. It's like another reality. Like you can leave this reality and go to another reality. No, we don't believe in that separation.
Well, we don't believe in another reality. It's for science when globe earthers are like me.
In a way, it is. I know you say it's the same, but in a way, it is because you have to suspend the classical laws of physics as we know them in order to believe in it.
Well, the classical laws of physics also they back up gravity.
Well, not really. I mean, gravity is still in contention. It always has been.
How is gravity in contention?
All that we really have is an observation of an effect. Like we know that 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration towards the surface, and like and that's an average. We just have an effect of like I drop a pen, I know it's gonna fall. Like we don't know, like nobody knows like what actually causes that. Newton
Oh,
said
that is
that
definitely not true.
Newton said that it was a force. He said it was mass attracting mass. Well, that's no longer the way that it's believed in physics. It's now been replaced by Einstein, who says it's an effect, not a force, and of the bending and warping of space time, which is just a concept, a mathematical construct that cannot be tested on. It's literally just a mental experiment and a mathematical. There's a mathematical proof for it, but nothing else. There's nothing that can actually be done in the real world.
Gravity is not like a thing. It's the effect described by forces of attraction. So, for example,
is it a cause or is it an effect? Does gravity cause things to happen?
Gravity is it's a state of being. If I had to describe it that way.
What does that mean?
Meaning in the sense of, here, let me give you an example. Gravity is relational. So from our model at least, we believe that if there's only one atom in the universe, there is no gravity, right? But if there's two atoms, the forces of attraction due to protons and their nucleus and their quarks, they create a field of attraction, and due to them combining, they create a field of attraction that's so strong that causes gravity.
You just made that up, like because when you start talking about quarks and stuff, you're talking about on the quantum level, and in quantum physics, they don't even use gravity. Period. It's not even a variable.
Well, they don't use gravity on that level, but I'm saying that's basically with two massive objects at the same.
Yeah, it's not even a variable, and you also invoked Newtonian like mass attracting mass, like and gravity as a force, which is, as I said, Einstein superseded that, replaced that, and then to reiterate, as I said, in quantum physics, gravity isn't even a variable, not considered. I would go on to point out also, like, basically the only reason that I can really understand why you guys think that you need this so-called gravity, whether you think it's a force or a cause or an effect, right? Like, is essentially to explain away how it's possible for somebody to be existing upside down from you, antipodal on a globe. if the Earth is flat and up is up and down is down, you don't need to try to explain this. The only other thing is in the trying to explain like the motions of planetary bodies and things like that, which has been tried and tried again, replaced and replaced again by like Kepler and all kinds of things like that. But every time they think they have a model, they do more observations and they find out that their model doesn't quite work, and so then they have to invent things like dark matter and dark energy and shit like that. They put band-aids on it. But yeah, that's like those are the two reasons why you guys think you need gravity, and you don't need it, period.
Not so kind. Adios.
Or clueless.
Well, I am clueless, but what the fuck happened here?
Earth's flat. Didn't you know? Yeah, Lou, gravity's only a story. I don't have the deeper math to pull it apart, but I've seen other people here do it, and it is only based on a mathematical construct. If Earth is actually curving, if Earth is actually a globe, and it's not.
I do
So
enjoy.
It's only a construct. It's only a story.
All right. Well, am I that drunk that you guys silence yourselves?
No, it's a quiet room, and you're quiet spoken, bro. Are you drunk?
Yeah, you're whispering
More
while
than
you
most.
slur.
Less than
You're
some.
drunk. We're having trouble. We're making sense of anything that you're saying because yeah, you just admitted that you're really drunk. You're
Hmm.
also really quiet, and you're also slurring.
All right. So this is a flatter kind of conversation, or no?
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
So what is the argument towards? And what is the argument against? May I participate or no?
We'd love
Yes,
to have you. It would be better though. It'd be better that if you like you said, you're drunk and stuff. It would probably be better that if you slept it off and came back with a higher energy level and a little bit more awareness, like to the conversation.
Fair enough. Thank you for being clean with me.
No worries, bro. We can explain the premise if it helps for you at all. That we've actually discovered that Earth doesn't curve. The surface of Earth doesn't actually curve, and it must
It's
if
been
it's a
thought
globe.
kindly. So I have to go. I love you very much, but
Love you too, man.
just
Drink
not
some water.
today.
Yeah, that's not something you want to wait till you're freaking plastered to start having the conversation.
Yeah. Sundays. I do like a Sunday, dude. You know I do. They're good things.
Yeah. When I start talking like I just did, that's when you know I've had a good strong cup of Joe. Time to go get number 2.
Yep. I'm quite impressed that Boomdog's still here. I don't know if you're listening, Doug. I still don't know if it's safe to unmute you because of the things you were talking about previously. You see, Boomdog, we go out to people's homes live in here. We're on YouTube. We're broadcasting to a family environment, and that's why certain subjects will get you muted instantly. Other ones will get you kicked off. Because if you haven't had a rundown on it, I'll give you the basics, bro. We can't go into topics that will get us in any way, shape or form in violation of terms of service, whether it's YouTube or the server that we're in, or our own terms of service as 24/7 Flat Earth. So we don't break terms of service on any topics, like medical information or what's happened in the last 3 years. We don't go into that. We stay away from religious, angry fights and stuff like that. We've got a place that can handle that on the main server. You need to do that. But the point of us being here is to talk about why Earth's not a globe. But I've got to say thanks for hanging out, dude. It can be a bit of a rough start for some people. I don't even know if you're hearing me or not, but at least you've hung out and you're on a red mic, and not many people do hang out on a red mic.
Just so you know, old dude, he's not new to this. I've heard him before. I don't know if it was in the other server or in here, or if he moves around. But I've heard that character multiple times over a pretty extended period of time. This is just what he does every time.
Yeah, I know, dude. I know. I've been chasing this guy for I think it must be over 5 years now. Finally got him, and he's actually not left the room. I'm quite impressed.
So what about this Earth, eh? Seems pretty round to me.
Where's that then? On the television? From NASA? Is that where it's round? When Gumby goes to the moon?
Alright, so there's this guy, right? This flat earther. And he dies. And he goes to heaven. And he meets God. And he says, God, I have to know, is the world round or flat? And God says to him, look, my son, it's clearly round. And the flat earther says to himself, damn, they got to him too.
That's almost funny, bro. I'll give you that one. Good on you, man. Aye, thank you. Thank you very much. To be honest, yeah, that's right up there, mate. Thank you. Nice one.
I stole that one from my friend Helgi.
Yeah, compared to some of the things that people say right off the bat, bro, thank you.
Yeah, I don't mind you guys.
Yeah, part of me wants to say fuck off, but yeah, that's pretty funny. Like you gotta be, you gotta have a love for jokes, you know.
I don't mind you guys.
It's part of it's part of our terms of service, bro. You did if you're going to be funny, and you nailed it, man.
It's the best flat Earth joke I know.
You're obviously not
Yeah, it's way better than the vast majority of them. We're just, the stuff that they try to say. The anti-flat Earth jokes are typically not funny at all. It's like they don't even understand humor. They're stupid memes of, cats pushing shit off the edge, or like dinosaurs getting ricocheted off of a spinning disc and stuff, but they don't really have they don't even know how to present a good joke.
I think a good joke should make everyone laugh, not just the butt or, the audience. But I don't spend much time in here with you guys. But I don't have much of a gripe with people who have a suspicion about scientific academia. I don't have a gripe with that.
Not even that. It's just a different cosmological worldview. Like
it's a different academic point of view on the data that's been gathered.
Yeah, to a certain extent, but I mean, as far as the way that you phrased that at first, it sounded like we're skeptical about like we're anti-science or something like that.
No, no,
You
no,
know,
no,
and
no.
that's
I
absolutely
wouldn't. Would never say that. Science is a method, not a conclusion.
yeah, exactly. You should make sure the rest of the Globers understand that too.
Well, I try to. I tell you what. I think the world is a ball, but if conclusive evidence came out tomorrow that it was flat, I'd be shocked for like 10 minutes. And then I'd go, okay. It's not that big of a deal to me, personally.
What would you consider conclusive evidence?
Let's see. I guess many alternative media outlets would have to report that a ship had driven itself into the outer boundaries of the wall of the Antarctic. Like, they would have to say that there was no way to circumnavigate, honestly.
So a boat crashing into the ice would do it for you, basically, if it was on the news. Is that what you're saying?
No, if it was on the internet.
Oh, okay. I'm not seeing how that implies
If I found that there were multiple trustworthy sources that reported that there was somebody who failed to actually circumnavigate, then I would become intrigued.
But what if we could circumnavigate Earth?
You couldn't if you could not do it if you went in the same direction forever.
Do you mean north-south?
Any.
Well, you could do it east-west forever.
Why?
You can't fly over Antarctica and the flat Earth.
On a flat Earth, you couldn't go in any direction forever without hitting some kind of a barrier.
The way they believe in it, it's kind of a circle. It's goofy if you look at a flat Earth map. You'll just see that the missing continent
It doesn't.
is
You just don't
Antarctica.
look at your compass. You just go straight. You don't.
hold
You
on,
don't
hold
just
on.
don't look at your compass. You just go
Oh,
straight.
I've had this conversation with you before. Look, this is a
No,
lack
you
of
haven't,
understanding.
because I
This is
normally
a
don't
lack of
care.
understanding even on the globe model. Okay, like circumnavigation east to west on a globe is not going in a straight line. It is making corrections using the compass.
Like I said, if you didn't look at your compass and you went in a straight line, you're just depending on me staring at a compass instead of going in a straight line.
Nobody's ever done that though.
But theoretically you could.
But it's not a proof unless somebody can do it. And you
can do it.
No, you can theoretically do it, but you have to actually do it in order for it to be a proof. Because like if you leave New York going due east and just stay in a perfectly straight line,
Yeah.
then you don't come around back to the same place on a globe.
Well, you're thinking about, like, you're mixing the theories here. Like, we're talking about testing by traveling in a straight line, versus staring at a model.
Yeah, you would
So
have to
you're
do a,
so
you would have to
you're
follow-
like you're crossing the streams here.
you would have to follow a meridian. So like
No, you don't. You could just let the boat drive straight and not turn it. You don't have to follow shit. You could just test the theory by just going straight.
No, you can't just pick any direction and just go straight and expect to return back to the same place, even on a globe.
I'm not expecting to return back to the same place. I'm expecting to hit a wall.
Yeah.
I'm in no way expecting to return back to the same place. Why would you assume that?
Well, you would. Okay, so as far as
You
hitting a
started
wall,
this argument, let me remind you.
essentially you would. If you left anywhere in the northern hemisphere on a globe, and just went in a straight line, you would keep deviating south towards the equator, and then
Why would you wait? If you're deviate,
But
why
if
would
you
you
did
deviate
it, shut up,
south if you're
Hugs.
walking a straight
No,
line?
Hugs, I'm not conceding to you. But if you went
I'm
in
just
a
asking
straight line,
him. Why the
you
look?
not
I'm asking
hit a
him. He just said
wall.
south.
We're not expecting
Why
to
w-
go back to the same place. I'm expecting to hit a barrier.
All right then. Well, your barrier is your
Shut up.
own happiness.
Shut up, creepy man.
you would eventually reach basically the edges of Antarctica before, and even this is on a globe too. And then if you were to continue on that, then you would go over Antarctica and reverse
eat some
essentially what
shrimp.
had happened.
On the Hawaiian Islands.
Go eat shrimp on the Hawaiian Islands.
Wait, so do we all agree that if you started from the North Pole on a globe and you went like X miles in any direction and then did a sharp, perfect left and then went perfectly straight, that you would just go in a circle forever?
It doesn't make any. You starting at the North Pole, going where, and then where, and then where, like
Any direction by any amount. Is that troublesome for you? As long as you didn't get to the South Pole when you went that amount.
start again. You want to go any direction, so south from the North Pole, because any direction from the North Pole is
Yeah, any direction from the North Pole is south. Very good.
so south from the North Pole. Then what?
And you went 20 kilometers, and then you hung a sharp, perfect right angle left, and you just kept going. You would go in a circle forever.
No.
Assume a perfect sphere.
No, the only way you'd go in a circle forever is if you stayed on whatever latitudinal line that you stopped at. So, like you said, you went 20 kilometers south. You would,
And
have
you're
to
still
maintain-
and you're still
you would
20
have to
kilometers
maintain-
once you turn left.
In order to maintain, keep doing that circle, you'd have to maintain that same 20-kilometer distance radius from your starting point at the North Pole.
That's
That would
what
be
a perfect.
that would be
That's what
that
hang
would
a
be
perfect left does.
That would be a circular path with a 20-mile or 20-kilometer radius around north. That would be a circular path, but you would not be going in a straight line to do that. You would have to keep correcting to the right or to the left, depending on which way you're going.
It's actually not. It's actually not a 20 kilometer radius because the circle's like radius isn't from where you made an arc on the sphere of the Earth to get there, not a radial line from a circle.
You'd be maintaining the same radius that your initial path before you made your turn. It would have to be that same radius that you were keeping.
That's what a circle is. It's something that has the same radius. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, but it's not a straight line. You keep we're in
I know a
agreement on
circle's
that.
not straight. It has curvature.
You're acting as though you could not. You could just keep going in a straight path and keep going in circles, coming back to the same place.
Well, it would appear locally straight to some like arbitrarily small surface of the Earth, but you're actually because you're on a sphere, it has curvature.
No, you would have to be correcting to the left or to the right. Like if you're going to the west, you'd have to be correcting to your right just a tiny little bit the entire time.
Unless it's a little bit to the left. But I said you hung a perfect 90-degree turn. So why would I favor the left or the right?
It doesn't matter. It just depends on which way you want to go. Do you want to go east or do you want to go west?
Whether I go east or west, it's still going to land me on the same circle.
Only if you keep following the compass to maintain
assume perfection of all the geometric objects involved. Listen, if you can't even tell me why I would have to either go left or right, you can't decide, then I don't see why you're uncomfortable with straight down the middle.
No, dude. You wanted to go
okay,
south
let me rephrase the question.
Let me rephrase the question. And then you wanted to make a 90-degree turn. Which way do you want to make that turn? To the right or to the left? Or to the east or to the west?
To the left, because I'm a communist.
Okay. So you're heading south and you take a left. So
yeah.
So now,
and I want to know how long it'll take me to get back to the North or the South Pole. How long will it take me?
How long would it take you to what? I was still talking.
To get to a pole if I hang a perfect left and keep going.
I don't know. How would I know how long it would take you?
Well, if I'll never get there, then you could just say you'll never get there.
You'd have to. Do you have an actual like desktop globe in your house that you could reference? I want you to get something that's spherical in shape and follow along with something here.
I don't have a bowling ball.
If you don't, you could even use like a basketball.
You know, I have my mind. I know not everyone does.
You don't have any spheres around?
Look, unfortunately, I'm an AI that was only trained on textual tokens, so I can't exactly imagine a perfect sphere. No, I'm a human. I can imagine a perfect sphere. I started from the north. I went in any direction.
You've already tried this in your head, and I want you to have something physical to follow along with now.
It took you a while to figure out that any direction from north was south.
No, it didn't. I immediately said, you want to go pick any direction. We're going to go 20 kilometers.
You demanded to know which direction.
From the North Pole, and I said, so you're going south.
It doesn't matter how far, and it doesn't matter which direction, as long as I don't get to a pole before I turn.
Gizmo, check out the text chat. See if that's any use for you. See if that helps you understand things.
See, yeah, I don't think it will help him. What he needs a demonstration of the way that works on an actual globe. If you, I mean, unless he's going back and forth on this, you keep on maintaining that. Yeah, you're just going to maintain a straight line path, never referencing your compass. Right? Once you've made that 90-degree turn, you're just gonna keep going straight. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. When you do that, if you started off going 90 degrees from your initial line, you're already not following a latitudinal line, which is a circle. You're already, the farther you go, the more you deviate south from that initial latitude.
Is that because you're assuming an oblate spheroid instead of a sphere?
No.
Well, listen, as long as we're all agreed that we're talking about a perfect sphere here, when I start from the North Pole, I go 20 kilometers, let's say, so we have a number, even though the numbers don't really matter, and I go 500 meters. How far am I from the North Pole?
So you go 500 meters, you're 500 meters.
No, after I've turned, right? So I started 20 kilometers from the North Pole when I hung that sharp left, and then I walked 500 meters after my sharp left. How far am I from the North Pole?
You are. I mean, I don't know exactly. You'd have to work the math out, but
No. I have worked the math out, and it's exactly 20 kilometers.
You'd be 20 kilometers plus something, like a tiny amount.
No, I wouldn't be.
Yeah.
I would be exactly 20 kilometers.
Nope.
No, you wouldn't. East and west are circles on a globe or a flat Earth.
Okay, let me ask you this. If I was at the North Pole and I walked 20 kilometers in any direction, and then I walked to any other point on the sphere that was also 20 kilometers from the North Pole, would I have to veer right or left to get there, or do you not know?
You wanted to remain.
And the reason you don't know is because I go straight for any amount of distance to reach any of those such points.
Excuse me. Stop for a second. But do you agree that east and west are circles on a globe?
Yeah, if I want to travel east-west, I'm going on circles on a sphere.
Yeah, so if you wanted to maintain that 20-kilometer distance from, you would have to go in a circle. If you turn left or right, you would have to readjust to the north to go in a circle to maintain that distance. You can't go in a straight
what I'm
line
saying is
because
that
then you're gonna
after I've walked 20 kilometers, I've selected the circle I'm going to be on once I turn that sharp left.
Let's simplify this. Put a stake in the ground, right? And tie a string to it. Keep that string taut and walk in a circle around that stake. Okay? That is a latitudinal line, right? If you were to just go straight and not turn, you would snap your line because you would have to extend the arm that length of that string that in order to keep going straight.
Listen, I'm never really walking straight, obviously. I'm walking on a curved surface. But as long as we're agreed that I'm always walking on a curved surface, everything that's locally straight from when I turn is just going to maintain that same distance of that line.
There's something that you're just unable to comprehend here. And I don't mean that as an insult. It's just that no matter how simple we try to make this argument, you're unable to comprehend it, to grasp it, or unwilling to. I think it's the latter. I think you're unwilling.
Here, I asked ChatGPT to make this for you guys.
What's your point with that? That's how we're explaining it.
I mean, I like that this is a perfect sphere. Maybe this is more clear. This is how I see it in my head. So, obviously, if I'm at the North Pole, I walk some distance, call it X, to get to this red circle. I don't know who's colorblind, but it's a circle here that's very thin, but you can see it if you squint. And I'll stay on that circle forever after I turn left or right. Doesn't matter.
Not unless you keep correcting. You would have to keep turning. If you go on that line and you move to the left, then to stay on that line, you would have to keep correcting to your right.
That's what curvature. That's what curvature is. You're on a sphere. You're always turning about the sphere.
It's not a straight line. You're talking about a straight line. If you
There's no straight lines on the surface of a sphere.
All right, I'm gonna take your little picture there and draw on it. Might take me a minute.
So Gizmo, if you just look at that from top view, and you'll just see that, you're just going in a circle. You have to keep adjusting to the left or the right, depending if you.
Oh, you're saying if I take a projection that hides the curvature, and I only look at that, then I could call it a straight line because of how I projected the view?
No, just look at it from top view, and then look at the circle. You have to go in a circle. It works the same on a flat surface. East and west are circles, not straight lines. If you want to maintain the same distance from the north.
Look, we're not even at flat surfaces.
Okay,
I've made simple claims about a sphere that are somehow being challenged.
Yeah. Okay, so just say you walked 10 meters away from the North Pole, just 10 meters. And then you want to take a left, and then you want to walk 500 meters in a straight line. You're no longer going to be 10 meters from the North Pole anymore.
No, you will be exactly 10 meters from the North Pole.
No, you won't. And not if you went in a straight line.
There are no straight lines ultimately. If that's the confusion,
like 490 meters away. You would be 490 meters away from the North Pole if you walked in a straight line.
Instead of a straight line, let's talk about the same direction.
Say east. You want to talk about east or a straight line? Because east is a circle. Just look at it from top view. Top view, you're just going in a circle.
My preference was to move west because I don't know. I like. Yeah, let's say east. I like that better.
Let's make it even smaller scale. Just move 1 meter away from the North Pole, okay? And then you want to go in a straight line. You want to go east or west. You have to walk around. 3.14 miles or whatever it is.
Yeah, I'm gonna
circle, not a straight. You can't go in a straight line.
You can't go on a straight line on a surface of a sphere, but what you can do is go in the same direction.
I've edited his Chat GPT picture, but I can't post it. I'm sending it to Old Dude. Hopefully he gets it right away and reposts it for me.
Yeah, give us a second, mate.
Gizmo, if you're talking about a straight line or you're talking about west or east, that's completely different things because east and west aren't straight lines. If you went 1 meter away from the North Pole, you can't go
North and south aren't straight lines. There's no straight lines if I'm sticking to the surface of the sphere and actually making progress.
I don't know how you're not getting it.
I don't understand how you're not understanding what curvature is.
We understand what curvature is, but you're not understanding.
Well, then why are you hung up on straight lines? Just take same direction.
Did you get that, Old Dude?
Because east and west aren't straight lines.
Yeah, there it is.
Yep.
If east and west are straight lines now, then you can call it that.
Straight lines.
Okay, great.
1 meter away from the North
That's what I
Pole.
thought you said. They're not straight lines. It's a circle.
Right.
But you're still traveling in the same direction. You didn't deviate any further left or right after your first turn.
Gizmo, take a look at what Old Dude just posted. So this is what you're describing. Leaving the North Pole, heading south, making a 90-degree turn. This would be your new vector, your new path. The farther you go, the more you deviate south.
Yeah, if I want to hang a right.
Fine. Same thing if you want to go the other direction.
I don't. Are you trying to say that I walk off the surface of the earth? Like what is your point?
No, I'm trying to say that you are getting farther and farther from the North Pole after you've made a 90-degree turn and continue in a straight line path.
Yeah, if I leave contact with the surface of the earth, you're saying that because the earth is spinning so fast, I would just break contact with the surface and fly off into space.
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, then
In fact, I'll further edit this. Give me a moment. I'll have to send it to old dude again. But essentially, I'll see if I can depict it in another color, wrapping around the other side of that sphere.
I mean, let's ask it. Let's ask
orange
a question.
Here's
a simple question.
Orange, and now it's going to, in the dashed line, come around until it goes. We'll go back to red. Until you do something like this.
Before you even show me the next one.
All right, I'm gonna save
I
this.
got a really simple question.
Go ahead, ask it. I'm sending this to old dude. He's got to repost it.
So, like, are you saying that when I go from the North Pole, like 20 kilometers in any direction, that is or is not a quote unquote straight line?
It's a straight line in the sense that you're not turning left or right. But if you're going over a sphere, you're right. It would be
so for clarity,
it would be arced over the surface, like as in you'd be like you're going over a hill, but at least you're not turning left or right.
Well, this entire surface has constant curvature. So, like, as long as I'm maintaining contact with the surface, I'll never be going in the so-called straight line. I'll always be going in some arc, right?
We're just talking about deviating left and right here.
Well, any way you go. When I was going north to south, I was going in an arc because this surface has curvature. When I turned left, I was going in an arc because this surface has curvature.
In fact, in my picture there, where in my drawings there, you see how I actually arced that 20-kilometer line to follow a longitudinal line, a meridian? That's answering your question right there. And so if you look at this one that old dude just posted again, the orange dashed line is essentially something like what it would look like if you continued around to what you don't see on the other side of that sphere. You would continue to deviate further and further south if you just never corrected to the left or to the right over a sphere.
Okay, I can only imagine that you are joking because this yellow dashed line proceeds from the end of your straight line that leaves contact with the surface of the earth. I've literally walked off of it today.
It doesn't leave the surface of the earth. This is what would happen if you were traveling over a sphere, like in contact with the sphere without correcting to the left or to the right. This is the path that you would take.
Okay, all you're doing right now is drawing a straight line on a two-dimensional projection of a sphere.
All you did is have ChatGPT draw a fucking circle on a sphere that you don't understand.
Well, wait a second. It was fucking amazing, first of all. Like, isn't technology wondrous?
Yeah, it's wondrous that that a robot can fucking grasp this and you can't.
You've drawn a right angle symbol between these two lines
that's what you described.
that appear straight from our point of view, but that I no longer know what you really mean.
That's what you described.
Showed me another angle
20 kilometers to the south and then make a 90-degree turn and continue in that path without ever correcting to the left or to the right.
Could you start from the same sphere, but imagine it's rotated by like some sizable amount, and then redraw these lines so that I can see what you're imagining? These.
But now you want me to do like a full GIF animation? Sorry, I'm not a fucking like programmer here. I
just want to know what your two straight lines with the right angle thing look from a different perspective. Because from some other perspective, they're going to appear to leave the surface of the fucking earth.
Somebody else.
Why would we be involved in leaving the surface of the Earth when you're talking about
Because they're not
traversing your
following
way
this
around it
circle
or across it?
because they're not maintaining this circle, which is what you would do if you hung a left and then kept going in the same direction.
Yeah, but that's not a 90 though. On your red line around the top of it, that's not a 90.
Of course, it's 90. It's 90. It's 90 when you get arbitrarily like a small section of the Earth to look at the angle over. That's where the angle is. The angle is not over here off on the other side of the galaxy.
But the point is, if you hold that first 90, you will deviate from the circle, from the path. You have to keep readjusting your 90 as you
only if I
traverse
leave the
around
surface
it.
of the Earth. And that's why I want to see this from another perspective.
That's why I denoted the 90-degree angle. You would deviate south from your line. Yours, even though if you got extremely local, yeah, you would be very close to a 90 degrees only initially, but it would actually be an acute angle. It would be less than 90-degree angle. In fact, to be more technical, it wouldn't be an angle at all because an angle is it requires two straight lines, and in this case, you don't have that. But
an angle doesn't require two straight lines.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It's at the vertices. It's the angle between the two vertices where they intersect.
You know what? All these lines, even on a curved planet, are all locally straight anyway.
You can't have a conversation with this guy.
Oh, you don't affirm the principle of micro-affineness?
I don't think you understand your own argument.
My own argument is the following. You'd be drawing this correctly if you kept like the top line, which I presume is like my curved path to get to the circle, and then just draw that right angle symbol between that arc and that circle.
Then you wouldn't be going in a forever straight line, not deviating left or right.
Well, we've already discussed how there are no forever straight lines as long as I'm maintaining contact with the Earth. The Earth is curved.
We're talking in 2 dimensions, not in 3. So,
You're the one talking about straight lines, Gizmo. If you walked in a straight line, you're the one that keeps talking about straight lines on a globe.
I've said I would happily settle all our straight line language into same direction. And all I'm saying is that that direction is not going to be off in a space off the surface of the Earth.
And neither are we.
You were saying, Gizmo, if you were 1 meter away from the North Pole and you wanted to maintain that 1 meter distance from the North Pole, that you would be able to go in a straight line, where that's not true on a globe or a flat Earth. You have to go in a circle.
Same direction. All you have to do is replace straight line with same direction. Can you repeat the question?
Oh, see, no, this is yeah. Now you're trying to well, first off, you're misdefining these terms and intentionally. So, like, same direction would be a heading with the compass east or west, which would be if you're going to go that 20 kilometers or 1 meter, right? You would have to be correcting in a circular path to maintain that heading of east or west.
You're always correcting a straight path into a curved path to stay on the surface of the Earth.
See, you're conflating both. You're saying curved is straight and straight is curved, but then at the same time saying that a straight line shoots you off into space. You're double speaking.
No, I'm saying what would otherwise be a straight path, as long as you're maintaining contact with the curved surface of the Earth, is actually going to be curved in the long run.
to be arching away from you, like going over an arc, it's straight line, and it's going to lead you away. Just say you're 1 meter away from the North Pole, and you go in a straight line, arcing over the Earth. You're going to be walking away from the North Pole. You're not going to be maintaining that 1 meter.
Why would I go away instead of towards?
Because you're going in a straight line over a curved surface, like walking over a curved bridge that's straight. Same thing. If you wanted to maintain a 1 meter distance from the North Pole, you would just walk around in a circle and stay 1 meter from that North Pole.
And this is because you assume that the equator is not 1 meter away?
No, just say you're on you're standing on a circle, and you're standing on a ball, any size. You've got a North Pole, and you're 1 meter away from it, and you wanted to maintain that 1 meter distance. Then you just need to walk around in a circle.
Okay, let's say I just wanted to get to any other point that's also 1 meter away from the North Pole, but that is not the point I'm at. Are you saying I have to travel north to get there, like northwest?
If you want to maintain a 1 meter distance the entire time from that North Pole,
no, I just want to get to a point that's also 1 meter away, and I'm happy to do whatever you think it takes to get there. I just want to get there by the shortest geodesic.
Where do you want to get to? You want to get to the
any other point that's also 1 meter away.
So what's the problem? I don't even get your argument now.
Well, I'm asking you if I could just travel west to get to another point that's also 1 meter away, or whether you're saying I'd have to go some direction north or some direction south.
Yeah, you'd have to go northwest, because if you went just in a straight line, you would end up south. You would end up 1.5 meters or 2 meters or 3 meters. Depends on how far you wanted to go, like around that circle. But like, yeah, you would be farther than the 1 meter if you went in a straight line just off of a 90-degree turn. You would immediately, like in my drawing, deviate south of your circle there. Your radius would become longer with every step.
I think the confusion here is you guys keep referring to straight lines, and all you have to do is say like directions.
The confusion is not with us.
Okay, I'm all the way north. Notice how I don't have to refer. I don't have to refer to straight lines at all. I'm all the way north. I'm at the North Pole. I go. What are we saying? 1 meter south. Then I just start walking west. Are you saying that after some time period I'll be like not 1 meter away?
You'll walk 3.14 meters in a circle, and you have to keep correcting to the right the whole time, very drastically.
Correcting to the right the whole time on this circle just means going west, right? Just same direction. Because it's a curved planet.
It's locally would be almost completely flat at that 1 meter line, so it wouldn't matter if it was a flat
Very much
surface
agreed.
or a curved circle.
Yeah, it's locally flat. Everything's locally
So
flat.
it doesn't really matter.
That's why calculus and linear algebra are so important.
Yeah, but you still just need to keep correcting to the right if you want to keep going west around, that circle. It's not a straight line like you were trying to talk about before.
Man, if you made all these corrections to stochastic gradient descent and linear algebra, we would never get ChatGPT to make spheres like this.
What are we saying that's incorrect?
Because you keep talking about straight lines that will deviate you from the curvature of the Earth, but that actually would take you off the planet.
You're the one, Gizmo, you're the one that kept saying if I walk in a straight line. We're saying it's not a straight line.
No,
it's
if
a
I
curve.
walk in the same direction, for instance, west, that's what it's been from the beginning. That's what it is. I'm reiterating that.
You keep flip-flopping back and forth, saying that east and west are straight lines, but they're also curving, maintaining a distance from north.
Nothing's a straight line on the surface of the earth if you go far enough, like non-local.
Because I can't have this conversation with him anymore. This is like the third fucking time I've tried to have this conversation with you two, and you just simply won't even attempt to try to like actually understand it. I don't know why you bring it up all the fucking time because you sound like a fucking idiot.
Well, that's a good argument. I never thought of that.
Yeah, you should consider it. I mean, I sorry, it's a little harsh. I understand, but everybody else gets this, and you think you've got a gotcha. You're the one who doesn't understand it.
I'll be honest with you, Gizmo. I don't get what you're not getting, dude. I'm not getting what it is that you're not seeing.
I just assume everyone here has a copy of the Bible or Quran behind their back and they're misreading it.
I've got, yeah, somewhere on a shelf in a different room, bro. Yeah, I've got such things, yeah. But, like, the misinterpretation of it, how so? Why do you think that?
Well, you point me to the verses on curvature and I'll give them a look.
I can't actually point you to any on curvature, to be honest. I could say that it'll lead it out flat like a carpet. Some suggest that there's a tent above us, so that would suggest that we're the floor. I don't really think there's much reference to heliocentrism in the Bible, though.
Nice tactic, though, too. I mean, just to completely divert way far away from the conversation at hand to say, I just assume you're flat earthers because of the Bible or the Quran. Like,
no, I'm exactly 1 meter away.
Something says you're exactly 1 tin of carpet glue away, dude, from reality. No offense, bro. If it's your thing, it's your thing.
Of carpet glue, did you say?
Yes.
Fucking, yeah.
A few holes short of a net.
Yeah, quit sniffing glue, my man.
I'd like to understand what it is that you don't get, Gizmo. What it is that you're not seeing about how you're conceptualizing it. I can't understand what it is that you're not getting it, dude. Seriously.
Would it help if I wrote down a statement and you just said true or false before we analyzed why I'm an idiot?
Try it. Yeah, bro. If that helps, yeah, try it. It might help me understand where you're coming from. So,
all right,
yeah,
let's see. I start at the North Pole. I go 1 meter in any direction.
Okay.
Let's say I go 1 meter in any direction, and then I'm not all the way west. Let's assume that. And I just, without leaving my 1 meter-ness away, I want to get as far west as I can, and then I go 1 meter north again. Will I be at the North Pole at the end? Let me write that out. Does anybody need me to write that out, or did you understand it?
Yeah, write it out just in case, if you don't mind. So, if you're holding on to the North Pole with your right arm and you're facing west, well, if you walk around it, you would still be heading west, and you would only be as far away as your right arm is. That's what you're trying to say? Or is it your left arm? No, it would be your left arm, and you would walk left. Yeah,
Another way.
Yeah.
Then he's calling that a straight path.
Linearly, it's straight in the sense of it's not getting any further away from north in that regard. But it's curved, no matter what scale you do it on. Whether it's a meter or a mile or 1,000 miles, still a curved path on a bearing on north. Or am I not getting something?
All right, so I put it in the side chat.
Well, if you've only gone a metre away from north and then a metre back towards north, then you're still at north. Back to where you started.
Yeah, I agree. Like, this is the kind of simple stuff I'm saying. I don't see why we can't all agree. Just use directions, not straight line talk.
We're
If
not
you move
talking
away
about
from
straight
something by a
lines.
distance, that's how far it is. Where
It's
does
just
it
a circle. It's just a circle around the North Pole, and depending on which way you want to walk around that circle, you're going east or west.
Yeah.
Great. I don't see the problem. Are we all globers yet?
Well, we don't have a problem. Let's move on. We're in agreement. Let's just. I don't think we were really disagreeing the whole time. I think it was just a mess up of words or communication or something. I mean,
Well, I got this weird picture in the chat that where there's a right angle here, and maybe the top line is an arc to the North Pole, but this other line is just going like off into space. Probably, I want to see it from another direction because there's like a yellow dashed line that then starts curving around the Earth.
Yeah, if you take one direct 90 heading from north, okay, and you follow on that 90, it will take you in a spiral down or around technically the ball, or it will spiral you out across the equator. You have to keep readjusting that heading if you want to maintain your distance to north.
You're talking about the paths I'm taking is like maintaining a 90 degrees. Then the 90 degrees happens where the two vertices connect. Other anything other than that is just to try and obscure that you're using straight lines that don't maintain the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, the initial
you were the
90,
one talking
yes.
about it. You were the one talking about the 90-degree angle and the straight left turn.
Yeah, there can be a 90-degree angle between two arcs.
I still don't see
It
how
doesn't
you
change the fact that east and west are circles. It doesn't change the fact that east and west is still circles.
Well, can we at least agree on the fact?
How do you calculate an angle between two arcs?
Well, you could have enough arcs that you get back the whole 360 degrees of a circle, and then you could divide that up.
Incoherent nonsense.
You do some ChatGPT guided geometry proof. We can automate those now. Did you know that?
Or if you take a cheesecake and you cut it into enough parts, then it all fits. Is that what you're trying to say?
I mean, how's your question any different if you wanted to, how do you calculate the angle between two straight lines?
That's simple. It's just Euclidean geometry. You divide a circle up into 360 degrees, and you measure the angle between your two vertices.
But the arcs are all locally Euclidean, and that's where the angle is.
Do that with an arcing line.
An arcing line. I mean, let's just call them arcs or an arc.
Right.
Yeah, that geometry is all still. This is all still Euclidean.
If you wanted to try to do that, like what they do is I believe it has to do with squaring the circle you grab a tangent, and then you're using the tangent lines in order to come up with an angle. But it's again, you're converting into straight lines before you can determine an angle.
Yeah, I don't know the terminology of ruler and compass constructions. What I'm telling you is that the angle is locally Euclidean, whether it's an arc or a straight line. And locally Euclidean is enough because the angle occurs at that locus.
And if you move your locus, does your angle stay the same if you're circumnavigating?
I don't know what things you're assuming I'm holding constant here.
Well, it's kind of like you're trying to say that it's not a constant change on a 90 if you want to maintain the distance to it.
Oh no! If you expand the circle so that instead of going 1 meter, I went 2 meters, it'll still be 90.
Yeah, but you'll have to keep on referring to that 90. Every step you take, you'll have to go, I'm a 90. Oh no, I need to adjust slightly right or left.
No, all you have to do is make the turn at 90 and then keep going in one direction.
How far before you readjust them?
Dude,
you never readjust.
Time,
You go
it's
in
time
one
to
direction.
hang this up, man. We're talking in circles, or in his world, straight lines. It's
Yeah,
fucking
yeah.
stupid. It's absolutely asinine.
All right. How about this, flat earthers? Tell me what I need to know. Obviously, I learned the wrong shit.
Well, the simplicity of it is, dude, that the geometrics of the ball don't fit. There should be curve over distance, yes? The north is north to us all, and we all traverse around north. It's a celestial point. But it's actually used on a 90-degree angle on a flat stationary plane. And if you go out and you actually search for this curvature that should be there, it's physically not there, man. That's the baseline of it all. That's what underwrites it all. Everything you've been told about the geometry of a ball is implied. It's implied on the distance to Jupiter or whatever Venus transited the sun or some nonsense. And it's mathed out geodetically to be a ball. And it's implied geometrically to be a globe.
Are there
But in
any
actual fact, it's not.
Are there any mathematicians you could reference me on that could teach me like an operational definition of curvature?
Possibly.
Yeah, Matthew, maybe we'll get you Matthew Learns. You can talk to him directly in Discord.
Yep.
Does he ever reference the works of Riemann?
He's also a Glober, so you should feel fine talking with him. He's a university mathematician professor, right? A mathematics professor. And he's in these flat Earth conversations pretty much every day. Talk to him; he'll explain how the geometry of this works to you, and you still will. And I have a feeling you're going to argue with him, which is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if he can explain me Riemann, then then he'll be teaching me Riemann. Why would I argue? I'd actually be learning something. He's a math professor. He can explain Riemann, right?
Tell you what, I'll even invite him to the server just for you did. Don't even think he's in here, but I'll invite him.
Don't really need to ask a mathematician, about Earth curvature. It's a pretty basic calculation over distance.
Listen, I want to talk about what I actually wanted to come here and talk about now. Did you guys know that like gravity is not even a fundamental force? Probably.
Yes.
Yeah. How'd you learn about that?
From studying flat Earth, dude, and researching all the things that I've heard about space and all that, and trying to understand all the things that science says about gravity and space and whatnot, because it's always been in conflict to what I've actually experienced in life. I experienced buoyancy and density, so I've been keeping a finger on the pulse, and we've got a big section all about gravity and the problems and the holes in it.
Have you seen PBS Spacetime do a simple arithmetic derivation of GMM over R squared and Einstein field equation, starting from the holographic principle and radiation of black holes?
In a word, no, I haven't, no. If you want to drop a link, I'll get round to watching it.
Oh, I love talking about this thing. This is like my life now. Not really. That's overhyped.
But science is stepping forward to say that there's problems in the story, that they've been kind of making it up and bridging gaps with, fudged theorems and stuff. It's coming forward that they don't actually know what they're on about. Little by little, they're kind of admitting that it's all guesswork, dude. So how do you feel about buoyancy and density, the whole principle of it not needing gravity?
I would like to know how you explain gravitational redshift.
Well, is it really the forces of gravity causing something to get further or closer away at bajillions of miles away in space, apparently?
Yeah, it's going to change the wavelength of light, because light going at the same speed, it's going to have a different energy to maintain conservation of energy, unless you think. Oh, I think this one's hot micing.
Dogs, hot mic.
So, unless you believe in perpetual motion devices have a simple mechanical method of construction, like you're going to have to admit that there's gravitational redshift, because this thing going at the same speed, c, that's going to need to lose energy as it goes up.
Yeah, it's a cool story though, dude. Unless we can confirm the distance and actually confirm the claim that redshift is what we're causing, what we're seeing as distance, changing distance, and that what we're seeing has a physicality to it to back the claim, it's just nothing more than a cool story to me, I'm afraid.
Well, I can pull some strings with my lizard overlords at NASA, and we could just mess with the general relativity, like parameters of GPS, and we'll see if the chips get to the right place.
And invite them to the server, and let's talk to them as well, bro. Go for it.
Isn't the more fundamental problem with density buoyancy that it's got no direction?
Yeah, I get where gravity wins because it's the vector of down. But again, buoyancy and density, it's more weight that would win, or mass in a sense that would win. The like where heavier things just want to be at rest is on a firm surface. And if it's not firm, it'll just keep going down and down and down.
Or sideways or up.
I think they had to fill a whole tube in a tower at Harvard some decades ago with, like, I want to say helium gas, I forget. Just so that you could observe the red shift as you go up, or the blue shift as you go down.
Interesting.
But it has that directionality thing that sounds like it's a problem for you guys.
It's only a problem if there's physical Earth curve measurement, really, because then the claim on the change of vector, where's the measurement of the claim of change of vector if it's not actually implied through geodetic maths and clever calculus?
Pound reptile experiment is the thing I'm talking about.
I'd like to see the plumb bob experiment where my plumb bob's facing one direction and yours isn't perpendicular somehow.
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you're talking about with plumb bobs, but there's a source of like X rays or gamma rays or something, and if they go up, they redshift, and if they go down, they blue shift. You have to put it through some bag of like a more favorable gas to actually be able to observe this. But all it takes is a tower the height of some building at Harvard, and they did it decades ago, and it can be done again. I mean, I don't want to detract from like the brilliance of the experiment, but it could be done again.
Like your experiment, Duncan. I'm just reading it just now, dude. Yeah. It's a start. Like, the more of this that we can get nailed down and get more people doing it, the better.
Yeah.
And we can just collate the results sooner or later. Yeah.
I didn't want to interrupt the conversation. You guys can continue. We can talk about it later, old dude.
No worries, man. No worries. We're just trying to figure out what gravity is.
I mean, I think you should watch that PBS Spacetime. That's my best lead. Gravity is some emergent property that's not a fundamental force. It's kind of like how temperature is not a fundamental property of atoms. And therefore, though, space-time is not a fundamental property. That emerges from something like entropy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get you. Did you drop the link, or did you send a link? Or
yeah, it's up there.
Thanks, man.
And the math is pretty simple, even if it requires you to buy into some string theory adjacent things, which I don't buy into. But I buy into the adjacent things, not the string theory. But the arithmetic is really simple. I mean, look, you get back Newton's gravity, you get back Einstein's gravity. This is pretty cool.
So they're just trying to balance it out using higher dimensional math.
No. There's no higher dimension stuff. They use the holographic principle, which is
you mentioned string theory, though.
Yeah, it's not owned by string theory, but I think the guy who did this might have been a string theorist. But this stuff is not owned by string theory. Holographic principle is not owned by them, and Hawking radiation certainly isn't owned by them. But that's what the string theorists are most proud of, that they have ADS CFT holographic principle math on steroids. But this doesn't need that.
Don't they claim an equivalence between these two ideas? But these are just two ways of expressing what they think is ultimate reality, which is their string theory. Don't they see holographic universe people as like degenerate string theory proponents?
No, I don't think they view it that way. But I'm not talking. I'm not directly talking about the ADS CFT duality or correspondence or whatever. I'm just talking about the holographic principle that the amount of the information in a volume could be represented as just what could be put on the surface. That's the only principle here, as far as I know.
Yeah.
I didn't go fully into this yet.
My mention of higher dimensional math was addressing that exact point, where you have projection, projected geometry from one dimension onto another. That is what I'm discussing.
I mean, I thought you were talking about 11-dimensional math of string theory. This is just 2 and 3-dimensional stuff about the holographic principle, which is not only in string theory. By the way, this is not the only PBS space-time on this. They're like working this pretty consistently. Like they have all kinds of the adjacent concepts to this for the last few months.
Yeah, little by little, they seem to be taking their own model apart. And good on them too, dude. It shouldn't be settled. Any claim that science is settled and such is nonsense unless you've got physical hard evidence on it.
Now, all the science is settled. We know all things. Ask me almost anything.
Yeah, you've got answers for everything, don't you? Yeah.
Well,
a nice position to have. You can answer anything with theoretics, eh?
What's one of the things that has recently been taken apart that we thought was, at least backed by strong evidence?
Well, there's so many people working in so many diverse fields of physics that they're not all like conversant with each other about everything. There's not agreement, and everyone's lost in the math of their own corner of the elephant.
Yeah, that's just competing theories, though. So if there's 20 different types of theory to explain, like the information paradox for black holes, that doesn't mean that it's taking apart any theory that's been shown to be correct. And if the idea of science is pulling itself apart, there would have to be a established theory that has been pulled apart recently by new science.
I'm not going to claim there's some broad consensus that entropic gravity is the thing, or that I'm not going to claim there's any particular obvious revolution in physics right now, at least not that I know of. I can only say that, from where I sit, there seem to be people who look at I can gather enough people and say these people seem to have some kind of general agreement on interesting directions to me.
Yeah, that's fine. It was more of a question for old dude because he said it a couple of times now that like science is pulling itself apart, and I haven't seen evidence of that, except for like the early 1900s when Einstein came in.
I think that like going forward, I like people like Neil Turok. He's out there saying, look, what I'm doing is absolutely radical and revolutionary. I'm going to take the things that we pretty much all agree on and cut out as much of the stuff that seems speculative as possible, because we've basically got pretty much everything. And then I'm going to try and present it because I think it's like mostly done from where we sit. And there's not any obvious like major, they're like experiments that could help confirm some things he believes. He thinks that dark matter is right-handed neutrinos. Maybe he's right, maybe he's not. There's experiments he thinks could confirm that, but he doesn't think that right-handed neutrino is a radical alteration to the standard model. I think that his kind of view makes sense to me. Maybe not in every detail, probably not, almost certainly not. I don't even know if he thinks that gravity can or should be quantized. I don't know what he thinks about that. I should probably look that up now. That's kind of interesting. I thought this paper by Kerr was interesting, saying singularity theorems don't necessarily prove that there's singularities either at the Big Bang or in black holes.
All sounds very pseudoscientific, my friend.
What thing's pseudoscientific?
Everything you're talking about, it's all pseudoscience. It's nothing that you can verify, and to be able to validate the fundamental values that are in all of your math equations, you need to physically be able to verify they fit reality. And that's why we exist, because you can't verify the fundamental claims of your mathematical globe Earth model.
I think I think there are physicists who don't worry about being able to verify anything, and I like that Neil Turok is out there saying that none of this matters unless you can. You do have some theoretical physicists saying none of this matters unless you can verify it.
Yeah, like Michio Kaku saying it's just based off logic and guesswork. Nobody in
I
my
don't pay
field
attention to
is
him.
so-called
I don't give him a
scientific
second thought. The last Michio Kaku I read was something about the physics of Star Wars or Star Trek when I was a kid, and I don't pay attention to him.
Can you give like an example specifically of something that's unverified that we claim is true that we can't verify?
Sure. The 3959 mile radius value.
Yeah, I can verify that right now. So if you find a place of equal elevation, so you start at same elevation as you end, if you drive for 69 miles, then you'll notice that the elevation of whatever pole star you're sighting will increase by 1 degree. And then you just times that 69 by 360 degrees, and you can verify the radius of the Earth that way.
By looking at the pole star and doing some math.
Correct.
So would you agree that there's no actual observation or demonstration besides looking at some things in the sky that you can use to validate that? Nobody's
there's large-scale surveying has done it. There's also satellites. There's also GPS data. There's also distances traveled. There's also plane data, all of which I can find the data has been collated, collected, and has been used to verify the radius.
You need to have faith in the data coming from satellites and things like that. You can't actually verify it yourself.
Or stars.
No, the GPS can be verified as accurate. And if GPS shows that the Earth is a globe, then the accurate tool, which I can verify myself, can give you an accurate reading of the circumference or radius. And also the star one I've done myself. I've driven that hour. I live in Australia. It's one of the flattest countries in the world, which I know is very humorous. So I verified that. What else? On the large scale surveying, all of that data has been replicated across multiple countries, so I've got no reason to disagree with it. And there's also some pictures of the curve. So if the Earth is curved and there's pictures of the curve, then the radius is the logical necessity of that curve, continuing on. And then measuring the radius off that necessity is pretty easy.
Hold on a second. Dogs are great gods, whatever. Post that picture that you're talking about in the side chat.
Yeah, do you want left to right curve, or do you want like curve forwards and backwards?
What's your best one?
Curve in the distance. I've got a few of them. Which one do I like? Oh, I don't know if I have permissions for that, but let's find out. No, I don't think I have permissions to do images in this channel, to post images.
You can just, if you just want to send it to me, I'll just post it for you.
Yeah.
I mean, there are image hosting sites, yeah? You don't have to use Discord.
Thank you, Blue Car. You're correct. Here's a video with all the info. It's just a main surveyor one. Oh, actually, that's the image. My bad. Where is it? I can also give you the Mage 2, which took a left to right curve photo. Sorry, a video. And it's got references, so I might find that as well. Here you go. In both these videos, yeah, all the information is in there, but I'll just do some simple images for you as well. Yeah.
What's that first file that you sent me that just says unknown?
It's just an image, so all of them are just images.
And say it's an image. It says description unknown.
Oh, that's interesting. Why did it save like that? Right. I'll fix it.
Unknown.jpeg.exe.
File format unknown.
Well, anybody using Windows absolutely should turn off hide known file extensions.
Oh, I'm on an Android phone.
I'm just saying it's on by default in Windows, so somebody could label a file glass.pdf, but it's actually an exe file.
Yeah, I know.
So it'll look like a PDF, but it's actually an exe file because you have known file extensions hidden by default. But if you turn that off, like you should, it'll say glass.pdf.exe.
Yeah, I used to fuck with people all the time at school doing that. I'd hide in images and there's an executable and they'd open it and it would shut down whatever they were working on without saving.
All right, so I'm going to post these 4 images in the chat. Give me a moment.
Yeah, those are just one of many. There's like videos and pictures across salt flats where you can see the curve. There's videos and there's pictures of other surveying. Same deal. I mean, this is just
Yeah,
dropping
there's
the bucket.
also a lot of contrary information to what you're claiming as well.
Well, pop that in the chat as well. We'll test to see who's got better evidence. Whether yours can explain mine and mine can explain yours. So, like, I've never seen evidence of the flat Earth that has all the surveying data that the evidence of the globe has. It's literally just, can I see a light across a lake, or, you know, laser tests, crap like that. And all of that can just be explained with standard refraction or slightly higher refraction.
Yeah, what I'm going to guess is that every single bit of evidence that you can provide is probably going to be done by some anti-flat earther that makes a living debunking flat Earth, right?
Yeah, probably. Why is that bad, though? Isn't that the exact same thing you guys are going to provide? All those laser tests across water are done by flat earthers, right?
Sounds emotional and personal.
Yeah.
When I talk to people, I just stick to facts and ask questions.
It's actually a fallacy. It's the genetic fallacy. The person who collects the evidence should make the evidence suspect, which is illogical.
I didn't say it makes the evidence wrong. I was just stating a point or making a prediction.
Yeah, most people don't give a shit about the flat Earth unless they're flat earthers or anti-flat earthers.
Sounds emotional.
But anyway, yeah, I don't know. What else would you like? Would you like stuff across salt flats?
Let's go over one thing at a time.
Fair enough.